good that you know what PMI has out there. Introduction. So what exactly is this all about? We'll be talking about the introduction to the 7th edition, and then we'll go into a system for value delivery, which is a very important point because it is new. When you hear about a value delivery system, you typically would say, hey, I don't remember that being in the 6th edition. It's because the 7th edition is the first place you see that terminology. And the summary is projects, programs, and portfolios, along with operations, being coordinated to deliver value. That's what the value delivery system is. So we'll talk about that a little bit, and then we'll go into project management principles. Now let's go way back in the time machine to when the pyramids of Giza were built, 2560 BC. You see, project management has been around for a very long time. It's not just something that we discovered in 2000 or 1990s. It's been around for a very long time. So at the end of the day, the PMBOK Guide 7th edition that you see in 2021 has been through a lot of metamorphoses and journeys in the world of project management. And the big thing is in 1993, you can see the first Scrum project, you see the Agile Manifesto 2001, and that is what heralded the beginnings of this talk about hybrid life cycles. First of all, started off with the Agile Manifesto coming on the scene, and then people trying to combine methods. So over here, you can see hybridization PMBOK Guide 7th edition. This is heralded as being a hybrid flavor. Now, while people describe it as being hybrid, to be quite honest, it needs a lot more work before we can say it is truly hybrid. There's not enough agile in it. So if I were you and you asked the question, I'm getting ready for the PMP exam, Phil, if I just read 7th edition, will that be sufficient? And the answer is no. 7th edition does not have what this has. This has got a whole lot more agile than this. And those of you who've taken the exam in 2022, 2021, you know that it's pretty agile heavy for some people, not everyone, but for some people, pretty agile heavy. So don't throw your agile practice guide away. You still need to read it to get good for your exam. Let's talk about the PMI. Who are they? They were founded in 1969, a nonprofit organization. They standardized project management practices and put the PMBOK Guide on the map, and PMP, PGMP, and CAPM are some of their certifications. If you go way back to 1984, there were just 40 PMPs, but as at today, they're well over 1.2 million. At the time I put this together, there was 1 million in 2020. Now there's 1.2 million. So let's move into a few building blocks. If you want to talk about project management, you got to understand the iron triangle. Now, this is from the world of DSDM. If you don't know DSDM, open your Agile Practice Guide. It's one of the Agile flavors, one of the frameworks. And the DSDM triangle, when you turn it upside down, what you have is the scope, schedule, and budget arrangements in the world of Agile. So in the world of Agile, scope is flexible. In the world of traditional, scope is fixed. And that's why we talk about turning the triangle upside down. You can see right here, we've got the traditional view where scope is fixed. But when you turn this triangle on its head, you can see that scope is flexible. We use the word estimated as well. So the bottom line is that there are two worlds. There's the world of predictive, and then there's the world of agile. And the question is, can we bind the worlds together in some way? And the answer is yes, you could combine any of these. There's no law against it. So let's talk about PMBOK Guide 6 versus 7. The 6th edition had the 5 process groups as you know them on the left, but the 7th edition, it broke down the PMBOK Guide into the system for value delivery and project management principles. It got rid of the initiating, planning, and all that stuff. Now, it's not to say this is irrelevant. It's just to say that PMI is presenting the information in a different way in the 7th edition. Taking a look at the 6th edition, we've got the knowledge areas, but taking a look at the 7th edition, we've got these things called domains. Okay, so my goal tonight is to go through these extremely rapidly with you so that you can see what you might need to close any gaps on. In my mind, if you've been through training with me, a lot of this stuff you already know. It's just in a different flavor. The principles, you might not have heard them. Those taking the CAPM exam, don't sweat the principles. In fact, if you're taking the CAPM, I take it that you're just watching for entertainment purposes, because none of this stuff applies to your CAPM in 2022. The PMI just announced that the CAPM changes will no longer be 2022, they're going to be 2023. So keep that in mind. All right, and the PMI have the standards plus digital content platform. It's really great. I've been on there, taking a look at what they've got out there. They've got different methods and artifacts broken down into more detail. So instead of the PMBOK Guide 6 being looked at as the finite collection of everything, we need to be looking at it as just a piece of what the PMI recommends as good and best practices. Key terms and concepts as you get into the very first chapter of the PMBOK Guide 7th edition. So I just finished Roman numeral 8, and we're moving on, if you're following me in this book, we're moving along to page 3, page 4, 5, and so on. So here we have outcomes being talked about, which is rather unique. In PMBOK Guide, we've never really defined what outcomes are, but outcomes are very important because you could get a deliverable and not get the desired outcome. So it says outcome, an end result or consequence of a process or project. Outcomes could include outputs and artifacts, but have a broader intent by focusing on the benefits and value that the project was undertaken to deliver. So what is benefits? What is value? Well, we could say value refers to the net quantifiable benefits that a user derives from a product, service, or result, as documented in the PMBOK Guide 6th edition. The benefits and the value will lead to the outcome. Think about it like this. If one of your deliverables was a software system and you implement it in a company and you were expecting to get benefits and value from it and no one is using it, well, you haven't derived the outcome. The outcome that you were thinking of is that there will be cost savings, maybe even revenues, bigger revenues as a result of them using this system, but no one's using it. Therefore, you're not getting the outcome. All right. So that word outcome is important. And other definitions, we're not going to go too deep into them. Portfolio, a collection of all the work you're doing. A product, which is usually a physical or even non-tangible thing that enables the end user to get some sort of value. A program is a collection of multiple interrelated projects. A project is a temporary endeavor undertaken to create a unique product, service, or result. Project management is the application of knowledge, skills, tools, and techniques to a project to get that end result, that outcome. You see, we've now introduced the word outcome. So in times past, in the 6th edition, we wouldn't use that language. Now we've begun to include the word outcome and the words benefits and value. And these are really important for project management in the world of PMI go forward. Let me read it really quickly, page 4. Project management says the application of knowledge, skills, tools, and techniques to project activities to meet project requirements. Project management refers to guiding the project work to deliver the intended outcomes. You see that? That's an addition. That was not there before. It's a good addition. Project teams can achieve the outcomes using a broad range of approaches: predictive, hybrid, and adaptive. You don't find that word early up front in the 6th edition, but you're seeing the word hybrid now, right? Project manager, the person assigned by the performing organization to lead the project. Project team, a set of individuals performing the work of the project to achieve its objectives. And then we have the system for value delivery, which I'm going to go through with you. And then we have value. Like I said, it's the net quantifiable benefits, but PMI also include in the 7th edition the worth, importance, or usefulness of something. Different stakeholders perceive value in different ways. And that pretty much concludes the key terms and concepts. Let me ask our friends on the call, you got any questions about what I've talked about so far? Does it all make sense? Is it business as usual, or is there anything causing you panic? Why don't you share with me? Easy peasy stuff, right? I'm going to take it is. Okay. AB Lobos, good to see you on YouTube. Hey, if you can come in, you know you've gotten the meeting invite. If you wanted to join us in here, go ahead and do that. Ebony, thank you very much for joining. Welcome to Praizion Honorary. Always a pleasure to have you. And Ebony says, I'm planning to take my exam in August, and I'm confused as to what edition I should study from. Ebony, don't be confused. Just focus for now on the content that has been around for a while. PMBOK Guide 6 is sufficient for your understanding of processes, for your understanding of the inputs and the techniques and the tools and the outputs. As far as the 7th edition, since you're here right now, okay? You need to be asking me any questions from the content I'm going to share because I am covering everything tonight. It's going to go very quick. There's not a whole lot more that we need to add to the 6th, okay? If you have understood the 6th, and that's what you're focusing on, the 7th edition editions that we're doing tonight are going to help you, okay? So if you have any points of confusion as I'm going through this, Ebony, I want you to let me know. And by the way, Ebony, as one of our honorary members, and thank you very much for joining, I want you to go ahead and send an email to support@praizion.com so that we can go ahead and get you all of the benefits of you joining this program on YouTube, because we have a lot of videos on YouTube that are hidden only to members like you, all right? So go ahead and shoot an email and I will get back to you as soon as possible. All right. So it sounds like we're all good. Our friends on the call don't have any questions. So we're going to jump into part 2, which is a system for value delivery. So why don't you follow me? This is a rather intriguing term. Sounds very ominous, but it's not. It's on page 7 of the Agile, not Agile Practice Guide, PMBOK Guide 7th. I wish. All right, let's go ahead and read page 7. It says, the information in this section provides a context for value delivery, governance, project functions, the project environment, and product management. So there are 5 big buckets. 1 is creating value. 2 is organizational governance systems. 3 is functions associated with projects. 4 is the project environment. And 5 is product management considerations. Now, let me give you the high level. If you've read even a page of the Agile Manifesto, hopefully you understand the concept of adding value, right? We add value to the customer and we want to do it early and we want to do it often. We could create value in a wide variety of ways, but when you boil it down to the organization, to the enterprise, we're talking about projects, programs, portfolios. So the value delivery system we're going to be talking about here is pretty much your projects, programs, and portfolios. All right, so projects exist within a larger system, such as a governmental agency, organization, or contractual arrangement. Various components such as portfolios, programs, projects, products, and operations that can be used individually and collectively to create value are termed as value delivery components. Working together, these components comprise a system for delivering value that is aligned with the organization's strategy. Now, I quite like their breakdown. I like the way they've broken it down. They've broken it down by piecing apart the portfolios, the programs in the portfolio, along with the projects in the portfolio. And you can see here we have portfolio A that's got programs in it. Those programs have got projects. We've got portfolio B that has got projects in the portfolio that are standalone. And at the same time, it's got a program that has projects. See that? Now, at the same time, we also have a standalone set of projects that are not in any portfolio. See that? And then we also have projects within a program. So you've got portfolio A with its programs and projects, portfolio B with its programs and with its program and projects. And then we've got standalone programs that are not under a portfolio. And then we've got projects that are not in a program. This is the concept of a value delivery system. So why don't we turn the page over, take a look at page 9. When you take a look at page 9, you see the system for value delivery. Now, if we add a layer on top of that, we can see that we also have the operations that support the business. You add another layer on top of that, and you can see that the projects, programs, and portfolios that make up the system for value delivery, along with the operations, they all exist in an internal environment. And you can see we have an external environment which is outside of the firm. All of these components make up the value delivery system. That's it. It's that simple. So if you're looking at page 10, that's that. Any questions about this stuff or any points of confusion to clarify? Does it all make sense? Can you chat in the chat box, my friends on Zoom? Let me know if it makes sense. Carice, welcome. Let me know if it makes sense. Go ahead and give me a chat in the chat box. Make sense? AB Lobos and my friend Ebony, does it make sense? Give me some assurance. Want to make sure that everything here makes sense to you, yeah? It does look familiar, exactly. That's my point. That's exactly my point. Very familiar, right? Yeah, you're right. Good. Very familiar. That's it. So from what we've covered so far, you can see that you've not really missed anything in your studying. All right, so let's move on. Let's move on to the next topic. So now you've got an idea of the value delivery system, but I want to show you how I relate to it in such a way that I would remember it. So I look at it as an aquarium. I look at it as an aquarium. I look at the portfolios as being these boulders over here. I look at projects as being the smaller pebbles, programs as the rocks, operations as being the water, the outcomes, benefits. I give them all names. So in my head, portfolios are the boulders, programs are the rocks, projects are the pebbles, the operations is the water, the outcomes is the satisfaction and the bliss. You just got to relate it to something so that you remember. And the benefits, clean water, CO2, and a nice view for the fish, and the value, a clean, pleasant abode. Whatever you want to do to remember the components that PMI have shown you here, go ahead and do it. But it's very basic, very basic. If you read the 6, this should be fine. Now let's talk about the way information flows, page 11. It says information flow. A value delivery system works most efficiently when information and feedback are shared consistently among all components, keeping the system aligned with strategy and attuned to the environment. So what you're seeing here is the way the strategy flows from senior leadership to the portfolio management, and how the desired outcomes, benefits, and value need to flow from the portfolios and be communicated to the programs and projects, and how the programs and projects need to provide deliverables with support and maintenance information to operations. The operations will flow back information for updates, fixes, and adjustments. The programs and projects will flow back performance information and progress because, of course, you know, they always want to know how's the project going. And the portfolios are going to report up to senior leadership about portfolio performance information. And that's how it flows. Overall, the outcomes, benefits, value, and performance analysis will also flow back into senior leadership, and everyone who is a stakeholder will be aware of the outcomes, the benefits, and the value performance. Now, moving on to organizational systems on the next page, page 12, it says, the governance system works alongside the value delivery system to enable smooth workflows, manage issues, and support decision-making. Governance systems provide a framework with functions and processes that guide activities. So all they're saying is governance, which is the framework within which authorities exercise, needs to be in these organizations and used to preside over this value delivery system so that there's order and structure. Now, as for those folks who say, oh, there's too much order and structure in all this PMBOK talk, don't forget that in the world of Scrum, there's a 3-5-3 configuration. So there is a measure of governance, even in the world of Scrum. And Scrum is used by a gazillion companies. 12 million thereabouts was the last time I checked out. And a lot of these companies, they are agile in their thinking, but they know that if there's no governance, things fall apart. So there's nothing wrong with governance. Now, talking about governance, there's certain functions associated with projects. So these are the kinds of ideas you need to be thinking about when we say governance. There's nothing wrong in providing oversight and coordination, presenting objectives and feedback. Someone's got to be accountable for that, responsible for that. In the world of Scrum, we talk about the product owner being accountable for the product value being captured, realized, understood, the prioritization of the backlog. So all of these functions that we associate with projects, they aren't bad. Now, in the world of Agile, you do know that a lot of these functions are not done by the project manager because there is technically none. Even though on your exam, you find project manager in almost every question, right? They don't really call the project manager the other roles that are talked about on page 41 of the Agile Practice Guide, like facilitator, Scrum Master, and so on. They don't do that all the time. So it's important that when you're taking your exam, you realize that some of these functions in the world of Agile are actually distributed among team members. But in the world of predictive, we find the project manager doing these things, right? So provide oversight and coordination, present objectives and feedback, facilitate and support, perform work and contribute insights, apply expertise, provide business direction and insight, provide resources and direction, and maintain governance. But let's talk about 237. So follow me to page 15. I'll talk about resources and direction. It says, people in this function promote the project and communicate the organization's vision, goals, and expectations to the project team and broader stakeholder community. They advocate for the project and the project team by helping to secure the decisions, resources, and authority that allow project activities to progress. People in this function serve as liaisons between senior management and the project team. Does that sound familiar? So these functions are not always carried out by a PM. You could have a PM with a lot of clout doing some of this, but in a lot of these situations, you would find someone like a sponsor, for example. It says, people in this function serve as liaisons. They remove obstacles and address issues outside the bounds of the project team's decision authority. People in this function provide an escalation path for problems, issues, or risks that the project team cannot resolve or manage on their own, such as shortage of funding or other resources or deadlines that cannot be met. So you get the idea that not everything here is going to be PM. It also says governance. Let's take a look at 238 on page 16. People who fill a governance function approve and support recommendations made by the project team and monitor project progress in achieving the desired outcomes. They maintain linkages between project teams and strategic or business objectives that can change over the course of the project. All right, so these may be people outside of the project, people who are senior and so on. Let's take a look at a fun question as usual. I'm going to go ahead and launch the poll. You know the way it works, it's all anonymous, so no one can see what we are selecting. Go ahead and choose whatever you think is the best option. Our friends on YouTube, why don't you go ahead and just type in the letter of the alphabet. All right. AB Lobo says, working night, so I'm in and out. No problem. Absolutely no problem. We'll catch up again next week. All right. No problem. Good to see you, AB Lobos. Lovely. Our friends on YouTube, remember, you can always be part of this conversation. If you're not a subscriber, let's go ahead and subscribe. And within 5 minutes, you'll be able to throw in your question and get it answered. All right. So what do you think the answer to this is? Lovely stuff, my friends on Zoom. Let's end the poll. 3, 2, and 1. Brilliant work, brilliant work. You see, that was so easy. What's all the fear about the 7th edition? There's no need to be worried about the 7th edition. To be quite honest, it's not as if you're missing a whole lot. The answer to this is control the company revenues. That is clearly not one of the functions associated with the project. The closest you would get to that was a topic of governance. Let's move on and talk about the project environment. My, oh my, is this one of the interesting, controversial changes, huh? So what PMI did in the PMBOK Guide 7th edition was unceremoniously take away the terms people have been used to for so many years, which is EEFs and OPAs. So you can get the 7th edition if you're a member of the PMI. Kareem, good to see you on here. Just going down to the PMI website, you're a member, log in, go to the standards, and you'll see it. You'll be able to download it, okay? For our friends just coming on YouTube, welcome, welcome. We're taking a look at the PMBOK Guide 7th edition. We're taking it apart. We're doing it rather speedily. We're trying to get this done in about an hour, thereabouts. And we're trying to get through the main nuts and bolts of the 7th so that you don't have to spend time reading both the 6th and the 7th. There's really no need for you to pull your hair out about the 7th. Very straightforward. It's pretty lightweight. The only thing is, if you don't have the background of the 6th, you struggle. Like you saw some of my friends here on the Zoom saying, no big deal, Phil. And it's because they've got a very strong grounding in the 6. For those folks that don't, they would struggle just jumping in here, trying to get all the information that exists in chapters 1, 2, and 3 in the 6th edition, okay? So let's jump into the project environment. Like I said, it's rather controversial. And I said it's controversial in that for the longest time, we've always said EEFs and OPAs. But in the 7th edition, it's just known as the project environment. That simple and bland. So there are 2 pieces to the environment. There's the internal environment and there's the external environment. So if you follow with me into PMBOK guide, page 16 and 17, let's take a look at what is in the internal environment. All right, internal environment. And the very first thing that you see here is process assets. Does that sound familiar? That looks very much like your OPAs. But because OPAs exist within the confines of the company, it's been referred to as part of the internal environment. Governance, documentation, data assets, knowledge assets, security and safety, organizational culture, structure and governance, which used to be an EEF, is now just called internal environment. Geographic distribution of facilities, infrastructure, IT software, resource availability, and employee capability. All of that is on page 16 and 17. Internal, it makes sense, right? Let's take a look at the next one real quick. External environment, go take a look at page 18. We've got marketplace conditions. Aha, this sounds more like external EEFs. So you got to understand the external EEFs a little bit closer now, because we call this the external environment. Marketplace conditions, social and cultural influences and issues, regulatory environment, commercial databases, academic research, industry standards, financial considerations, and physical environment. All right, so quick poll. Let's go and see how much of this stuff you retained. And let's launch the poll. All right, external environments include what? Let's see if you can crack this code. Our friends on YouTube, feel free to just go ahead and type in a letter of the alphabet if you can. I know someone's saying, Phil, this is a little bit dubious. Is it really? All right. 3, 2, and 1. All right. Did you catch the little trickery there? A little trickery is that option D looks quite plausible until you take a look at the first part. Has that ever happened to you when you're looking at an answer on the PMP or any exam and you just look at what comes last? Well, you didn't think about what comes first, the resource availability. Let's go back a few slides. And the resource availability, did you catch that that is internal environment? Yeah, it's internal. So the answer is not D, the answer is B. It's academic research. There you go. So you got to look up for that little trickery in your PMP questions. All right, let's move on from here and talk about product management considerations. Page 18. Product management can exist in different forms, including but not limited to program management within a product lifecycle, project management within a product lifecycle, and product management within a program. It's quite straightforward. What are they saying? Program management can be done when you've got a significant product. So the product lifecycle can have program management in it. You could have project management within a product lifecycle. After all, what is a product lifecycle? It's the cycle of life from the inception of the product all the way to its obsolescence, demolition, whatever it is. So you could have project management several times within a product lifecycle. And then you can have product management within a program. A large program can have product management in it. Now let's take a look at this brilliant illustration that the PMI have given us here on page 19. What you can see here is a sample product life cycle. Now, what exactly is PMI trying to show you? They're trying to show you that in the cycle of a life of a product, you can have introduction, growth, maturity, and then the decline, the obsolescence I was talking about, or the ultimate demolition of a structure, whatever it is. And then you can have different projects along the way, like project 1 is the initial creation, project 2, you're adding more features, project 3, you're putting on some additions, some revisions in 4, 5, and 6, and the ultimate retirement, you know, case in point, Adobe Flash. Well, I'm talking about like Flash that was used for animation, and then people deemed it not secure, and that was the end of Flash. So it lived a good life, but that's the end of Flash, right? Most products come to the point where they have to be retired, especially technology type stuff. Okay, good, good, good. Let's move on. So the Agile evolution. Agile evolution, let's take a look. Agile has evolved. First of all, it wasn't called Agile, we had Lean. And then in 1991, Unified Process, 1994, RAD, and then Scrum hit in 1995. Wasn't that popular for a while. And then Crystal, which is now obsolete. FDD is still around. Well, let me say absolutely obsolete, still around. XP, very much around, but very few companies use Crystal. It's in the Agile Practice Guide though, and it's got some brilliant configurations as far as sizing of projects and tailoring, right? So if you want to get an idea of tailoring for real world application, just take a look at Crystal. You get some good ideas from it, right? And one of the Agile Manifesto co-signators, Alistair Cockburn, is behind that. Right, so one of the great minds in Agile, and by the way, if you've not tuned in to any of Alistair Cockburn's YouTubes or any of those symposium things he does, and you find the videos out there on YouTube, just search Alistair Cockburn, one of the best minds in Agile, and also responsible for the heart of Agile. He is behind Crystal. All right, so take a look at that. 2001, the Agile Manifesto came on the scene. Scrum Alliance came on the scene. 2005, that should be Declaration of Interdependence. And 2017, what do you know? The PMI decided that they had been laggards in the industry, and they decided to come out with this thing. And there you can see the Agile Alliance. They partnered up with the Agile Alliance, and my goodness, don't you think this is a good piece of literature? I think it is. I think it is. I mean, it's PMI did well on that one, and I'm hoping that the next edition will be even better. But that has been kind of the Agile evolution. So when you take a look at the 7th edition and the few minuscule mentions of Agile, you kind of get an understanding of where PMI is coming from. All right, so gently, we're getting there. We're getting there. All right, let's talk about the project management principles. Principles serve as a foundation. The PMI Code of Ethics and Professional Conduct is a base. You got responsibility, respect, fairness, and honesty. It's absolutely important that you read the Code of Ethics before your PMP exam, because when you're signing up to say, oh, I've read it, you're actually checking that checkbox on your application. So if you haven't read it, you really shouldn't be checking that checkbox. You get what I mean? All right, the PMI Code of Ethics includes, this is 101, 101. Go ahead, choose an option. Let's see if you remember what I just showed you. All right. What is the answer? Okay, hold on a second. Let me be kind. Let me go ahead and let me say, why don't we reconfigure this poll? Give me a second, because I know what you're thinking. You're like, Phil, really? This is not fair. Why don't I add select all that apply? Let's see what you come up with. Select all that apply. And on the PMP, you got to be careful with select all that applies. All right. Okay, 3, 2, and 1. Let's go one slide back and take a little peek. responsibility, respect, fairness, and honesty. So it can't be B and it can't be C, right? Bureaucracy isn't good. We don't want that. Resiliency is not one in the code of ethics. So it's A and D. Okay. A little trick there. A and D. All right. Moving along. We have these principles overlapping with general management principles. And that's why when you take a look at it, you're like, my goodness, I've seen this in another walk of life somewhere. I've seen this in my company. I've seen this as I serve the military. I've seen this in the operations facility that I worked in. Very similar. All right. So let's take a look at the principles, first of all, at a high level, and then we'll go into a lot of detail. All right. I'll just take them off one by one and you can follow along. The first one is stewardship. Be a diligent, respectful, caring steward. Second, collaboration. Create a collaborative project team environment. Number 3, stakeholders. Effectively engage with stakeholders. Number 4, value. Focus on value. Number 5, systems. Recognize, evaluate, and respond to systems interaction. Number 6, leadership. Demonstrate leadership behaviors. Number 7, tailor based on context. Number 8, quality. Build quality into processes and deliverables. Number 9, complexity. Navigate complexity. Number 10, optimize risk responses. That's risk. Number 11, adaptability. Embrace adaptability and resiliency. And number 12, change. Enable change to achieve the envisioned future state. Now let's go through these with a little bit more detail. Stewardship. We need to be thinking about being diligent, respectful, caring stewards by showing integrity, care. So here we are in team. The key things to think about are alignment, learning, and contributions. So if you open up the 7th edition with me, let's go to 3.2. And just so you know, if you're looking for 3.2, you got to be careful that you don't go to part 2 in the 7th edition, because the 7th edition is broken into 2 parts and they're numbered differently. So page 1 in part 2 will take you to the wrong place. So let's go to part 1 and 3.2 on page 28. So it says, create a collaborative project team environment. So we talk about alignment. What we're talking about alignment here means you are aligning with other organizational cultures and guidelines. Learning, individual and team learning and development is key for the team. And the last one is contributions, optimal contributions to deliver desired outcomes. So what does team remind you of? What chapter does team remind you of in the 6th edition, for those of you who've read it? Anyone have any ideas? Concept of team?
Team charter.
Team charter. And which chapter is that? In the PMBOK? You remember which knowledge area that is?
Give me 1 second.
Who remembers the knowledge area? Any of our friends?
Oh, the knowledge area. You mean like their resource management?
Yeah, there you go. That's what I'm talking about. Resource management. You got it. You got it. Good, good, good. Okay. So that's team. You can see that these principles are pretty straightforward. There's nothing too difficult in understanding them. Let's look at stakeholders. Effectively engage with stakeholders. Remember, your stakeholders influence the projects. Remember, teams serve stakeholders, and engagement enhances value. These are things you already know. So stakeholder engagement is, what would you say, based on your understanding of what you have read in the 6th edition? What would you say? Stakeholder engagement is what? Okay, let's end it. 3, 2, and 1. Okay, let's end it and share the results. So it is critical. Stakeholder engagement is critical for success, because if your stakeholders are not engaged, your project is likely going to fail. All right, let's read page 31. It says, stakeholders influence projects' performance and outcomes. So if they're influencing outcomes, my goodness, it's critical because we're after the outcomes, remember? And then it says, stakeholders can be individuals, groups, or organizations. What can they affect? A decision, activity, or outcome. So they're really critical for project success. If our stakeholders are not taking part in the project, we got problems, see? And stakeholder engagement, not just planning how to engage your stakeholders, but actually engaging them is a recipe for success. All right, so we would say stakeholder engagement is critical. It's really critical for success. All right, let's move on. Let's talk about value, focus on value. Value is the ultimate indicator. It could be realized at any point, and it could be tangible or intangible. Now, the topic of value is talked about well in the 6th edition on page 7 and also page 33. Okay, so according to PMI, value is what? If you're following along and you're looking at page 34, it's the very first bullet on page 34 in the PMBOK Guide 7th edition. Let me go ahead and relaunch the poll. No trickery in this one, I promise. Go ahead. All right. So value, let's end the poll. Value doesn't always have to be tangible. It could be intangible, right? So the best option is not C, it's A, right? It says value is the ultimate indicator of project success. If people are not deriving value and benefits from what you did, then your project is not a success. It's a white elephant project. Moving on, systems thinking. It says recognize, evaluate, and respond to systems interactions. A project is a system. System thinking looks at a holistic view. It entails taking a holistic view of how project parts interact with each other. Systems are constantly changing, and systems thinking is all about being responsive to system interaction. So as a project manager, you want to have that big picture idea about systems and systems thinking. Here's a question. According to PMI, which of these is true based on what we just read? Let's go ahead. Let's launch the poll. What do you think? All right, so for those friends of mine in the future, my future friends who might be watching this in 2023, taking the CAPM exam, questions like this, pay close attention, because on the CAPM, they're really after the lingo. So a question like this is fair game. Let's end it. 3, 2, and 1. All right, and let's share the results. And the right answer to this is a project is a system. But if you take a look at option B, that's not entirely right. It's not occasional. It says systems are constantly changing, bullet 3 on page 37, requiring consistent attention to internal and external conditions. See that? All right, let's move on here. Let's go to our next one. Leadership. Demonstrate leadership behaviors. Leadership is influence. Effective leadership promotes success, and anyone can lead. Leadership is not about authority. Effective leaders adapt, and there are motivational differences understood from the perspective of a leader. A leader understands that every person is different, and that's why we talk about situational leadership, which is also, by the way, talked about in the 7th edition, much later on under the methods, models, and artifacts. Honesty, integrity, ethical conduct are things that we should be thinking about. All right, so which of these terms best describes leadership? You probably noticed that all these questions I've been giving you do not necessarily have to have come from the 7th edition. So it just shows you how agnostic this whole thing could be. Good job. Thank you, Ebony, for participating. Thank you, Brandon, for participating. Other friends on YouTube, if you want to be part of the discussion, send in any questions, just go ahead and become a subscriber to the channel, and you'll be able to type in any questions and I'll take them live right this moment. All right, thank you very much. Let's go ahead and end the poll. 3, 2, and 1. I know our friends are thinking about the answer. My mentor, John C. Maxwell, we call him America's leadership guru. He said, the true measure of leadership is influence. Nothing more, nothing less. It's influence, my friends. That's it. It's influence. Leadership is not about authority. It's not about position. It's not about title. Those things just come with the job. But what makes you a true leader is your ability to influence, right? So it best describes leadership. That's not to say that someone in an authority role or position couldn't be looked at as a leader. That's true, but leadership at its essence is not about authority or position, because you can have some dreadful, horrible people that are in roles of authority or position. They're not leaders, right? So the best description of leadership is influence. And let's even take a step back and look at the worst leaders, right? The worst leaders, like the Hitlers of this world. Let's not even go down the laundry list. They influence, but in a negative way, a bad way, draconian way. All right, so leadership is all about influence. Let's move on to tailor in. Tailor in. Tailor based on context. Each project is unique. Success is based on adapting. Most appropriate methods being observed and incorporated is what tailoring is all about. And tailoring is iterative and continuous. All right, so according to PMI, what did you glean from what I just said? Here's the poll. Let's relaunch. And you're saying, Phil, you're asking a lot of questions per slide. I got to make sure you got it because we're only doing one pass through the 7th edition. Got to get it once and move on. All right. If you're wondering where we are on page 44. All right, so let's take a step back. So tailoring is iterative and continuous. You catch that? Okay. It's a constant process. So all of the options were correct. Thank you very much, my friends. You're really paying attention. Awesome. Let's go on to page 47, quality. Build quality into processes and deliverables. So what is quality all about? Satisfying stakeholder expectations. I apologize for the goofy letters showing at the bottom. On the last computer I did this on while I was in the UK, everything looked good. Now that I'm here, it's looking a bit weird. But satisfying stakeholder expectations, fulfilling project and product requirements, meeting deliverable acceptance criteria, and project quality is effective and making it as effective as possible is what that should say. So everything's kind of skewed, but you get the idea. So the bottom line is we got to build quality into our processes and deliverables. We got to be Kaizen in our thinking. It says here on page 47, project quality entails satisfying stakeholders' expectations and some more stuff. Fulfilling project and product requirements. Quality focuses on meeting acceptance criteria for deliverables. Project quality entails ensuring project processes are appropriate and as effective as possible is what it should have read. All right, let's go ahead and launch the poll for this one. Let's see if you can decipher. All right, well done. I can see we've got a polarized result. Let's end the poll and let's share the results. So did you catch the word inappropriate? So if you are on your PMP exam, what I expect you to be doing, CAPM exam alike, words that are out of whack, you just got to cancel that whole thing. It says aggravating stakeholders. You don't want to do that. It can't be all of the options because you don't want to aggravate stakeholders and you don't want to ensure processes are inappropriate. So the best answer is a B. You see that? You got to keep your eye on the ball. On the ball. Okay. No problem. No problem. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Living Nine Knowledge. Good to see you. Thank you for being one of our subscribers. Always a pleasure to see you on the channel. Thank you for your chats and so on. Good deal. For our friends who are just coming, just understand that we're going through the 7th edition rather speedily. I actually put this together, believe it or not, for you so that you can get through the 7th edition speedily. I hear a lot of people getting a little bit scared of the 7th edition, and with PMI's 2022 exam seeming a little bit all over the place and hybrid and stuff. So if you have got any questions about this, you need to put them in the chat for me. If you haven't subscribed, go ahead, be a subscriber, send in your questions so that I can answer it for you. This is your session, okay? I did this last year, and just like food, some certain videos, they kind of are a little bit outdated. They're not really relevant to the 2022. So even though I've trained this before, I want to address that whole topic of people asking, should I read the 7th? And honestly, if you are one of my students, you already know what I have to say about this. I simply tell you, stick with what we've got, right? I simply tell you, if you've got the immersion book, the PMP exam immersion, 600 pages of Agile and Predictive, there's absolutely no need for you to go pick that thing up. That's why I'm having this session tonight for you, okay? So you don't have to pick it up. All right, my YouTube followers, wherever you are, Instagram, Facebook, same thing. I hate people wasting time, like combing through pages and pages and getting freaked out, which is why I put these videos out, because I was in your position at one point in time trying to get this exam down pat, so much information. So I want to focus on what is most relevant, all right? So that's the purpose behind today's session. All right, you get the idea about this, so let's move on. Here we go. Brandon, you want to tell people it? No, don't tell people in chat what you did, Brandon. No, PMI might be listening to you, so don't do it. Don't do it. Brandon knows what he did. He knows what he did. All right, let's continue. Complexity. Navigate complexity. One of the best ways of navigating complexity is being iterative and incremental. In other words, being agile in your approach. That is one of the best ways. So when we talk about complexity, complexity could come from a variety of areas. And these areas are well covered. Actually, this is one of my favorite principles because it talks about different types of complexity and sources of it, page 51. So it says, sources of complexity are human behavior, the interplay of conduct, demeanors, attitudes, and experience of people, systems interactions, the way systems behave, uncertainty and ambiguity. And you should realize that complexity could emerge at any point. In the beginning, all seems hunky-dory. It seems like, oh, we're off to a great finish, and all of a sudden, boom, you just get hit with a wave of complexity. And it brings the project to its knees, and people can't figure out. And it takes some iterative approaches and incremental approaches, agile. All right. So if you haven't read the Agile Practice Guide, page 14, where we talk about the Stacy model, the Stacy complexity model. If you haven't read this page, right, you can barely see. No worries, never mind. Well, if you go to page 14, you'll come across the Stacy model, and you'll be able to see that predictive is not dead, right? It has its place for simple zone type stuff. But the whole argument for Agile is evident when you take a look at those projects with a high level of uncertainty in the requirements and a high level of uncertainty in the technical perspective and approach. It makes sense that you need to be more agile. All right, so this principle is just sensitizing you to be able to navigate complexity, right? Uncertainty and ambiguity could generate some complexity. It could be triggered by events and conditions. So just stay vigilant. Use methods to reduce the amount and impact of complexity. Let's move on to the next one here. The next one here is about risk. It's one of my favorites. uncertainty that matters is how my buddy, the risk doctor, defines risk. Risk is positive or negative uncertainty that matters. So you could have individual risks in tasks, you could have overall project risk, and you want to be addressing this continually. We talk about risk attitude, risk appetite, threshold, they all influence behavior. Risk appetite is really a measure of how much risk you're willing to take on to pursue an opportunity. With risk, you want to respond appropriately, effectively, and realistically. Your approach to responding to risk should be agreed upon, and you should also have risk owners. So all this great stuff is talked about, right? It says risk should be owned by a responsible person. All right, let's talk about risk in a quick poll. I am always sending you polls because for many of you, this is a little bit new. Project risk management should be what? All right, just put your answer in the chat. My friends on YouTube, thank you very much for participating in the exercises. I hope you are learning. If you are learning anything from this, go ahead and just hit that like button and make sure you share the video with your friends. The video will be up shortly after we're done, and you can go back and watch it as many times as you like. All right. I see that, Brandon. That's good. That would be a risk, right? That would be a risk. Let's end the poll and let's share the results. Boom. You didn't fall into those cheap traps. Good, good, my friends. I'm glad you didn't fall into those cheap traps. So did you notice it said cost effective in meeting personal goals? You folks are getting wiser. You're getting smarter. Good job. Excellent. It's not B, and it's definitely not C. Did you catch operations context? That's a trick. And of course, you don't want it to be disagreed. So it's one of those, got to pay attention. The answer is A. Great stuff. All right, we're almost done with the principles. You're really doing brilliantly. 11, adaptability and resiliency. Embrace adaptability and resiliency. Adaptability, what is it? It's the ability to respond to changing conditions. Page 55, right? Resiliency is all about the ability to absorb impacts and to recover, right? And focus on outcomes. A focus on outcomes rather than outputs facilitates adaptability. So you got to keep your eye on, are we getting towards the outcome? Let's not focus on the minutia. Let's look at the big picture. Right? And that enables you to become more adaptable, to be flexible, to be agile. Agile is an adaptability approach. It's a way of thinking. So when we say adaptability, embrace adaptability, we're really saying be agile, right? It's not the strongest of the species that survives, is it? It's the ones that are most adaptable to change, right? The moths who were able to survive are the ones who adopted the color of the trees they were on, not the ones who retained their original beige color. All right, let's move on. Resiliency is best described as what? Let me go ahead and give you a couple of options to choose. Let's go ahead and relaunch. Okay. So based on what we've just said, what do you think? So you can find the answers on page 55 of the PMBOK Guide 7th edition, 3, 2, and 1. Let's end the poll and let's share the results. Okay, so if you take a look here, there's quite a lot. It says adaptability is the ability to respond to changing conditions, right? So the ability to respond to change, summarized pretty much, that's A, which is correct. Resiliency is ability to absorb, but this is asking about resiliency. So did you catch that? Not adaptability. It says resiliency is the ability to absorb impacts and to recover quickly from a setback or failure. So that is B. And then it says a focus on outcomes rather than outputs facilitates adaptability. So they were not really asking about adaptability. They were asking about resiliency. So sorry, it's kind of like a trick again. The best answer is B. Okay. And again, I gave you multiple options to choose from. PMI would do that to you. I didn't intend to. It just so happened, but you learned something. Okay. You learned something. Possibly, maybe only choose one. If you truly only believe in one, I don't know. Anyway, I did not do that intentionally. I promise I did not. I know the PMI would though. They lay traps in wait. Thank you for that chat. Levine, Live 9 Knowledge, and one Trinidad Douglas. Thank you very much. You were able to catch the trick. Yes, you went with B only. That's okay. We're learning from this stuff. All right, let's go to our final one. Final one here is change. So let's change over to page 58. And it says enable change to achieve the envisioned future state. It says here, a structured approach to change helps individuals, groups, and the organization transition from current to a future state. Change originates internally and from external. Changes can originate from internal influences or external sources. Enabling change can be challenging as not all stakeholders embrace change. Attempting too much change in a short time can lead to change fatigue and or resistance, I beg your pardon. Stakeholder engagement and motivation approaches assist in change adoption. So the bottom line is, as a leader, we got to enable change. There's a lot of information about change in other chapters in the 7th edition, but we're not going to go into all of them. We're only going to take a look at one more question, trick question. All right, there's only one answer for this one, so I'm going to go ahead and be civil and give you a one option poll. There we go. So according to PMI, too much change could lead to what? Or could what? All right, 3, 2, and 1. Okay, let's end the poll and share the results. All right, so option D says, according to PMI, too much change is not possible because change always contributes. No, it's possible to have too much change. It says, attempting too much change. This is page 58. Attempting too much change in a short time can lead to change fatigue and or resistance. So the best answer is B. Okay, I know it's all new, but it should make sense that you could have too much change. You know, I've actually accused PMI of too much change. I said, you changed the website, you didn't give us any heads up, you changed the 7th edition, you barely gave us time to even think about what you were doing, and then you've done it. It's very possible. Now, to all those negative people out there who are saying, well, you said all this stuff about the 7th edition, why are you teaching it? It's called change. It's called change and adaptability. So when the PMI were talking about this book, they really hadn't given us enough to go off on. But when they released the book and I was able to go through it, I realized that while it is handicapped, let's not beat about the bush. This book needs help. It does, okay? But while it needs help, wouldn't it be stupid for me to say, all right, students, I don't believe in the 7th edition, so I'm not going to say anything about it. That's dumb. So for those of you naysayers out there, those of you haters who are talking rubbish, you said the 7th edition was bad, so why are you talking about it? Go suck a lemon. Go suck a lemon. That's all I can say. All right, just a bit of humor. All right, my friends, so we're done with the principles, okay? We're moving on to part 2. Now, part 2 is gonna go quick. For those of you who are keeping record, Did you know that we have covered 60, almost 60? We're on slide 59. So you folks are troopers. You've gotten done with the entire 7th edition course almost. We've only got 10 more slides and we're done. And you don't even have to open the 7th ever again. Ever again, hopefully. Knock on wood. Who knows? Anyway. So I call this the process group pentagon. This is a reminder that there are 5 process groups, okay? And how many knowledge areas? Come on now, my people on the call, you know how many knowledge areas there are. Come on now. Who's gonna tell me how many knowledge areas there are? My scholars. Thank you, Tanya and Carice. Lovely. All right, let's go to the next step of being a scholar, huh? My academicians in the room, you're probably counting and trying to figure out, which of those is missing? Because you figured out there's one that's missing. Who's figured it out? Come on now. Who's figured out the missing one? I know, Esther, you normally search for the missing link. So Esther, have you figured it out? Esther hasn't figured it out on this occasion. Who's figured it out?
I did. It's risk. It's risk.
Woo! I know. You see, I know my students. I know them. Well done, Esther. You are very correct. It's risk. The bullseye. The bullseye was missing. Good job. Now, the reason why I'm showing you this is I want you to be able to build on top of your understanding of the 6th edition. All is not lost. What you need to do with the 7th edition is put a cushion, a layer of understanding of the principles. If you put the principles at the base, you're in business. So we've got the 12 principles as a base, the PMBOK Guide 6th edition that you already know on top of the principles. And the next thing we are going to do, my friends, is build an understanding of the domains. There are 8 domains that I'm going to show you here, and we're going to be done. And honestly, there's not a whole lot more to talk about. So let's go to the beginning of the domains. Those of you who have got the book, follow along, and you will not have to open this thing ever again. The very first domain I'm showing on the screen is stakeholder, the stakeholder performance domain. This is on page 8. It reads, the stakeholder performance domain addresses activities and functions associated with stakeholders. Simple. You've read the 6th edition, you've gleaned a lot of knowledge, it's not wasted. Okay, there's some more colorful and, I would say different should be the word, descriptions. Okay, for example, when we talk about stakeholders in the 6th edition, we don't talk about a particular cycle of life for understanding stakeholders, but in the 7th edition, what you have is identify, understand, analyze, prioritize, engage, and monitor. Now, honestly, is that something you wouldn't be able to figure out in a lineup? Probably is. You could identify this in a lineup, but the PMI have put some more specificity around the things you do at a lower level. And that is what the entire domain focuses on identify, understand, and analyze, prioritize, engage, monitor, and then check results. Boom, that's it. It's really that simple, okay? Thank you, Kareem, no problem. So you kind of get the idea of what this is. You don't need to do a whole lot, okay? Let's take a look at some more stuff. We've got the team domain, which maps back to resources, the development approach and lifecycle domain, which maps to integration, the planning domain, which maps to the planning process group, the project work performance domain, which maps to integration and executing. The project work performance domain could also be said to map in some way to communications. We have the delivery performance domain mapping to scope and quality. The uncertainty performance domain mapping to risk, obviously. The measurement performance domain mapping to cost and monitoring and controlling as a whole. And that's the end of the story. So if you take a look at this screen, what you have is a bunch of labels. The knowledge, the understanding, I want to say 99% of it is already inherent in you. Think about it. Think about it for a second. How more crazily dramatic could it get? For someone who got certified in the 1990s, I know someone who got certified in the 1990s. So we talk about stakeholder engagement. Are there some new things, some new bands PMI has put in the process name? Yes, but in the practicalities of it, there's not a whole lot that's new under the sun when it comes to these domains and these areas. So I don't want you running all over the place saying, I don't understand, I have to read the book again, I have to read 2 PMBOKs. Take it from me. You don't need to. Now, I listen to the chatter on social media, the LinkedIns of this world, the Facebooks of this world, and I can tell you, ain't nobody crying about the 7th edition saying, I wish I'd read it. Ain't nobody jubilating, whoa, I'm glad I read it because my exam had 7th edition stuff. No, you already know how the PMI roll. The way the PMI roll, they give you questions that are situational for the PMP. The CAPMs are probably going to have to be a lot more in the weeds of this. But as far as PMP, take a look at the 6th edition. The 6th edition has a lot of process names and minutia, but people come out of the exam and they tell you, while there's a significant amount of process interaction, cramming the processes aren't going to do you any good. So I would say if you already know the flow of stuff, you're fine, okay? Don't obsess over it. Now we're very quickly going to round up here. Let's go into the very first domain, it's stakeholder. Like I said, identify, prioritize, monitor, understand them, engage them, and analyze them. It's that simple. All right, turn off this just so that you can see the screen properly. Team performance domain. Project team management and leadership is important. Project team culture is something you focus on. Of course, you need to create a high-performing team and have leadership skills. And then you got to tailor your leadership style. And this is where we talk about things like situational leadership and the Hersey-Blanchard model. Okay, moving on to the next domain. Next domain is the development approach and life cycle. All right, turn off the camera so you can see that. So it has relationships between the life cycle relationship, development cadence, delivery cadence, development approaches. So if you're already familiar with adaptive, predictive, all that stuff, hybrid, all they're saying here is you got to tailor what you're doing to your projects. You got to be aware of the delivery cadence, the development approach. You got to consider which life cycle to select, and you got to be aware of how to align the delivery cadence, the development approach, and the life cycle. Next one here is the planning domain. If you've read those 24 processes that are in planning, that's the summary. So here we have an overview of planning, variables of planning are talked about. And like I said, you've read that page 25 and you understand the 24 processes in planning. To be quite honest, you're golden. There's nothing to freak out about. Let's take a look at the variables that PMI talk about here. It's quite a large chapter for obvious reasons. So in 2.4.1 or 2.4.2 rather, we have planning variables. We have development approach, project deliverables, organizational requirements, a lot of stuff, but it's stuff you already know. You already know how to plan, schedule, cost, scope, risk, procurement, stakeholder. Done, okay? 2.4.3 says project team composition and structure. 2.44, communications, physical resources, procurement, changes, metrics, and alignment. Those are things to plan. We already know that. We already know that, right? Can you send me a chat so that I know these things make sense for you? Do they make sense? Send me a sign, my friends, in the chat. Oh, AB Low, was you funny? That was funny. Let's reveal that funny chat. Thank you very much. Awesome, awesome. I missed some of the chats there. All right, we're going to move on real speedily here. So thank you, Chandra. Thank you very much. All right, let's move on to the next one. Next one here is a project work performance domain. So it says project processes. The project manager and the project team establish and periodically review the processes the project team is using to conduct the work, balance competing constraints, maintain project team focus. Project communications and engagement are important. Of course, this is project work. Remember, managing physical resources, working with procurement, monitoring new work and changes, and learning throughout the project. These are all things you probably are already aware of. 2.6, delivery performance domain. It says delivery of value. So delivery of value is very important. You got to ask yourself, how best should we be delivering this value? You could deliver value all at once, or you could deliver value in increments. It says the delivery performance domain activities addresses activities and functions associated with delivering the scope and quality that the product was undertaken to achieve. So here we have a few high-level definitions: requirements, WBS, definition of done, quality, cost of quality, stuff that you've already heard of. So there's nothing new here. All right. One of the cool things I must say that I quite enjoyed in this edition was 2.6.4, suboptimal outcomes. It says, all projects attempt to deliver outcomes, though some may fail to do so, or may produce suboptimal outcomes. The potential for suboptimal outcomes exists in every project. In the case of a fully experimental project, the organization is attempting to achieve a breakthrough, such as creation of a completely new technology, for example. This requires deliberate investment in an uncertain outcome. So what they're saying is you are going to be faced with instances where you have suboptimal outcomes. So what should you do? It says some projects may fail to deliver outcomes because the market opportunity has passed. It's not your fault, crazy COVID, hey. Or competitors were first to market with their offering. Sorry, Samsung, you know who beat you to market. Or were you just, anyway, let's move on. Effective project management can minimize negative outcomes, but such possibilities are part of the uncertainty of attempting to produce a unique deliverable. So there's going to be uncertainty, like it or not, there are going to be suboptimal outcomes. Learn your lessons, move on. Number 7, this I must say is probably my most favorite of all of these domains because it adds something new. And it's the measurement performance domain. Now, what I really like about it, you can go read it yourself. I won't go into the details tonight, are the questions about what to measure. And for you to really give thought to the KPIs that you're tagging onto your project, because not every KPI is value add. That's really what this is saying. So establish effective measures. Don't reward the team for finding defects because they're going to be in cahoots with the developers. The testers and developers in cahoots. And you're saying, if you find defects, we'll reward you. How many defects did you find? That's a very poor measurement. Don't do that. So know what to measure, present information, measurement pitfalls. This is one of the ones I really enjoyed. 274, those pitfalls when it comes to measuring, right? Very good paragraph for you to read. Let's take a quick look. Measurement pitfalls. Project measurements help the team meet the project objectives. However, there are some pitfalls associated with measurement. Awareness of these pitfalls can help minimize their negative effect. The Hawthorne effect. It states that the very act of measuring something influences behavior, just like my example. You're going to have people trying to put bugs in there to help their friends. This is a real story from one of Roy's projects, by the way. Vanity metric. A vanity metric is a measure that shows data but does not provide useful information. Oh my goodness, demoralization. If measures and goals are set that are not achievable, the project team's morale may fall. Misusing the metrics, beating the team up because their velocity is low, poor, very poor. Confirmation bias. As humans, we tend to look for and see information that supports our pre-existing point of view. And the last one is correlation versus causation. A common mistake interpreting measurement data is focusing the correlation of two variables with the data that one causes the other. For example, seeing projects that are behind schedule and over budget might infer that projects that are over budget cause schedule issues. This is not true. Rather interesting thoughts that were not in any previous PMBOK guide. And we're almost down to the final one, the uncertainty performance domain. And the uncertainty performance domain looks at general uncertainty, looks at what ambiguity, complexity, and volatility have to do with uncertainty, and then takes a wholesome look at risk. Now, if you haven't taken a look at the video of all PMBOK Guide 7 outputs, I would advise you to look for my video on it. I have a video on all of the outputs. I'm going to put a link here in YouTube
If you've been a tech product
and
manager for
in the Zoom. So let's go ahead and do that. That's the one in Zoom. Let's go to YouTube. Let's put that in there. So if you want to continue this journey with me and you want to go through every single one of the outputs, if the 7th edition is that interesting to you, I won't begrudge you. You could go watch my video. That's why I put this stuff out. But the final chapters of the 7th edition, it really focuses on models, methods, and artifacts. So what I did in this video was I covered all the PMBOK Guide 7th edition's plans and documents. So you could say the artifacts, all of those artifacts. As far as the methods and models, when I get enough interest, when I see enough interest, I'm going to create another video that covers ALL. I mean, all of those, but I want to get enough interest. I don't see a lot of interest, like hardly anyone's watched this video, because people know, I just look at the 6th edition, I get pretty much the full story. So there's one page that you can refer to look at the laundry list. And this is one of the good things about the 7th. It's the summary pages. So you could just look down page 182 as far as the methods and the models. And as far as the artifacts, just look down, I'll give you the page in a second, page 193. 193, 194, 195. I covered all of those in that video. All right. And that concludes our review of the PMBOK Guide 7th edition 2022 version. All right. If you have any questions, please put them in the chat. I'll be very happy to answer them. Those of you on YouTube, you got any questions? Now's a good time. Okay. Our friends on Zoom, thank you very much. Chandra, Carice, Esther, Tanya, Kareem, Devin, it was nice to see you and everyone else who came through. AB Lobus, Ebony, Brandon, and all our friends on YouTube who chatted in, Trini Dogla and Live9 Knowledge, thank you very much. If you have any questions in the future, just put a comment under the video. All right, thank you all very much. We on Zoom are going to sign out for now. And I just want to remind you of a few more things. So if you haven't got the PMP exam immersion book, you can just go on down to our website. It's praizion.com. That's Praizion.com, as spelled on the screen here. And if you haven't downloaded our app, we got some things in the app. You can just download it from the Android store, look for the PMP exam immersion app, and you can actually follow me right there on your phone for 10 hours, right? You got to subscribe though for the 10 hours, but you've got a bunch of other free videos and free content, all right? So if that's something that's of interest to you, go on down to the Google Store, and look for the PMP Exam Immersion app as well. All right. Thank you all very much. We're going to be signing off. See you very soon. Bye for now. Hello, my fellow project managers. Welcome, welcome to our discussion about the PMBOK Guide 7th edition. We're going to start off by taking a look at the 6th edition versus the 7th edition. Initiating, planning, executing, monitoring, and controlling and closing is what you have in the standard. Got it? Okay. The 7th edition takes this and gives you a new interpretation of the standard for project management. The bottom line is this: the 7th edition takes project management and breaks it down like this. You've got an introduction, you've got a discussion about system for value delivery, and then it goes into project management principles. These project management principles are meant to replace initiating, planning, executing, monitoring, and controlling and closing as being the standard for project management. So now the standard includes an introduction, system for value delivery, and these principles. 1, stewardship, being a good steward on the project. 2, team, all about the team. 3, stakeholder. 4, value. 5, systems thinking. 6, leadership. 7, tailoring. 8, quality. 9, complexity. 10, risk. 11, adaptability and resiliency. And 12, change. And I went over these yesterday. This is what the PMBOK Guide 6th edition with the 5 process groups now looks like in terms of the standard. Okay? So while initiating, planning, executing, monitoring, and controlling and closing is buried under a section known as methods, models, artifacts, something to that degree, it has disappeared from the forefront of being the standard for project management. All right? That's part 1. So in your company, if someone asks you the question, has initiating, planning, and all that stuff gone away? It's not gone away. It is buried there in the 7th edition, but it is not emphasized as a standard. It is buried in there as one of the models through which you can manage a project. Does that make sense? Okay, good. Let's move on. The next drastic change is what we call a guide to the project management body of knowledge. And to be quite honest, most of us, when we talk about the PMBOK Guide, this is what we actually see as the PMBOK Guide, but it's not. It's not this piece that's the standard. It's part of the project management body of knowledge guide, but it's not the standard. And I'm talking about the knowledge areas, okay? Knowledge areas have been very useful in explaining to people what project management is. So a guide to the project management body of knowledge, 6th edition, this is what we have in there. Introduction, project environment, the role of the project manager, and then it goes smack dab into the knowledge areas: integration, scope, schedule, cost, quality, resources, communication, risk, procurement, and stakeholders. And that's how we know the guide. Okay? Are you ready for this? 7th edition. It takes your understanding of the 10 knowledge areas that, by the way, has been in existence for a very long time, and it transforms it into this new guide: project performance domains. And the project performance domains are, let's zoom in so you can see them real well: stakeholders, team, development approach and life cycle, planning, project work, delivery, measurement, and uncertainty. So I want you to reconcile the knowledge areas that you see and the new performance domains. In other words, these knowledge areas are no longer the meat of a guide to the project management body of knowledge. Instead, it's these performance domains. All right. Like I said, I'm going to keep personal opinion out of it, but that's what it is. So now you understand the breakdown at a high level. You know what the meat of the PMBOK Guide 6th edition is, and you now know what the meat of the PMBOK Guide 7th edition is. Now, there are a few more pieces that I should throw in here. There is a chapter on tailoring and a chapter on models, methods, and artifacts. And that is where you're going to find a casual, if I may add, mention of this. You're going to find it inside models, methods, and artifacts as the second model mentioned. Okay. Or method, whichever one they put it in. I believe it's method, I think. We're going to take a look at all of this stuff eventually anyway, but let me just really quickly refer to it so that those of you in speed listen mode are going to be able to see where this is. Okay, I believe this may be in the methods. Let's see. Not in the models, but in the methods. So let me see. This is on page 171. So if you want to see where this is mentioned in a very casual and lackluster fashion, if I may add, this is on page 171 of the 7th edition. Okay? You find mention of it, and it reads, project management processes can be organized into logical groupings of project management inputs, tools, and techniques and outputs that are tailored to meet the needs of the organization, stakeholders, and project. Groups of processes are not project phases. The process groups interact within each phase of a project lifecycle. And then on the next page, it goes into initiating, planning, executing, monitoring, and controlling, and closing what it is. It says these process groups are independent of the delivery approach. Application areas such as marketing, information services, and accounting or industry. In a process-based approach, the output of one process generally becomes an input to another. So what you can infer from this discussion, my friends, is that the PMI is not saying forget about the process groups, okay? It is the way the information is presented and emphasized that we can conclude it is less important based on their presentation of the material. That's what it comes across as. Is that reality? No. For that reason, I want to urge those of you that have project management offices, PMOs, program management offices, you're doing really well with your predictive projects. My friends in construction, okay? My friends in the area of design, mechanical engineering, automation. Stay the course of what works for you. Do not allow this to perturb you or throw you off. Instead, be curious to understand the differences that are in this book, but I want to give you another layer of perspective, and that is to understand the world of Agile, because the 7th edition does not really do that, believe it or not. Agile is so buried in the 7th edition, you may as well read the 6th, where it is emphasized in concepts, trends, tailoring, and considerations for Agile. There is no topic here that is blatantly agile. It is so agnostic that it actually loses its character. Okay? So for those of you that have PMOs, you're in construction, you're in some heavy machinery, heavy process type industry, I want to encourage you to read the Agile Practice Guide and read the manifesto, pages 8 and 9, and begin to apply that thinking to your projects. I didn't say that development approach. Thinking is different from development, okay? You could still be largely predictive, but agile in your thinking, and it will take you levels above, as PMI's research has shown. I've presented it many times on the channel that organizations that are agile in their thinking but predictive in their delivery are better, far more efficient, greater productivity than those organizations that are predictive in their thinking and in their delivery. All right, so you got to be agile. That's the summary of what I'm saying. Your PMO, don't start running all over the place, because we are not doing away with the 5 process groups. I really want to emphasize that. Page 171 in the 7th edition, it lists the 5 process groups as one of the methods. Okay. Oh, let's see. Let me get this straight. 1 second. Okay. So they list it as process groups, but it's under models. Okay, let's get it straight. It's under models. Okay. So that's models. Good. So it's a model. Okay. We call it a framework. It's a framework, whatever. Whatever you want to call it. Just remember page 171 in the PMBOK Guide 7th edition. Page 171. Okay? So go back, tell your PMOs, it's okay. We're not forgetting about the 5 process groups. It's just not emphasized. The current standard is not built on it, but it doesn't disqualify it. Okay? Great stuff. All right, let's move on to our next topic here. So in the 6th edition, you got a bunch of appendices, the glossary and the index. In the same token, you got that in the 7th edition as well. There's a lot in the appendix, the glossary and the index. In fact, if you take a look at the count, the page count, it actually bumps up the page count to 370. It's pretty significant. Pretty significant. Okay. I also want to emphasize, just so you don't get lost in the details here, we have the standard for the 7th edition right here, numbered differently. Okay, you're going to see a different numbering. Okay, than this. Okay, so if we're taking a look at the standard for project management on the 7th edition, it goes from page 1 to page 60. Hold on a second. Round about 67. Okay, so this is number 1 to 67. All right, so it's like having 2 documents in one. If you take a look at the guide to the project management body of knowledge for the 7th edition, that goes from page 1 to roughly page 274. So when you're going through it, be aware that you got 2 different numbering schemes. All right. This one was just numbered straight on from page 1 to 756. All right. when you really boil it down, you take a look at this plus this, and you take a look at the PDF. The PDF just shows 370 pages for the 7th edition. So if you really wanted to get a perspective of, ratio, 370 to 756, you could say that the new PMBOK guide is about 0.48 that of the 6th edition. In other words, 48%. So we could say there's been a 52% reduction. They cut it in half. Okay, I applaud them for that. It's good to make it lean and mean. I appreciate the less pages, thank goodness. All right. So be aware of that breakdown, okay? So the summary on this page is, if you have a project management office and you're worried about initiating and planning and executing, monitoring and controlling and closing no longer being relevant, it's still relevant. Now, a lot of what we had in the 6th edition, by virtue of the tools and a lot of the things that are used, PMI is not saying that this is now useless. They just made a mistake in the presentation, in my mind, because how do you go from this to this? How do you make the transition? How? Stakeholders is understandable. Team is explainable. Development approach and life cycle, we had that in chapter 2. Now you just throw planning in here. It has no rhyme or reason because planning cuts across everything. So I know the question is going to be, but how do you plan? Well, planning in the 7th edition is broken down, and I'll just use these tiny little arrows to show you so that you can imagine how it is. Planning is broken out into, get a smaller arrow. Planning is broken down into the usual tiny little bits that you would expect. Okay, and this is just for example. For example, so when you get to this chapter on planning, you would see, of course, schedule talked about in some places. You'd find cost mentioned in some places. You'd find scope mentioned in some places, and things such as that. Okay. They're not broken down like knowledge areas, but as you kind of go around the perimeter, you're going to find these things rolled up into different sections or explained to some degree. So a lot of the meat of the 6th edition that we had, 225, 10, 12, 1, we had 25 in planning. Well, that's where half of the PMBOK guide is. So what they've done is they've taken a lot of that planning stuff, which cut across all of the knowledge areas, right? And they have unceremoniously assigned it to planning in the 7th edition, okay? Project work, delivery, measurement, and uncertainty. I mean, those cut across all the knowledge areas. So all they've done is taken the knowledge areas, broken them apart, and reconfigured them. There really is nothing new in this. And that's why for you as a PMP, when you take a look at the new breakdown in a guide to the project management body of knowledge, you should be able to find your way around it pretty well. You shouldn't be confused, or you shouldn't be thrown against the wall that you cannot present this to your organization. Is what I'm saying making sense? As a PMP, you should be able to break down to your firm that all the stuff in the 6th has been reconfigured in appearance. It's still there in nooks and crannies of the 7th. Now the ITTOs, those have been broken out again from putting them into processes. In fact, there's no process configuration in this. What they've done, to give you a good idea of what has happened, they've taken the ITTOs, okay? The tools, you'll now see them referred to as methods, okay? You find some of the tools, a handful of them being referred to as methods, and you will also find the inputs and outputs. You'll find those being referred to as artifacts. So you're going to find mention of this in the artifacts, okay? So a lot of the stuff that you knew in the past is still there. It's just scattered across different sections. Let me show you an example, okay? So when you take a look at the tools and techniques, okay? Tools and techniques, we have two broad categories. We have data gathering and analysis methods. We have estimating methods. We have meeting and event methods, and we have other methods, okay? And these are under methods, okay? We have a smattering of tools and techniques that made it in here. We have alternatives analysis, assumptions and constraints analysis, benchmarking, business justification analysis, just talk about decision making as far as project selection is concerned, right? MPV, IRR, cost benefit ratio, benefit cost ratio. All that stuff is here. Check sheets, cost of quality, decision tree analysis, earned value analysis, EMV, expected monetary value, forecasting, influence diagrams, life cycle assessment, make or buy analysis, probability and impact matrix, process analysis, regression analysis, root cause analysis, sensitivity analysis, simulation, stakeholder analysis, SWOT analysis, trend analysis, value stream mapping, variance analysis, what if scenario analysis. And then on the next page, we have affinity grouping, analogous estimating, function points, multi-point estimating, parametric estimating, relative estimating, single point estimating, story point estimation, wideband Delphi, of course, you know your planning poker, backlog refinement, bidder conference, change control board, daily stand-up, iteration review, iteration planning, kickoff, lessons learned planning, project closeout, project review, release planning, retrospective, risk review, status steering committee. And then we have other methods, impact mapping, modeling, net promoter score, prioritization schema, and time box. Boom, just got done with all of those tools and techniques. That is hilarious. So tools and techniques, you had hundreds of them in previous edition. Now you can see we only have a few. I see my friend Brittany has joined. Brittany, how are you? How you doing? And what is your impression regarding these techniques and tools being presented in this way?
Hey, Phil. Yes. So it's much more streamlined, in my opinion. I like it.
Isn't it more streamlined? It is. They just took a handful, and instead of showing you hundreds and hundreds, I think you got at most maybe less than 40, I think.
Yeah, I think this is definitely going to help PMP candidates, because a lot of the bottlenecks that I see is just there's such an overwhelming amount of information, especially in tools and techniques. And then I forgot which pages it is. It's like in the 600s in the 6th edition.
Yeah,
the tools
686 to 694. Yeah.
You see, you trained me well. I think that section in the 7th edition is going to be much less intimidating to students.
Exactly. So. That is one I gave them points for. Yes. So it's interesting to see how they've dismantled them from being latched onto specific processes, and they've now just put them kind of like use as you see fit. But on page 183, have you downloaded it, Brittany?
I haven't. I need to go on and do that. I just saw your post about it yesterday.
Yeah,
so I'll go on and do that.
Download it and let me know what you think. So the table that you're talking about, 686 to 694, is now on page 182 and 183, and it's just 2 pages.
I think it's actually better that they put it in the front of the book, because you get to it sooner. And I know it shouldn't, but it'll place more emphasis on it. And it'll make more people pay attention to it. Cause I can't tell you how many students I talk to, and they don't even go past the back of the end of what the closing process group in the back. And I'm like, there's all that other stuff too. So this is good.
Very nice, Brittany. Thanks for your perspective. I appreciate that. And we're just taking a look at the high level. I'm going to go into a little bit more detail, and then you're going to be able to better help people who are getting ready for the test, I believe somewhere 2022. I've been telling folks, if you're taking the test in the next 6 months, don't read this book. I've told folks, don't be on this call because there's a lot of other stuff and a lot of other configurations that is likely to throw people off. So I've been trying to encourage people not to be on this call. Adash says, since the pages have been dropped by half, does that mean PMBOK 7 doesn't explain topics in that much detail as PMBOK 6 used to? That is correct, Adash. I believe that the PMI's perspective here is going to be one of, it's a standard, it's not a textbook. So go read whatever you want to read elsewhere, but we're going to just explain at a high level. And that's what they did. Just take a look at the 5 process groups. It's barely a paragraph. It's barely half a page, you see. And that seems to be their disposition across the board.
Can I make a comment on this too, Phil?
Sure.
I think that since in general, the PMI is leaning more towards people and people engagement, you know, it's less about specifics, like you said, like the standard, the formula, but it's more about working together as a team and honestly making your own perceptions based on the loose guide that they give you. And then, you know, using that to work on your individual projects in the real world with your teams.
Exactly. That has been their disposition, to be less prescriptive about what you should do and to give you like a blank template. And while that is good, I see a lot of firms that have built their processes around these previous documents. I see a lot of them now thinking, oh, all of this is not good. No, that's not what PMI is saying. PMI is not saying forget about the 6th edition. They're just presenting the information differently, you know, and like I said in the very beginning, I'm going to keep my personal opinions out because I did a lot of that yesterday. And I know people just want to know what is new. So a lot of what they've done is streamline, make it less, cut it in 2, and just give you the bare minimum. There's a lot of stuff in what you see on the screen called Standards Plus that exists outside the view of the 7th edition. Right here, PMI Standards Plus digital content platform. So for templates and tools and some additional training and lessons, they actually have a pretty good platform to begin putting the extra stuff they did not present in the 7th edition. Okay. Suraj says PMI has gone for lean methodologies, process improvement. It's good that the contents are more reduced. Absolutely. I have absolutely nothing against reducing the volume. It was a beast and it did need to be reduced. So go on to PMI Standards Plus, take a look at what they've got there, and you'll see that it's a pretty good platform. If we've got time, I might review it with you. All right, so let's take a look at what is here. We've got links via the models, methods, and artifacts section. A lot of stuff. Platform incorporates content from all PMI standards, as well as content developed specifically for the platform. And when I say a boatload, there's all sorts of things in that platform. Content reflects how to, in actual practice, including emerging practices. So they've made it very clear that there's going to be a lot added to this body of information, just not in the physical book, but online. All right. So those are the huge monumental differences. Like I said, don't throw out the baby with the bathwater. Okay. I want to speak specifically to my friends in government. Hey, your agency is using the 5 process groups. Don't get goofy now. It's working for you. Use it. Okay. The 10 knowledge areas, it's working for you. that structure and configuration is working for you, use it. The Agile Practice Guide. I really want to make this clear because I know a lot of folks don't know this. The Agile Practice Guide has got references to the knowledge areas. So if in doubt, I want you to go to pages 90, 91 forward. It goes on till about page 95. Take a look at the description of how to practice these areas of knowledge from an agile lens. And that will help you if you're going into a hybrid model. Okay. I see someone else joined. Hey, Keith, how are you, my buddy? Keith, what do you think about all of this? Let me know, Keith. Brittany asked a question.
Oh, can you hear me?
Hey,
Sorry.
Keith, how you doing, my friend?
I'm doing well. How are you doing?
I'm doing awesome. It's good to hear your voice. Well, what are your thoughts? Have you downloaded it?
I haven't downloaded it yet. That's why I jumped on today. I was like, I want to see what's happening. I trust.
There you go.
So, I do see that. I can see how the test has changed, and I can see that there's kind of reflecting that change, just about people and process. Like,
oh yeah, absolutely. And that's a good point, Keith. And to jump on what you just said and Brittany's question, when is a test changing? The test has already changed to reflect a lot of what you're seeing in the 7th edition. It changed on the 2nd of January. They just didn't label it as changes based on the 7th edition. But what is on the current exam, a lot of it aligns to some of the topics in the 7th edition. But this is very important. If any of you non-PMPs are eavesdropping because you think you're going to be missing out, you're actually not missing out. Let me just make it very clear that the current PMP exam is not based on a PMBOK guide entirely or the Agile Practice Guide entirely. No, it's based on a number of documents and books and bodies of knowledge. So if anyone is looking for that perfect time when the exam becomes 7th edition focused, you already missed it. It's already in that vein. Okay. Something else to mention is that the PMI have a study guide. Did you folks know, Keith, Brittany, did you folks know PMI has a study guide for the current exam that is not PMBOK guide? That is not, did you know?
Is it different from the exam content outline?
Yep, different from the exam content outline. PMI published.
Oh, no, I didn't know. I'll go in and study that then because that can help some of my students too.
Well, the thing is, you're going to have to pay a pretty penny for it. It was produced by a company which will remain unnamed at this point. But to be quite honest, it's a really bad guide. It's not good. It's not any good, but it exists. So here's the point. Because they already have a study guide and content for the exam that changed in January, do you really think PMI is going to spend the funds and the effort changing an already poorly done study guide that could barely effectively reflect the 6th edition to the 7th? No, they're not. And the point I'm making is the exam ain't changing. It's already changed. So what PMI have mentioned in their literature is normally all throughout the year, they are making smaller increments, to borrow from their Agile Practice Guide lingo. They are introducing smaller increments of change all throughout the year. And that's why one moment you hear someone say, oh, I got this on my exam. And then you hear someone else say, what are you talking about? That doesn't exist on the exam. It's because it is like, I would like to use the Kanban analogy. Think about streams of value or streams of increments just coming through the pipeline. So anyone looking out for a particular cutoff point, they've already missed the boat. 2nd of January, PMI, they're not going to tell you, oh, by the way, this is based on it. Like Keith said, the people focus, we already see it on the exam. Is what I'm saying making sense, Brittany?
Yes, it is. I just, I took the old exam, so.
That's true. Yeah. Yeah, well, thank you for the question. And thank you, Keith, for weighing in there. Did that make sense, Keith, what I'm saying?
No, it makes sense, but I would say that I mean I took the original the older test as well, and that test it was I feel like you could I think it's easier to study for, I would say, because it was more this one you don't know what you're getting. You may get a test that's a
The
whole bunch of
chameleon.
agile or a whole bunch of waterfall, so you have to do the whole swath of the knowledge area now. You
Very
can't just do
true.
one area, you know.
Very true, Keith. And I remember your lessons learned. You were one of my outlier students who said it was not a 75-25, was it for you? It was more predictive, right? There was more predictive substance.
Yeah, mine was mostly predictive. It was probably 60% predictive, I would say.
There you go. And that is a very good lesson for our PMPs who are watching to know that everyone's exam has a different titration of these things. And I truly believe, you know, judging from what Keith just said, if you take a look at the 7th edition, let me just go back and show you. If you take a look at the 7th edition, it is actually camouflaged to still be, in my mind, maybe even 70-30 in favor of predictive. Because there's so much stuff talked about in the 7th edition that is of a predictive nature compared to the Agile coverage. Agile is covered pretty weakly. And there's not a lot of emphasis in my mind. Now, in trying to make it agnostic, they've lost whatever Agile presence they were looking to put in. It's not in the forefront. So in my mind, if I was taking a look at this, I would say PMBOK Guide, 6th edition. Let me just give you this very interesting comparison. And when you folks take a look at it, actually, you let me know what you think, Keith and Brittany. But in my mind, I think PMBOK Guide, 6th edition is like 90% predictive in my mind and about 10% agile.
I would agree with that.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Something like that. Yeah.
But in saying that, though, I took the test based on the 6th edition and I still had, I would say, about 20 to 25% agile related content on my exam.
Very good point, Brittany. And that is because the PMI, they added the Agile practice guide, remember? So
yes,
they had this, you know, if you look at the 100 and something pages, then it now makes it an 80-20 balance when you add the Agile practice guide. So yeah, that does make sense. Now, if you take a look at the 7th edition, from my limited review over the past 20, not even up to 24 hours, I would say it's 70% predictive. Pretty much, in my mind. There's a lot of predictive stuff you would never ever hear in the world of Agile. You say those things in the world of Agile, they're going to look at you like, where are you from? You know, where did you fall from, Phil? And 30% Agile. In my estimation of things, if I was going to be probably more analytical, I would say 60% Agile, 60% predictive, I beg your pardon, 10% hybrid. And I could actually be a little bit more liberal with my hybrid, and I would say 30% agile. So that kind of aligns with the exam that Keith took. Pretty much, it has agile and hybrid. You could say it was 50, but if you look at predictive and the elements of predictive that are in hybrid, you could say it was 60%. So kind of like that. That's how I see it. So are you folks going to download it and read it? Because this is meant to help you digest it better.
yes, I plan to.
You will? What about you, Keith?
Yes, I will. I'm going to do it.
Cool. Well, hopefully this can help you. All right. So now that we're done talking about the high-level changes, we're going to go now more into some of the depth. So let's take a look. We got some questions from our friends. Adash says, yep, I do find that ITTO is a beast in PMBOK Guide. It's difficult to grasp, for real. And Suraj says, yes, the ITTOs are very much difficult. Yes, also they are repeated, Suraj. Absolutely agree. What is the best way to tackle ITTOs? Look for a physical model of the tool or technique. Do it. Like if it is something that you do, like MCDA, for example, multi-criteria decision analysis, you create a matrix, do it yourself. If it's a product analysis, do it yourself. If it's an output or input, look for an example. I usually send my students this link. I know Brittany and Keith, you folks, you already know the link. It's the CDC link. Check out that link. If you want to see an example of an output or an input, look at that link. Okay. Suraj says, I think we can refer to the 7th edition. It will be more easy as compared to the 6th edition. It is not as comprehensive, and it's a little bit confusing, to be honest. So is it smaller? Yes. Is it more confusing as far as the presentation of the content to train project management? Yes, it's rather confusing. And that's why I'm doing this session, so that when you train it, you are going to train it using your own curriculum. Okay? You're going to train it from the lens that works best for your company. Some of you, your company is going to say, no, we just want to go agile. Then in that case, look for another solution. Train them on some of the principles, perhaps, but just be aware that there are better principles, in my mind, in the Agile Practice Guide from the Agile Manifesto. Okay? Adash says, for covering Agile, is Agile Practice Guide enough? Good question. The Agile Practice Guide is definitely not enough. So out of the companies in the world who use Agile, over 70% of them use Scrum, and therefore you need to read the Scrum Guide by Ken Schwaber and Jeff Sutherland. Absolutely read it. Just Google or search on YouTube, Praizion Scrum Guide audio. We have a 40-minute audio thereabouts of reading through the Scrum Guide. It's only 13 pages. It's a very straightforward read. I think it's even less than that, maybe 20 minutes. Take a look, read the Scrum Guide, right? And I would say get hooked into the source, go to Ken's website, take a look at his practice tests and test your understanding of Scrum, right? To make sure that you're thinking right about Scrum. Reginald says, if I study the 6th edition, will that be sufficient to pass the test? Not just the 6th edition, Reginald. You need to study the 6th edition, the Agile Practice Guide, the PMP exam content outline, and also, I would say, the Scrum Guide and other material like a reliable study guide. We have reliable study guides, a Praizion, and we give our students that. We also give our students a dose of hybrid. So in the next number of months, Roy and I have a publication coming out that will help you see all of this, all the stuff, be it 7th edition, 6th edition, Scrum, Agile, all that stuff. We are coming out with an Agile/predictive/hybrid presentation of the content. And it's broken down in a very agnostic way by domain. Okay, and it's got questions, it's got exercises. That would help, because a lot of our students, Keith, you know this, you watched all those videos, you were in the class when Roy and I created these hybrid thinking videos, weren't you, Keith?
I was, and they were extremely valuable to me passing, because honestly, I don't think I would have if I didn't watch those videos like 2 or 3 times.
Wow. Thank you, Keith. Thank you. And thanks for your lessons learned as well. I know that those lessons learned have helped a lot of folks who are getting ready for the test. So why don't we jump in to talk about the meat? Here is the meat. Chapter 1. Let's talk about Chapter 1 now. And we're talking about Chapter 1 in the standard for project management. Okay. So I don't know if you folks caught the numbering. The numbering is different in this PMBOK guide. It's broken down into the standard for project management, and then we have the guide to the project management body of knowledge. So right now I'm looking at the very first page in the first section. Okay. Be aware that they're going to be 2-page 1s, 2-page 2s, 2-page 3s. Okay. I want to make this perfectly clear. So let me zoom in for a second. So you can see this, the standard for project management. This is the first section, and it's numbered from number 1, page 1, all the way to page 60 thereabouts. Okay. Then you have a second section, which is a guide to the project management body of knowledge. That is section 2, and it's numbered from page 1 to like 171, something to that effect. Okay. And there are a lot of Roman numeral numbered pages for the first section, and that brings the total of pages to 370. So it's not as small as you think. It's like almost 2.5 times the Agile Practice Guide. Okay, it's still smaller. It's better than 756 pages. Okay, but just be aware it's not super small. It has some substance still. Okay, so let's take a look at the very first section and introduction. All right, so it's called the standard. Again, the standard for project management. That's where we're starting off. Let's go there. All right, so it reads, the standard for project management identifies project management principles that guide the behaviors and actions of project professionals and other stakeholders who work on or engage with projects. And it's broken down into a number of tiny little pieces, which we'll take a look at. Going straight into the second chapter is titled A System for Value Delivery. So if you're with me, just go on to page 7. All right. There are a number of things talked about here, and I'm just giving you the top of the waves, overarching ideas. The first piece is about creating value. Think about it. What is a project meant to do? It's meant to deliver a product, service, or result that generates enough value to be justified in the first place. But when we think about value as the net quantifiable benefits that you're getting from the project. So in order to get value, there must be some benefit. And these benefits, they're talked about exhaustively in the PMBOK Guide 6th edition: goodwill, brand recognition, monetary assets, stockholder equity, things like that. So it says, this section describes how projects operate within a system to produce value for organizations and their stakeholders. It says, projects exist within a larger system. This standard uses the term organization when referring to government agencies, enterprises, contractual arrangements, and so on. And it talks about value being identified, whether in a portfolio, whether in a project, whether in a program. Okay, and that's part of the discussion about value. And then it goes into information flow and a lot more stuff here. But let's go to the next overarching point, 2.2. And excuse my cobwebs, remember this is less than 24 hours, so I put this together pretty ad hoc. All right, so let's go through it again. 2.2 is organizational governance systems, and it says, this section describes how governance supports a system for value delivery. So who remembers the definition for governance? I'm taking you way back to your PMP, huh? Governance is the framework within which authority is exercised, according to PMBOK Guide 6th edition. So when we talk about governance, just remember, it's a framework for which authority is exercised. So let's read. It says, the governance system works alongside the value delivery system to enable smooth workflows, manage issues, and support decision-making. Governance systems provide a framework with functions and processes that guide activities. That's basically it. Just remember the definition. Governance is the framework within which authority is exercised, whether at the project level, at the organizational level, and what have you. Let's move on to 2.3. 2.3 is functions associated with projects. People drive project delivery. They do so by fulfilling functions necessary for the project to run effectively. Now, let me just give you this take straight up. This view in 2.3 is largely from a predictive or at best hybrid lens. And the reason is this. The very first one talks about providing oversight and coordination. People in this function help the project team achieve the project objectives, typically by orchestrating the work of the project. Now, in a predictive world, orchestrating is done by the project manager. Yes, yes, yes. But in an agile world, it is done by the team. So talking about functions associated with projects, we're really talking about integration on page 13, okay? The next one says present objectives and feedback. People in this function contribute perspectives, insight, and clear direction from customers and end users. We could say product owner, we could say team members, and so on. The next one on page 14, it says facilitate and support. Now we're talking about servant leadership, scrum masters, some project managers on agile projects that are more agile in nature, but with a predictive component. And then it says perform work and contribute insights. That's the team, obviously. Apply expertise, provide business direction and insight, provide resources and direction, functional heads and people like that. And then we have maintain governance, okay? And however you use the word governance, governance is a pretty stern word. It's not a word you come across typically in the world of Agile. That's why we have to tread carefully using that word. And I said yesterday, that is where you can lose a lot of Agile audience. Some of these roles that are being mentioned here in the world of Agile, it's just team, 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 team. World of Scrum is just Scrum team, Scrum team, Scrum team. All right. All right, let's go on to 2.4, the project environment. Projects exist and operate within internal and external environments. The bottom line is this: enterprise environmental factors, internal and external. Okay, and OPAs. So they talk about internal environment. They've done away with the term enterprise environmental factors for the most part. They just say internal environment and external environment. In internal environment, bear in mind that your beloved OPAs, your assets, your data assets, your governance documentation, all that stuff, they've just shuffled it into internal. No more stock mention of OPAs, okay? Then if you go to the next page, external environment, we have marketplace conditions, social, regulatory, and so on. And that is really code for your external EEFs. All right, and that is on page 18. Let's go to 2.5, product management considerations. It says the disciplines of project, program, project, and product management are becoming more interlinked. While portfolio, program, and product management are beyond scope of this standard, understanding each discipline and the relationships between them provides useful context for projects whose deliverables are products. So they haven't forgotten about their product friends. They've tried to give some emphasis here. And on page 19, they have a sample product life cycle. And they're showing how the life cycle of a product, it has a tangent of events. So they give you a little graph here, and it shows you the peaks in the life of a product. And it shows how different projects, project 1, project 2, project 3, this is all product life, right? Throughout the life of a product, case in point, Flash, now defunct, no longer looked at as a product that is in operation, right? Flash went through a series, a smattering of increments and projects to make it better, but the security just didn't cut it. And then it eventually got down to project N, and that was the final, and that was the end of the product life. So they've got introduction of the product, the growth of the product, the maturity, and you can see the peak right here kind of is in that zone, and then decline or retirement of the product. And that's a sample product life cycle. All right, and that's pretty much it. You know, it talks about product management can exist at different levels, program management within a product lifecycle, project management within a product lifecycle, and product management within a program. So here's the summary. These projects, they could exist individually, or they could be part of a project, they could be part of a program, or part of a portfolio. That's all they're saying. All right, and that again is on page 19. Okay, and that's the end of chapter 2. All right, let's go on to chapter 3. Chapter 3 is where some of the fun begins. All right. All right, Reginald says, when will you let everyone know about the event? Which event is that, Reginald? All right, let's go into chapter 3. Chapter 3. Chapter 3 is all about these project management principles. And you've heard me speak about these principles. And I said, PMI, why didn't you just take the Agile Manifesto principles? They are more far-reaching, more profound in thought and in construction. You should have just taken them. But no, they have their own principles. Let's take a look at them. 1, be a diligent, respectful, and caring steward. Says stewardship encompasses responsibilities within and external to the organization. Stewardship is all about integrity, care, trustworthiness, compliance. A holistic view of stewardship considers financial, social, technical, and sustainable environmental awareness. In other words, you've been given these resources to take care of, this responsibility to head, to lead, do it well. That's the summary. Integrity, care, trustworthiness, and compliance. The next principle says, create a collaborative project team environment. Projects are delivered by project teams. Project teams work within organizational and professional cultures and guidelines, often establishing their own local culture. In other words, Agile Practice Guide, page 49, page 50, talking about team structures, social contract, team contract, all that stuff is going to come into this discussion. Right off the bat on page 29, they mention team agreements. Like I said, page 49, 50 in the Agile Practice Guide. They talk about organizational structures, and they don't go off on the deep end talking about matrix, functional, projectized, project-oriented, and so on. And then they talk about processes that teams use. They talk about authority, accountability, responsibility, right? Accountability is ultimately answerable. Responsibility means you're the doer. Accountability means passing the buck stops here. Responsibility means you are doing. Let's take a look at the next chapter here, or the next section. It's stakeholders, and it states, effectively engage with stakeholders. Engage stakeholders proactively and to the degree needed to contribute to project success and customer satisfaction. Stakeholders influence projects, performance, and outcomes. Project teams serve other stakeholders by engaging with them. Stakeholder engagement proactively advances value delivery. If you go into the details, it says stakeholders can affect pretty much, just think about it like the knowledge areas, right? Stakeholders can affect the overall success. I often say success on a project. You could say fitness for use, conformance to requirements. You could say on schedule and budget, but to be quite honest, customer satisfaction trumps all of those. So if your stakeholder does not see your project as a success, it is not a success. Page 32, it says, by defining success factors and participating in the evaluation of success. So those are some of the big things stakeholders do. The next one is value. Focus on value. I mean, isn't that just so evident in white elephant projects you see? Case in point, a firm I was in, we came out with this deliverable, only to find out the deliverable was not being used. Why are you not using the system? Oh, there's another business unit in New York that have a very similar system. It does exactly the same thing. We prefer to use that. What? We just wasted a bunch of money on a system that is a white elephant project. The project's already been done. So that's focusing on value. If you're really focusing on value, you want to ask, what value does it add? Has something similar already been built? How can we make a case for this thing? All right. So it says value is the ultimate indicator of project success. That project was a failure because no one used the system. Value can be realized throughout the project, at the end of the project, or after the project is complete. You already know that when we talk about value on a project, in Agile circles, the code name for the product owner is Chief Value Officer. The product owner should be all up in value. Is it going to add value? Leave it on the backlog. Is it not? Don't do it. How much value is it going to add? Minuscule value. What is the risk? High risk, minuscule value, all the way down to the bottom. All the way down to the bottom of that backlog. We want to do high value high priority stuff. High value, high priority, low risk. That's your low hanging fruit. So that's some of the mindset you need to be thinking about when we talk about value. Let's go on to number 5, systems thinking. Recognize, evaluate, and respond to system interactions. It says, recognize, evaluate, and respond to the dynamic circumstances within the surrounding the project in a holistic way to positively affect project performance. Here's a summary. Projects do not exist in a vacuum. Projects exist within a system. And you need to understand the forces at play in that system, whether you're looking at the immediate system, the organization, or a wider system, marketplace, or a wider system, even wider than that, the geographic location. However you want to identify it, you should think about your project being in a system. And you should also think about your project being a system within system. So think about a system of systems. It says a project is a system of interdependent and interacting domains of activities. Systems thinking entails taking a holistic view of how project parts interact with each other and with external systems. Get it? A system within a system. Systems are constantly changing. Being responsive to system interaction allows project teams to leverage positive outcomes. That's the summary. And bear in mind, this is talked about in chapter 2 of the 6th edition. The next one says, demonstrate leadership behaviors. Now, this one, I'm going to keep my personal opinions out because you know I am a leadership junkie. I will not comment much on this, but I'll just read the high level. This is going to be for another day when I can sink my teeth into it. It says, demonstrate and adapt leadership behaviors to support individual and team needs. Effective leadership promotes project success and contributes to positive project outcomes. Leadership is different than authority. That is true. Effective leaders adapt their style to the situation. Effective leaders recognize differences in motivation among project team members. Here's a trivia question. I know some of you are getting ready for your PMP exam. You actually shouldn't be here, but which leadership style is that? Effective leaders recognize differences in motivation. I wonder if you remember that one. Leaders demonstrate desired behavior in areas of honesty, integrity, and ethical conduct. I like the fact they called leadership out. I do think, however, leadership has been covered in a very robust way in the 6th edition that just off the bat, looking at this, it does not do like the 6th edition. Let's read page 42. It says, when senior managers suffer conflict over priorities, neutral facilitation helps more than detailed recommendations. So I see a lot of these questions that we find on our exams. We who have done the PMP exam, you know, the idea is not to solve every problem for the team. And that's what this is really just saying. Allow the team to some degree sort themselves out. A project team member deepens leadership acumen by adding or practicing a combination of various skills or techniques. And it goes into a number of bullet points. It's a laundry list of bullet points. Focusing a project team around agreed goals, articulating a motivating vision, seeking resources and support. It goes on and on. Next page says personal character matters as a leader. Projects work best when leaders understand what motivates people. Effective leadership promotes project success and contributes to positive project outcomes. Additionally, business obligations can be fulfilled based on delegated responsibility and authority. By blending styles, continuing scale growth, and leveraging motivators, any project team member or stakeholder can motivate, influence, coach, and grow the project team. Very well said. I like that statement because you've heard me say everything rises and falls on leadership, like my mentor, John C. Maxwell, said. For those of you keen on knowing more about leadership, I want you to take a minute, go explore the Project Leadership Institute. Just go on down to Project Leadership Institute.com. All right. And Brittany knows this firsthand. Brittany, how does it feel to be in the Project Leadership Institute? You having a good time?
Yes, it feels amazing. Seriously, guys, it adds so much value. So after you get your PMPs, like definitely consider joining us. It is so helpful in continuing the journey after being certified.
Absolutely. And that's why I'm really glad. Thank you, Brittany. Don't you feel excited to see a leadership principal here?
I do. I actually do. But I, like you said, I like the descriptions and the breakdowns in the 6th edition way better
I
than what they
know.
do here.
I know you did. I know you did. And, Brittany has been not just, one of our PMP gurus. She's actually come back to help in training. That is a sign of a true guru. So thank you, Brittany, for weighing in on that one.
You're
All
welcome.
right.
I guess servant leadership, when you just asked that question too. You didn't say the answer, but I guess servant leader.
Well, let's keep it a mystery. I'll tell you when we get off the call. It's a secret. Let's see. Did anyone respond on YouTube? I want them to go open up their PMBOK guides. Okay. I don't think anyone responded. Okay. So let's continue along, Brittany. So here we're moving into number 7. Number 7 is tailor based on context. So you got to tailor the project. Makes sense. It says design the project development approach based on the context of the project, its objectives, stakeholders, governance. In other words, tailor according to the project. All right. Each project is unique. Project success is based on adapting the unique context of the project to determine the most appropriate methods for producing the desired outcome. All right, let's go on to our next one, quality. Build quality into processes and deliverables. That's a no-brainer. So it says project quality entails satisfying stakeholder expectations and fulfilling project and product requirements. Quality focuses on meeting acceptance criteria for deliverables, the reverse of your story card, right? Your user story card. Project quality entails ensuring project processes are appropriate. Yep. So that's quality. We can talk about quality from a product perspective or from a project perspective. That's what they're saying. All right. The next one is navigate complexity. Continually evaluate and navigate project complexity so that approaches and plans enable the project team to successfully navigate the project lifecycle. So what are they saying in essence? I want to take you to the Agile Practice Guide, page 14, because that's where the Stacy complexity model is. And that's where you begin to see the language of complexity, complex. So we have the complicated space and we have the complex space. So you can have simple projects. You can have projects that are complicated, but you could still use a predictive largely approach. But then you're beginning to use a little bit more agile because they're tiny little components that are all part of the puzzle. And if you follow a predictive approach, you could get complicated work done, but by the time you get into complexity, you got to navigate it with an agile mindset. It says complexity is the result of human behavior, systems interaction, uncertainty, and ambiguity. So Brittany, you might recall that is in chapter 3, before integration. Do you recall that complexity topic?
A bit. It's a bit hazy now, but yeah, I do remember studying it.
Yeah, it's in there. It's the end of chapter 3, and they covered it pretty well. So there's a lot of stuff here that is actually in the 6th edition, and this one on navigating complexity and integration within a complex environment. It's there in the 6th edition. Human behavior, system behavior, uncertainty and ambiguity. And then we talk about emergent behaviors and technology and social media. All this stuff is talked about in chapter 3 in the 6th edition. All right, the next one is optimize risk responses. And it says continually evaluate exposure to risk, both opportunities and threats, to maximize positive impacts and minimize negative impacts to the project and its outcomes. Individual and overall risk can impact projects. This is no different from what we know in the 6th edition. It says responses should be appropriate for the significance of the risk, cost-effective, realistic, agreed to by stakeholders, and owned by a responsible person. All right, again, that is a pretty predictive view because in the world of Agile, we just say team. All right, number 11, adaptability and resiliency. It says build adaptability and resiliency into the organizations and project teams' approaches to help the project accommodate change recover from setbacks, and advance the work of the project. So talk about COVID-19 and how certain companies were resilient and others, unfortunately, they've gone down to the basement, never to come back. So the whole idea is to be adaptable so that you can survive the changing conditions. Resiliency is the ability to absorb impacts and to recover quickly from a setback or failure. A focus on outcomes rather than outputs facilitates adaptability. All right, we have one more in our principles here, and that's about change. And it says, prepare those impacted for the adoption and sustainment of new and different behaviors and processes required for the transition from the current state to the intended future state. There are a number of bullet points, but I'm going to take the top of the waves here. It says, a structured approach to change helps individuals. And the PMI, they've given you a smattering of change models. That is one of the things that I'm really happy about. I like the fact that they have included some of the models, you know, they put some of the models in there for change, the ADCAR model, the one I have coined, the FEPIMS model from the PMI themselves, John Carter's change model. They've also put some information there, Bridges model, pretty much the J curve based on the Kubler-Ross model. Lots of great stuff further down. So that is one of the areas I got excited about if you watched the video from last night. But the bottom line is that enabling change can be challenging, and people need structure. People need to understand, you know, what impact the change will have on them. And in fact, that's why we're here today. This is a change, you know, a change session, a sense-making session for change. Because I know a lot of people are, oh, how am I going to cope? How am I going to start doing this? Well, your buddy Phil wants to do some heavy lifting for you. And that's why I'm here to help you lift, okay? Lift the 7th edition, look at what's under the rock, understand the value, and be able to position your PMO, all right? So that was page 62, and that's the end, 62, actually 60, where we go into the references, and that goes beyond 62 to 67. All right, so now we're going into part 2. I know some of you are like, you mean there's another part? Yes. So Brittany, did you of course recognize this, but they actually flipped the standard from being at the back of the book to the front of the book. So now we've gone through the principles, and that's like the standard. And now we're going to go into what we can call the domains. Okay.
Yes, and that's how they have the content outline set up now, I believe, with the 3 different content or the 3 different domains.
Good point, Brittany. So when they say domains in the PMP exam content outline, if you go to page 5 of this new PMBOK guide, the domains are different. They're 3 times the number of domains. There are 9 domains now in the 7th edition. Yes. So I don't think the exam is going to reflect these domains, which makes it even more confusing because you got domain. You're like, which domain? So exactly. we've got stakeholders, team, and a bunch of others. That's what we're going to look at right now. All right. Okay. So let's jump straight in. Part 2 of the PMBOK guide. Okay. To round up the previous part, this is all of the principles all at once on the screen. Okay. We're going into part 2, a guide to the project management body of knowledge. So let's have a little drum roll for emphasis as I bring it up on the screen. Remember, this has been, you know, pretty ad hoc because this time yesterday, very few people were even aware that the PMI was going to pull this one. Were you surprised, Brittany, to wake up and find, what did they do? They did announce it was coming down the pike in August. So a lot of people were very surprised to find, you know, that it came out earlier. All right, drum roll, part 2. Part 2, let's go straight into chapter 1. Okay, chapter 1, part 2. It's an introduction. And in chapter 1, it first says an introduction to the PMBOK guide. And here we have, I'll just read it. It says, this section, the introduction, describes important information about the PMBOK Guide 7th edition. It describes the relationship of the PMBOK Guide standard for project management, changes to the PMBOK Guide, the relationship to Standards Plus. And it's broken out as follows. 1.1, structure of the PMBOK Guide. The structure of the PMBOK Guide is project performance domains, tailoring, and models, methods, and artifacts. So if I was going to break this down even further to give you a better understanding, and I think it's worth doing, so let me try and do it here. Going to break it down so you really have a good understanding. Okay, structure of the PMBOK Guide. 1, project performance domains. That's 1. 2, tailoring. And 3, models, methods, and artifacts. So when you talk about how this is broken down, that's it, okay? The structure of the PMBOK Guide, project performance domains, tailoring, and then models, methods, and artifacts. Okay? So there are many pieces. This is what could make it a little bit challenging, but I'm doing the heavy lifting for you. All right, so far we've covered this. Now we're going to cover 1.2. 1.2 is a relationship of the PMBOK Guide and the standard for project management. It says, work in the project performance domains is guided by the principles of project management as described in the standard for project management. A principle is a fundamental norm, truth, or value. So they're saying that the principles we just looked at should drive the domains we are about to study. Okay? Next section is changes to the PMBOK Guide. It says, this edition of the PMBOK Guide focuses on delivering outcomes regardless of the approach used by the project team. However, project practitioners using the PMBOK Guide also benefit from some level of understanding of how to deliver projects. That's that. And then it talks about the importance of tailoring. Let's go on to the next section, which says relationship to PMI Standards Plus. So it says information in this guide is further elaborated. Let's just go there because I've talked about Standards Plus. Seeing is believing, and seeing pictures worth 1,000 words. Let's just go on to PMI.org. Let me show you Standards Plus. It's actually not a bad platform. And Brittany, if you go back into our archives, you will see that this has been talked about in the Project Leadership Institute meetings. But going straight here, we go into learning and events. Let's see if we can find it. What's new? Let's click on what's new. And there's a bunch of things new in the world of the PMI. And we are looking for Standards Plus. That's it right there. See that? So let's click on Standards Plus, PMI Standards Plus, learn more. Standardsplus.pmi.org. You got to register to get in. Let's see if I can log in. Got to log in. And when you log in, you will see the plethora of content. I did find it pleasantly surprising how much content was in here. So they've got a video on definable work versus high uncertainty work, case studies, another case study, managing scope, the beauty of work packages. That's going to be fun to watch or read. Case study determining the desired future state. So they're trying to use, as you can see, the imagery and, you know, just the layout. It's friendly. Wouldn't you agree, Brittany? Doesn't it look friendly?
It does. It does. I like it.
Yeah, very friendly looking. And they've got a bunch of videos, all sorts of stuff here. Techniques for managing dispersed teams, 5 keys to relationship building, delivering project success with cross-team collaboration. So there's a ton of stuff, just so much. You know?
Very inviting.
Isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's click on one of these. I like that one with the kids there. Let's click on that. Benefits of stakeholder analysis. Okay. And there you have it. Nice little document for you to, you know, read more about it. And developed by PMI for PMI Standards Plus with contributions from Mohammed El Helali. Okay. Very good. So we've got some individual contributors here, apparently. They've even got the social media like and save, share, you know. So this proves to be a rather interesting repository where you can get some additional insights. There's a requirements documentation template. See that? Interesting. Good stuff. Okay. So this is one of the things I will say right off the bat, PMI got right. This is going to facilitate learning. A lot of people learn just by browsing a site such as this and picking up some helpful stuff. And the imagery is very welcoming. Good stuff. Agile in action, planning an event during COVID-19. That's going to be fun to read. All right. Okay. So that's PMI Standards Plus, okay? Now you've got an idea about what PMI Standards Plus looks like. Let's jump back in here. So the relationship between the PMBOK guide and standard for project management, we've covered that. Changes to the PMBOK guide, kind of covered that, and we were at relationship to PMI Standards Plus. And Standards Plus, just look at it as an extension of what you have in the 7th edition to help you better understand some of the topics. So it says, PMI Standards Plus offers a dynamic body of knowledge, you've seen it, with real-time access and in-depth information that is aligned to PMI standards, not just the PMBOK guide, by the way, and carefully vetted by a panel of SMEs, subject matter experts, representing a wide range of expertise. It also says, the digital platform encompasses current and emerging practices and other useful information related to PMI's library of standards. So PMI, well done on that one. Well done. You got that one right. That's one good thing. Okay. Let's move on. So chapter 3, or I should say chapter 2, is where more drama unfolds, okay? This is where we now see the replacement, what the replacement of the knowledge areas in the context of the guide to the project management body of knowledge actually looks like, okay? I'm gonna leave it up to you folks. You know, you go ahead and decide if this does it for you as far as replacing the knowledge areas, okay? So here we go. We got a boatload of stuff. We got stakeholder, team, development approach and life cycle, planning, project work, delivery, measurement, and uncertainty. So we're going to tackle these one by one in chapter 2, okay? I'm going to reveal these kind of piecemeal as we go through them one by one. All right, so let's go to our next slide. So chapter 2 starts off with stakeholder performance domain. And it reads, the stakeholder performance domain addresses activities and functions associated with stakeholders. Your PMPs, I don't need to waste time on that. Let's go to the next one. The next one is about the team. And it says, the team performance domain addresses activities and functions associated with the people who are responsible for providing or producing project deliverables that realize business outcomes. Let's take a look at some of the top of the waves here. It says, effective execution of this performance domain results in the following desired outcomes: shared ownership, a high-performing team, and applicable leadership and other interpersonal skills, demonstrated by all team members. Okay. Let's go to our next one. The next one is on development approach and life cycle. So let's do a little bit of housekeeping here. Development approach and life cycle. That is number 3. Now, you folks already know this, but we've got iterative, we've got incremental, we've got agile, we've got iterative, all that stuff. And just remember that on the exam, for people who you're training, they still need to refer to the Agile Practice Guide, okay? The Agile Practice Guide is going to help you. Speaking of the Agile Practice Guide, you knew I couldn't do a session without asking you a question. So I've got a question to ask you, all right? The question is, what is this image known as? I'm going to give you a little bit of time to think about it. Think about it. Let me know what you think. Put a chat in the comment box if you're on YouTube and you know what this is. I don't see a lot of chats. Come on now. Where are my YouTubers? Have you gone for lunch? Let's take a look. No, crickets. Crickets everywhere. No one's answering. All right, the answer to this one is a Stacy complexity model. This is on page 14 of the Agile Practice Guide. It's still worth knowing when we're talking about these development approaches and life cycles, okay? I won't question you any further on that one. Let's move on. Obviously not an exciting topic for some of us, huh? Let's move on. Let's go to planning. All right, going over to planning. Planning domain is very, very far away. And if I didn't make it very clear, the development approach and life cycle is on page 32. Moving over to planning, this is on page 51. So someone says, Phil, that's a 19-page jump. What on earth, to backtrack, what on earth is in development approach and life cycle? Let's read the high-level topics, okay? They're going to make sense. The high-level topics are deliverable, development approach, cadence, project phase, project life cycle. We could have single delivery, we could have multiple deliveries, we could have periodic deliveries. We could have a predictive approach, we could have a hybrid approach, we could have an adaptive approach. Okay? And these are the 3 talked about for the most part. They really didn't break it down any further like they did in the Agile Practice Guide into iterative and incremental. Instead, those are shown under hybrid in a figure 2-8. And that's where we see a fancy little schematic, which is pretty cool, by the way, of iterative and incremental. So what they show here, they show a cycle of feedback and adapt when it is in the iterative stage. And they also show the feedback and adapt mechanisms when it comes to incremental. With incremental, you see the build as it is coming to in tiny little bits and pieces. With iterative, you see more like a prototype approach with a wireframe or a storyboard, moving into something that you can actually use to write, moving into a mouse and moving into a touch screen. So they got an interesting concept of that. I know some people will kind of have something to say about that page. because when we talk about iterative versus incremental, the way it is in the PMBOK guide was never well presented. Even the 6th edition, it was never well presented. Instead, you would look at that as being flipped. See? So that's up for some discussion and debate, page 37. In PMBOK guide, the way they present iterative and incremental, it just seems flipped, because iterative, we know iterative to be one-time delivery according to the Agile Practice Guide. One-time delivery. Iterative is not frequent small deliveries. No, it's a one-time delivery as it's defined here. Okay. Incremental, though, is frequent small deliveries, smaller deliveries. So the image in page 37 is kind of at odds with the Agile Practice Guide understanding. Instead, we would look at how they presented the information to be reversed between iterative and incremental. But anyway, let's move on. Let's go to planning. I said we're going on to planning, and I did spend a bit more time talking about that. But let's go on to planning. Planning organizes, elaborates, and coordinates project work throughout the project. So here we have estimating, talked about accuracy, precision. They have also put crashing and fast tracking up front, and budget. I find that a rather interesting choice of, presenting the information. So we have planning variables in one section, development approach, project deliverables, organizational requirements, and things like that. Then we have delivery talked about, and then estimating. Okay, and then it goes into schedules. Okay, talks about how to schedule, decompose project scope into specific activities, sequence related outcomes, estimate the effort, duration, people, physical resources. So it's taken estimate activity resources and lumps that together with estimate activity durations. And then it's also lumped in allocating people. So acquire team, acquire resources is lumped in here. Pretty much a lot of stuff all in one statement. You go on to page 60, we talk about mandatory, discretionary, external, and internal dependencies. So instead, I see what they're trying to do here. What they're trying to do here is they're trying to look at planning as one big clump of stuff. And to be quite honest, if you're in the world of Agile, yes, we plan in iterations, we plan in sprints, and we don't really go off into planning every single aspect the way we do in predictive. So it seems like they've taken some stuff from different knowledge areas and they've just lumped them, sprinkled them in to different topics here. So the first topic in planning, let me make this very clear. One of the first topics, not the first, under planning, you have schedules talked about. All right. The next one in 2.4.2.4 is budget. So let's show that. So we have schedule talked about there. Then we have budget. Then we have, let's see, did we just get done with everything? I think that was it. Is that all for play? Wow. That was quick. Okay, no, that's not all. That's not all. Thank goodness. I was a little bit concerned. Then we have project team composition and structure. So I just say team composition, it's talked about. And for those who are just coming, we're taking a look at the planning section, and we're trying to break down what the planning section in the 7th edition is all about. We have schedules, budgets, team composition, and structure, team composition and structure. All right, then we have communication. Then we have physical resources and procurement. Then we have changes, metrics, alignment. These are all the different things they're saying you plan. And then interactions with other performance domains. And then that's pretty much it. Check-in results. All right, and I've really spent time here because in our first section, we talked about how planning takes a lot of stuff from the knowledge areas and it just presents it differently. And that's pretty much what we're seeing here. So these are the subsections of planning: schedules, budget, team composition. So the reason why I'm showing it to you like this, since you're already PMPs, right, is so that you know nothing is missing. Instead, it's just a different configuration of how it's presented. Okay, does that make sense, Brittany? What I'm saying here?
It does. It does. And it especially clarified because I downloaded it.
Oh, good.
I was looking at the different development and approach life cycles, and the depictions they have in here are a little confusing.
A little off,
to say the least. Yeah, and they don't mention progressive elaboration here. Maybe I need to read it in depth, but I don't see that mentioned here.
Yeah, do an electronic search. Did you do an electronic search and look for the word progressive? It might be hiding somewhere. I would be shocked if that doesn't exist. I'm just going to shake my head. Okay, so it's in 3.8 under deliverables. It's in 2.1.1.2. The phrase progressively elaborates. So thank goodness it's not a lost cause.
Okay. Because I was looking at the descriptions of iterative and incremental. I was like,
It would have been nice to put it in there. Absolutely. It would have been nice if they had put that word, because it clears up so much stuff for people. But I'm really glad you're on the call, Brittany, because you're helping other people find stuff that they're looking for and they're not able to reconcile. So well done. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thanks for doing this. It helps me too.
Oh, you're welcome. Thanks for joining. I wish some of our other friends were here, but I know it's a work day for many people and they're not able to jump on. All right, so that is going into our next domain. All right, the next domain here is project work. And it says the project work performance domain addresses activities and functions associated with establishing project processes, managing physical resources, and fostering a learning environment. It's kind of new, but I want to look at this as direct to manage project work and many other things. So it says effective execution of this performance domain results in efficient and effective project performance. Project processes are appropriate communication, efficient management of physical resources, effective management of procurement, improved team capability. To be honest, really sounds like direct to manage project work. Yeah. All right. So here they talk about bid documents, bidder conferences, explicit knowledge and tacit knowledge. So this is really, now I see the bigger picture. This is really executing, right? So they're really giving you a high level idea of how project work is managed from the top down. They talk about competing constraints, maintaining team focus, project communication and engagement, managing physical resources, working with procurement, the bid process, contracting, and then it goes into monitoring new work and changes, learning throughout the project. And then it goes into knowledge management, tacit knowledge and stuff is broken down. We're on page 77 now. Then it goes into interactions with other performance domains. Let's just say integrating. That's really it, integrating. Let's move on to our next one, delivery, the delivery performance domain. The delivery performance domain addresses activities and functions associated with delivering the scope and quality that the project was undertaken to achieve. It says, projects contribute to business objectives and advancement of strategy. Projects realize the outcomes they were initiated to deliver. project benefits are realized in the time frame in which they were planned. The project team has a clear understanding of requirements, and stakeholders accept and are satisfied with project deliverables. So we got a potpourri of things here. It sounds very much like scope in a way. So we got requirement, WBS, definition of done, quality, cost of quality. These are terms you already know. We've got delivery of value, we've got deliverables, and then we've got under deliverables, we've got a sub-bullet on requirements. So they go into requirement elicitation, managing requirements, scope definition, scope decomposition, moving targets of completion. And this is a new term, but of course you can infer from the title. In the world of Agile, don't we always have moving targets? It says, projects that operate in uncertainty and rapidly changing environments face a situation that a good enough for release or done goal may be subject to change. That's really the summary there. And then it goes into quality and then cost of quality, internal failure cost, external failure cost, cost of change, suboptimal outcomes. Now, this is where I have to give my opinion. The content in here might be okay, might be good, but it's very poorly presented. And I think where they missed the boat, and I just have to say it here to realign our thinking, is this, okay? There is no way you can take conveniently, think about it like this. You got a suitcase that has capability to store square packages. And then you've got another suitcase that is triangular in shape. No matter how you try, you are going to find some difficulty in fitting those rectangular packages into a triangular suitcase. The 7th edition is a triangular suitcase. It's just going to be hard. 6th edition is a rectangular set of packages. And that's why, as we're going through this, if you're looking at your PMBOK guide, 7th edition, you're going to find that it's hard to follow the narrative to a large degree. All right. So the delivery chapter, it has a lot of stuff, or section, I should say. All right. It has a lot of stuff. To make this very clear, I want to make this very clear. I'm going to put some additional descriptions here. So stakeholder is 2.1, because I don't want you confused about the numbering. Stakeholder is 2.1, team is 2.2, development approach and life cycle is 2.3, plan is 2.4, project work 2.5, delivery 2.6, measurement 2.7, and uncertainty is 2.8. So we're almost there. Almost. Hang in there with me. All right. So let's go on to the next section here. Measurement 2.7. All right. Good. It's all numbered now. So it says the measurement performance domain evaluates the degree to which the project work done in the delivery performance domain is meeting the metrics identified. So it's pretty much looking at the delivery domain has been executing in some way to a large degree. The measurement domain looks kind of like monitoring and controlling-ish, but it just adds a layer of confusion if you're not, you don't have your wits about you. So what they have here is it's a little bit draining, because you're going to be focusing, where am I, which knowledge area am I? You're going to try to compartmentalize what you're seeing, but there's no compartmentalization here, unfortunately, to the degree you know it. So we've got establishing effective measures, okay? And then it says what to measure, and then it says deliverable metrics, and then it says you need to measure delivery, baseline performance, measure your resources. We have earned value talked about here, measure business value, measure your stakeholders, engagement, I believe that's what they're saying. It's saying stakeholder satisfaction. Okay, so measure stakeholder satisfaction. So let me give you some guiding bullets so that you don't pull your hair out here. Let me help you. Let me help you. This is going to help. So what the PMI is saying in this one, we have things to measure, all right? What to measure? What are you going to measure? This is what they're saying. Measure deliverables, okay? Measure your delivery. Measure your baseline performance. Performance against the baseline, right? They have schedule variance, SPI, CPI, CV, all that stuff is here. And we have a fancy little graph. I like the graph from page 101. Then we have resources. You're going to measure stuff relating to resources. You're going to measure business value. How do you measure business value? Cost benefit ratio. I don't know why they always choose to name it differently from what other people call it. We've always known it as BCR. My goodness. Okay. Planned benefits delivery compared to actual benefits delivery, ROI, NPV, net promoter score, and oh, no, we're going into stakeholders now. So stakeholders, this is the next one. And this is where you have the net promoter score, NPS. It says net promoter score measures the degree to which a stakeholder, usually the customer, is willing to recommend a product or service to others. It measures a range from -100 to +100. A high net promoter score not only measures satisfaction with a brand, product, or service, it is also an indicator of customer loyalty. There are many ways of measuring customer loyalty. Share of wallet is another one that's not mentioned here. There are all sorts of them that you can use to measure how happy your stakeholders are. And of course, we have a mood chart as well. We also have morale on a scale of 1 to 5. I feel my work contributes to the overall outcome, all the way to no, I don't feel appreciated. And things like that. We have turnover is another way of finding out, your team satisfaction. All right, moving on, we've got forecasts. And of course, this is where you expect to find ETC, EAC, VAC, TCPI. Thank goodness they didn't throw those ones out. We have regression analysis, and we have throughput analysis. This analysis, throughput analysis, this measures or assesses the number of items being completed in a fixed time frame. So talk about Little's Law. You've definitely come across that. If you're looking to learn more about Little's Law, look for my video on it on YouTube. Then we have, how do you present the information? All right, so for those who are just coming, we're talking about measurement, okay? We're talking about how you measure. And part of how you measure, it has all of these topics. What are we going to measure? Deliverables, delivery, baseline, all this stuff. All right, so what do we measure? All of this stuff. Okay, so think about it like this. What to measure? All of this stuff. And then we're going into presenting the information. So presenting the information, you can do it in the form of dashboards. You've got a pretty little colorful dashboard example on page 107. And then we go into the topic of information radiators, burn down charts, burn up charts, combined burn up and burn down. We go into visual controls, task boards, burn charts, and other types of charts. We go into the Kanban board, and there you see an example of what I was mentioning in Little's Law on page 110, where you can see cycle time, lead time, and it's in this context of Kanban and Little's Law that we talk about throughput. All right, moving on to page 111. We're still in this realm of presenting the information. So we got story points done. We've got measurement pitfalls. So measurement pitfalls. One of the measurement pitfalls they have here is called the Hawthorne effect. It states that the very act of measuring something influences behavior. Therefore, take care in establishing metrics. Case in point, my buddy Roy, he always laughs about a project he worked on where there was a metric they were using, and the metric was defects found by the testing team. So what did the testing team do? They were in cahoots with the development team to generate some fake defects, just so the metric could go up. That's the part of the Hawthorne effect. Be careful what you measure. We have vanity metric. A vanity metric is a measure that shows data but does not provide useful information. PMI, why do you put this there? Is this bait? Do you want me to really talk about a vanity metric? I'll give you a vanity metric right now. All right, I said I was going to behave. Let me move on. Demoralization. I'm going to behave. It's bait. I'm going to behave, Brittany. Don't worry. I'm behaving. All right, demoralization. It says, if measures and goals are set that are not achievable, project team morale may fall as they continuously fail to meet targets. That's a good one. Misusing the metrics. Regardless of the metrics used to measure performance, there is the opportunity for people to distort the measurements or focus on the wrong thing. That's an interesting one. Confirmation bias, good one as well. As human beings, we tend to look for and see information that supports our pre-existing point of view. And we have correlation versus causation. A common mistake is interpreting measurement data. It says, this is confusing the correlation of two variables with the idea that one causes the other. All right, and then we have troubleshooting performance. Why are we performing the way we are? Growing and improving, interaction with other performance domains. All right, and lastly, it has check-in results. Okay, so it says table 2-9 on page 115 identifies the outcomes from effective application of the measurement performance domain on the left and ways of checking them on the right. Okay, that is all stuff that people can read on their own. So let's go over to our final one in the performance domains. Final one in the performance domains, we have uncertainty. It says the uncertainty performance domain addresses activities and functions associated with risk and uncertainty. We all know that risk is uncertainty that can affect our project. It's uncertainty, as my buddy, the risk doctor, says, it is uncertainty that matters. So it's just repeating oneself here. But let's get into it. So it has uncertainty, ambiguity, complexity, volatility, and risk. That's all semantics as far as the uncertainty versus risk. So you can read that on page 117. It talks about general uncertainty. I won't go into that. It talks about ambiguity. And Brittany, here's what you were looking for on page 120. Progressive elaboration. This is the iterative process of increasing the level of detail in a project management plan as greater amounts of information and more accurate estimates become available. So it is there, Brittany. Thank goodness.
It's just a little late, right? They could have put it
a little bit late in the day. Oh my goodness. Oh dear. All right. Let's not go there, Brittany. Okay. It goes into complexity, volatility, risk, talks about threats. It's got impact and probability matrix, the product pretty much, showing you the severity. So they're showing you on page, what is it? Page 124, they're showing you the risks over a period of time. Okay, they're showing you in January what the severity of the risk is, in February, in March, and then you can see risk number 1, permits obtained, it just tapers off. You see that the severity becomes less and less. On the flip side, number 5 there, pump capacity, you see that pump capacity, the severity goes from a 3 to a 6 to a 9. So what they're trying to say here is keep your eye on the risk over a period of time. This is a very good one that helps people conceptualize how to track risks. Page 124, figure 2-33. And then it goes into opportunities, you know, your threats are talked about on page 123, your, what do you call it? Your actions for threats, your actions for opportunities are talked about, your risk response actions on page 125. And then it shows you how the risk impacts over a period of time it tapers off. It says on page 126, taking an economic view of work prioritization allows the team to prioritize threat avoidance and reduction activities. So over a period of time, those risks are going to taper off. That's good to know. All right. And that's it for chapter 2. I mean, chapter 2 is a beast. I don't know why they just didn't break it down into tinier, or I should say other chapters, because now we've got all the performance domains lumped up into chapter 2, but that's okay. It's not about that. Let's move on to our next one. And we're almost done, believe it or not. I talked extensively about the methods, the modes, methods, models, and artifacts yesterday. So I'll try not to go too much into that. But let's take a look at tailoring. Tailoring is all about tailoring what you're using. And I can't say processes anymore. See, I can't say process groups or knowledge areas in this context. I'll just say tailoring whatever you're using, right, to the project. Let's read what PMI says here. Page 131, it says, tailoring is a deliberate adaptation of the project management approach, governance, and we can still say processes, and processes to make them more suitable for the given environment and work at hand. Within the topic of tailoring, we have the overview, which I'm going through right now. Okay. Then we have why tailor. Tailor because there's too much stuff in the world. And if you try to use everything in the world of project management, you'll crash and burn. So think about the 80-20 rule. Okay. Think about how 20% of your processes give you an 80% return, whatever that looks like. So you got 49 processes talked about in the 6th edition. Don't do all 49, just do 10 or 11. You get a huge payoff by doing the right 11 the right way to the right degree. Now that may not apply to every project. I know there's a lot of fat on many projects. People are doing far more than they should, but this is a good call to reality, to tailor. It says, tailoring produces direct and indirect benefits to organizations. These include, but are not limited to, more commitment. Haven't you seen project teams that have tapped out? Project teams have tapped out because you're straining them by doing too much process that offers no value. It says customer-oriented focus and more efficient use of project resources. Then it goes into what to tailor. Tailor the life cycle and development approach, processes, engagement, tools, methods, and artifacts. Then it goes into the tailoring process. It says, as noted, projects exist in environments that may have influence on them. Prior to tailoring, the project environment needs to be analyzed and understood. Tailoring typically begins by selecting a development and delivery approach, tailoring it for the organization, tailoring it for the project, and then implementing its ongoing improvement. These steps in the process are shown in figure 3-1. So they've got choose a development approach. In other words, select the initial development approach, tailor it for the organization, tailor it for the project, and then implement ongoing improvement. That's the tailoring process. That's pretty much it. Yeah. All right. And then it goes into a section on tailoring the performance domains. And this is the final one. And it says the work associated with each performance domain can also be tailored based on the uniqueness of the project. I will not go into all of that because it doesn't really align with what you know very well. I would recommend reading it up and then seeing, stakeholder team, they're disjointed. So, all the stuff that we looked at in the performance domains, PMI saying, tailor it.
Can I make a comment?
Absolutely.
I feel like the chapter 3, the tailoring, should have come before Chapter 2 project performance domains, right? Because it's all about telling you, you know, what you need to tailor, why you need to tailor, how you need to tailor, and how to move forward with it. But they presented everything else prior to this, and then they're telling you what, I guess, I don't know. In my head,
I get what you're
to put
saying.
tailoring.
Yeah, I get what you're
You know what I
saying.
mean?
Yeah, so in essence, it would be nice to know what to look out for my own unique circumstance, instead of showing me a bunch of stuff I don't need. And then you're saying, but wait, you can actually do away with all this stuff I just showed you and just take a tiny little sliver of it.
Exactly. Exactly.
I totally get it. You see, Brittany, that's why I said I'm going to leave out my personal opinion. I want to go down that alley. I'm going to go down that alley probably tomorrow in another video. But I went down that alley yesterday. I have 2.5 hours of sharing my unfiltered opinion. That was the very first time I was seeing the 7th edition, and I shared that yesterday. But I totally agree with you. I mean, you know, there are many ways that one could have skinned this cat, and the general consensus is, well, I know PETA people won't like it. Sorry, backtrack, forget that. There are many ways to cook a dish. How about that, huh? My PETA enthusiasts that are going to come at me. So talking about birds and one stone, they don't like it. Talking about skinning anything, they don't like it. Talking about eating an elephant, they don't like it. So I got to be PC. So anyway, let's move on. Let's move on. So that's it for tailoring. Let's move on to the final one. And I really covered this in a lot of detail yesterday, so I'm not going to go into as much detail today. Top of the waves about models, methods, and artifacts. Let's go in there. So let's break it down. I'm going to try and go one by one. All right. So here's the summary. All the stuff that you read in the PMBOK Guide 6th edition is somewhat buried in here, maybe about 25 to 30% of it, but there's a lot of stuff that's new. Some of the stuff that they've added is pretty good. I like the fact that they made some attribution to some of the originators of the models, and they actually, for once, took a stand on some of the organizational methods or organizational theory we talk about, like McGregor is in there. I like the fact they included Hersey and Blanchard in there. I like the fact that you've got the FEPIMS model, the ADCAR model, the John Carter model. I like that. Thank goodness they put the 5 process groups in there. You know, so I went over this at length yesterday, but let's go very quickly into the overview. It says, this section provides a high-level description of some commonly used models, methods, and artifacts that are useful in managing projects. The terms listed in this section are not intended to be exhaustive or prescriptive. So they've got a model. A model is a thinking strategy to explain a process, framework, or phenomenon. Method. A method is the means for achieving an outcome, output, result, or project deliverable. Artifact. An artifact can be a template, document, output, or project deliverable. That's the summary. So beyond the overview, let's talk about commonly used models. All right. First one of my favorites is the situational leadership model. And this is by Hersey and Blanchard. All right. So they say situational leadership models. And when you get to page 156, you see the very first situational leadership model. Hersey, it's the Hersey Blanchard model, but they say they attribute it to Ken Blanchard. I don't know why they don't mention Paul Hersey there. I don't know. So maybe someone can explain that. Then they've got the Oscar model, outcome, situation, choices, actions, review. Then they've got communication models, which is well known. And within that, they've got cross-cultural communication, effectiveness of communication channels. And they talk about Alistair Coburn's model. I also refer people to just Google Jeff Hodgkinson, who's a PMP, and he wrote a really good paper on understanding communication channels and why we should care about that. He's not mentioned here, but I know it's a good read. And Jeff used to be out of Intel, the Intel organization here in Chandler, Arizona. Then we've got golf, execution, and evaluation. And then it goes into motivation models. And here we've got hygiene factors, we've got intrinsic versus extrinsic motivation, and they quote the work of Daniel Pink. We've got theory of needs, the McClellan's model, achievement, power, and affiliation drives people. We've got theory X, theory Y, and theory Z. Of course, you know, McGregor is behind theory X and Y. And then they mention Maslow, right? Seeing theory Z as a transcendent dimension to work where individuals are motivated by self-realization. And then it talks about William Auchi's version of theory Z. So that's an interesting one to look at as well. And then we go into change models. One of my favorite areas in the book now, we have the FEPIMS model, which I've developed a robust curriculum around. This is actually PMI's Managing Change in Organizations. Thank goodness for once they quoted their own work, which is invaluable. So page 161 is a good mention of PMI's gold. ADCAR model, which is well known in industry, you know. So I'll just talk about FEPIM's model very quick. It's formulate the change, plan the change, implement the change, manage the transition, and sustain the change. The ADCAR model, which is not talked about in Managing Change in Organizations to this degree, or even at all, if I recall, has awareness, desire, knowledge, ability, and reinforcement. This really looks more at sequential steps that individuals undergo. Managing Change in Organizations looks at broad organizational paintbrush strokes for managing changes in organizations. The ADCAR model pays more attention to humans and their perceptions. And then John Cotter's 8-step process, another one that I've developed stuff around, curricula around, very good mention here. 8-step process, I'll let you guys go read it, and girls as well, go read it. Then we've got the Virginia Satter change model. I'm not very familiar with that one. We've got the William Bridges transition model. Just think about the J curve and the Kubler-Ross model. And then we go into complexity models, Seinfeld framework, the Stacy matrix, which I showed you earlier. And then we go into Tuckman's ladder, forming, storming, norming, performing, and adjourning. Drexler-Sibet team performance model, not very familiar with that. Conflict model, which is really the Thomas Kilmann instrument, that model, where we take a look at collaborate, compromise, smooth or accommodate, forcing, withdrawing or avoiding. They've now put a split in between problem solving and collaborating, and they've said confront/problem solve. It's really semantics in my mind, but there you have it. We now have 6 instead of 5. If you want to know more about that, look out for my video on conflict management on YouTube. I go into that for about 30-40 minutes there. Then we talk about negotiation, win-win, win-lose, lose-win, lose-lose, character, trust, and approach. Then it goes into planning, and then we finally get to process groups. And I wasn't really happy that process groups was thrown in to the pretty much bottom of the stack, like a forgotten artifact. But anyway, then we go into the salience model, power, legitimacy, and urgency. And that's pretty much it. So that's commonly used models. And then we go into models applied across performance domains. There's a fancy little table on page 173 that shows you the mapping of models likely to be used. And you know, the only downside with this mapping is that people get bent out of shape and start trying to cram it for the exam. Don't do it. It's not necessary. Okay, that's page 173. Moving on to the next one, commonly used methods. A method is a means for achieving an outcome, output, result, or project deliverable. So we got these broad strokes. Brittany, this is where we have the tools and techniques pretty much talked about. We've got data gathering and analysis, which goes on for a bit. We've got estimating, we've got meetings and events, and then we've got other methods. And then we've got methods applied across performance domains. Again, that fancy table in the 6th edition, page 686 to 694 has been whittled down into 2 pages. And we were commenting that that is a good thing earlier. All right, 4.6, commonly used artifacts. Business case, business model canvas, project brief, a bunch of them, project charter, stuff that you would expect to see, all right? And then it goes into plans, various plans that you would expect to see. In essence, page 89, right? All those tiny little outputs and inputs. Then we've got hierarchy charts talked about. Let me backtrack for a second. Okay, plans is 4.6.3. Hierarchy charts like org charts, product breakdown structure, resource breakdown structure, risk breakdown structure, work breakdown structure, stuff like that. Then it goes into baselines like the budget, project schedule, scope baseline, all that stuff. Visual information, affinity diagrams, burn up charts, burn down charts, cause and effect diagram, CFD, cumulative flow diagram, cycle time, so much stuff. I can't mention them all. And then reports, and then agreements and contracts, and then other artifacts. So this page, Brittany, these pages, we've got 3 pages showing mapping to performance domains. Again, I feel sorry for those studying because they're going to get bent out of shape thinking they need to cram it. Don't do it.
Yeah. This is just wow. I don't because it's so well explained in the 6th edition. And I mean, it's just kind of run over here.
Yeah.
Without being mapped back to an expansion on each of these, like earlier in the guide.
Exactly. You get what I'm saying? Get what I'm saying?
I don't know how students are really gonna be able to like effectively set a study plan.
Yeah, you see what I'm saying? And that's why I tell people, seriously, take it from me, stick to your 6th. Stick 6th, okay? If you're a trainer, you know what I'm saying, Brittany? If you're a trainer, if you're an educator, you need to give people a comprehensive framework that you can hang things on and build things on. And that's why the PMIs, they didn't say 6th edition isn't relevant anymore. They just said this is additional. But anyway, I'm not going there today. Let's move on.
I feel like the 7th should be looked at as kind of like a loose, compacted guide that you can take. Yeah, you can take it on the road with you, right?
But
you leave your big, thick resource dictionary, which is the 6th edition, on your desk.
Exactly. And you know what, Brittany? I've told people who are really keen on moving their organizations forward, just be on the lookout for hybridprojectmanagement.com, because hybridprojectmanagement.com is going to help people that really want to train this in such a way that people will find value from it. Not all over the place. This stuff is all over the place. You need a much more leaner, meaner, coherent breakdown to be able to use it as a model. And that's probably what folks are going to benefit from. Hybridprojectmanagement.com. Just don't forget, in the next few months, you're going to be seeing additional content to help you make sense. Because I would hate to see all of this stuff, right? This stuff, including the 7th edition. You know, I would hate to see it go to waste, because folks could very well just be frustrated about it's all over the place. Like you're looking at it and you're like, oh, this, yeah. There's a better way of presenting. It's one thing to have good ingredients, but if the food presentation isn't great, you ain't going back to that restaurant, I can tell you. You're not going to say, oh, it tasted good. No, you're going to be like, the food was all over the place, no matter how well it tasted, right? So we're going to help people make more sense out of that. All right. Well, this is it, my friends. We spent another 2 hours almost going through 1.5 hours going through the PMBOK Guide 7th edition. And I've cut out my comments and stuff. But if you haven't watched the video from last night, it's called PMBOK Guide 7th edition, Live Reaction and Response, PMP Boss Party. Because I asked my bosses to come on and comment. And you can find that video on YouTube. If you really mean business in understanding, okay, what has changed? You know, what have they done? Watch that. Okay. Now, before we close, I am going to give you a quick reminder about the major changes, okay? Major changes. The major changes, the process groups have been replaced by these principles for the most part. The knowledge areas have been replaced by these performance domains for the most part. There's also appendixes, glossary and index. And don't forget PMI Standards Plus, the digital content platform. It has some great stuff. We looked at that, and very good information for teams to study on their own individually. All right. The next overarching thing I want you to be aware of is the detail in the principles and the performance domains. High level look at the principles. Be a diligent, respectful, and caring steward. Create a collaborative project team environment. Effectively engage with stakeholders. Focus on value. Recognize, evaluate, and respond to system interactions. Demonstrate leadership behaviors. Tailor based on context. Build quality into processes and deliverables. Navigate complexity. Optimize risk responses. Embrace adaptability and resiliency, and enable change to achieve the envisioned future state. That's it, okay? That's it one more time. Give you a better screenshot. Part 2, we went into the intricacies of the performance domains: stakeholder, team, development approach and life cycle, planning, project work, delivery, measurement, and uncertainty. Okay? And that concludes our review, my friends, of the PMBOK Guide 7th edition. If you are a PMP, which I hope you are, because you shouldn't be watching if you're not, because I don't want to confuse you if you're getting ready for the exam. The purpose of this was to assure you that all the stuff you learned and studied for your previous exams has not gone to waste. What you do need to do from here on out is position yourself as a leader, okay, and share the top of the waves. Okay, feel free to play this video for your firm if they want to watch it to explain the changes, but I don't want you having palpitations thinking, oh, I need to study all over again. No. The people who got certified in 1995 are still adding tremendous value to firms. You don't need to throw out all the great stuff you already know. Instead, like Brittany said, look at this 7th edition guide as a loose leaf companion to the behemoth and its sidekick, okay? When you look at it in that regard, you are not going to throw away your Agile knowledge. Honestly, this is a solid, real solid document. There, you know, if I was going to give PMI marks for this one, I'd give them like a 90. I was going to give them marks for the 7th edition, probably be like a 30. Okay? I was going to give them marks for the 6th edition, I'll probably give them an 85 or an 80. Okay? So that is my perspective. You have yours. Don't begrudge me for sharing my perspective. You go create your own video. There need to be more voices talking about this stuff. Too many people hiding under a rock. Oh, I don't want my colleagues who are in the development team to be mad at me. Come on now. Come on. We talk about leadership in the 7th edition. Step up to the plate, be a leader, right? Lead your PMO, lead your organization. Let them know nothing has changed except our attitude needs to be agile. And that's the story, and I'm sticking to it. Thank you very much for joining me. If you've got any questions, let me know. Brittany, any final comments that you'd like to share?
Nope. I just want to reiterate, if you have previous editions, make sure you use those as the correct guides and just reference this whenever you need a quick answer on the go.
Thank you. Thank you, Brittany. Absolutely. We got one more. Reginald says, I see it. So not much has actually changed, just switched around. Very, very correct, Reginald. It's been whittled down. and switched around. Whittled down, switched around, which can put your head in a twirl. But you've got this video that's going to help. Mahesh says, hi, what I heard is till December 2021, exam will be based on PMBOK 6 only. Is this correct? That is my sneaking hunch that the changes have already come, okay? Anything that's going to change in my mind is going to be so minuscule because the changes are already here. We've seen them already, okay? I wouldn't go off and start reading the 7th edition, you know, like your exam tomorrow is going to be based on, no, don't do that. Don't. In fact, don't read the 7th. Don't read it. Enough said. Thank you very much. I'll see you folks, hopefully, very soon, because there will be another video where I share my true opinion, once again, on the 7th edition. You take care. Bye for now. Welcome to PMBOK Guide 7th edition principles. In this video, we'll be exploring the 12 principles in the PMBOK Guide 7th edition. Principle number 1, stewardship. Be a diligent, respectful, and caring stewards. Stewards act responsibly to carry out activities with integrity, care, trustworthiness, while maintaining compliance with internal and external guidelines. Stewardship includes integrity, care, trustworthiness, and compliance. Talking about integrity, stewards behave honestly and ethically in all engagements and communications. Speaking about care, stewards are fiduciaries of the organizational matters in their charge. Trustworthiness, stewards represent themselves, their roles, their project team, and the authority accurately, both inside and outside of the organization. And stewards comply with laws. This refers to compliance, the understanding that rules, regulations, and laws should be followed. Principle number 2, collaboration. Create a collaborative project team environment. Project teams are made up of individuals who wield diverse skills, knowledge, and experience. Projects are delivered by project teams. Project teams work with organizational and professional cultures and guidelines. A collaborative project team environment facilitates alignment with other cultures and guidelines, individual and team learning, and optimal contributions to deliver desired outcomes. Remember, it's all about individuals and interactions over processes and tools. Number 3, stakeholders. Effectively engage with stakeholders. Engage stakeholders proactively and to the degree needed to contribute to project success and customer satisfaction. Stakeholders influence project performance and outcomes. Project teams serve other stakeholders by engaging with them. Stakeholder engagement proactively advances value delivery. It's all about value being delivered to the stakeholder. And that takes us to principle number 4, which is all about value. Focus on value. Remember, in the Agile Practice Guide, mention is made of the true measure of progress being working software. Continually evaluate and adjust project alignment to business objectives and intended benefits and value. Not only do we want to offer what works for the client, it must deliver value. Value is the ultimate indicator of project success. You've heard this said in a different way. Working product is the primary measure of progress. Value can be realized throughout the project, at the end of the project, or after the project is complete. In the world of the PMI, we have spoken quite frequently about the benefits management plan. Remember, value is the net quantifiable benefit that the customer experiences. So don't focus only on the deliverable. Instead, keep value in the forefront. Project teams evaluate progress and adapt to maximize expected value. Moving on to principle 5, systems thinking. Recognize, evaluate, and respond to systems interactions. Recognize, evaluate, and respond to the dynamic circumstances within and surrounding the project in a holistic way to positively affect project performance. A project is a system within a wider system. It's a system of interdependent and interacting domains of activity. Systems thinking entails taking a holistic view of how project parts interact with each other and with external systems. Systems are constantly changing, requiring consistent attention to internal and external conditions. Being responsive to systems interactions allows project teams to leverage project outcomes. Let's move on to principle 6, leadership. Demonstrate leadership behaviors. My mentor, John Maxwell, always says the true measure of leadership is influence, nothing more, nothing less. He also says, he who thinks he leadeth, but has no one following after him, is only taking a walk. So how do we demonstrate leadership behaviors? Demonstrate and adapt leadership behaviors to support individual and team needs. Remember, in the 7th edition, we talk about the Hersey-Blanchard model, situational leadership. Well, this is where we understand individuals are different. Effective leadership promotes project success and contributes to positive project outcomes. Leadership is not authority. Granted, authority is the starting point for a leader, but leadership is much more than just authority. Effective leaders adapt their style to the situation. Effective leaders recognize differences in motivation among project team members. Leaders demonstrate desired behaviors in areas of honesty, integrity, and ethical conduct. Let's talk about principle 7, tailor. Tailor based on context. Tailoring based on context means you are tailoring with the unique circumstance in mind, understanding that each project is unique. No two projects are exactly the same. The time frame in which the project is taking place, the organization, the stakeholders, all of these make for a unique experience project by project. So tailoring is the job of the project manager and the team working together collaboratively, but doing so in context, understanding that projects that have passed may have similarities, but are not exactly the same as projects that we're working on currently. Project success is based on adapting to the unique context of the project to determine the most appropriate methods of producing the desired outcomes. Tailoring the approach is iterative and therefore is a continuous process throughout the project. In the 7th edition, mention is made of adaptive methods, predictive methods, hybrid methods. It is these considerations that are being referred to in the context of tailoring. Let's move on to principle number 8, quality. Build quality into processes and deliverables. You've heard it being said in the Agile Practice Guide, technical excellence and good design enhances agility. This is all about quality. Project quality is all about satisfying stakeholder expectations and fulfilling project and product requirements. Quality is 3 things majorly historically in this world of the PMI: fitness for use, conforming to requirements, and customer satisfaction, which trumps everything else. Quality focuses on meeting acceptance criteria for deliverables. Project quality entails ensuring project processes are appropriate and as effective as possible. Remember that at the end of the sprint, the team tunes and adjusts its behavior. This is a quality job. Quality is of paramount importance to the project manager. Moving on to principle 9, complexity. Navigate complexity. There's extensive writings about complexity in PMI's publications. Complexity is the result of human behavior, system interactions, uncertainty, and ambiguity. Complexity can emerge at any point during the project. Complexity can be introduced by events or conditions that affect value, scope, communications, stakeholders, risk, and technological innovation. Project teams can stay vigilant in identifying elements of complexity and use a variety of models and methods to reduce the amount of impact of complexity. Remember, complexity is also covered sufficiently well in the PMBOK Guide, 7th edition, and even also the 6th. Let's move on to our next principle, principle number 10, risk. Optimize risk responses. Continue to evaluate exposure to risk, positive and negative, both opportunities and threats, to maximize positive impacts and minimize negative impacts to the project and its outcomes. Individual and overall risks can impact projects. Risk can be positive or negative. Risks are addressed continually throughout the project. An organization's risk attitude, appetite, and threshold influence how risk is addressed. What do we mean by appetite? Well, how much food are you willing to eat? How much risk are you willing to take on to pursue an opportunity? Describes appetite. Risk responses for both risks and opportunities, positive risk, negative risks, they should be appropriate for the significance of the risk, cost-effective, realistic, agreed to by relevant stakeholders, and owned by a responsible person, usually known as the risk owner. Let's move to Principle 11. Principle 11, adaptability and resiliency. Embrace adaptability and resiliency. Adaptability is the ability to respond to changing conditions. Resiliency is the ability to absorb impacts and to recover quickly from a setback or failure. A focus on outcomes rather than outputs facilitates adaptability. So build adaptability and resiliency into the organizations and the project team's approaches to help the project accommodate change, recover from setbacks, and advance the work of the project. One of the ways to do this is to have your eyes and ears open to those enterprise environmental factors and to be able to bounce back accordingly. Let's move on to our final one, number 12, change. Enable change to achieve the envisioned future state. A structured approach to change helps individuals, groups, and the organization transition from the current state to a future desired state. After all, that's what projects are all about, moving from a current state to a future state. Change can originate from internal influences or external sources. Enabling change can be challenging as not all stakeholders embrace change. Attempting too much change in a short time can lead to change fatigue and resistance. Stakeholder engagement and motivational approaches assist in change adoption. I'd like to invite you to read about the copious amounts of change models talked about in the 7th edition. Look for the outcome model, look for the FEPIMS model, look for the John Cotter's model, look for other models talked about, understand the William Bridges model, and this will help you in understanding organizational change, which goes far beyond project change management. Prepare those impacted for the adoption and sustainment of new and different behaviors and processes required for the transition from the current state to the intended future state created by the project outcomes. Have empathy for these people in the back of your mind. And that concludes our review of the 12 principles in the PMBOK Guide 7th edition. I hope you enjoyed it. Stay agile. Welcome, welcome, my friends, to this very quick introduction to the course my awesome buddy Roy and I have put together for you. Roy, how you doing?
I'm doing great, Phil, and you?
I'm doing awesome. Always better to have you, Roy. So let's give a quick intro because some folks may not know who you are. So let me bring up this introductory slide. All right, go, Roy.
That's me. So as the slide says, I've got about 30 years of IT experience, and I've, in a number of different industries in finance, insurance, pretty much all over the place. The important thing is that I've been a practicing Agilist. I've been practicing Agile for well over 20 years now. And I've been coaching and training for about 14. And the reason that that's important is because it's not just theory. It's not just about the stuff that I've read in a book. You get that a lot with a lot of trainers. Not trying to put them down, but that's often what you tend to see. So what I like to bring to the table when I'm going through these sessions is the practical experience, the real world stories, the real world, real life kinds of examples of how things actually happen, not just what you read in a book.
Absolutely, Roy. And I've been able to take that away from you. A lot of people don't know you are my genie in the bottle coach, who I go to consult when I'm stuck. And honestly, as a result of your awesome contribution to my project management development, I've gone ahead and taken Agile certifications I wouldn't have even dreamed of. So I want to thank you personally for that. All right. For the folks who don't know me.
And I've also been so happy about your journey coming from the traditional approach, and you have just so greatly adopted the Agile practices to go with it. So
thank you, Roy. Thank you. You gave me the Kool-Aid. I drank it. That's what happened. I drank the Kool-Aid. So I've been in project management for a while. I'm not going to date myself here, but I've been going on 5 PMBOK guide editions. You know, I got certified in 2005, and along my journey, I was fortunate to meet Roy and got more and more into the world of Agile. And getting more and more into the world of Agile, it's only proven to me that we need more Agile aficionados. We need more people who are standing up for Agile and not just going down the predictive route, but people who are even bringing both worlds together like Roy and I have for so many companies. And we don't want to go on, but Roy, we have a common client, the Air Force, and you've done some great training for them, and they are embracing the idea of agility, aren't they?
Yeah, they really are, and it's really good to see it. You know, not just because I'm a taxpayer and I'd like to see them save some money and things like that, but the ability for our government to do things faster, our Air Force, Department of Defense to be able to do things faster, more reliably, higher quality, things like that, and spend some less money along the way. They're just embracing a much better culture, and it's great to see this happen.
Absolutely, Roy. And it's home and abroad, because the Air Force took me out to Mildenhall in the UK, still in a bid to equip the men and women with better ideas of managing projects. And most recently, we know that this book, which the PMI have come out with, the PMBOK Guide 7th edition, it does a blending of Agile and predictive, and it meets somewhere in the middle. And that's why Roy and I have called this hybrid. It's a hybrid project management lens. You know, Roy, what's that thing you say some companies do? They say my Agile is better than yours.
Oh, you hear it all the time. And, you know, that's just so silly. You know, it's about bringing common sense, the right practice, the right skills to the right situation. It's not about the process, is it?
It's not about the process. And that's why we want you to journey with us. Roy and I are going to be breaking down this new publication from the PMI called the PMBOK Guide 7th edition. Whether you are taking the Project Management Professional exam or the ACP, whatever exam, this is beyond exam, right? Because Roy is a thought leader in this area of Agile. You want to hear what he has to say about this book and from an Agile lens. Let me show you really quickly what exactly we are going to be presenting here. So Roy, first of all, the 12 principles. This seems like PMI's attempt of sensitizing people to the human elements and the idea of value over deliverable and benefits and outcome, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm very happy to see them doing this. You know, I encourage them to steal things from the Agile community. That's fantastic, right? Because it's starting to blend, and it stops becoming the us versus them. The really positive thing here is they're embracing the human aspect of building work, building products and services. And previously, PMI and traditional approaches were very much to-do lists and task lists and artifacts and follow this process and you're going to be golden. And they've realized that over time, with the proliferation of Agile concepts, it's more about the human beings. Satisfy the human, keep people happy. They're going to build better things for you. So it has to be part of your organization and your process. Don't ignore the human.
Don't ignore the human. Now, Roy, let's talk about this concept, which you and I have taught very recently to a particular firm in the engineering space. And one of the things that you immediately said is, this is a good shift away from just deliverable focus, because the key word is a system for value delivery, not product delivery, not deliverable, but value delivery. And it's got value written all over it. So what are your impressions about this?
Yeah, so this is also a fantastic move. They're moving away from the project concept. There's still projects. I'm not saying we get away from it entirely, but it's more about doing the right thing at the right time. So if you can get value from something from project A, and then you can shift over to value from something from project B, you don't have to finish project A in order to get value from project B. You can shift priorities and you're focusing 100% on the value to your customers. And that is a dramatic shift and a very positive shift. Think about it organizationally. If you're focusing on value rather than projects, your customers are going to be happy, your returns are going to be better, and your feedback is going to be better along the way.
I love that, Roy. And, you've given us some really great definitions in the past. And, I want to bring up Roy's alphabet soup here. Some people wonder, what is Roy's alphabet soup? So I'm going to ask Roy to give us a breakdown of these. So we have MVP, we have MMP, and we have MMF. So Roy, people who are hearing about these acronyms are like, okay, how do I incorporate the idea about MMP and MVP into an image like this? So let's start with MVP. What does that mean?
MVP stands for minimum viable product. And this could be a very foreign concept for folks that are used to the traditional approaches where you have to deliver everything in order to consider the work finished. Well, we take a different approach. MVP is the minimum amount of stuff you can produce. The goal always in an agile environment, and it should be for any environment, that you are focusing on the outcomes rather than the output. If you can deliver a viable product, a viable solution to make your customers happy with a very small amount of functionality, a very small amount of work, isn't that better than spending months and months or years and years producing everything you could possibly think of only to find out you have unhappy customers? Or worse, you've missed market opportunity, right? Now you've developed a whole bunch of stuff, spent a lot of money, and you've got nothing to show for it, right? None of that's good.
Not good. Not good. What about MMP, number 2?
And MMP is a similar construct, and most organizations get MVP and MMP a little bit confused. MVP is really to prove the viability of the product that you're trying to build or sell. MMP is the minimum set of functionality you can get away with to make it a marketable product. And they're very related, but different concepts. Most organizations just use MVP, and that's cool, right? It's the concept that we're trying to encourage rather than just the words. But MMP is the smallest amount of functionality. MVP is the viability of the product, that it is actually a viable product.
You see, Roy, and I'm telling you, folks are going to learn a lot from this session at hybridprojectmanagement.com, because what I can attest to from training that I've been to with you and learned from with you is you go deep. He goes hard. He goes hard, people. He goes hard into this stuff that by the time you are done listening to him, you come away with a renewed understanding. Case in point, we had one of our students who's speaking to us tomorrow, Peter. He went through your training on our online system, Roy. And what he said is, I was already a CSM, already into the world of Agile, but listening to Roy, it helped me identify who I am even more from an Agile perspective. This is why I love talking to you about this stuff. All right, the last one, Roy, is MMF. What's that?
MMF is minimum marketable feature. So another slight variation, again, alphabet soup, as you said, Phil. It's another variation of this. It's the smallest amount of feature or functionality that you can get away with to ship to your customers. You might want to consider it this way, that MMP is about perhaps your initial product offering. MMF is the additions to that product offering. So it's just smaller chunks of functionality. Again, the emphasis, the same word in every single one of those acronyms is minimal. Right? The minimum amount of stuff that you can get away with to get some value out of it. And that's a key concept in an Agile environment.
Gotcha, Roy. All right. Well, before we round up, let's just very quickly show our friends what exactly we're going to be covering, because I know folks are like, okay, are you just doing the 12 principles? No, Roy and I, we're going to be covering everything. We're going to be commenting on everything from the shift from the 6th to the 7th, standards plus, all that information. And then we're going to be going into every chapter, the introduction, the system for value delivery, which we just covered. And then we're going into part 2, which goes into beyond the principles, everything about structuring of the PMBOK guide, the relationship between the guide and the standard for project management, changes to the PMBOK guide, and these performance domains, which you might have heard me talk about in previous episodes, but we're talking about all of these domains. So we're not pulling any punches. This is going to be a 4-week program where we cover every single aspect. We're going to talk about tailoring. Roy's going to break down tailoring from an agile lens, from a hybrid lens for you, from a predictive lens. I'll jump in there and do that as well. And then we're going into the models, methods, and artifacts. And we're going to be teaching you how we can cope with the absence of so many artifacts in the world of Agile. Some people, they think Agile is a scam, Roy, because they're like, how can you only
Utter
do
chaos.
Yeah, how come you only have 2 or 3 artifacts, or however many you said you do? What's your answer to that, Roy?
That's because that's all you need. It's just that simple. Why do more stuff than you need to do, right? Keep it easy.
Absolutely. All right, my friends. Well, thank you, Roy. And you folks know what to do. It's hybridprojectmanagement.com. Roy and I look forward to seeing you. It's coming up soon, and there's a ridiculous offer going on right now. Don't want to miss it. So go there, sign up. We'll see you soon. From me, it's bye. And from Roy,
Stay safe.
PMP exam students, mastery of the content needed for the exam is not about excruciating details. While that is not a bad thing, passing the exam is all about unlocking the code for thinking and seeing the big picture. So today, I'm going to show you a big picture view of the PMBOK guide, 6th, 7th, a little bit of Agile, and some of the processes that you should focus on for your exam. Right off the bat, project management can be understood as applying knowledge, skills, tools, and techniques to project activities to achieve the project goal. Now, it starts off with an understanding of the 12 principles of project management from the lens of the PMI. Now, I know some of you are used to managing projects outside of PMI's framework, but if you're taking PMI's exam, I would advise you to at least be familiar with the 12 principles. The 12 principles are straightforward. 1, take care of what is entrusted to you. Be a diligent, respectful, and caring steward. 2, think of we versus me. Create a collaborative project team environment. This is what servant leaders do. 3, effectively engage with stakeholders. In other words, collaborate with them and bring them into the project as needed. 4, focus on value. What is a true measure of progress? It's all about that working product. Working products deliver value when done the right way. It's not enough to say we delivered a working product. That product should give benefits back to the customer. And the things that we do need to be value driven. If it's not value driven, don't do it. Recognize, evaluate, and respond to systems interactions. See the big picture view. 6, demonstrate leadership behaviors. 7, tailor the processes based on context. Whatever method or framework you're using, be sure to tailor it based on the project context. 8, build quality into processes and deliverables. Fitness for use, conformance to requirements, and customer satisfaction, and that's quality. 9, navigate complexity, be it system behavior, human behavior, or ambiguity. Navigate complexity with intentionality. 10, optimize risk responses. Be sure that you are responding the best way possible to positive risks and negative risks. 11, embrace adaptability and resiliency, the ability to bounce back from change, from difficulty. And number 12, enable change to achieve the envisioned future state. So if you are taking PMI's exam, understand this lens of the 12 project management principles, because this is what everything else could be based on. Now, these 12 principles are based on the PMI Code of Ethics and Professional Conduct. If you haven't already read that and you're not aware of the 4 values talked about in the PMI Code of Ethics, I would advise you to read that document. Now, when you understand these 12 principles, then we can build what we do, the actions, the things that we carry out. We call these groups of processes. We have the initiating process group, authorizing the project, planning process group, planning out what needs to be done, the executing process group, executing the plan, the monitoring and controlling process group, checking the work to make sure it's going according to plan, and lastly, the closing process group, closing out a project or a phase in the project. Now, when you have this understanding of groups of things you do, we then begin to build an understanding of knowledge needed to act accordingly on the project to carry out all of those tasks on the project. Also think about these as skills. They are as follows: integration, being able to integrate the entire project; scope, being able to scope out the project; schedule, developing a timeline and managing it; cost, developing a budget and managing it; quality, understanding those quality targets, those goals, and making sure that they are met; resource management, human, equipment, material, supplies, and facilities are all categories of resources we manage here. When we talk about the human resources, we use the word lead. When we talk about the physical resources, we use the word control. Communications, what are we going to communicate, why and when? Risk, how do we manage uncertainty that can impact the project? Procurement, what are we going to buy from outside the firm to get this project done? And lastly, stakeholder, people that the project could affect and people who are affected by the project. Now, if we take every single one of these, we could blow them up even further. Let's do that one by one. Now, let's take a look at just integration. When you take a look at integration and how it relates to the big picture, as you are studying for your exam, I want you to go to the next level and understand what exactly is in integration. So think about it like this. You're going to zero into integration as you study, and you're going to begin to go through at a mid-level what happens in integration. We develop the project charter, we develop the project management plan, we direct and manage the project work, we manage project knowledge, we monitor and control the project work, we perform integrated change control by taking these change requests and analyzing them and going through a change process to either approve or reject them. We close the project or phase. Now, as you study, be sure to identify what you get out of each process. From develop project charter, you get a project charter and assumption log. From develop project management plan, the project management plan. From direct and manage project work, deliverables, issue log, and work performance data. From manage project knowledge, the lessons learned register. From monitor and control project work performance report. From perform integrated change control, we get the change log and approved change requests. And from close project or phase, we get final product, service, or result transitions. So what we did was we took one knowledge area and we zeroed into it to understand what exactly is done at a mid-level in that knowledge area. For your exam, I would advise you to understand the knowledge area and going into the lower levels. Also understand what the process does. Also be sure to understand what you get from each process, because this is only going to solidify your understanding. Now, for example, as you go through certain processes, such as performing integrated change control, you need to understand the intricacies of what happens here, because you could be asked questions about change requests and the change process on a project. So if I were you, I would seek to understand what happens in a change request sequence. For example, a stakeholder asks for a request. You ask for it to be put into formal writing, or you might even help them put it in formal writing. You log the change request in the change log, you analyze it. The project manager sends the change request to the change control board. Change control board review the change request and the analysis sent in. The change control board decides the outcome.
Project manager or a CCB member documents the outcome in a change log. The change log is shared with stakeholders, and the project manager and the team carry out the next steps if the change request was approved. But bear in mind, you could also have a diversion at point 6 here. The change control board could ask for more information. They could negotiate with a requester for something similar, but not exactly what they asked for in the beginning. Also bear in mind that the customer and the sponsor may not be part of the change control board, and therefore you need to get them involved. And when that's done, you anchor back into the main flow and you decide what is the outcome: approve, reject, put on hold, or pending status. So as you go through every one of these knowledge areas, understand at a high level first how everything interrelates, initiating, planning all the way, and all of the knowledge areas, how the principles map, and then begin tunneling deeper into each one. If you haven't watched each one of my 1-minute summary videos, I'm going to put a link below so that you can watch all of these videos and rapidly identify what happens in every process by virtue of the outputs. What do you get out? What is the high-level gist of this knowledge area? This will save you a ton of time, because on the exam, my friends, what you are going to see is not parrot fashion. What comes out of here? What goes into there? No. Could that help you in understanding the lingo? Yes. But I guarantee you the questions will not be input-output questions on the PMP exam. Instead, you will have situational type of questions. And these questions will get into the logic. Do you really know what is happening here? Do you really understand the intricacies of the process? And if the answer is yes, then of course you'll do well. But if you don't know the intricacies of the process, it could be very hard. So I'm going to ask you some very basic questions. I just want to illustrate to you the nature of questions. Sometimes they could actually look like common sense questions, but they're not common sense questions. They are truly situational questions based on your understanding of the PMP exam content. So let's take a look right now at some very straightforward questions. You're working on a project as a team facilitator. You have identified that there's conflict among 4 team members who have formed factions. What is the best course of action for this situation? So I'll let you read the question, but I want to point out to you how this question has no process language. None. Instead, the question will test your cognition. Do you understand the problem? And are you able to choose the best solution? That is a lot of what you'll find on the exam. So, without getting into too much detail about the answer is not solving the problem for the team. Instead, it is being as much a facilitator as possible, not solving the conflict. At the same time, not getting involved is not helping matters. You need to get involved to the degree that is appropriate. It's not about finding who is in the wrong. That is not in the spirit of conflict resolution from the lens of the PMI. We want to solve the problem, move it forward, get people on common ground. So the best answer is B. And this is a direct cutout from the PMP exam content outline. Evaluate, recommend, and reconcile the appropriate resolution solution. Direct cutout of the content outline. Here's another question. A new team member just joined the project with very little experience. However, she's very confident in herself and her abilities to learn. She's very eager to take on work. Which leadership approach should you use with her? Again, this is one where there's no mention of process, no mention of knowledge area. And I'm telling you, over half of your questions will have very vanilla flavored agnostic type language, where it could be, oh, this is not necessarily predictive. This is not necessarily agile. It's in the middle of the road. And that's why people say, oh, my exam was hybrid. Here's another one. The answer to this, by the way, is C, directing. This is based on the Hersey-Blanchard model, which is also mentioned implicitly in the PMP exam content outline. As a servant leader on an Agile project, one of your key responsibilities is to, again, no mention of process. No mention of process. I'll show you a few more and we'll be done for the day. The product owner often works with the team to prepare some stories for the upcoming iteration during one or more sessions in the middle of the iteration. The purpose of these meetings is to refine enough stories so the team understands what the stories are and how large the stories are in relation to each other. What does this describe? So this one, again, not explicit, none in your PMBOK guide, more agile oriented. Let's take a look at one more. The answer to this, by the way, is backlog refinement. Here's one more question. So take a look at the length of the question, take a look at the language and how it's posed. And then take a look at the options. Okay, and based on what you know about the PMP exam content outline, you should be able to select the correct option, which is B. Okay, so my friends, I hope with all that we've covered today, you understand why I am telling you, beyond going into the deep dregs and trying to dump page 25, okay, beyond all of this, there's a higher level of understanding in all ramifications, higher level in terms of importance, higher level in terms of overview. You really need an overview of, okay, what is happening where, what is being done where, what is being done on the project, high level, okay? Then when you understand at this high enough level, you also need to complement this with a good understanding of the world of Agile. And in order to do this, you should have a high level understanding of predictive versus iterative versus incremental versus Agile. Page 18 in the Agile Practice Guide. You should understand this page before you exam, because you need to be able to sniff out iterative versus incremental, incremental versus predictive, predictive versus Agile. If you don't have this understanding, you will struggle on the exam. Okay. Another set of concepts that I highly espouse that you understand way beyond page 25 is the key things on page 25 that make the project tick. Because you could get questions on what I call the PMBOK guide mainline. It's not everything, but there's a mainline that goes through 11 major processes. And these 11 major processes give you the deliverable in a way that it is checked, it is verified through the right channels, and you get the output. So you see all these ones in orange, those are all from integration. And now you know why I focused on integration in the beginning, because if you understand integration, you understand how a lot of other things revolve around it. There are two very important ones in the PMBOK Guide 6th edition: integration. Everything else could be coordinated through integration, but we also have risk, and everything has some risk component, even integration. And that's why in the image I showed you, you saw risk in the middle. But going beyond this, you need to master, in my mind, if anything, the PMBOK guide mainline. And you can find a video where I walk through this entire map, but this will really enrich your understanding of how project management works through PMI's lens so that you'll do awesome on your exam without going into so much minutia. The minutia is good, but it will not help you very much on the exam because PMI's focus has shifted. So courses where you have an unending amount of predictive, it's not bad, but it needs to be balanced up a whole lot more with Agile. So if you're learning all of this stuff, my friends, you also need to remember the Agile lens. And the Agile lens means you are focusing on understanding the Agile Manifesto. agilemanifesto.org is where you can get the Agile Manifesto. And my advice to you is really understand what it means. Understand the nuts and bolts of the manifesto, understand the values, and understand the 12 principles really well. Internalize them. And this is another piece that will help you on the exam. If you haven't watched my Agile Manifesto explanations, I would advise you to look at the PMP journey on our channel. Those videos, they'll really help you. And they help you balance this stuff up because there are two perspectives, okay? It's not just predictive. You also need to know Agile very, very well. In fact, really well. You do know that many of the teams that use Agile use Scrum. So if you haven't paid attention to the 3-5-3 configuration for Scrum, 3 roles, 5 ceremonies, and 3 artifacts, this is something you also need to focus on. If you have not mastered the flow of Scrum and really understood the intricacies of each of these ceremonies at a deeper level, to understand what the 3-5-3 means, look for my videos on Scrum and you'll see how this is broken down in a very straightforward and pragmatic fashion. This could also help you on your test. So there are lots of videos on this channel. There are tons of videos. And if you just look at PMP Journey, you can start with that playlist and then you can navigate through, and this will help you better understand the values, the principles, and there's so much stuff we have on this channel that cuts across not just PMP, but also project management, all right? So search for those videos. You got any questions, you let me know. All the very best, and bye for now.
Hello, our fellow project management trainers, colleagues, Scrum Masters. Roy, what do you even call yourself? You're into everything Agile, so what's your title?
Agilist, lifelong learner, whatever you want to call it. Add some cheesy name there, right?
Oh dear. Well, Roy, look, it's such a pleasure to be meeting with our friends in the months and weeks ahead. We've been working quite hard over the past, it's going to about, let's see, 7-8 years on this PMBOK guide and Agile practice guide combining, and then the PMI, they actually decided to do what you and I have been doing for a while, which is combining ideas and thoughts.
Yeah.
But now the 7th edition presents a place that they go a little bit more into the world of Agile than they've ever gone into before, and try to marry that up with predictive stuff. And that's why for our friends who are fans of ours, we have this hybridprojectmanagement.com site. And that's where we want folks to go to learn about our next session. So those of you that have been asking me, when are you and Roy going to train again? Hey, I want to take PMP exam. Should I do it? Well, you don't even need to be taking the exam, because what they're going to learn, Roy, is far beyond the exam, isn't it? Because PMI, they've got these principles that they came out with in the 7th edition called Project Management Delivery Principles. So Roy, let's take a look at these, because people have been asking, what are you going to cover in the training? Apart from covering the principles, there's a lot of great stuff that we are going to be covering. But let's take a look at the principles and give our quick insights. So
Roy, when you heard the 12 principle idea, did anything come into your mind immediately?
Yeah, there's a particular Agile artifact that maybe is pretty close to this, like maybe a manifesto. What do you think?
Maybe. I
Maybe a
think so.
manifesto. Yeah.
So here's the first one. What are your thoughts on this, Roy? I'll just bring them up one by one. You go.
So I think these are a good start. The thing that I'm very happy about that PMI is doing is they're becoming much more value principle based rather than just process based. So I'm extremely happy that they're going down this route, and it's going to make a lot of people's lives much, much better. Things like focusing on value. We know where that came from. That came from Agile. Leadership behaviors, respectful. All of these are very valuable things, and it's not just about the process. It's about how to build a better environment for people to get work done.
Absolutely. And this one about demonstrate leadership behaviors, let's just touch on that one because, my mentor, John Maxwell, he says everything rises and falls on leadership. And you always espouse the mindset of behavior and attitude first. So what is your thought on demonstrate leadership behavior? Is that like a wide net in your perspective?
Yeah, it actually kind of is, because we want to remember that it's not about a title. It's not a role that you're being, as in you are a senior leader. It's about innate natural leadership and allowing that to emerge. So anyone can exhibit leadership behaviors. So team members, anyone, they should all be exhibiting those leadership behaviors, and that is to help others and mentor and make sure people that the team has what they need to be able to do their jobs. Anyone can do that job, right?
Absolutely. And one of the things that we're going to be doing is breaking down for them, isn't it? How you don't have to be bound by everything and the way it's written here. You can explore it and be a leader yourself. And that's why we called it serving with the seventh, because we're not saying you got to follow this religiously or anything else religiously, but we're just saying be a leader, step up to the plate, tailor. Another one is tailor. Number 7 says tailor based on context. That is still a leadership thing. But Roy, you often say in the world of Agile, we don't tailor down. Can you explain that further?
Yeah, exactly. So you can imagine that in the waterfall, more traditional approaches, there are a lot of practices to follow, and tailoring up from there is kind of hard because there's so many things that they encourage you to do. Well, Agile takes this slightly different, actually very different approach, and that is they give you the minimum framework that you need in order to be successful. So tailoring down from that isn't going to allow you to be successful. You have to tailor upward. And it's expected that based on your context, you may need some additional things than the framework offers you right out of the box. So it's expected you're going to tailor upward, add a couple of things that encourage you to do better within the context of your specific space.
Tailor up. Well, you've heard it from my buddy Roy and I. If you're looking to learn more about the 7th edition and you want to be in a very dynamic, fast-paced, interactive workshop, not death by PowerPoint, workshop, then you need to go on down to hybridprojectmanagement.com. Roy and I were looking forward to unleashing all of these great insights, working with you to get your own insights and having this awesome workshop. It's coming up pretty soon. So go on down to hybridprojectmanagement.com and learn the best of both worlds. We look forward to seeing you there. Bye for now. Hello, my friends. I know some of you are getting ready for the PMP exam and you started dabbling into this book, the PMBOK Guide 7th edition. You've heard me say that we're only going to be able to ward off going into the 7th for so long. Well, the time has come because Q4 is approaching. And it is my belief that as you go into Q4, those of you who are getting certified in Q4, you definitely want to go to hybridprojectmanagement.com
and you want to sign up for the workshops that my buddy Roy and I are having. Now, one of the pages in this book that you may find it absolutely hard to believe is page 101. That's an easy one to remember, right? Page 101. Why don't you follow me to page 101? I want to show you something that folks probably think is no longer in the PMBOK guide. It's still here. If you go to page 101, what you're going to come across is earned value management. It shows earned value analysis showing schedule and cost variance. I want to explain this concept to you really quick. And this is a regular staple on the exam. People getting ready for the exam, they know don't venture into the test without knowing your earned value. So here on the screen, we see a breakdown of earned value across a time period. On the x-axis is schedule, and on the y-axis is cost. That's really what that is. Taking a closer look at some of the variables we have here, you can see we have these formulas for earned value. The bottom line is you don't want to forget y-axis is cost and x-axis, remember what I said, is your schedule. Let's just say time. All right, so at a particular period in time, at a point X, you have this scenario right here. You have the actual cost being a value that is higher than the earned value. And we see this formula called cost variance. And cost variance is the difference between how much money you have spent to date and how much value you have derived based on the budgeted cost. So think about it. Let's say your actual cost is 10 and your earned value is 7. That means you've gained a value of 7, but you spent 10 in gaining that value of 7. So when you apply this formula for cost variance, you're going to get 7, which is the earned value, minus 10. And what does that give you? It gives you a minus 3. And what does that mean? That means you are over budget. So anytime the actual cost line is above the earned value line, you are in trouble. You're over budget. Now, if the two lines were smack dab on top of one another, you would be right on target. But because the actual cost line is above, you've got a bad situation going on. All right, let's take a look at the next one. Let's take a look at planned value. And let's say planned value here, we'll just give it some random number. We'll say it's 8.5. So imagine planned value is 8.5. Because your planned value is above your earned value, that means you planned to get 8.5 done, but you only got 7 done. So again, go into the formulas on the right. If you say the earned value is 8.5, and you say 8.5 minus 9. Let's go back. I forgot that value. Let's go back. Okay. Okay. Earned value is 7. 7 minus 8.5 for the schedule variance. And that will give you a negative number as well, negative 1.5. All right. So what this means is you are behind schedule. If your schedule variance is negative, that means you're in trouble schedule-wise. So you're behind schedule. That's what this means in a nutshell, my friends. That's it. That's it. So there you have it. Cost variance, schedule variance. Now, what do you do for the other ones? You just substitute those same numbers that you had for cost variance, put them in here, but divide them. So the cost performance index would be 7 divided by 10, which would be 0.7. The schedule performance index would be 7 divided by 8.5, whatever that comes to. And that is a very simplistic presentation of earned value. But remember, in the month coming up we are going to be breaking this down into finer detail. Everything is going to be broken into finer detail. And that's why I want you to go on down to hybridprojectmanagement.com. If you're getting ready for this exam, you need to join us. Now, we're going to be joined by a lot of folks, PMPs, non-PMPs, different industries. This is going to help you. If you really want to nail down the lingo, the language, the mantra, the mindset for your PMP exam, you absolutely need to be in serving with the 7th. All right. So bring your 7th along. You might want to read it ahead of time. Come with your insights and come with your questions. My buddy Roy and we're going to tackle this from a hybrid perspective. And we're going to be looking into great agile detail and great predictive detail to marry the best of both worlds to give you that hybrid project management effect. All right. So go on down. We've got a crazy offer going on right now. It won't last. So you want to capitalize on that opportunity. Okay. I'll see you there. You take care and bye for now. Welcome, my friends, to this very quick introduction to the course my awesome buddy Roy and I have put together for you. Roy, how you doing?
I'm doing great, Phil, and you?
I'm doing awesome. Always better to have you, Roy. So let's give a quick intro because some folks may not know who you are. So let me bring up this introductory slide. All right, go, Roy.
That's me. So as the slide says, I've got about 30 years of IT experience, and I've, in a number of different industries in finance, insurance, pretty much all over the place. The important thing is that I've been a practicing Agilist. I've been practicing Agile for well over 20 years now. And I've been coaching and training for about 14. And the reason that that's important is because it's not just theory. It's not just about the stuff that I've read in a book. You get that a lot with a lot of trainers. Not trying to put them down, but that's often what you tend to see. So what I like to bring to the table when I'm going through these sessions is the practical experience, the real world stories, the real world, real life kinds of examples of how things actually happen, not just what you read in a book.
Absolutely, Roy. And I've been able to take that away from you. A lot of people don't know you are my genie in the bottle coach, who I go to consult when I'm stuck. And honestly, as a result of your awesome contribution to my project management development, I've gone ahead and taken Agile certifications I wouldn't have even dreamed of. So I want to thank you personally for that. All right, for the folks who don't know me.
And I've also been so happy about your journey coming from the traditional approach, and you have just so greatly adopted the Agile practices to go with it. So
thank you, Roy. Thank you. You gave me the Kool-Aid. I drank it. That's what happened. I drank the Kool-Aid. So I've been in project management for a while. I'm not going to date myself here, but I've been going on 5 PMBOK guide editions. I got certified in 2005, and along my journey, I was fortunate to meet Roy and got more and more into the world of Agile. And getting more and more into the world of Agile, it's only proven to me that we need more Agile aficionados. We need more people who are standing up for Agile and not just going down the predictive route, but people who are even bringing both worlds together like Roy and I have for so many companies. And we don't want to go on and on, but Roy, we have a common client, the Air Force, and you've done some great training for them. And they are embracing the idea of agility, aren't they?
Yeah, they really are. And it's really good to see it, not just because I'm a taxpayer and I'd like to see them save some money and things like that, but the ability for our government to do things faster, our Air Force, Department of Defense to be able to do things faster, more reliably, higher quality, things like that, and spend some less money along the way. They're just embracing a much better culture. And it's great to see this happen.
Absolutely, Roy. And it's home and abroad because the Air Force took me out to Mildenhall in the UK, still in a bid to equip the men and women with better ideas of managing projects. Mm-hmm. And most recently, we know that this book, which the PMI have come out with, the PMBOK Guide 7th edition, it does a blending of Agile and predictive, and it meets somewhere in the middle. And that's why Roy and I have called this hybrid. It's a hybrid project management lens. Roy, what's that thing you say some companies do? They say my agile is better than yours.
Oh, you hear it all the time. And, that's just so silly. It's about bringing common sense, the right practice, the right skills to the right situation. It's not about the process, is it?
It's not about the process. And that's why we want you to journey with us. Roy and I are going to be breaking down this new publication from the PMI called the PMBOK Guide, 7th edition. Whether you are taking the Project Management Professional exam or the ACP, whatever exam, this is beyond exam, right? Because Roy is a thought leader in this area of Agile. You want to hear what he has to say about this book and from an Agile lens. Let me show you really quickly what exactly we are going to be presenting here. So, Roy, first of all, the 12 principles. This seems like PMI's attempt of sensitizing people to the human elements and the idea of value over deliverable and benefits and outcome, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm very happy to see them doing this. I encourage them to steal things from the Agile community. That's fantastic, right? Because it's starting to blend and it stops becoming the us versus them. The really positive thing here is they're embracing the human aspect of building work, building products and services. And previously, PMI and traditional approaches were very much to-do lists and task lists and artifacts and follow this process and you're going to be golden. And they've realized that over time, with the proliferation of Agile concepts, it's more about the human beings. Satisfy the human, keep people happy. They're going to build better things for you. So it has to be part of your organization and your process. Don't ignore the human.
Don't ignore the human. Now, Roy, let's talk about this concept, which you and I have taught very recently to a particular firm in the engineering space. And one of the things that you immediately said is, this is a good shift away from just deliverable focus, because the key word is a system for value delivery, not product delivery, not deliverable, but value delivery. And it's got value written all over it. So what are your impressions about this?
Yeah, so this is also a fantastic move. They're moving away from the project concept. There's still projects. I'm not saying we get away from it entirely, but it's more about doing the right thing at the right time. So if you can get value from something from project A, and then you can shift over to value from something from project B, you don't have to finish project A in order to get value from project B. You can shift priorities and you're focusing 100% on the value to your customers. And that is a dramatic shift and a very positive shift. Think about it organizationally. If you're focusing on value rather than projects, your customers are going to be happy, your returns are going to be better, and your feedback is going to be better along the way.
I love that, Roy. And, you've given us some really great definitions in the past. And, I want to bring up Roy's alphabet soup here. Some people wonder, what is Roy's alphabet soup? So I'm going to ask Roy to give us a breakdown of these. So we have MVP, we have MMP, and we have MMF. So Roy, people who are hearing about these acronyms are like, okay, how do I incorporate the idea about MMP and MVP into an image like this? So let's start with MVP. What does that mean?
MVP stands for minimum viable product. And this could be a very foreign concept for folks that are used to the traditional approaches where you have to deliver everything in order to consider the work finished. Well, we take a different approach. MVP is the minimum amount of stuff you can produce. The goal always in an Agile environment, and it should be for any environment, that you are focusing on the outcomes rather than the output. If you can deliver a viable product, a viable solution, and make your customers happy with a very small amount of functionality, a very small amount of work, isn't that better than spending months and months or years and years producing everything you could possibly think of, only to find out you have unhappy customers? Or worse, you've missed market opportunity, right? Now you've developed a whole bunch of stuff, spent a lot of money, and you've got nothing to show for it, right? None of that's good.
Not good. Not good. What about MMP, number 2?
And MMP is a similar construct, and most organizations get MVP and MMP a little bit confused. MVP is really to prove the viability of the product that you're trying to build or sell. MMP is the minimum set of functionality you can get away with to make it a marketable product. And they're very related, but different concepts. Most organizations just use MVP, and that's cool, right? It's the concept that we're trying to encourage rather than just the words. But MMP is the smallest amount of functionality. MVP is the viability of the product, that it is actually a viable product.
You see, Roy, and I'm telling you, folks are going to learn a lot from this session at hybridprojectmanagement.com, because what I can attest to from training that I've been to with you and learned from with you is you go deep. He goes hard. He goes hard, people. He goes hard into this stuff that by the time you are done listening to him, you come away with a renewed understanding. Case in point, we had one of our students who's speaking to us tomorrow, Peter. He went through your training on our online system, Roy. And what he said is, yeah, I was already a CSM, ready into the world of Agile, but listening to Roy, it helped me identify who I am even more from an Agile perspective. This is why I love talking to you about this stuff. All right, the last one, Roy, is MMF. What's that?
MMF is minimum marketable feature. So another slight variation, again, alphabet soup, as you said, Phil. It's another variation of this. It's the smallest amount of feature or functionality that you can get away with to ship to your customers. You might want to consider it this way, that MMP is about perhaps your initial product offering. MMF is the additions to that product offering. So it's just smaller chunks of functionality. Again, the emphasis, the same word in every single one of those acronyms is minimal. Right? The minimum amount of stuff that you can get away with to get some value out of it. And that's a key concept in an Agile environment.
Gotcha, Roy. All right. Well, before we round up, let's just very quickly show our friends what exactly we're going to be covering, because I know folks are like, okay, are you just doing the 12 principles? No, Roy and I, we're going to be covering everything. We're going to be commenting on everything from the shift from the 6th to the 7th, standards plus, all that information. And then we're going to be going into every chapter, the introduction, the system for value delivery, which we just covered. And then we're going into part 2, which goes into beyond the principles, everything about structuring of the PMBOK guide, the relationship between the guide and the standard for project management, changes to the PMBOK guide, and these performance domains, which you might have heard me talk about in previous episodes, but we're talking about all of these domains. So we're not pulling any punches. This is going to be a 4-week program where we cover every single aspect. We're going to talk about tailoring. Roy's going to break down tailoring from an Agile lens, from a hybrid lens for you, from a predictive lens. I'll jump in there and do that as well. And then we're going into the models, methods, and artifacts. And we're going to be teaching you how we can cope with the absence of so many artifacts in the world of Agile. Some people, they think Agile is a scam, Roy, because they're like, how can you only do chaos? Yeah, how come you only have 2 or 3 artifacts, or however many you said you do? What's your answer to that, Roy?
That's because that's all you need. It's just that simple. Why do more stuff than you need to do, right? Keep it easy.
Absolutely. All right, my friends. Well, thank you, Roy. And you folks know what to do. It's hybridprojectmanagement.com. Roy and I look forward to seeing you. It's coming up soon, and there's a ridiculous offer going on right now. Don't want to miss it. So go there, sign up. We'll see you soon. From me, it's bye, and from Roy,
stay safe.
Hello, my awesome project managers, those of you getting ready for the PMP exam. Today, we're going to talk about a topic that's been hitting my email box all this week. It's the question of, should I use this or should I use this? The guy on the screen looks confused. He's more confused than a chameleon in a bag of Skittles. I can understand. You see, the confusion comes from the fact that there's so much information out there that it takes an experienced instructor to be able to focus you in the right direction. So today, I'm going to share with you a number of things, the why you should stick to certain aspects of the Agile Practice Guide over the 7th edition, and why you should stick to certain aspects of the PMBOK Guide, 6th edition, over the 7th edition. So the running topic has been, how do I study for an exam that has a syllabus all over the place? Well, the syllabus, if you go to the PMP exam content outline, which I'm about to bring up, you'll find out that the content outline puts everything in one place, the content outline. So I'm going to put a link in the chat. And those of you who have not downloaded the outline, you should. It's free. Let's bring it up right here. Here's the content outline. The PMP exam is not based on a PMBOK guide. You see, it is based on the content outline right here. You see, this is the PMP exam content outline. It's broken down into people, process, and business. The people domain, very straightforward. It's all about people connected type stuff like managing conflict, leading a team, supporting team performance, so on and so forth, as you can see here. Now, if you scroll down, you get into process. Process has more tasks than the people domain, and then you've got business. But one of the questions is, how do we weave it all together? So let me show you that real quick on the screen here. I'm going to give you a link when you get done so that you can go take a look a little bit more at this breakdown. But for each one of these tasks, there's a correlation to the PMBOK Guide 6th edition and the Agile Practice Guide that I have for you over here. So I'm going to go over this with you really quick. Task 1, managing conflict. You see this is covered quite well in Manage Team. It's also covered in chapters 4 and 5 in the Agile Practice Guide. I would not recommend focusing on the 7th edition. The reason is the 7th edition does not do a very good job in grounding you to the project management language, the lingo, the basics. It does a very poor job. Now, if you already have knowledge about project management and previous editions, then this is going to be an easy read for you. It's kind of like a loose leaf addendum to the 6th, if you will. But it does a very poor job in getting you to understand the why, the what, the how, the basics of project management. This, on the flip side, goes into excruciating detail. In fact, it's so much detail. If you really want to study for the exam, my friends, after you've understood the basics, I would not recommend reading books such as the 7th, the 6th, and even the APG to pass the exam. I would ask that you study the outline in an agnostic way to better understand the nuts and bolts of these concepts, because you could read chapter 9 and chapter 10 all day long and not really get the essence. You see, there's an essence about the PMP exam and the content. And that's why a lot of people today, they tell you, I didn't read this book, I didn't read the 6th, I didn't read the 7th, and I still passed the exam. It's absolutely doable, but you need to get the mantra. You need to understand the nuts and bolts and the ideas behind each one of these tasks. So what I've done for you here is I've gone through each one of the domains, and I have, as you can see on the screen, corresponding chapters and sections in the 6th edition and in the Agile Practice Guide that can help you. Now, I'm not going to go over every single one. I'll put a link in the chat so that you can just go look yourself on our website. We've actually got a link here. It's projectmanagementdoctor.com/40-day plan. And the reason why it's titled this is it's actually from our book, the PMP Exam Immersion. We have a plan so that those studying for the exam can use this book broken down into people, process, and business, going into every single task, so you can use that to study for your test. All right, so here we have Manage Team, basically chapter 9 and 9.4, 9.5 in a lot of places. We have chapter 12, 13. You can see the breakdown, okay? Look for the link below. Go there, take a look at it, study it all you need, and use that as you're getting ready for the exam. If you want to make some references to the PMBOK Guide or to the Agile Practice Guide, this will help you. It will help you put things in context and see things as they are. Okay? Again, that link, I'm going to put that below. When you go to the link, you'll see everything that I've shared here on the screen. Just not as colorful, but it's all there, right? It's called the PMP Exam Immersion Study Plan. Look at the breakdown, and this could help you. Now, on the left-hand side, we have the days. Each item is a day. And the intent is that using this book, PMP Exam Immersion, you can go through a chapter a day consistently for 40 days, finish your studying for the PMP exam, take the exam, and ace the exam. Days 36 down to the bottom, it has guidance about how to cover the mock exam in the book and how to take the final 180 question mock exam if you're signed up for our PMP exam immersion course. All right, but the bottom line, my friends, to give you guidance on how you can study the 6th edition and the Agile Practice Guide against each one of these domains and tasks, I would recommend looking at this. Okay, so let me just explain one of the more obvious ones through. Manage conflict is talked about under Manage Team. This is where you have the 5 approaches to resolving conflict explained in great detail. Now, if you go into the Agile Practice Guide in chapters 4 and 5, you also begin to learn ideas about servant leadership, about the social contract, and how all of those help in the mindset for resolving conflict. That's just one example. Now, if you go through every line item, as you read through the content, you'll find references to each of these places. Let me give you another one. So this is all about managing procurement. Well, on page 77, you have the breakdown of the contract types from an Agile perspective. On page 95, you have the breakdown of procurement from an Agile perspective. You see where this is going? So I have PMBOK 6, Agile Practice Guide, corresponding sections, chapters. Knock yourself out on this, my friends. I know this will help you. It is really going to help a lot of you. I know some people are struggling, really struggling with this and wondering, how do I make sense of this crazy syllabus? It's all over the place. Well, the way to make sense of it, my friends, is just that. Now, I'm going to zoom in for a moment here so that you've got a very good picture of the details. Let's go to the right, and I'm going to zoom in. So there's quite a lot of detail for you to cover, as you can see. Okay, so much stuff, I cannot go over every single piece here, but at a very high level, you get the picture, right? See all of that? That's what I need you to go sit down, look at, read, understand, especially those of you who have gone through the immersion course. This is something that I'm expecting you to do. All right? Now, before I go, there's one more thing I want to make really crystal clear. And to do this, we need to look at some specifics because I really want to make it crystal clear. If you're getting ready for the PMP exam, give me a second here. I'm going to go get my arsenal to make this absolutely crystal clear. Hold on. All right. So I wanted to make it perfectly clear that I am recommending you read the Agile Practice Guide, and if you needed to make any minor references, I'm not saying read the whole of this thing like a crazy person. No, that's not what I'm saying. But I'm saying if you need to make references to specific chapters or sections, then you could use this in conjunction with this. I'm not saying read the whole thing like, crazy. No, don't do that. If you want to get a good handle of this, in the link that I've put, look for my 49 processes video to rapidly cover all 49 processes in 30 minutes. There's really no need for you to be reading all 756 pages of this book in 2022. It's just not worth it compared to the output you're going to get. However, if you need a reference, it's this. Not this. This is all well and good, but my preference for you will be to focus on a book that gives you more clarity. And of course, when we talk about Agile, the payoff is huge when you understand what is in the Agile Practice Guide. Regarding the 7th edition, I would recommend you watch my videos about the 7th edition as opposed to wasting time reading yet another guide. All right, so look for the video that I have. It's about an hour and a half or 2 hours for the 7th edition. Other than that, I do not recommend reading it because it is, for you, it will probably be a big distraction and probably add confusion. You would not have very clear direction about where to focus. Like you see how I was able to use the 6th edition to kind of go through everything and give you places to look at? You couldn't do that with the 7th. Moreover, for those of you who are just stock beginners, I would recommend this book. It's called Project Management Layman's Guide. You can get this on Amazon. It's a very lightweight book, just about 100 and something pages with 50 questions. This is a great beginner book for anyone who is just getting into the world of project management and is trying to get the language around the 7th edition straight. This is what I would recommend. And then for those of you who have read the 6th edition, the Agile Practice Guide, but it's not coming together for you enough, you need to be either in my immersion training starting next week, or just look for subsequent trainings. They're usually on Sunday. They're usually 4 hours. It's a 4-hour immersion, but we go through all the content. You see, this is a pretty big book, right? In full color. This is a big book. You can get this book, a PDF of it, where we're covering domain by domain, going in depth, and it's not boring. It's actually an interesting book, and you can actually have your Microsoft Edge. If you've got Microsoft Edge, you can have Microsoft Edge read this book to you. Bring it up on Edge and just hit read, and it's going to read it to you. I've actually demoed this previously on this channel, how you can have 12 hours of studying just by bringing up Edge. Let me show you how that works. So here's Edge, and if I ask this book to be read to me via using Edge, all I need to do is cue it, hit that icon. It's going to think for a while, and then you'll have the option of choosing various voices to read to you. So if you got Microsoft Edge, and there you go.
Conversation and observation of the learners.
Hear
During
that?
the knowledge sharing event or training, these questions should be addressed. What is in it for me? How could we chunk content? How could we draw upon prior knowledge to make this simpler? How can we align content with real-life job roles for
Hear
practice?
that?
Could we provide action plans to retain and improve training? After knowledge sharing or training to maintain knowledge transfer, supplement with social learning outside of the event. Provide refresher courses. Arrange follow-up sessions. Create opportunities for practice. Practice. In closing out this section, be aware that there are two types of knowledge. Explicit knowledge. This type of knowledge can be readily documented and
codified by using words, pictures, and numbers. Tacit knowledge. This is knowledge that is hard to express.
Express. This is what we know in our minds, for example playing the piano, riding a bike, driving a car, hitting a nail with a hammer. You know, that feeling you have been there before, and it all starts coming back to you. Those feelings, purchased by customer on 112. Agile thinking cap for building a team. When building a team from the start, we generally want to build a team with all the necessary players.
We must remember that the team members are human beings, and it takes time to form a team. There is a model that you are probably familiar with already, the Tuckman model of forming a team, forming,
storming, norming, and performing.
All right, my friends, well, you get the idea, okay? So if this is something that would help you, you need to go on down to that link that I've shared, or just go to Praizion. You see the spelling up there? If you go to Praizion.com, you'll be able to find the book right there on our homepage, right? So go on down to Praizion.com, and right there. If you go to Praizion.com, take you to this homepage, scroll down, look for that red book. That's it right there, PMP Exam Immersion. And just click on it, and boom, you'll be able to follow through and get an instant download and begin a step-by-step journey in 40 days, my friends. If you really hone in the book is so deep and detailed. It has stories about the world of Agile from my buddy Roy. It has stories from the world of Predictive and Hybrid from me. Going into this book will help solidify your understanding. It will enrich your prep. So I highly recommend. It's called PMP Exam Immersion. But anyway, the study guide, again, if you are interested in it, just look for the link, and you can use this as your study guide, as a way of you combing through the plethora of topics. There's so many topics, right, that it has to be put in a way that you know where everything is. All right, so shout out to Vicky, my PMP exam graduate, who got certified at the age of 70. She said, Phil, you know, it would be nice if we could have some of the processes next to the tasks so people know how to navigate it. And that's exactly what I've done. So Vicky, thanks to you. Thanks everyone. I hope you found this useful. Don't forget to hit like, subscribe, share with your friends. Take care and bye for now. Welcome back, everyone. This is Serving with the Seventh, and we're here studying, discussing, and understanding the Project Management Body of Knowledge Guide. Right now, we're going to go into our introduction to this book. So if you've got the 7th edition, you can feel free to follow along with us. We're not going to be following it in strict rotation. Instead, this is going to be more like a masterclass where we believe everyone has the understanding of the 5 process groups already, the 10 knowledge areas, Scrum at a reasonable level, Kanban, flow-based Agile, iteration-based Agile, all that pretty fundamental stuff. All right, so we're going to start off with this introduction, and then we'll go into chapter 2, which is a system for value delivery. And in a system for value delivery, PMI, they're pretty focused on creating value as opposed to just a deliverable. Roy, I know you love that one, focusing on value, right?
Absolutely. I can't tell you, so I want to be very open and honest about something. I was never a fan of the PMI in the past, or the PMP, because it was so process focused. And as long as you're checking all the boxes, you're going to be successful, right? Having been a developer and a manager for so long, it just didn't work that way. So the fact that they're focusing now on people and value delivery rather than the process is just really exciting. I think it's going to significantly change how project managers view the world and how we get work done. So very, very happy they're going this direction.
Absolutely. Absolutely, Roy. And we're going to talk about organizational governance systems. We're going to talk about functions associated with projects. We're going to talk about the project environment, as the PMI have coined it here, and product management considerations. Not project management, product management considerations. We're going to talk about that as well. And that is pretty much the first part of the book, because if you break down the book, what you're going to find is one half of it is the standard for project management, and the other half of it is getting into the domains. Okay, so for this week and next week, we're going to be focused more on the principles, what you're seeing on the screen right now, chapters 1, 2, and then 3 is project management principles, as you can see here, right? The project management principles, there are 12 of them. But let's jump into background. For those who may be watching after the fact, let's talk a little bit about the history of project management. Project management isn't new. It's been around for a long time, for eons. As you can see on this timeline here, we have the Great Pyramids of Giza, way back when, 1000 BC, Hanging Gardens of Babylon. Actually, the Great Pyramids of Giza was like 2000 and something BC. So it goes way back. But if you take a look at the timeline, you can see there's nothing modern here. That is just to show you that project management has been around for a very long time. If you take a look at this timeline, project management timeline, Pyramids of Giza, 2560 BC, 206 BC, the Great Wall of China, Frederick Taylor and Henry L. Gantt, who were involved in really accelerating how projects were managed in the early 1900s, and then enters earned value from our friends at NASA and the DoD in late 1950s, right? IPMA, another project management organization, came on the scene before PMI, Then PMI came on the scene in 1969. And then the first PMP exam was in 1984. Prince 2 was in 1989. And that's when the UK government stepped up their game in project management. Lean manufacturing had actually been around, Roy. This is not extremely accurate to say 1991, but it became more industry known in 1991. It's been around since the 50s, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Back, the days where Deming was involved and Taiichi Ono, they were the pioneers in lean concepts. Absolutely.
Yeah. And then in 1993, the first Scrum project, Jeff Sutherland and Ken Schwaber came on the scene with Scrum. Scrum was formalized in 1995. The Agile Manifesto was penned in 2001. And here we are in 2021 talking about hybridization and talking about the meeting of the worlds of Agile and Predictive. But who is the PMI? You know them all too well. I believe everyone on this call has had some type of PMI certification or training, right? So the PMI is a leading global association for project management. They were founded in 1969. It's a nonprofit organization. They have been involved in standardizing project management, program management, portfolio management. PMI woke up a little bit late in the game to Agile, but right, Roy, they woke up a bit late, didn't they?
Yeah, I think to their credit, they recognize that their competitors in the Agile space, like Scrum Alliance and Agile Alliance and some of the other certifying bodies, were really gaining ground, and more Agile was coming out in the industry. So they recognized that they were losing a lot of ground. So they to their credit, they had to adapt, and they did. So I'm very happy that they're bringing in more Agile concepts in play.
Absolutely, Roy. And at the end of this slide, you can see PMP, PGMP, but we could go on, and we could add ACP, we could add so many. And they've stepped up their game with Agile certifications. For those who want to know what Roy and I think about those Agile certifications, go to YouTube and just search for, Agile certifications, Discipline Agile, comments, reviews from Roy and Phil. You'll find them there. But still going back
about that, don't we?
Roy, let's not even open Pandora's box right now, because we know we know what's going to happen if we go down that track. But
that's all we'll talk about.
Yeah, that's all for now. But we applaud what they're doing, Roy, don't we?
Absolutely.
We applaud what they're doing. It's good. It's a step in the right direction. We'll talk about that a little bit more, maybe some other time. But going back to the early 80s, when PMI started the PMP, you can see there were 40 people. Fast forward to now in 2020, 2021, there were 1 million people when we put this slide together, 1 million. And it's, certifications are growing astronomically. Roy and I are not saying certifications are the main thing that you should focus on. No, because we have a lot of certified people, Roy, who cannot hold down a sprint, right?
Absolutely. A quick class does not mean that you have the experience to know what you're doing. You gain knowledge, and the certification doesn't even, it's a good indicator, but it doesn't mean that you have the experience you need to actually, follow through with that knowledge that you've gained.
Absolutely. And that is why we actually put this together, to help our colleagues better get their arms around this so they can teach it to people. And one of the things I would recommend, because some of you are in the teaching industry, just when you're teaching and educating, just remind people that it's not about the certification. It's not about the knowledge. It's actually the execution, the practice and learning, failing forward. You're going to make mistakes, and from those mistakes, you're going to learn. That's what it's all about. All right, a little bit of trivia for us to test our polling system. Now, this is anonymous. No one will know who voted what, but the Agile Manifesto was written when? All right, we have a little countdown. We do 3, 2, and 1. All right, let's go ahead and end the poll, and let's share the results. Okay, so taking a look at the results, majority of us chose 2001, some chose 1991. Roy, what was happening in 1991 with Agile?
That was when Scrum was being introduced. So a key moment in time, but it wasn't formalized as a community until 2001, when the manifesto came out.
There we go. 2001 is the right answer. Okay. Agile stuff, yeah, it started in many respects, but 2001 is when the manifesto was written. All right, Roy, so walk us through this Agile evolution of sorts.
Absolutely. So a lot of people don't really actually recognize, but Agile's not a new thing. It's been around for quite a long time. At least the roots of Agile have been around for a while. And it started out way, way, way back in the post-World War II days in 1948 with Deming, and then eventually Taiichi Ono, some other industry leaders in process and efficiencies, things like that. So it started out essentially with lean in the manufacturing space, similar to how the PMP and waterfall methodologies started out in construction. You know, if you look at a lot of the examples that were in those slides earlier, there were construction examples. So manufacturing is where Agile came out. It was about efficiencies and leaning out. And something that Lean had, and specifically Toyota Production System, was the value of the people, the minds of the people doing the work. Toyota Production System was very big on enabling and empowering the people doing the work to make decisions. And that was a huge, huge change from traditional project management. And then we moved on into some other processes like, you know, unified process, DSDM, some things like that. But along the way, also Scrum was being introduced. It was being experimented with. Now, let's fast forward a little bit to 1994. RAD was a big thing in the software space, rapid application development. And it was really kind of funny. I remember the days when RAD came out. It was, we don't need programmers anymore. We've got RAD. We're good to go. Well, that didn't exactly work out the way that they anticipated, but it was an evolutionary step in more rapid application or rapid delivery processes. And that's where Scrum really became more official. 1996, we came up with some new processes, Crystal Clear, which really isn't being used anymore, but it was, again, another evolutionary step. And Extreme Programming, which was a major step in the right direction. That was a critical aspect, but primarily for engineering practices, but it also brought some great concepts like small releases and bringing games to the process. So Extreme Programming was a significant leap forward. 1997, a new concept came out, which was feature-driven development. Again, not necessarily used by itself these days. It's really used as part of, you know, program management in an Agile space. And then another significant event was the Agile Manifesto in 2001. This is also called the Snowbird event. Or Snowbird Summit. That's when a group of industry thought leaders, you know, such as folks like, you know, Schwaber and Sutherland and some of those other folks got together. They were not the only ones. And just keep that in mind. They are very prominent figures. They are certainly not the only figures in the Agile community. They've had valuable contributions, of course, but not the only people in the Agile space that fathered this stuff. Scrum Alliance was also formed right around that same time. And then we had a strange little thing that happened called the Declaration of, it's actually a Declaration of Interdependence. And the interdependence is where we're talking about how we rely on each other. And it's not about the processes, relying on each other and relying about different kinds of processes. It was a method to help us understand that it's the people doing the work and how it's not just one process. We rely on each other, right? 2017, an amazing organization called Agile Alliance was formed. I'm a big fan of them. They are not a certification body, but instead they are a community of Agile practitioners that's not specific to any practice. That's why it's called Agile Alliance and not Scrum Alliance. They welcome all practices and discussions, and they do produce some great conventions and some materials as well. And they start partnering with the PMI to start publish the Agile Practice Guide. Now, I was actually participated in the production of the Agile Practice Guide. Not that I produced content, but I was participating in the process to help them with that guide. It was an interesting process. And the Agile Practice Guide is actually really good stuff. And I'm not saying because I was part of it, but simply because there's some really good content in that book. It's well worth reading. All right, Phil, back to you.
Thank you, Roy. And speaking of the Agile Practice Guide, let's test our knowledge ammo with this one. Walk down memory lane for some of you who are already PMPs. We're going to give you this poll to answer and take you back to PMP school. So it simply reads, what is this image known as? From way back in the day, for some of you. All right. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Thank you. Let's end the poll. Seems like your chops are still intact, aren't they, Roy?
Nicely done. I'm impressed.
So this is the Stacy complexity model, but Roy, can you walk us through what exactly this model means to us and why it's so important for hybrid thinking?
Absolutely. So what this model does is it attempts to give you some indicators of when you should use which kind of processes. It's based on the domain that you're currently working on. And there are a few different domains that we're talking about: the simple, the complicated, the complex, and anarchy. We're all familiar with anarchy, right? So let's start very quickly talk about the simple domain. This is where we have very close to agreement and certainty. We understand what we're doing. It's very clear. In those kinds of spaces where it's well understood, then a predictive process is perfectly reasonable to use. Once you start moving outward, though, it becomes a little more difficult. Predictive processes, when you're dealing with uncertainty and disagreement, predictive processes start to fall a little bit flat, right? Now, in the complicated space, you still have somewhat certainty, you still have some level of agreement. And the idea there is that, you might start in, still waterfall traditional approaches, predictive approaches are perfectly acceptable in that space. And so let me give an example of a complicated domain. So the example I love to use here is assembling a watch. So if you're assembling a watch, all of the steps known for how to assemble a watch, they're very well known. You have an understanding and agreement, you know what you're doing. So as long as you follow every single step, then you're going to be successful. Any deviation from those steps would be a defect. It wouldn't work properly. Well, that works perfectly well because that's a predictive process. Now, once you get into the complex space, you have a lot less certainty, a lot less agreement. And this is where you need to move away from the predictive approaches because you can't define everything up front simply because you don't know everything up front. That's the whole concept, right? So this is where a more adaptive process would be necessary. And that's what Agile falls in. Agile falls into the adaptive processes. And this is where you start needing the ability to experiment and learn, gain feedback, make mistakes, go back, redo things because of that level of uncertainty. Now, the complex domain, the example I like there is driving to work. So if you're driving to work, there's 1,000 different things that could get in your way from following your plan of how you would get to work. Little variabilities, variances in driving patterns, construction, weather, all kinds of things could get in your way and slow you down, or at least alter your course in how you get to work. Well, that's the complex space. Now, if you look at the software space in particular, that's where complexity really exists. The software space is very, very complex. There's a lot of uncertainty. Just think about it this way. Anytime you do something in software, it's never been done before. Even if it's a simple change, it's something that's brand new. It's never been done before. So it inherently has uncertainty and disagreements. I always love to say, you put two programmers in a room and ask them to solve a problem. They're going to come up with 20 different ways of doing it, right? That's how much level of disagreement that you can have in the software space. So the complex world is where that fits. Now, often we also have the anarchy space. That's where there's no agreement, there's no certainty, like research and development as an example. So we don't have a lot of agreement in that space. So R&D is also a really good space for the Agile, the adaptive process to fit in. All right, back to you, Phil.
Thank you, Roy. For those of you who are wondering, well, I've not seen this before. Well, go to page 165 in the current 7th edition, and you have a breakdown of the Stacy matrix. Now, Roy, I mean, what good is a description without an image when we're talking about a matrix? You know what I'm saying?
You really need the matrix.
Yeah, you need the matrix. So anyway, what is on page 165 in the 7th edition under 4.2.5.2? Let's just put it up here for those folks who may be going through this after the fact. 4.2.5.2. And we're talking about page 165. It helps to have the matrix. It helps. And all the great stuff Roy has said, put it in context with this matrix on the screen. Again, page 165, they call it the Stacy matrix. All right. With that said, let's talk a little bit more about Agile in this poll. An Agile approach to planning what? Give you 30 seconds for this one. It's pretty straight. All right. 3, 2, and 1. All right. So Roy, this was your evil invention. You want to speak to it? What is the answer and why is it?
Yeah, so in this one, an agile approach to planning results in plans that encourage change and that are easily changed. So A would be your correct answer. So, and the whole reason for this is just keep in mind what we talked about with the Stacy model. Change is expected. So if change is expected, you can't have a fully defined schedule and budget. You can't have a fully defined set of product features because we just don't know what all of them are yet. We'll have to discover some of those things. And the challenge, if you try to define everything up front, is you have a very high level of likelihood that this is not going to be the right stuff. So you just waste a lot of time and money defining it. That's really the concept about allowing change to happen.
Absolutely. And if we had said a predictive approach to planning, then we would say, yeah, fully define everything, fully plan everything. But in the world of Agile, it just is not so. We do our best in some sort of road mapping and release planning, don't we, Roy? We try our best, but we're not saying this is a plan. It's more like, what should we call it? What would you call a roadmap, Roy?
Yeah,
another word.
Roadmap it is kind of a plan, but I can tell you what it's not, and it's not a commitment. Right, that's the big thing, and that's a huge difference between traditional predictive approaches, which assumes the schedule and budget are commitments. In Agile, they're not. It's just an idea. It's a kind of an ask for what we think we want, but we just don't know for certain.
I like that. Not a commitment. Very important. I know when people see roadmaps and release plans, they get all excited. Oh, this is all we're going to get. But it's not all you're going to get. You could get less. You could get more. You could get something totally different, right?
Absolutely. And like the comment that we have, it's a directional path. It's what we think we're going to achieve and when we think we're going to achieve it. But along the way, discovery is going to happen. And discovery could be a good thing. We always think of discovery as, oh no, the world's falling apart, right? We've discovered all kinds of bad stuff. Well, you might have discovered a whole bunch of good stuff too. And you can get things done faster, right?
Absolutely. Speaking about plans, let's talk about this world of traditional versus the world of Agile, if you will. So in traditional, everything is fixed. We try to lock down the scope. And then if there needs to be any changes, something's got to give. Something's got to give. But for the most part, we fix down scope because we think that in fixing down scope, we're going to get to our targets. And it doesn't always follow, as we've discovered. But in the world of Agile, it's the reverse. It's upside down. Instead, we fix down our schedule and budget. We know what our sprint is, talking about iteration-based Agile. We're talking about a 2-week sprint, then that's locking down your schedule. So we say it's fixed, the budget is fixed. Roy, in this context of budget being fixed in Agile, I've had people scratch their head and say, really, is budget fixed? How do you explain that?
Yeah, so absolutely you fix your budget, and that's a critical element. You fix your schedule, fix your budget. And the intent is that we're trying to discourage some good things or bad things rather, and encourage some good things. So the things we're trying to encourage is a focus on priority and not on dollars. If you know how much you're going to spend and how much time you need to spend that money, then you can focus then on what scope is most important. It forces the discussion about prioritization. So that means that we're going to get the most valuable stuff. It's a value delivery process. So since it says value driven rather than plan driven, we're focusing on the value that we're delivering within the time box and within the dollars. It also discourages us from hiring a whole bunch of people in variable labor costs and all that kind of good stuff. We want to try to fix our team and make sure that they are stable, which gives us a fixed budget and a fixed schedule as well, right? But in this approach, always the scope is going to be variable as we discover things along the way, right, Phil?
Absolutely, Roy. Let's go to another poll really quick. And these polls, again, they're all anonymous, but they help to provoke our thinking, all right? This one says, Agile is best used when there is. So if you recall some of the discussions we had in the very beginning, this should be a piece of cake. Go for it. Okay, 3, 2, and 1. Let's go ahead and end the poll and share the results. Okay, so the answer we have for this is, as majority have guessed, C. So Roy, why would we say Agile is best used when change is likely? Because B sounds, it almost sounds, okay, it's not a bad thing for change to be unlikely, but that's predictive, isn't it?
That's best. So the way I like to say it is that Agile can be used in those kinds of environments where you're not expecting a lot of change. However, you could also just as easily use predictive approaches, simply because predictive approaches work best when change is unlikely. Now, the adaptive approaches such as Agile can also work in those environments where there is low change. The difference, though, is that it works extremely well in those environments where you need that experimentation, where you don't understand everything. You're going to try something and fail and get feedback and discovery. So that's the value that we get with Agile, working in those environments that are highly volatile.
I like that, Roy. Absolutely. Because I mean, PMI studies have shown that using an Agile way of thinking or being Agile in your thought helps even your predictive projects. So.
Absolutely. You and I both encourage a lot of Agile practices. Even if you're doing full-blown waterfall traditional approaches, there's lots of good stuff that you can steal from Agile to make your waterfall traditional approaches better.
Absolutely. Yeah. All right. Thank you for the chats. I see that. Brittany says this is boot camp all over again. Yeah. And
it's a review, Brittany.
It's a review. All right. Now, speaking of not making this be boot camp all over again, I'm just going to call on some volunteers. All right. As we begin going through this stuff, I want you to give us your quick 10-second take on it. So if you would like to jump in this next section, please do so. All right. This is really going through what I have coined as the process group pentagon, because just common sense, every project is initiated. We already know that every project you plan, even in the world of Agile. Come on, Roy, let's talk about this once and for all, because some people, they tend to think that this is, it's predictive. Mm-hmm. Every project, even in the world of Agile, you don't just start working them. You don't just wake up tomorrow and say, oh, I'm going to code and test this brand new system. No, there has to be an authorization, right?
Absolutely. Authorization, and also just making sure you're working on the right stuff. What you would discover, though, even in an Agile project, we do a level of initiation. It's just typically faster. Mm-hmm. Right. We still need the same basic stuff, but we're not going to, document everything at the beginning and plan everything at the beginning. It's going to be lighter weight, shorter planning cycles, shorter initiation. And then we get to building faster. You still got to initiate, though. Still have to do that.
Right. And I mean, you plan like you never did in the world of predictive, even in an Agile setting. We plan daily, don't we?
Absolutely.
Different levels. You've talked about the Agile onion. Well, what are some of those levels that we plan at in the Agile onion?
Yeah, so there's either 5 or 6 different levels depending on which model you like to use. I typically like, the most popular is the 5-level model, and the top level of the 5 is visioning, right? So visioning is an aspect of the initiation phase, right? And I hate calling it a phase because we don't really do phases in Agile. Mm-hmm. It's the initiation planning session, right? So what we're trying to identify is, what are we building? Why are we building it? Who is it going to impact? How are we going to measure? Some basic kind of charter-ish type things, project charter type work. So we don't throw everything out just because we're doing Agile. So we do some of that basic level stuff, right? The next thing that we do, again, which is related to initiation and some level of planning, is the roadmap. That's the next level of the onion. And the roadmap is high-level view of what we're going to implement, when we're going to implement it. But again, it's really just a direction. It's just a thought of what we think we need, and that it's going to change. The next level below that is something that's optional, called the release planning event. And release planning, it's optional because if you can release more frequently, then you don't necessarily need a separate plan for that. But if you need to plan across multiple iterations, then a release planning event is very helpful. And that's our next level of planning, which is the iteration or sprint level. And that's where we're planning out the work. It's a fairly detailed plan. We're going to plan out what we're going to work on over the next time box, and it's typically about 2 weeks. Finally, down to the most detailed level of planning is our daily planning, and that's typically in the form of a daily scrum, daily stand-up, whatever you want to call it. That's the opportunity where we plan how we're going to work together over the next 24 hours. And as you know, Phil, a lot of people get that wrong, and they use the daily plan as a status meeting. That's not the intent. It's a planning meeting. So 5 levels of planning, lots and lots of planning involved in Agile, right? Back to you, Phil.
Absolutely, Roy. Thank you very much. So you've just learned the Agile Onion. For those of you who are keen on taking any PMI exam like the PMP, you got to know some of these things, right? So the Agile Onion, the idea about it, it's going to help you on your test. This is not 7th edition. In fact, let me just be flat out honest with you folks. Going through the 7th edition helped me see that probably 25, if that percent, 20 to 25 is brand new. So if you're taking the exam, just be aware that a lot of what is in here is not breaking news. It's been in other PMI publications. It's been taught, like a lot of what is here. Roy and I had started teaching this way beyond before the 7th edition came out, like way beyond, like the Stacy model and all this stuff you've seen, but it's in the 7th edition. All right. So it's not entirely new. Moving on to executing. Executing is where you get the work done, where you actually roll up your sleeves. And this is where the developers, what do you feel about that word developers in the new Scrum Guide, Roy?
Yeah, so I'm always a little bit torn about this one. Developers has an implication of software world, that sort of thing. And it's not just about software. So I kind of don't like that term of developers. The idea is that everyone on the team, no matter what their skill set, no matter what their background, is developing or building something. I would prefer they just call them team members. That would be a pretty reasonable thing to say. But the idea, again, is that if you're testing or building or designing or analyzing or whatever, everyone is building something. So they're just kind of making it a little bit generic. I don't know if they made the mark on that one, though.
Yeah, developers. So anyway, the team members, people doing the work, they execute. And then we have monitoring and control, in which is our inspect, adapt mechanisms all throughout whatever the framework you're using, isn't it, Roy? The inspect, adapt is all throughout Scrum.
Yep, constantly. We're always monitoring how things are going, collecting feedback, changing directions. And there is, even in Agile, a level of monitoring and controlling. It has to exist. We just try to prefer the lighter weight forms because there's a lot of directional change going on, and we need to make sure that we enable that for as low cost as possible.
Let's talk about closing, Roy. I mean, anyone who thinks you don't close out from the world of Agile is delusional. We do, and we're always ready to close at any point. Can you talk about that one?
Yeah, our goal is that closing an Agile project is a final sign off or whatever it has to be, and a push of a button and off you go. You're closed. And the main reason is that we're doing all of the traditional close activities throughout the project. So at any point in time, we would like to have the option of saying we've delivered enough value, back to that value delivery concept. If you've delivered enough value on a project and now you're getting to a point of diminishing returns where you're spending the same amount of time delivering low value stuff, well, wouldn't it make sense to be able to say, you know what, this project is over. Let's go spend our money on some other thing that is higher value. And Phil, we're going to get into this pretty soon. This is where you start talking about product focus rather than just project focus. That project construct tends to get in your way when you're thinking organizationally and as a system. We'll talk more about that, but project close, when you're doing actual projects in Agile, it's very, very simple because we should have already done most of this work, right?
Absolutely. You do the closing, step by step, and you don't do everything because it was written. You do what is value, right? Yeah. So let's talk about the concept of knowledge areas. For anyone taking the exam, you got to know your knowledge areas. Just go to the Agile Practice Guide, page 90 to 95, Agile Practice Guide. You're going to begin to see how to view the knowledge areas from an Agile lens. Again, this is another misconception. People think these have gone away. They have not gone away. So for those of you taking the PMP exam, be aware that the knowledge areas, integration, scope, schedule, cost, quality, resources, communications, risk, procurement, and stakeholder are all important. Again, in this version of the model of the process group pentagon, I put risk in the middle because everything can be viewed from a risk angle, right, Roy? We can view everything from a risk bias.
Absolutely. And Phil, I'm really glad that you put that in there because you know how I feel about Agile and risk, risk management on Agile projects. I think we typically do a very bad job of it, right? And the main reason is that there's so much stuff built into Agile to reduce our risk and mitigate our risk, but it's usually just not enough. And the point here is that everything that we're doing in the Agile space, focusing on people, doing daily planning, doing, shorter iterations, all this kind of stuff, it's all about managing the risk of not being successful, all of that. So everything that we work toward has a risk lens. And I think that brings some comfort to people that are more traditional. It's all about risk, and managing projects should be all about managing the risk, right?
That's right, Roy. And I want to crave your indulgence. Those of you who are risk aficionados and junkies like Roy and I, you can go on down to YouTube and search for Risk Doctor video channel. That is the Risk Doctor, who is one of our collaborators, who's developed courses with me in the past. His name is Dr. David Hilson. My goodness, check out his channel if you want to go nuts on risk. That is the channel you need to go to. So talking about the 7th edition, one of the things they have done is introduce this concept of 12 project management principles. And that is what you see at the base: stewardship, collaboration, engagement, value, systems thinking, leadership, tailoring, quality, navigating uncertainty, complexity, resiliency, change, all of that stuff Roy and I are going to cover eventually. But the takeaway is this framework that the PMI has espoused in previous editions, it doesn't go away. They still have a lot of mention in what they call Standards Plus. It is an online portal that is more like an extension of the 7th edition, if you will. So all this stuff is still there. It's just hidden. So if you're taking the exam, just be aware it is still possible that you'll find this language in it. But more than anything else, this question, based on Roy's teachings with me, this question is going to summarize PMI's thought process about any exam in PMP space. Or, they've got this additional exam that they say PMPs who were certified a long time ago can take. It's a micro certification. That exam, the PMP exam, everything, it really rests on this mindset in this particular question. This is one of my favorite questions based on Roy's teachings last year. So there's your poll. Some of you already know the answer. You don't even need a second. All righty then, 3, 2, and 1. Brilliant. Oh dear, Roy, this is a first.
This is fantastic. Phil, I think this is probably the biggest deviation from PMI of the days gone, right? And the PMI of the future is that they are starting to focus on the stuff on the bottom rather than that 100% lens of scope, time, budget, right? They've started to realize finally the stuff on the bottom brings value. The stuff on the top doesn't necessarily mean success, right?
Absolutely. There you go. I see those chats. Thank you, Brittany. Thank you, Ravi. I see that as well. Awesome. Yeah. You got to think both worlds these days, not just predictive, and not just Agile alone. It's both worlds as your project needs to. But I'm telling you, someone who is not thinking Agile is in trouble. Even in a predictive space, you're in trouble. You've got to think Agile. Yeah, all right. Well, I see we got about 7 minutes left to the top of the hour. Why don't we very briefly go through this? So I know you might be looking at the book and saying, wow, Phil and Roy just spoke for an hour and they haven't even gone into... The reason is this knowledge and this think is is so important. Once you get into the right channel with the think, everything else just follows suit. All right, so let's take a look at what is new. You've got the PMBOK Guide 6th edition and you've got the 7th. The 6th edition pretty much focused on initiating, planning, all the way to closing that we looked at, and they called that the standard. You see what I said? They called that the standard. But in the 7th edition, what they are calling the standard is the introduction. Roy and I pretty much blew out the introduction and gave you a lot more information to help support everything else coming. The system for value delivery, we're going to talk about that. But one of the major differences is they replaced the 5 process groups as the focus. I didn't say they got rid of them. They didn't get rid of them. They replaced the 5 process groups as the focus with the project management principles as the focus. That is a huge difference. So they're saying the standard is principle thinking versus process thinking. All right. They're not saying forget about the processes. They're just changing the emphasis in this edition. The second thing that they've changed in what they called a guide to the project management body of knowledge, what we used to call the PMBOK guide with the 10 knowledge areas. Here's a dirty little secret. Those haven't gone away. Actually, PMI, they scrambled it around. So you still have some familiar terminology in what we call performance domains. Stakeholders, team, development approach, and life cycle. They just reconfigured the way it was arranged, okay? So pretty much what you have on the left has just been reborn. It reminds me of the Phoenix in the X-Men, reborn. Yeah, she's reborn. You know, just a different spin. It's still there. And then something else they did, the appendices and the glossary, they made it leaner and meaner. They took away the hundreds and hundreds of liters of ITTOs and they replaced them with just maybe a dozen, you know. And then something else they did, they blew out PMI Standards Plus, which is an online repository of a lot of templates, a lot of tools, a lot of great stuff. You'll be amazed at how much value you could get by just going through PMI Standards Plus. If you're developing a team, working with a team, you can find videos, articles, templates, all sorts of great stuff to help build the people you're training. All right. So for those of you who are in the world of training, well, this is a portal I would advise you to go look at.
Yeah, and just,
all right.
Just point something out very quickly there, Phil. So if you take a look at the stuff on the right, you might notice some similarities to something called the Agile Manifesto, right? So great, they're going in this direction. It's less about the steps of project management and more the behaviors of project management. It's a big change.
Big change, Roy, and that's true. And truth be told, I believe them dabbling into, you know, discipline, agile, and just being bombarded with agile speak, they're like, you know, let's just go make our own. Mm-hmm. So they went to make their 12 principles, which we're going to take a look at in the next half. But just a few key terms and concepts, and then we'll go for our break, and then we'll come back and talk about this some more. These things on the screen are basic concepts talked about when you hit page 4 in the 7th edition. You see them breaking down all of these, and I'm going to give you the top of the waves, right? Outcome, an end result or consequence of a process or project. Roy, let's talk about the importance of outcome over just output.
Oh, it's critical. The concept is if you is determine what outcome you're trying to achieve, and it's usually related to happy customers or some kind of key performance indicators, things like that. That's the outcome, like improved satisfaction or customer retention, something like that. Those are the things that are outcome focused. Output is just how much stuff you're producing. And while output is valuable, right, we want to make sure that we are tracking the output. The only thing that really matters is, are you getting the outcomes that you're planning for? So if you deliver a whole bunch of output and you have not delivered happy customers, then you have failed. So the focus toward outcome allows you the flexibility of saying, you know what, we're making our customers happy, but we can do it perhaps with less output. Traditional project management is very focused on produce, output. And now they're moving toward the outcome of making happy customers and stakeholders. So that's the importance there. It's a big switch and very important concept.
Absolutely, Roy. And let's be honest, there are projects where you make the product fit for use, conforming to requirements, but the customer is not satisfied. That's a poor outcome.
How many times have you been involved on projects where that happens? Phil? I can't count the number. It's, where they it's like, build this for me. You go off and you go build it, and it's like, that's not what that doesn't work for me. I don't like that.
Absolutely. And Roy, even in training programs, sometimes you knock it out of the park, and you still have a customers like, well, but
Yeah, just very quickly, Phil. I had that very same experience. It wasn't me training, fortunately. It was a friend of mine who did it. A customer asked for a specific kind of training. They delivered exactly what the customer was asking for. They delivered the exact training. And at the end of it, it's like, yeah, you know what? This isn't what we wanted. So we're really not happy.
Oh, dear.
Yeah,
that
is,
is,
Yeah,
it happens. And hopefully by the time we're done, Roy, we'll give some pointers on how to overcome that. Okay. Still
Robbie,
on page.
You are correct. Great comment.
Let's see Ravi's comment. So outcome is customer focused. Output is yes. That's a great way of putting it, Ravi. Brilliant. Brilliant. All right. So taking a look at page 4, I just want to go through them really briefly because I know you folks on this call already know them. For anyone who is studying for the test or does not have as much insights, it's all on page 4, right? Portfolios are a collection of projects, programs, subsidiary portfolios, and operations managed as a group to achieve strategic objectives. We're going to come more to that in the value delivery system. A product is an artifact that is produced, is quantifiable, and can be either an end item in itself or a component item. A program is a collection of projects, programs, subsidiary programs, you want to call them that, and program activities that are managed to obtain benefits that are not available from managing them individually. We have a project here, a temporary endeavor undertaken to deliver a unique product, service, or result. This definition, I would like to rephrase it as a temporary endeavor undertaken to deliver value. It's not just about the product, service, or result, but it's really about the value at the end. So that is an improvement that we could make on definition of a project, right? It's not about the deliverable, like you heard Roy say. Project management is the application of knowledge, skills, tools, and techniques to project activities to meet project requirements. Project manager, the person assigned by the performing organization to lead the project team that is responsible for achieving the project objectives in a predictive world, right, Roy? Let's talk about project managers in Agile. It's a bit of an unknown, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. And so there's lots of stuff you can read on the internet that, project managers, that there's no such thing as an Agile project manager. And I tend to disagree with that concept. There's still a lot of the concepts that you have from project management. They still have to be done. You still have budgets, you still have scope, you still have schedule, you still have stakeholders, all of those traditional things that you're used to. They still exist. They don't go away just because of the process you're following to deliver it. So the need for project managers is still there. It's very important, but the job needs to change. And instead of being checklist and process focused, you instead have to be more people focused, making sure that the people that are doing the work have what they need, understanding the customer needs at a much deeper level. So the concept of Agile project management is different. And that's where PMBOK 7 comes in. It's more about the behaviors and the principles and the values than it is about the processes, right?
Absolutely, Roy. And that leads us to talking about individuals and interactions again. The next one on the screen is a team, a set of individuals performing the work of the project to achieve its objectives. Next, we have a system for value delivery. This is a collection of strategic business activities aimed at building, sustaining, and/or advancing the organization. Portfolios, programs, projects, products, and operations can all be part of an organization system for value delivery. And last but not least, we have value itself. And value is the worth, importance, or usefulness of something. I like PMI's definition in the 6th edition. It says the net quantifiable benefits that a customer can realize from a product, service, or result. So it's the worth, the importance, or usefulness. If something is not useful to a customer, they ain't getting value from it.
And it says organizations all the time, does it?
Exactly, that's true. It's not all about the dollars. We have tangible value. We have intangible value. What are some examples of intangible value, Roy?
Well, consider, let's say that you are a nonprofit organization that is providing, services to the community. There's no dollars associated with what you're producing, not necessarily anyway. It's more about the intangible results of serving your community, happier community, the outcome that you're trying to achieve, which may not have anything to do with dollars in those kinds of situations. And that's just one example. There's lots more, right, Phil?
That's a great example, Roy. Thanks for that. And it says societal value can include the contribution to groups of people, as Roy said, communities, or the environment. So all that we're telling you is all here, it's all buried here. But what we're doing is cutting to the chase and just getting to the heart of a lot of this information so that you don't have to read pages of it before you understand it, so you can teach it more organically to your people. All right, so that is the end of part 1. At this time, we'll be taking a little break for 5 minutes, and we'll come back and continue the journey. Welcome back. We are moving on now to our next section in the PMBOK Guide, 7th edition. But there's one thing we want to establish before we go through the system for value delivery. And it's this example of a project lifecycle that Roy and I typically use to introduce people to the world of hybridization. When you're taking a look at projects, instead of looking at them as, oh, this is all predictive or this is all agile, you might need to have a more, I would say, agnostic view, which is what this presents. Every project should have a vision. You should have a business case, should have a charter, you should have some kind of authorization process. Of course, you should plan, you execute, you get work done, you go through a period of inspect and adapt so that you can firm up whatever you're doing, so you can get it better. On some projects, it's more copious, like on iterative projects, your focus is really doing things until they are correct. That's not every project, but to a large degree, you find this on you should have this on every project. You should replan and refine. You should, of course, demo what you're doing. It's a way of engaging stakeholders, and then you deliver. It doesn't have to be just software. You could do this on any project. And ultimately, you should have a period where you retrospect. So Roy, this is not just peculiar to the world of Agile. It's what every project should do, right? You should have your retrospectives. You should have the ceremonies in some way, right?
And absolutely. I talk about the retrospective all the time in traditional approaches. Traditionally, we do a lessons learned at the end of a session, the end of a project. And I always thought that it was such a poor implementation of a great idea. The implementation is that we wait until the project has potentially failed to talk about how to improve it. Well, that seems like a terrible time to do that, right? It's way, way too late. So instead, maybe we can steal the concept from Agile, which was stolen from traditional approaches, right? Let's face it, and that is, let's do a retrospective every couple of weeks. Let's do a lessons learned session every couple of weeks and feed those lessons into our next couple of weeks. So you're continuously evolving throughout the project rather than waiting till the end when it's way, way too late, right? Make sense, Phil?
Absolutely. It's so brilliant, Roy. All right. Excuse me, moving into a system for value delivery for those of you who are following. Wow, this is tough because Roy and I, we don't like going by the book at all. We don't like going by the book. But anyway, just to get everyone caught up to speed, those of you that actually have the 7th edition, we just got done with page 5. Page 5 then goes into the audience for the standard, and we know anyone is the audience, any organization, any team member, any project manager, project lead, team member, anyone. All right, so moving on to page 7, this is where we come upon a system for value delivery. That's what we're going into next, just to make it extremely clear. All right, and here we have 5 sections. 5 sections. Let's go over the sections one more time. We did take a look at them in the very beginning, but the 5 sections are as follows. And I'm just going to put a red boundary around them. So we have creating value, we have organizational governance systems, we have functions associated with projects, we have the project environment, and then we have product management considerations. And then when we get done with this, because this is all number 2 right here, when we get done with number 2, we will then move into number 3, which is project management principles. But right now, we're really focused on just this second part. Okay, so that's what we're going to take a look at now. Okay, so follow us to page 7, and let's start with the topic of creating value. So it reads, projects exist within a larger system, such as a governmental agency, organization, or contractual arrangement. The idea is that your project doesn't just exist on its own, it exists within a wider system. Turning the page over to 2.1.1. It reads here, various components such as portfolios, programs, projects, products, and operations that can be used individually and collectively to create value is what we call that system, those various components, right? There are many systems, but working together, these different components comprise a system for delivering value that is aligned with the organization's strategy. So think of it as pieces of a system working together to deliver value. If you go to page 9, this is where you see this image. We've made it look a little bit enticingly interesting. It doesn't look this way in the guide, so we've added a little bit of color. But the idea is that organizations need to deliver value, and they do this using this system for value delivery. What I like about PMI's breakdown here is they have given a solid term to it. For the longest time, this has been around in project space, portfolios, programs, and projects. This is not new. But to define it, again, a portfolio is a collection of projects, programs, sub-programs, just name it, whatever you want to call the work, right? It's a collection of all the work that you're doing to deliver value. That's the key thing, value, 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 right? So you've got portfolio A, you can see we have program A1. Let's just zoom into it so that we can focus a little bit more on it. Portfolio A has these programs, A1 and A2. And A1, the program, has a bunch of projects. So does program A2. Go into portfolio B, you can see that there are some projects in the portfolio that are not linked to any program, but they're in the portfolio B. And then you can see program B1 has got projects in it. So the takeaway is that you can have projects, standalone projects that do not belong to a program, and you can have programs with projects in it, all in a portfolio. And lastly, talking about the system itself, you can also see that we have programs that do not belong to a portfolio, but they are part of what is being done overall as a system for value delivery. That is one of the changes you can see from the 6th edition. They didn't have an image such as this, but now we see PMI coming out. They're coming out of the gate swinging, saying you got to think about value, value, value. How do you like this interpretation, Roy?
Yeah, I think it's better. And I really wanted to call this out. So thank you for giving me the opportunity for this one. This is a very subtle, nuanced change that's an indicator of something bigger that's going to be coming down the pike, right? In the past, the PMI has been very focused on the project as an entity. It is a thing that is generally standalone. And yes, of course, it could be part of a program or portfolio, but they never treated the organization as a system in the past. Now they're starting to introduce that language, which is very important for what is likely to come further down the road. In the past, you would run a project to completion because the project was a standalone entity and had to be completed in order to say this project was completed. What they're going to be moving toward, and this is just my opinion, this is what's going to be moving toward, is more the concept of the organization as a system, where you're focusing on the most important value from whatever project that work happens to come from. So as an example, if you have one team that is working on multiple projects, they should be focused on the highest value component, the highest value piece of any project that they happen to be working on. So the prioritization then kicks in. Value, piece of, feature from project A is more valuable than feature B from project B. So let's do feature A first, right? Let's do the most important, most valuable thing, regardless of the project. Now, what I suspect is eventually you're going to start seeing more terminology coming from the lean world, where they start introducing the concept of value streams. And value streams is just like the name implies, a stream of continuous value rather than the focus of the project. So I think this is a hint of things to come, more systems thinking, more value stream thinking. So maybe do some studying about value streams and how they work, because that's likely what's coming in future editions of the PMBOK. Does that make sense, Phil?
Absolutely, Roy. You are smack dab in line with what PMI is saying right now. In fact, systems thinking is one of the principles that they've been espousing. So you're right on the money. It's not about my project, my program. It's really all is a system. So there should be no segregation. You should all be working together and, switching from one priority of value to the next when we need to, especially when resources are scarce. It's just the way of life that PMI is beginning to espouse. They've woken up. Yeah. Now, taking this a step further, if we look at the next page, going to page 10, we can see the same image, but what PMI has done here is they have put this system for value delivery within an internal environment. So we now get the impression that all of these are working together within our organizational environment, but going a step further, we also have an external environment. And it reads here, the components in a value delivery system create deliverables used to produce outcomes. An outcome is an end result or consequence of a process or a project. This is on page 10. Focusing on outcomes, choices, and decisions emphasizes the long-range performance of the project. The outcomes create benefits, which are gains realized by the organization. Benefits in turn create value, which is something of worth, importance, or usefulness. And remember Roy's example, doesn't always have to be money related, could be good work you're doing in your community and so on. Okay. All right. Now, when we look at this, I like giving a visual that will help it stick. We're really big on visuals. So when we take a look at a system for value delivery to help it stick, think about the components in an aquarium, right? You could think about portfolios as being the big boulders. You could think about your programs as being rocks. Think about your projects being pebbles. Think about operations, the lifeblood that keeps the organization going, the water itself. Think about the outcomes. It could be the sand. And think about the benefits like the plants. And of course, stakeholders are going to be the fish. Just something for you to latch on to remember some of these components. But also within this system, if you go to page 11, PMI, they espouse the idea of information flow. And it reads, a value delivery system works most efficiently when information and feedback are shared consistently, because all of this will fall flat without the relevant feedback. So senior leadership communicates a strategy that flows into the portfolios. The desired outcomes, benefits, and value that we're seeking flows from portfolios down to programs and projects, and then deliverables with support and maintenance information. Those are given to operations. In turn, operations flows back information for updates, fixes, and adjustments. Programs and projects flow back into the portfolio level, performance information and progress. And then the portfolios flow back to senior leadership, portfolio performance information. And overall, we have operations flowing back outcomes, benefits, value, and performance analysis. So the idea is not just to have the system, but actually to use it for feedback. Roy, any comments?
Yeah, absolutely. So again, if you look at the overall system, all these collections of components, it's the interactions between the components that we really want to be focusing on. It's how, projects affect other projects and projects affects programs. So all of these things are tightly interconnected. And we need to make sure that we're focusing not just on the thing, not just the project, but the relationships between those projects in order for all of that work to work successfully. That means more of a focus as the organization as a system and not just a collection of programs and projects. Does that make sense, Phil?
Absolutely. Spot on. We've seen a lot more of the individuals and interactions over the processes and tools, and we're seeing more of the value, even within this example of information flow is value. We want that feedback. We want to understand how to improve and things like that.
Yeah.
All right, going over to page 12, we see a word that Roy and I have discussed time and time again in our project management classes, It's the word governance. And it reads here, a governance framework can include elements of oversight, control, that word, value assessment, integration among components, and decision-making capability. So if you're on page 12, this is where you see a very big section on governance. But I like the simple definition from the 6th edition. It just reads, governance is a framework within which authority is exercised. And Roy, this is not a bad word, even if we're in a world of Agile. The word governance is not a bad word, is it?
You have to deal with governance. And you know, we don't necessarily like the word because it has such a negative connotation of governance and control and authority and things like that. And that's a very anti-agile kind of concept. All of those things are anti-agile, but the reality is you do need governance, right? You do need to make sure that things are being done properly, that you've got, you know, some standards and practices in place to protect your organization. That's really what it comes down to. You know, imagine a group of people working on a project and they're not aware of security governance, you know, security concerns, things like that. They could build anything and cause great harm to the organization. The governance, like it or not, is a part of any organization and out of necessity as well.
Absolutely, Roy. Still here on page 12, we go into 2.3. This is a no-brainer. This is functions associated with projects. This is what you folks are so used to. It says functions related to the project can be fulfilled by one person, by a group of people, or combined into defined roles. So PMI, they're taking this step back to say, wait a minute, it's not just the project manager who does this. This could also be the team. And I think the Agile influence from the Agile Alliance is probably beginning to take over, Roy, like Banner.
Yeah, this is a big one. You know, let's take a second here to pick this one apart a little bit. What they're essentially saying, this, if you read the subtext, is that a project manager, a role of project manager, a person as the project manager is not necessarily always needed on every single project. Now, that's not necessarily a bad thing for project managers. All we're really saying here is that if there isn't sufficient complexity, then maybe you don't need a dedicated person fulfilling the role of project manager. You still have project management needs, you still have budget, you still have scope, all that other kind of good stuff. Maybe you don't always need a dedicated project manager to fulfill those roles. That's a big change for the PMI.
Huge, huge indeed. And when it gets down to the nitty-gritty of these, we talk about providing oversight and coordination. Roy, let's pick that one apart. Let's jump into any of these frameworks or just the world of Agile in general. We don't have one focal point, one central figure anymore. It's distributed and dispersed, isn't it?
Absolutely. And that's a key concept in the Agile space, is that it is distributed decision-making. And it ties back to a larger concept of servant leadership. Right, where you don't, in the past, it was always we have one person making decisions and one person to, you know, tell us what to do and, you know, command and control kind of approaches. Well, we're moving away from that. And the concept is that we have leaders who lead, not command. They give organizational clarity. They give direction. They say, this is where we're going. This is why we're doing it. And it builds that environment or that community within an organization, not just, you know, the hierarchy and a command and control structure. More a community of smart people that have an understanding of what we're trying to accomplish, why we're trying to accomplish it, and then we're using the intelligence of those people that are doing the work. So a very different approach than what we've done traditionally, right, Phil?
Absolutely. And this is on page 13 for those of you who are following. The intent is not to read the entire paragraph, but the intent is to look more from a master class point of view. All right, so provide oversight and coordination, and it reads, people in this function help the project team achieve the project objectives, typically by orchestrating the work of the project. Again, what Roy has just said is that we need to depart from just seeing one central figure and seeing it, you know, distributed across team members. The next one here says present objectives and feedback, and it says people in this function contribute perspectives, insight, and clear direction from customers and end users. Now, Roy, let's talk about two of the roles in Scrum that may be involved in presenting objectives and feedback, or maybe three roles.
Yeah, maybe three roles, right? It's not just necessarily limited to one. So we've got our product owner, we've got stakeholders, right, that are going to be providing feedback and making sure we're going in the right direction. And what about the team, Phil? Do you think they're involved in that kind of a concept of presenting objectives? Yeah, right. Distributed decision making, which means the team has a component. They have an opportunity to say, you know what, this is the wrong direction. We're doing the wrong thing. Being able to raise their hand and saying, there's a better way, or this is not the right way for us to go. And that's an important aspect of decentralized decision making as well, right?
Indeed. It says here on page 14, projects need clear direction from customers and end users regarding project requirements, outcomes, and expectations. In adaptive and hybrid environments, the need for ongoing feedback is greater because the teams are exploring and developing product elements within specific increments. All right, let's go to 233. It says facilitate and support. The function of facilitation and support may be closely related to providing oversight and coordination depending on the nature of the project. Now that word oversight, let's debate that, or let's discuss that, Roy.
Yeah, another word that I hate to use, but there is always some need for oversight, of course, making sure that we're following the right practices, all that kind of good stuff. However, the way that you implement that oversight, that's really up to interpretation. A team could have oversight upon itself. The team members having oversight over each other and over themselves as well. So it's that mutual, shared, and personal accountability and ownership of the work that's being done. Oversight doesn't have to be a central body of people, staring at everything that you're doing in minutia. It's more about making sure that we're doing good stuff and we're doing it in a good way and not causing harm to the organization and those people that we're building the work for. So oversight is something that is also, in a way, distributed. Of course, there needs to be certain definitions of what good practices are, and making sure that we're not causing harm. Just simple little things like workplace safety. Well, in a way, that's kind of a form of oversight. You've got a group of people defining what workplace safety is all about. That's an important thing to have, right? So oversight is not necessarily a bad thing. It's how it's implemented that typically is where it goes astray.
Brilliant perspective, Roy. Let's go to page 14 still, 234. It says, perform work and contribute insights. And it just reads, this group of people provides the knowledge, skills, and experience necessary to produce the products and realize the outcomes of the project. So what they're doing now is they're balancing it out by showing you it's not just a project manager, you need the team. I like this quote from the editor-in-chief of Vogue. She says, you are nothing, Anna Winter. She says, you're nothing without the team. And it's true. Without the team, what would you do?
Yep.
All right. Let's move on to the next one on page 15. It's apply expertise. It says, people in this function provide the knowledge, vision, and expertise in a number of specific subjects for a project. They offer advice and support throughout the organization and contribute to the project team's learning process and work accuracy. The people can be external to the organization or can be internal project team members. That's apply expertise. The next one, 2.3.6, provide business direction and insight. It says people in this function guide the clarity and direction of the project or product outcome. The function involves prioritizing the requirements or backlog items based on business value, dependencies, and technical or operational risk. Now, Roy, that has product owner spelled all over it, doesn't it?
Absolutely, all over the place. And the product owner is a role that is obviously very critical in making sure that we're going the right direction at all times, right?
Absolutely. Next one is provide resources and direction. It says people in this function promote the project and communicate the organization's vision, goals, and expectations to the project team and broader stakeholder community. They advocate for the project and the project team by helping to secure the decisions, resources, and authority that allow project activities to progress. So who would we put into this frame of thinking?
There could be stakeholders, leadership, even product ownership, and to a certain extent, the Scrum Master, at least from an escalation perspective. But I also want to point something out here in general about the direction that PMI is going. The word resources. Now, Phil, you know how I feel about the word resource, right? It's calling people resources is quite honestly very offensive to a lot of people in the Agile community, but they're getting better at this. Now they're starting to use the word people and team members and things like that, which is much better. And now they're more correctly applying the word resources, as in the physical equipment and the safety and the other kinds of things that people need in order to be able to do their jobs. Yeah, absolutely, Brittany. It's just such a bad idea to call people resources. It's just not a good way of dealing with human beings. So, they're still a bit inconsistent in their application of the word resource, but they're getting a lot better at it, which is a very positive direction.
Indeed. Yes. I always find that very amusing, because I remember when Roy and I started training this course, that was one of the first things Roy said: call your people resources. They deserve better.
Yeah.
Okay, last but not least, we have that word again, the G word, maintain governance. People who fill a governance function approve and support recommendations made by the project team and monitor project progress in achieving the desired outcome. So, Roy, let's real quick talk about the role of the functional managers or functional heads, if you will, from an Agile perspective. A lot of times people think, oh, freedom, the team, that's it. No more functional. That's not entirely true, is it?
Not true at all. And I hear all the time, it's like, well, the team is self-governing and self-managing and self-organizing. They don't need to be told what to do. It's like, okay, great. We can fire most of our functional managers, right? Well, maybe. I don't necessarily agree with that. So the role of the functional manager changes significantly, though. You consider that we don't necessarily need a single manager over a team as we would in a more traditional hierarchical kind of organization. You tend to flatten it out more. So maybe you don't need as many functional managers, but maybe you still do. That's really based on the context of the organization. But the job of those managers changes significantly. Instead of being the people that are telling everyone what to do and tasking out resources, right, and assigning work and all that kind of good stuff, telling people what to do, the job changes to be much more of a mentor, leadership kind of role. And making sure that the team members have what they need to do their jobs. The way I like to kind of equate it is functional managers are more about organizing a community of practice, right? So they might be around a specific skill set or technology or platform or some other domain of expertise, something like that. So they're making sure that the people that are working in their hierarchy have the skills necessary for that particular community of practice. So it's a different approach than traditional management. It's less about telling people and more about leading and guiding and mentoring, right? Which is a very positive way.
Thank you, Roy. And we got a great question, and this is from Ravi. And Ravi says, what is the rationale of having 2.3.8 maintain governance outside of 2.2, right, which is organizational governance systems? Well, I think what PMI is trying to do is show the governance system as a system versus this function of maintaining governance as something that you do as an individual or a group of individuals.
And within the project itself. Exactly. So there's this system of governance, which is organizational, and and then maintaining that governance within the project and making sure that you're adhering to that governance.
Brilliant, Roy. Absolutely. Yeah. All right. Well, we've spoken about 8 things pretty much that PMI says are functions associated with projects. Let's just do a very quick, well, you listen to what we said type of poll. So here we go. As we launch the poll, which of these is not a function associated with a project?
It's a good question, Phil. I like this one. This will test them.
All right, well done. 3, 2, and 1. Okay, let's end the poll and share the results. Okay, so majority have gone with option C, and that is because if you take a look at page 12 all the way to 15 or 14, what you're going to realize is that controlling the company revenues is not associated with a project. That is more for leadership in the firm, management, senior management, stuff like that. But providing oversight, presenting objectives and feedback, performing work and contributing insights, yeah, those are all things that are mentioned in 2.3. All right. So with that said, let's talk about this concept of the project environment. Project environment is talked about from page 16. So let me just read a little bit of it for you for context. It says, projects exist and operate within internal and external environments that have varying degrees of influence on value delivery. Internal and external environments can influence planning and other project activities. These influences can yield a favorable, unfavorable, or neutral impact on project characteristics, stakeholders, or project teams. So let's jump into page 16. I don't want to dwell on this too much because we could get lost in definition paralysis, but the summary is, once upon a time, PMI had something called enterprise environmental factors and something called organizational process assets. Enterprise environmental factors are factors that can influence the project. Organizational process assets are assets that support the project. Well, PMI have changed the configuration in the 6th edition, and they've just said you've got internal environment, which could be factors or artifacts, and you've got external environment, which could be processes that government says you must follow, therefore regulations, industry standards, and things like that. So let's take a look at them really quick. Internal environment, you have things we call process assets, not assets, process assets. That's the very first one. A process asset is an asset that enables your process, that helps you do better with process. So we're talking about documentation, we're talking about repositories, databases with information from past projects and stuff like that. Governance documentation, data assets, knowledge assets, security and safety information that pertains to the organization. All of these are internal, right? Your company structure, the way your facilities are distributed, infrastructure that you may possess, information technology software, resource availability, employee capability. These are all internal. They're either factors or they're assets in some way, okay? That's internal environment. We also have the external environment. The external environment are marketplace conditions. You don't have any hold over this, right? Social and cultural influences, regulatory stuff, commercial databases, academic research, industry standards, financial considerations, physical environment. These are all talked about further on page 18. But for you folks who have experience in the real world, these should make absolute sense. But from an Agile perspective, are there any triggers, Roy, when you take a look at these that we don't bucketize things like this? It just happens, right?
Yeah, these are just, facts of life in an Agile space. We're more, again, concerned about some of the internal things like how team members react and maybe some other things. Actually, so I would encourage the view of social and cultural influences, things like that. We at least consider them. We don't necessarily need to call them out specifically or put them in boxes, things like that. They're just kind of natural, right?
Absolutely. Yeah. So for your exam, those of you taking the exam and have wondered, okay, what could possibly change? Well, I mean, the concept of internal and external environment was not in previous editions. Would not be surprised if we begin to see that language and this thinking, which we talked about before the break, right? External environment, internal environment, your system for value delivery being wrapped inside the internal environment, and really knowing what PMI say are some of the components in an external or internal environment. With that said, here's a very quick, did you follow what I said? Here we go. Let us relaunch the poll. So external environments include what? What do you think? Quick 30 seconds. All righty, 3, 2, and 1. Thank you very much. All right, a little bit polarized. So there's a little bit of trickery going on like you would find on the PMP exam. Option D, combined resource availability, internal, and commercial databases, external. So it cannot be the right answer. Option C, information technology software that you use, that's internal to the firm. So it's not external. Academic research is what we were looking for. So academic research, that is an example of external environment. Just one more look at that. We have marketplace conditions, social and cultural, regulatory, commercial, bits and pieces. All right, just little things that you can look out for. Okay. Ravi says, isn't the internal and external environment in a sense a part of absolutely the sphere of influence? Very correct. Pretty much. Brittany, you're cracking me up. Yes, very good. So that is very correct. The external, the project manager's sphere of influence, the project manager is in the firm, and the sphere of influence is really things like internal stakeholders, external stakeholders that you can reach. But when we talk about the environment in the 7th edition context, they have taken EEFs and OPAs, enterprise environmental factors and organizational process assets, and they have meshed them together, much to some of our horror. But to be quite honest, Roy has been sensitizing me more and more to these things are what they are. Facts of life. They're just facts of life. Who cares what you call them? Right, Roy?
Yeah, and I want to call something out that's also a little bit different. These things are not within the sphere of influence of the project manager. They're part of the project or part of the organization, right? So that's another subtle change. It's what you're going to see a lot in the PMBOK 7 is that it's a lot less about the project manager. It's not PM centric. It's about the system. It's about the people doing the work, things like that. So Ravi, great call out. You're absolutely right. They're rephrasing it in the context of a project rather than just a PM, right?
Absolutely. Very good. Thanks for calling that out, Roy, because it's very subtle. We could say that the project manager's sphere of influence is impacted by the internal environment and the external environment they're in. But this is different. When we talk about the sphere of influence in the 6th edition, it was actually talking more about who the project manager can influence, what they can influence. You cannot influence marketplace conditions. You cannot influence regulatory, so it's a little bit of a different spin, but I like the way Roy put it. They're just facts of life. They're things that happen. You're in an internal environment. It's a great environment. It's a hostile environment. It's a limited environment. It's a free environment. You've got resources you need, or you're constrained with the resources available. They're just facts in my mind of life. The PMI will not be splitting hairs on an exam with this, but it's just good to understand their perspective, what they mean, as Roy broke it down. So great stuff. All right. Thank you for the participation. So with that, on page 18, we now go into this world of product management. And this is not new, believe it or not. Once upon a time in previous editions, the PMI will talk about the product lifecycle. And then they will talk about the project lifecycle. The project lifecycle is what is done to deliver the product, but the product lifecycle is everything from the very beginning of conception all the way to the obsolescence of the product. So that is something the PMI is bringing back. They're bringing back the discussion about products. And it says product management can exist in different forms, including but not limited to program management within a product lifecycle, project management within a product lifecycle, and then product management within a program. It's pretty simple. Think about it like this. You got this big old product life cycle, and you could have tiny little projects that you do along the way. And this is broken down on page 19. Again, the way we're going to show it here is a little bit fancier, a little bit more colorful. But if you go to page 19, you see it. Here's a summary, and I'll just go over this with a little tick for each one. So you've got the overall portfolio, right? Inside portfolios, you've got programs and projects. So this is a program. In this program, we can see the very beginning, the initial creation or the introduction of the product. And then we've added more features in project 2. Project 3, we're adding even more features, as you can see. We get to project 4, we're then making revisions, but project 4 is under program B. So you can see how we break out work into maybe programs over the life of a product. And we have within those programs projects. It's that simple. We have more revisions in project 5, more revisions in project 6, and then we get to project 7, and that's retirement. And that is, this can no longer function. And then you can see they've got little buckets here, the introduction, the growth of the product, maturity of the product, and then ultimately decline or retirement. I also look at a product such as certifications like the MCSEs, Roy, back in the day. Wasn't that the best thing ever since sliced bread and everyone was going nuts on them?
I can't tell you how many former MCSEs I have met over my career. Yeah, it was a great thing at the time. Certifications can be incredibly valuable, but over time they do, decline in their value, right?
Absolutely. And that is a good example of what a product could be. But we could also liken this to software. We could liken this to a building. Think about Flash. When when Adobe pulled the plug on Flash. I'm used to accusing PMI of a lot of things, not this one.
Yeah, you can't call them out. That
they can't. No, I can't. PMI, yeah, you're forgiven for what you didn't do. Yeah, it's Adobe. Adobe pulled the plug, and they had a lot of cohorts. They had the Microsofts and the Apples. Everyone just shut down Flash. That's an example of the obsolescence of software. Step 7, you cannot use it anymore, and that's the end.
Yeah, and Phil, I want to call two things out very quickly. One, this chart that you have is also something very similar to what we do in really agile organizations. There's something called lean portfolio, which is a little bit different, actually quite a bit different than traditional portfolio management. And that we talk about things like investment horizons. Agile portfolios are viewed a little bit differently than traditional. It's less about programs and projects and more about collections of value streams and investments. So it's where are you spending your money? And in this case, investment horizons can be you're introducing a new product. So kind of that life cycle is how you're investing in your products. The other thing that I want to call out is the product focus. This is very, very heavily influenced by Agile, a major shift away. And I think you're going to see more and more about this kind of concept, less focus on the project and more focus on the product. And that is a big time Agile focus or Agile influence. And what that really means is that we view in the Agile space, we view that a project is simply a moment in time in the overall life cycle of a product. It's the product we should be focusing on, less so on the project. We do what's right for the product, and we lose a little bit of focus on the project. Again, projects are just a small moment in time. The overall life cycle of a product could be decades. Who knows how long it could be? Projects could be, even if it's a 3-year project, it's still a very small amount of time in the grander scheme. So look for more and more of that, and for your own education and your own mindset, start thinking more about the products, less so about the projects, because that's where the industry is headed.
Brilliant stuff, Roy. I love it. All right, let's wrap this up. This is pretty much it. It reads here on page 18, the disciplines of portfolio, program, and project and product management are becoming more interlinked. While portfolio, program, and product management are beyond the scope of this standard, understanding each discipline and the relationships between them provides a useful context for projects whose deliverables are products. And I believe what Roy said is just a massive takeaway. The mindset needs to be all about what is best for the product, not just being obsessed with process, and doing it for doing sake. A lot of projects are just doing all the process for just because it's written. It is written, thou shalt do this process. No, change that mindset.
Yeah.
Oh dear. Okay. Still here on page 19, it says a product is an artifact that is produced, is quantifiable, and can be either an end item itself or a component item. Now, when you take a look at this, when we say product, also bear in mind that not everything is a tangible product in what we do, right, Roy? We have some intangible outcomes and things that we get that are not necessarily product attached.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And then the next page, page 20, it goes into some of the breakdowns. Program management within a product lifecycle. So that is what we see in program A and B. Project management within a product lifecycle. That's what we see in projects 1 to 7. And then product management within a program, the idea of the actual product itself, which is not visible on the screen. But there's one more thing for those of you who may be going ahead to take an exam that is 7th edition connected. Just be aware of this section here, where they have broken down project usage, sales, and impact. And you can see the impact, talking about the level. You can see that in project 3 and 4, around where you have growth and maturity. that is where you see a whole lot more project usage, sales, and impact. It's just something to note for the exam. Again, I just see it as facts of life. All right, now we're at the last part before we finish for the day. And this is probably the most exciting. It is project management principles. And the origin of these principles, Roy kind of gave you an inkling. Agile manifesto, my goodness, values and principles. And honestly, in my mind, when I saw that, I said, PMI, why bother? Just take what you have, use what, but you know, PMI, they got to make their own. They got to make their own. So what we're going to do here from a masterclass mindset, as we go through this over the next couple of weeks, Roy and I are just going to be giving straight up commentaries about how this flushes with the Agile Manifesto values and principles, because there's a lot of parallels, and we'll go over that. But the origin of this, you can see on the screen here, we have the PMI Code of Ethics and Professional Conduct values. And their 4 values are responsibility, respect, fairness, and honesty. And if you read with me, it says, the principles, page 21, the principles of project management were identified and developed by engaging a global community of project practitioners. The practitioners represent different industries, cultural backgrounds, and organizations in different roles and with experience in various types of projects. Multiple rounds of feedback resulted in 12 principles that provide guidance for effective project management. And then if you flip the page over, what they're showing you here is that there's overlap. There's overlap between the project management principles and general management principles. It reads, principles of project management can also have areas of overlap with general management principles. For example, both projects and business in general focus on delivering value. The methods may be somewhat different in projects as opposed to operations, but the underlying principle associated with focusing on value can apply to both. And then on the next page, they go into the actual principles. And that's what Roy and I are going to cover real quick over the next few minutes. But this is also what we're going to be covering next week in a lot more detail. So if you're looking at page 23, it says, the principal labels are listed here without any specific weighting or order. So Roy, let's just start knocking these out one by one. Let's talk about the first one, stewardship. What does this remind you of?
Servant leadership. Right, making sure that we're helping those people and making sure doing the work and making sure that they have everything they need. Right.
Absolutely. What about number 2, collaboration?
This is all about the team, right? Talk. Make sure you're communicating, building up great relationships, and that's how you build awesome teams, right?
Absolutely. Number 3, stakeholders, business people and developers must work together daily comes to mind.
Exactly. That feedback and the opportunity to talk directly with your stakeholders, 100%.
Lovely. The next one is value, focus on value. Roy has talked about this all day today. And when we talk about value let's dig into the manifesto in the recesses of our mind, Roy. Do any of those things from the Agile Manifesto jump out?
I'm thinking about 2 or 3 different principles jump out about value. Principle number 1, satisfy your customers through early and continuous delivery of value. Principles 2 and 3, where we're talking about delivering frequently, short timescales, things like that. So absolutely, these things are in the manifesto.
Yeah. The next one is systems, something you've spoken about today as well. Recognize, evaluate, and respond to systems interaction. So think about the whole, not just the parts, but think about the whole as well.
Yep. Big picture systems thinking.
There you go. Number 6, leadership. Demonstrate leadership behaviors.
Principle number 5 in the manifesto about trusting your team and giving the support they need to do their job.
Brilliant. That's true, Roy. Yeah. All right. Number 7, tailor based on context. PMI says we got a whole bunch of things. We're not telling you to use every single one. You got to tailor and use them wisely. So that's a message to take back to our organizations that are so obsessed with every process being done. We need to educate them on things like that. Number 8, quality. What comes to mind? So something comes to mind here, Roy. It's technical excellence and good design enhances agility.
And it's principle number 9, if I remember correctly.
I hope so. I don't know.
I think it is actually. Yep. So absolutely quality first. Great engineering practices always build the highest quality product so that we can achieve principle number one, which is satisfy our customers, right?
There you go. And Roy, you have better recollection of these because you've done them till the cows came home. I'm still, no, I can do them till maybe the ants come home, not the cows. Okay, number 9, complexity. Navigate complexity. I like the one that says simplicity. Yeah, number 10, right? Is it number 10?
That's the one.
So for those who are like, what on earth are they talking about? So simplicity, maximizing the amount of work not done is essential, is what this reminds us of. But Roy has also talked about the Stacy model today, the Stacy matrix, page 165 or wherever it is in this book, it's there. But yeah, you use your Agile and you do that. But then again, Agile thinking just helps you be able to cope better with this because it goes all the way up to anarchy space, right, Roy? Not just complexity.
Exactly.
All right, number 10, risk. Optimize risk responses. Whatever you're doing, make sure you choose the best response in the interest of the outcome, not just yourself, but the outcome for the customer. All right. Anything about risk in the manifesto, Roy?
Not really. It's kind of implied. We don't specifically call out risk, but there's lots of opportunities like principle 12, inspect and adapt, principle number 4, I believe, for getting feedback. So there's lots of different opportunities to help us manage risk, but it's kind of implied.
Absolutely. And talking about inspect and adapt, that's number 11, embrace adaptability and resiliency. And number 12, change. I mean, Agile, we call it change driven. What more could we say? Enable change to achieve the envisioned future state. That's a big idea.
3. You got it.
Yeah. Well, that pretty much is it. We've gone through the 12 principles at a massively high level. But in the next week plus, we're going to be going through the 12 principles one by one. The intent is to next week really dive deeper into each one, breaking them apart. For those folks who might be taking the exam, this is one area that Roy and I believe PMI is going to be focusing on a lot more. They've already started focusing on it. Okay, I could ask my friends Michelle, Giroux, and Caroline, who have taken the exam this year, to just say a yay or nay. Is that a fair statement that PMI have already started going down Principle Boulevard? Huh? Caroline, Michelle?
Yeah.
You?
Yes.
I thought you might agree. Awesome. Well, let's go ahead and we're going to stop the recording. For those who have questions about anything, we're just going to stay behind for a few minutes and answer those. But thank you very much for this first week. We have 3 more weeks where we're going to be going through this a lot more detail, and there's going to be a lot more interaction in the weeks ahead. So thank you very much. We'll go ahead and stop the record. See you next week. PMBOK Guide 7th edition. Yes, you've all got your 7th editions, but you're looking at those artifacts and probably wondering how much of this stuff is actually new. Today, we're going to dive into PMBOK Guide 7th edition artifacts. We're going to explore what is new, and we're going to be taking a look at the examples in the PMBOK Guide 7th edition. So why don't you follow me on down to where we've got these artifacts in that table. We are going to start from the very beginning, comb through the plans, the reports, and all the other supporting documentation. All right, so right here on page 184 is where we have the entire list begin. And then if you're looking for the summary of everything, that is on page 193 forward. All right, so whether you're on page 184 or 193, you'll be able to follow along. I'm going to give you a very short description of what these artifacts are, and you could take a look at other websites I refer you to get further clarity. All right, are you ready? Let's get started. All right, the very first artifacts that we find in the 7th edition are known as strategy artifacts. These are on page 184 forward. So on page 184, we have the business case, the project brief, project charter, project vision statement, and roadmap. So let's examine these one by one. Business case. The business case, as simple as it sounds, makes a case for the project. Here's an example from the Center for Disease Control and Prevention. Their website is at tinyurl.com/Sigma PMO. Let me put it in here just so that you got a good idea of where it's at. tinyurl.com/Sigma PMO. If you go to that website, a lot of the documents that I'm going to be talking about today, you can find them right there. Okay, tinyurl.com/Sigma PMO. So the business case, it makes a case for the project. That's a summary. You can get all the minutiae in the document, but it says business case is a value proposition for a proposed project, which may include financial and non-financial benefits. And you can find some of those financial benefits here in the document as you go through it. A good business case should have not only the alternatives, but also the cost for the alternatives. And which of these do you think will be the most viable option? And there you have some of the costs listed out in that table. And that's the business case. It's very important as far as the holy grail of the PMI and the PMP exam. Very important document. The next one is project brief. Now, in other schools of thought of project management, they call what they may refer to as a charter a brief in some circles. But it says here, a project brief provides a high-level overview of the goals, deliverables, and processes for the project. The next one is the project charter. As you know, it formally authorizes the project, gives the project manager the authority to apply resources to the project. Here's an example of a project charter. And as you can see here, we've got the title, the sponsor, and then we go into the details of project justification, the description, high-level project and product requirements, high-level budget, summary budget, initial risks, summary milestones, and stuff like that. And that's why in some circles, they refer to a project brief as this, okay? Next one is project vision statement. So a vision statement should have some certain ingredients for it to actually cast a vision. Here's an example from scrum.org. You can see in the crafting a vision for the product, you have who it's for, the statement of need or opportunity, the product, if you want, project, key benefit, primary competitive alternative, and statement of primary differentiation. That is just one example. But the vision, as it reads here, is a document, high-level description of the project that states the purpose, and it should inspire. That's the key thing about the vision. Inspire the team to contribute to the project. All right. The next thing we're going to talk about here is the roadmap. Now, the PMI have been smart in staying away from the word product, because a lot of times when you hear roadmap, it's really a product roadmap. But not every project produces a product. Some projects produce a service, right? Or some other kind of result. So let's take a look at the roadmap example I have for you here. It's a very simple one that we use in our project management masterclass, and that is a roadmap, product roadmap. So here it says, this document provides a high-level timeline that depicts milestones, significant events, reviews, and decision points. That's it. You can see here where everything is scheduled pretty much for the quarter, for the month. It really depends on your preference, but it shows you at that high level timeline. That's really it. You can also find an example of something similar in the PMBOK Guide 6th edition and the Agile Practice Guide. All right, so that's that. Let's go to logs and registers next. Logs and registers. The very first one here is the assumption log. What is an assumption? Assumption is a factor that is considered to be true, real, or certain without proof. We also have a log of constraints. A constraint is a factor that limits the project team's options. Together, we want to collect all of these, and we want to put these together in what we call an assumption log. Some people say an assumptions log. Some people may say an assumption and constraint log. And right there on the screen, you can see a log of assumptions or constraints, right? But it's referred to in general as an assumption log. All right, let's go to the next one. The next one here, we refer to this as a backlog. A backlog is an ordered list of work to be done. If you've been through our training, we train you about Scrum and we talk about the product backlog. Well, here we just refer to it commonly as the backlog because it's not always a product. Next one here is a change log. The change log is, as it sounds, a log of changes. And a change log is used to log changes that you encounter throughout the project. There's an example of a change log. It says a comprehensive list of changes submitted during the project and their current status. So you could get a change request, but you need to log the changes so you keep track of them. And that's an example of how you would do that. All right, the next one we have here is an issue log. An issue log is a log of issues, exactly as it sounds. Now, the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, they have examples of this. I'll show you again one of PMI's examples, and that's an issue log. You can see the issue ID, the category, the issue, the impact on objectives, so on and so forth. Going back to our list of stuff to talk about, the next thing we have here is called a lessons learned register. Lessons learned registers are used to capture, of course, the knowledge that you gain on the project. And one of the things you need to be careful about with the lessons learned register is that the register is actually used and people refer back to it, because it's easy to dump lessons learned in a document, but will it actually be looked at? Okay, so it reads here, lessons learned register is used to record knowledge gained during a project, phase, or iteration so that it can be used to improve. That's the key thing. You want to use it to improve future performance. All right, let's take a quick look at the lessons learned here. This is a lessons learned document. What went well, what didn't go so well, what can be improved, and all that stuff. That's what you use your lessons learned register to do. The next one here is a risk-adjusted backlog. Now, the risk-adjusted backlog is a concept that we use in the world of Agile. So I'm going to switch gears and move into Agile mode. I'll show you examples of a risk-adjusted backlog. So why don't we start off with the reasoning behind a risk-adjusted backlog. The reasoning is as follows. For every one of those backlog items that you have in a product backlog or some other backlog, there's an element of risk on every one of those items. Risk of perhaps not knowing as much as you thought you would and finding yourself in a bottleneck or tailspin. Maybe having to go off and do a spike before you can actually understand what needs to be done, the full picture of it. And for that reason, we want to take a look at all the items. And if there's a high level of impact in terms of if a risk associated with that backlog item happens, the impact would be high or the probability would be high, then we could score it, for example, as a 9. Now, this is a dumbed down version, simplified version of the typical probability impact matrix. In the world of Agile, we don't go as far in many instances, so this is scaled down. Some matrices go all the way up to 25. This is all the way up to a 9, which is still okay. We can still do what we need to do. So assuming we score certain items, certain backlog items and the risk associated with them, we understand what is risky, what is not as risky, and we can go into our backlog, as you can see on the screen, and we can decide certain risk actions or spikes that are associated with risks that could impact our backlog items. We take the approach of using spikes or elements in our backlog that help us go after those risks to avert disaster on the project or to prevent whatever risk we are observing from happening, to minimize it, to make sure that even if the risk does happen, the effect isn't as much. And that's this risk-adjusted backlog concept, right? We got our backlog, but we need to think about the element of risk based on what is most risky, least risky, what gives the biggest payoff, the least payoff, which ones are we going to do something about, which ones aren't we going to do something about. And based on your understanding of the risk items and the actual backlog items, you can go into your backlog and make adjustments based on the spikes that you need to carry out to minimize risk. That's pretty much the idea. All right. The next one is a risk register. The risk register is a register where you log risks. It's as simple as that. Here's an example. In the risk register, you could have different fields: the risk statement, the probability, the impact, the score. One of the things I like to do with my risk statement is have a cause, risk, and effect breakdown. This doesn't have it, but in your statement, you should mention the cause of the risk itself, and the impact of the risk. So we say cause, risk, and effect. All right, the next one here is a stakeholder register. So who is your stakeholder? Your stakeholder is someone who could impact the project or be impacted by the project. Here's an example of a stakeholder register. You can see it's partially filled: a name, position, role, contact information, requirements, so on and so forth. And it says here, a stakeholder register records information about project stakeholders, which includes an assessment and classification of project stakeholders. So you can see the assessment and so on could be on the right-hand side of the table, and just basic information about them. Contact information is more to the left. All right, let's move on to our next section, and we're going into what we call plan artifacts, okay? Now, the first one is called a change control plan. You see, they are not using the word change management plan. It says a change control plan is a component of the project management plan that establishes the change control board, documents the extent of its authority, so on and so forth. Well, same thing, change management plan. It's all semantics. I wish they would just stick to certain names and not change them. As you can see in the example from 2010, we got some examples here, and down below you can see we got the change control board, naming of the change control board and stuff like that. So some of the names that are used, such as change control board, they are the same in both documents. They've just renamed it in this edition as a change control plan. All right, so let's take a look one by one. There's your change control plan, the very first one there. Communications management plan. This one, of course, this is a plan for how to communicate. Okay, communications management plan. Here's an example from a previous PMI publication, and you can see we've got the message, the audience, the method, frequency, the sender, so on and so forth. All right. Going down the list, and we can't show every single one, but we have a cost management plan, a plan for managing cost, an iteration plan, and the iteration plan is a detailed plan for the current iteration. The PMI give you an example in the 6th edition. They talk about different plans from the product level, then the release level, then the iteration level, and so on and so forth. You see all those in PMBOK Guide 6th edition. The next one is a procurement management plan. And this is very well covered in the PMBOK Guide 6th edition. But the procurement management plan is a plan for managing procurements. Yeah. So managing your procurements is done with intentionality. And all they're saying in this plan is decide what you're going to buy, if you're going to buy it, why you're going to buy it, and when, right? And then plan the delivery method, plan the kind of documents that you would need, RFPs, RFQs, RFIs, and also just plan the general sequence of the procurements. It says here, this plan is a component of the project or program management plan that describes how a project team will acquire goods and services from outside the performing organization. All right, the next one is like a summary of everything we have been talking about. And the Center for Disease Control and Prevention have a brilliant illustration of this. I'm going to show you the CDC's example right here. If you scroll down into the table of contents, you see how well this has been broken out into the different aspects of project management. We've got scope, we've got compliance, schedule, budget, see that, cost, project organization, risk management, all sorts of great stuff, change management, communications management, pretty much all of the subsidiary plans we talked about, you find them in one singular plan, this project management plan. So going back to the plan to take one more quick look at it, if you go into the meat of this plan, it actually walks you through on how to fill it out. It's a good one I would recommend if you're looking for a light version of a project management plan. So here in the PMBOK guide, 7th edition, it says, it's a document that describes how the project will be executed, monitored, and controlled and closed. And within the plan, you see the elements that are talked about all throughout this section. For example, a quality management plan. So if you wanted to document your strategy, your approach for quality, you would do it right there, see? And that's what comes next in our table of contents. Quality management plan, a plan for how to manage quality. Release plan. This plan sets expectations for the dates, features, and/or outcomes expected to be delivered over the course of multiple iterations. And we can take a look at an example here from the Lucid chart. Here's their interpretation of a release plan, and you can see the different pieces of work that have to be done at a much higher level. In other words, the releases. That's why it's called a release plan. And it says, this plan sets expectations for the dates, features, and/or outcomes expected to be delivered over the course of multiple iterations. So you can see over the course of different iterations over several years, you can see alpha release, beta release, final release, so on and so forth. All right, let's go back. Next one here after release plan is requirements management plan, a plan for how to manage requirements. Resource management plan, a plan for how to manage your resources. Risk management plan, a plan for how you manage risks, taking into account the thresholds for stakeholder tolerances concerning risk, probability and impact matrix format, how you will score the risks, what probability of high, medium, low, very high would look like. All that stuff is in your risk management plan. And then we have the scope management plan, how you'll manage scope, the schedule management plan, how you're going to manage the schedule, which tools will you use, so on and so forth. We have the stakeholder engagement plan. We're on page 187, by the way. And this is a plan for how to engage stakeholders. There's so many things. I wish I could show you all of them, but we don't have time for that. We do some of this in our project management masterclass, but there's so many things I could show you here potentially. We have a document, just to give you an idea of some of the things that could go into stakeholder management plan. PMI had a document called Stakeholder Management Strategy. It's pretty much very similar to this. What is your strategy for engaging stakeholders? That's pretty much the idea. All right, stakeholder engagement plan. The next one is a test plan. And it says, this document describes deliverables that will be tested, tests that will be conducted, and the processes that will be used. Now let's very quickly go through this next set. Organizational breakdown structure looks like a family tree. It breaks down the organization into layers, into hierarchies. It says it's a hierarchical representation of the project organization. Okay, and let's use a tick to tick off on each one so that you know where I am. All right, the next one is a product breakdown structure. Again, hierarchical structure reflecting a product's components and deliverables. A resource breakdown structure, a hierarchical representation of resources by category and type, and this is human, equipment, material, supplies, and facilities. A risk breakdown structure is a hierarchical representation of potential sources of risk. And a work breakdown structure is a hierarchical decomposition of the total scope of work to be carried out by the project team. All right, let's move on to our final one on this slide. We have budget. A budget is the approved estimate for the project or any work breakdown structure component. So remember, when we say budget, it could be loosely used, but in a more formal setting, when we talk about budget, we're talking about the management reserves, the contingency reserves, and the actual estimates. That's what we're talking about. And PMI have a different breakdown in the 7th edition of how this maps, but we won't go into that now. The next one is a milestone schedule, pretty much a milestone list. It's a schedule with milestones instead of activities. So the milestones capture higher level accomplishments, events. The next one is a performance measurement baseline, also known as PMB. It reads here in the 7th edition on page 188, integrated scope, schedule, and cost baselines are used for comparison to measure, to manage, and control project execution. All right, so we've gone through this, and this, and this. All right, the project schedule, it says it's an output of a schedule model. In other words, all of this schedule data, we can take that scheduled data and we can come out with an interpretation of all of this data, and that becomes our schedule. At a minimum, a schedule has your planned dates, your durations, it could have milestones. It doesn't have to have resources, but these days a lot of schedules, such as in MS Project and in Smartsheet and PlanView and other places, they could have that feature. Last but not least, we have the scope baseline. The baseline is the approved version of a scope statement, work breakdown structure, and its associated WBS dictionary. In other words, WBS dictionary, and project scope statement. Let's move on to the next one here. This is going to go quick. So, affinity diagram. It's a diagram showing a large number of ideas classified in groups. A burn chart, burn down chart or burn up chart. It's a graphical representation of work remaining or work done. Shows you depending on what you want to see. You can see as the work is being burnt down, and used typically in Agile projects. Cause and effect diagrams, a visual tool that helps trace an undesirable effect back to its root cause. And there's a lot of detail regarding the cause and effect diagram in the 7th edition if you want to understand the categories that we break that down into. Next one is cumulative flow diagram, CFD. And it says this chart indicates features completed over time, features in development, and those in the backlog. They've got a great example of that in the Agile Practice Guide. The next one here is cycle time chart. This diagram shows the average cycle time of the work items completed over time. A cycle time chart may be shown as a scatter diagram or a bar chart. So they give you a lot of descriptions. However, there's no example visual for you. Dashboard. This set of charts and graphs shows progress or performance against important measures of the project, and they differ from project to project. A flow chart is a diagram showing inputs, process actions, and outputs. If you really want to optimize a process, make sure you look at the flow chart associated with it. Next one is Gantt chart. This bar chart provides schedule information where activities are listed on the vertical axis, dates are shown on the horizontal axis, and activity durations are shown as horizontal bars. You know, a picture is worth 1,000 words. You've probably seen these kind of horizontally looking bar charts in Microsoft Project or in Smartsheet. That is precisely what this refers to. All right, let's go to the next one, histogram. Histogram is a bar chart showing graphical representation of numerical data. Next one is information radiator. It's an artifact in the world of Agile predominantly. It's visible physical display that provides information down to the minute. Whatever you're looking for, we could put it on an information radiator, and people can just learn status and things like that as they move through the room looking at the board. Next one is lead time chart, and it reads, this diagram shows the trend over time of the average lead time of the items completed. A lead time chart may be shown as a scatter diagram or a bar chart. So my recommendation is to actually understand the difference between lead time and cycle time. Go to the Agile Practice Guide, take a look. There's a difference between the lead time, which is the customer's perspective of when they put the order in, when it's done. And then you have cycle time, the people actually doing the work saying, well, I picked it up at 10:59, but cycle time is just showing you from 10:59. Lead time is showing you from 8 o'clock when that customer put that request in. So there's a difference between the two. Good one for you to understand for your exam. All right. So next here, going down the list, we have some more information, which we do not see apparently on this slide. So I'm going to move to a blank slide, and I'm just going to give you the top of the waves regarding what we've not talked about. And I'll just use some abbreviations for them. So the next one we have here, I'm just going to say PM prioritization matrix. And it says this matrix is a scatter diagram where effort is shown on the horizontal axis and value on the vertical axis. The next one is a project schedule network diagram. It's a bit of a mouthful. Project schedule network diagram. And it reads, this graphical representation shows the logical relationships among the project schedule activities. So if you've seen something that looks like this, where you have boxes joined by arrows, and you have the durations on the boxes, and it shows you a network of activities, that is a project schedule network diagram. All right, next one is requirements traceability matrix. And I do need to show you this one. It is one of the PMI dogma that you definitely should know. There's your RTM. It's a matrix that links requirements to their origin. Okay, there's another one I would have loved to show you. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do that. Responsibility assignment matrix. I'd have to bring up another PowerPoint. Probably not worth the effort, but your requirements traceability matrix, your responsibility assignment matrix is a grid that shows the project resources assigned to each work package. Actually, this is one I absolutely must show you. So let's bring that up. And the RACI chart, oh, it's been around for so long in this world of the PMP exam and the PMI that it will almost be wrong for me not to show it to you. So let me show it to you real quick. All right, so here's the RACI chart. Responsibility assignment matrix is the overall terminology. Then a type of RAM is the RACI chart. So let me show you the RACI chart. That's the RAM. You can see the title of the individual, their role, and their responsibility. Now we can get more specific here in a RACI chart, and we can actually show who is responsible, who is accountable, who is consultative, and who is informative. Okay, and then we can even go into more details, more level of details, and more cross-functionality. All right, so that's your RACI chart. All right, let's go back to our list of what we need to talk about. All right, so back to our list, we've got scatter diagrams. This shows the relationship between two variables. And in a scatter diagram, you've probably seen something like this. You got a y-axis, you got an x-axis, and you've got all of these dots. And from the dots, you can infer if there's a relationship, either direct or indirect. You can see if there's a relationship between just by plotting. So it reads here, this graph shows a relationship between two variables. It doesn't tell you why there's a relationship, but it will show you if there is a relationship between the variables. Okay, it could be inverse, it could be otherwise. Well, let's get rid of that. Next one is an S-curve. This graph displays cumulative costs over a specific period of time. This is really well documented in the 6th edition under the cost management chapter. The next one is the SEAM, the Stakeholder Engagement Assessment Matrix. I will have to show you this one for sure. Let me see if I can bring up the SEAM, Stakeholder Engagement Assessment Matrix, if I've got this to show you. And the Stakeholder Engagement Assessment Matrix is a very visual tool that shows you and the team what you need to do to get a stakeholder engaged. In other words, you can see where the stakeholder currently is, if they are unaware, if they are resistant, if they are in a neutral position, and if they're in a leading position. You know, all that information, you can see it. So let's get that up to show you here. This is well documented again in the 6th edition. This is part of why I gripe a little bit about how the 7th lacks enough depth, because you don't get to see all this good stuff. You just got one line item of something that is so visually compelling and helpful to teams, but you don't have an example, unfortunately. So anyway, this is page 189, and it says, this matrix compares current and desired stakeholder engagement levels. But this is more than, you know, just throwing up information, an entire conversation about how to move a project forward by way of getting stakeholders who are unaware, getting them into a supportive role, or stakeholders who are resistant, getting them into a supportive role, or understanding that stakeholders are exactly where you want them. So C is for current and D is for desired. And great tool for project teams everywhere to be on the same page. All right, going back here, we've got our stakeholder engagement assessment matrix. Turning the page over, we've got story map. I don't have an example of that to show you, but it reads, a story map is a visual model of all the features and functionality desired for a given product. That is a very easy one for you to see, but I don't have a ready example and there's none here. Throughput chart. This chart shows the accepted variables over time. So that's a throughput chart. And then we have use cases. This artifact describes and explores how a user interacts with a system to achieve a specific goal. And then we have value stream map. This is a lean enterprise method used to document, analyze, and improve the flow of information or materials required to produce a product service for a customer. And the last one we have is velocity chart. And I'll show you a quick example of this. Let's go to our velocity chart example. All right, here we go. So a velocity chart could look something like that. And it reads, this chart tracks the rate at which the deliverables are produced, validated, and accepted within a predefined interval. So typically teams, they have wide band of potential outcomes at first, and then as they begin to move through the project, it gets firmer. We call it the cone of uncertainty. But the ultimate goal of this is to understand what you could possibly give to a stakeholder within weeks, or what number of story points you should aim to get done for a stakeholder based on request. So a stakeholder asking for 250 story points worth of work, from this velocity chart, you got an idea of how to bargain with that stakeholder, right? Over a period of 4 to 6 weeks. You could tell them, we can't give it to you in 4, but definitely somewhere between 4 and 6, that kind of thing. And then if a stakeholder asks you for, let's say, 150 story points, you got an idea of the span of time that would take. Or if they ask you for what you can do for them in the next 3 sprints or 3 weeks, you've got an idea that it's going to be anywhere from 125 to 175. That's pretty much the use of our velocity chart, not just to understand how well we're doing, but also to predict what we can do. All right, we've got a little bit left, and we're going to fly through these ones real fast. Okay, let's go back to our list, and let's move on to the next one. All right, so here we have report artifacts, and here we have quality report, a report for quality across the project. Think of this as a State of the Union address for quality. Summary findings, that's it. Risk report, it says this project document is developed progressively through the risk management processes and summarizes information on individual project risk and the level of overall project risk. Again, it's one of those State of the Union addresses for the knowledge area. And last but not least, we have status report. As simple as it sounds, provides current status on the project. Next, we have agreements and contracts. We have different types of contracts in project management. We have fixed price contracts, and we have 3 different ones that are talked about: FFP, FPIF, FP-EPA. Look out for my video where I talk about these. We have cost reimbursable contracts, and this category of contracts involves payments to the seller. We have 3 types: CPAF, CPFF, and CPIF. Again, look for my video on this. And then we have time and material contracts. Just search for contract types, Praizion, you'll find it. All right, so we have time and materials. This contract establishes a fixed rate, but not a precise statement of work. It can be used for staff augmentation. All right, next we have indefinite delivery, indefinite quantity. This contract provides an indefinite quantity of goods or services with stated lower and upper limit and within a fixed time period. This contract can be used for architectural engineering or information technology engagements. And then we have other agreements, things like MOUs, memorandums of understanding, MOAs, Memorandums of Agreement, SLA, Service Level Agreements, and Basic Ordering Agreement, BOA, amongst others. Let's go to our next one here. Other artifacts, activity list, a list of activities, bid documents, RFIs, RFQs, RFPs. We have metrics. A metric is an attribute. It's one thing to have a metric. Remember, you need a measurement. So we derive metrics usually from when we're planning quality management. The next one is project calendar. It's a calendar identifying working shifts, working days and shifts that are available or for scheduled activities. Next one is requirements documentation. It's a document which provides requirements and also talks about how the requirements meet the needs of the business. It says here on page 192, information needed to manage the requirements, which includes the associated category, priority, and acceptance criteria. Next one here is project team charter. We often hear the team charter being referred to as a team agreement, social contract, team contract, all the same thing, but it records team values, agreements, operating guidelines, do's and don'ts, acceptable behavior, and so on. And last but not least, we have user story. User story is a brief description of an outcome for a specific user, which is a promise of a conversation to clarify details. So my friends, let's take a look before we jump out of here very quickly, a summary about user stories since it's such a hot topic for your PMP exam. So going to our user story slide, a user story is a brief description of a need or problem. User stories are short, simple descriptions of a feature told from the perspective of the person who desires the new capability, usually a user or customer of the system. The three aspects of a user story: a card, written on a card, a conversation, having a conversation about the story to clarify it, and the confirmation criteria that can be used to determine when the story is complete. Now, we often write the story in this format: role, goal, benefit. As your role, I would like, what do you want? Benefit, so that, whatever you want to accomplish. In this example, we see a poorly written story on the left. As a customer, I want to create a profile so that I can have an account. On the right-hand side, we see a better written story that actually talks about why you do want that account, right? I want to create a profile so that I don't have to fill in the information again. Oh, you're trying to save time. Well, that's value. You see, so we always write it from the role, goal, benefit perspective and want to understand what it will do for the customer. In closing, at the back of the card, we put in the acceptance criteria, and we can use the Gherkin format, the given, when, then. We could use all sorts of formats. It's not the only one, but the idea is when you get a user story, you want to get to a point where that user story is actually ready to go into the sprint. So we have something called the definition of ready and the definition of done. The definition of ready is pretty much along the lines of the INVEST acronym. And I'm just going to write down the INVEST acronym real quick here. INVEST means the story is independent, it's negotiable, it's valuable or vertical in value, it's estimable, it's small enough to fit within a sprint, and it's testable. And I go into this stuff in other videos, but the idea is a user story. When you're going into the sprint, you want it to be ready so that you can begin working on it. And you also want to understand for the increment what makes it done. Not the story in this case, even though we could use the word done to talk about a story is done and so on. But in this case, we're talking about the entire increment, the potentially shippable increment. How do we know that an increment is done? Does it meet all engineering practices? Have you been through peer reviews? Have you been through testing, unit testing, user acceptance testing, and so on? All of that stuff, it should be carried out for us to say it's done. Okay? And with that, my friends, we are at the end of our very ambitious journey to get through every single artifact in the 7th edition. It's quite funny because if this was the 6th edition, my goodness, we'd probably be here all night. We'll be here all night, I can assure you. All right, for those of you who are getting ready for the exam, okay, and you're wondering, how do I get help? Where can I get help? I want to encourage you to go on down to our website. It's called Praizion.com,
Praizion.com. When you get to our website, scroll down and look for the plethora of training aids and help that we've got for you. If you've got any questions, feel free to put them right here in the comment below. I'll get back to you as soon as I can. All right, thank you very much for joining me. I wish you all the best on your exam. Remember, the exam is very heavily hybrid and agile, okay? It's not just predictive stuff. Predictive is very small compared to the amount of hybrid and agile stuff you've got, okay? For that reason, my advice, parting gift for you. My advice would be speed read this. Pay more focus to the principles, okay? This one right here, spend a lot more time with the Agile Practice Guide. Read through it a couple of times. You'll be glad you did. Understand page 50, forward the practices, everything. Know it well. Good. All right. I believe I've got a video on the summary to that somewhere on YouTube. And then when it comes to this one, my friends, you got to tread carefully because I know some people are telling you to keep pounding on this and ITTOs. No, you need a skilled handler, someone who's able to weed out what is really important to focus on and things that you shouldn't. Because if you're trying to read these 3 books, that's not wise. Not in the least bit. You shouldn't be doing that, my friends. That's why you need an experienced trainer who can tell you, don't focus on this, focus on that, don't focus on that. And I actually have a video that talks about things you shouldn't be reading for your PMP exam in the interest of time. Okay? I would say if you're going to read anything in the 6th edition, speed read, that's for 1. And 2, look for my 1-minute summaries for every knowledge area. There's no need for you to go off on a rabbit trail, burrowing and going so deep. Your exam does not have predictive minutia in it like it used to. It doesn't have all of those formulas and stuff. Don't do it. Is it good for you to know that from a project management perspective? It's good, but it's not going to come out on your exam, all that. In fact, we have so many people saying there was absolutely zero mention of exact process names and ITTOs. I just thought I should let you know that. You take care, my friends, and I'll speak to you soon. Hello, my most awesome project managers. Today, I'm going to show you 75 Power Project documents and a free scheduling tool to build your PMO. That's right, absolutely free. Let's jump straight into the portal. The portal belongs to the Center for Disease Control and Prevention. Now, you've heard me say it before. Why look a gift horse in the mouth? Why look at something that's free and say, I don't want to use it? No, use it, because I have made this available to students of mine who got an entire promotion just because they were able to take these documents and use them to build a PMO. So if you count the documents in this portal, my friends, if you look at the templates, the checklist, the document library, you will find over 75 and counting. But I'm going to show you the most important ones in this portal. If you are starting off a project, you should of course use a business case. Let's click on the business case and download it just like that. Absolutely free. But the business case makes a case for the project. Why should this project be authorized? What are we going to get from it? And what are some of the possible solutions? In other words, the alternatives. They're usually listed there. These tools are absolutely free. Again, you do not need to do anything but download it, customize it, and away you go. So that's the business case. Another one that's pretty important as you do this is the project charter, and we've got 2 versions of the charter. So let's click on that first one. This charter, if you're new to project management, this is a document that authorizes the project, and it allows the project manager to apply resources to the project. So if you go through the table of contents, you get an idea of what is in here. Justification for the project, the high-level scope, high-level duration, a timeline, the budget, high-level alternatives, and some of the stuff from the business case could be put in here as well. Absolutely brilliant. Now, when you've initiated your project, the next thing you want to think about is the project management plan. Here is a project management plan. Let's click on that. Let's bring it up, and you see that the project management plan is broken into sections.
And these sections help you put everything in one place instead of having so many different tiny little subsidiary plans. This brings it all together. You've got scope, schedule, cost, quality, resources, communications, risk, issue, procurement, and you can add any other sections. This is a great beginning, but the project management plan is a plan for how you'll execute the project. Now, going into executing, something that you want to have as a project manager is an issue log. We call it an issue log in the world of the PMI, but here it's called an issue management log. Let's click on it. This is used to track issues. This is used to ensure that any issues identified by the team doesn't go untracked and unmanaged. In the issue log, you want to make sure that you assign each issue to someone who will track that issue and take necessary actions. So again, we call it the issue log, but here you can see it's called an issue management log. You got the status of the issue, its priority, the issue itself, and so much other great stuff. The other thing you want to have as you're doing executing is to take an account of what went well and what didn't go so well. So you want a lessons learned register. Here we call it a lessons learned log. Let's open that log. And in the lessons learned log, again, you're going to put an ID in there, the date that this was entered, who entered it, the subject, the situation, the recommendations and comments, and followed up. And I would actually add an implemented date or plan to implement by, just to keep track on those good lessons that you've learned and make sure that they're really implemented. Now, as you go into monitoring and controlling, many things could be used here. You could use various reports. You could actually download a schedule and use that to keep track. So this is an agile oriented schedule. And right here we have a basic Microsoft project schedule. I'm going to click on that. Oh, it doesn't like the fact that this is not viewable in the browser. But I'll show you anyway. What that would look like would be a schedule that does something like this in Microsoft Project. Bringing Microsoft Project over, you can see it has a high-level timeline, which you can hide, the tasks, the duration, the start, the finish, and you can track all of this stuff. But wait, there's actually more. I'm going to show you where you can download a free tool called Project Libre. I call it Libre, some call it Libre. Whatever the case, it's free, and you can open any Microsoft Project schedule using this application. Isn't that crazy? So right now, I'm going to open a schedule that I built in Microsoft Project just to show you what this looks like. So let's open up what I call a PMP study plan, which I'm sure a lot of you can relate to because some of you are working on your PMP right now. But let's use Project Libre, or Project Libre, as they call it, to open this up. And there you go. It looks exactly like Microsoft Project. And you know the crazy thing? It is free. That's right. Totally free. Can you imagine that? This tool is free. And I'm going to put a link below so that you can download it. But all the fields that you typically put into Microsoft Project, you can put them into Project Libre. So go on down to Google and just type in the words Project Libre or Libre, however you want to pronounce it. All right, so if you search for it on Google, right there, and let's click on it, and there you have it. So you got to make sure that you search for it right, and then it'll open up, and there you have it, a download. Absolutely free. Can you beat that? An absolutely free tool. So if you download any of those files from that site that I was just showing you, you can actually open it up in this tool. Isn't that wild? Absolutely brilliant. Now let's go back and finish off what we were looking at, because I was telling you about reporting on the project, and I said you definitely would need a schedule. But you've got status reports, executive level, status reports with instructions, and status report at the team member level. Let's click on executive level. Let's open that up and let's see what it looks like. Again, absolutely customizable stuff. We got the traffic lights, the green, the yellow, the red. and high level, senior management like high level stuff. And this gives you issues, milestones, accomplishments, status review, almost like a 4-up chart, which I've featured on this channel in the past. So my friends, that is monitoring and controlling. And of course, you can customize any of these reports if you're closing. We've got a stage gate review. Click on that. You could customize this for project exit criteria, if you will. There is so much redundancy in these documents that it's ridiculous, my friends. So much great stuff that you can use to get your PMO or your project started. If you've got any questions about any of these things, drop me a comment below. I would love to help. You got the stakeholder analysis again. This is one that I didn't talk about in the very beginning, but it's here for you to identify stakeholders and for you to effectively manage their engagement on the project. All of this is pure gold because all the work has already been done for you. So a huge shout out to the folks at the CDC that made this available. As always, just take advantage of it. It's free. Why not use it? I hope you found this to be helpful, my friends. And if you have got questions, again, and you feel you need mentoring, coaching, and help on setting any of these up, maybe learning Project Libra, maybe learning Microsoft Project, and things of that nature, why don't you go on down to the website? It's Praizion.com. And when you get to Praizion.com, just look for the coaching option. We got coaching, we've got training, we've got a lot of vehicles to help you as you traverse this world. Again, the website, Praizion.com. I hope this helps you, my friends. 75 documents, absolutely free. What are you doing? Get started. All the best and bye for now.
If you are getting ready for an exam in 2023, it's probably crossed your mind, what is in the PMBOK Guide 7th edition and how come people aren't absolutely making me read it in my training? Well, the reason why you're not being made to read it is because a lot of the content for your exam is in the 6th edition and in process groups, a practice guide. So why don't we have a very quick mega crash course for the PMBOK 6 to 7? Here's the breakdown. In the 6th edition, it was broken down by the 5 process groups in the standard for project management, which is in the second part of the book from the pages 555 thereabouts in the 6th edition. But in the 7th edition, they hit you with this first, introducing you to project management, a system for value delivery, which is projects, programs, and portfolios. And we talk about project management principles, stewardship, all the way on down to change, which I will review with you in a little bit. But in the PMBOK Guide 6th edition, chapters 4 all the way on down continue that narrative of knowledge areas. In the 7th edition, though, you don't have that. Instead, you have these things called performance domains, which are classifications of things that could happen in project management, but they're not broken down by process group or knowledge area, which makes them more esoteric and less warm and fuzzy where project managers who have gone through the 6th edition are concerned. And that's why a lot of people are not warming up to the 7th edition, all that. There's the appendices, the glossary, and the index in both publications. And there's also PMI Standards Plus, which has more information that is excluded from the 7th edition. Now, making a case for project management in general, you could look at project management either from a traditional lens, where scope is fixed, schedule and budget are estimated or flexible, if you will, versus agile or adaptive, where schedule and budget are fixed and scope is flexible. Now, in the PMBOK Guide 6th edition, believe it or not, there is actually more agile mention than in the 7th edition, because in the 6th edition, you have concepts, trends, tailoring, and considerations for agile at the beginning of every chapter. So agile is actually pretty solidly covered in the 6th edition. In the 7th edition, believe it or not, it is not that well covered. For the 7th edition to come up to a better level, it would need to include some of the contents that are in the Agile Practice Guide, which unfortunately it won't. And that's why you should be reading the Agile Practice Guide alongside any 7th edition material that you're looking at, okay? Let's jump straight into the principles in the 7th edition. Principles are as follows. Be a diligent, respectful, and caring steward of all the resources entrusted to you, to the responsibilities entrusted to you. Number 2, collaborate. Create a collaborative environment. Number 3, effectively engage with stakeholders. Number 4, focus on value. If it's not valuable, don't do it. Number 5, be a systems thinker. See the bigger picture. Recognize, evaluate, and respond to systems interactions. Number 6, demonstrate leadership behaviors. Number 7, tailor your processes, your tools based on the project context. Number 8, quality. Build quality into processes and deliverables. Number 9, navigate complexity. There are different ways you can navigate complexity, but one of them is breaking down the work into smaller pieces, delivering in an incremental fashion, and planning iteratively. Number 10, optimize risk responses. Number 11, adaptability. Embrace adaptability and resiliency. Again, being agile is a key to being resilient. Number 12, change. Enable change to achieve the envisioned future state. Every project is a vehicle to move an organization from a current state to a future state. By enabling change to achieve the envisioned future state, we are helping our project management. And that's the summary of the 12 principles of project management. Now, you might recall from the 6th edition the 5 process groups of initiating, planning, executing, monitoring, and controlling, and closing. Well, think about building on these 5 by understanding the knowledge areas as represented in the 6th edition, and then seeing how these things I'm about to show you map onto this. So all of this great stuff that you might have learned from the 6th edition should be resting solidly on principles that I just showed you. Stewardship, collaboration, all the way on down to change. To go a step further in the 7th edition, the 7th edition categorizes what we do in project management in different domains. We have the stakeholder domain, the team domain, the development approach and life cycle domain, planning domain, project work domain, and you can see project work spans across a wide area. We have the delivery performance domain, we have uncertainty and measurement domains. All of these amount to the 8 performance domains, and I am going to cover these very quickly with you to assure you that you already have some background knowledge about this. If I backtrack for a second, you can see how these map to different components on the screen. The stakeholder domain maps to the stakeholder knowledge area. The team domain maps to the resource knowledge area. Development approach and life cycle maps to the integration knowledge area. The planning domain maps to planning as a whole. Project work domain maps to integration specifically, and a lot of the components from executing and communication as well. The delivery domain maps to scope and quality, and the uncertainty domain maps to risk. The measurement domain maps to cost, and it maps to monitoring and controlling in general. Now you've seen how it all maps, let's examine the 8 domains in more detail. Number 1, stakeholder performance domain. You got to identify your stakeholders. Common sense tells us to prioritize our stakeholder focus and monitor the engagement and work on understanding the stakeholder needs as we engage them. We should also analyze our stakeholders continually. The second domain, team performance domain, helps us to see project team management and leadership has been very important for a project manager. Understanding project team culture and what makes a team a high-performing team and how to get your team to that with great leadership skills and tailoring your leadership styles, keeping in mind things like the Hersey Blanchard's situational leadership model will help you digest this chapter. The third domain is development approach and life cycle. When we talk about life cycles, you also want to join the word development and cadence with it. When you understand the life cycle, you understand your development approach, be it iterative, agile, predictive, incremental, whatever it is, you also need to address the cadence. The delivery cadence is the pulse at which you deliver whatever you are delivering, and also the pulse in which the customer can expect you to deliver an increment. We could talk about delivery cadence, we could talk about releases. There are many topics that come in here. The development approach is to get a better understanding of this. I always recommend that people read up about incremental, iterative, predictive, and agile in the Agile Practice Guide, especially pages 18 and 19, the table and the figures in there. You should also be aware of what dictates your selection of a development approach. The first question is going to be, can we deliver in an incremental fashion? Can we develop this in iterations? Lastly, we have life cycle and phase definitions, which in my mind are very well done in the Agile Practice Guide. I would definitely advise you take a look at that. And then when you understand these first 5, you got to align the delivery cadence, the development approach, and the life cycle. Going to chapter 4, the planning domain, the summary is there's so much stuff to plan. There is schedule and scope. There's cost, quality, resources, communication, risk, procurement, stakeholder. And this is where we take down each one. We first of all identify the planning variables. We have the project team composition and structure and communications that needs to be planned. Physical resources need to be planned. So do procurements, changes, and even metrics. We also need to align all of these so that we have a streamlined project management plan. The 5th domain is project work performance domain. When we talk about project work here, we address project processes, balancing competing constraints, your knowledge of the triple constraint, that triangle and the inverted triangle I showed you in the beginning will come in handy. Maintaining project team focus, project communications and engagement, managing physical resources, things that you would see under the executing process group, they fall in here. Working with procurements, monitoring new work and changes is also part of this discussion, as well as the concept of learning throughout the project, which we would refer to as managing project knowledge in the 6th edition. The 6th domain is all about delivery. The delivery performance domain, first of all, talks about delivery of value. If you don't have a good understanding of value, know that value is the net quantifiable benefits that the customer derives from a deliverable. This is well covered in the 6th edition. The delivery of value is important through deliverables. Quality also comes into play, and also understanding that not every project ends the way we expect. We call these suboptimal outcomes. We do expect to have suboptimal outcomes. The question is, how do we handle them? Positively, we use that as a vehicle to learn lessons to get better. Now, for those of you who are practitioners and you are trying to get better in your project management, I want to call your attention to the ticker tape below. It's projectmanagementmaturity.com. We have classes to help you pragmatically apply all of this stuff, the PMBOK guide, to really get to dry land on your exam. So if you want to check that out, do so. Also, if you're just joining us, we're talking about the PMBOK guide 7th edition. We're combing through the domains and we're about to round up. If you've enjoyed it so far, I would appreciate you hit the like button and subscribe so that you're notified when I come online with additional video and content. Moving to the final one, number 7 and 8. Number 7 is measurement. Measurement is one of my favorites in the 7th edition. This is one of the areas I feel was lacking in previous editions. This is where we talk about establishing effective measures, really honing in on what to measure so that we're not just measuring for measuring's sake. We also here define different types of measurements. One of the measurements you don't want is a vanity metric, which at the end of the day is just vanity because it doesn't really tell you anything helpful for your project. We don't want to just measure anything for measuring's sake. We want to measure because we're getting value from it. So this sensitizes you to that. How do you present information that you've measured? Some of the pitfalls of measurement, troubleshooting performance, growing and improving, all topics talked about here. Again, this is one of my favorites. I would highly recommend looking into this topic of measurement to make you more efficient in your organization. Measure the right stuff for the right purpose. The final one here, Chapter 8, Uncertainty, Performance Domain. Uncertainty addresses a number of topics. 1, general uncertainty. Number 2, ambiguity. Number 3, complexity. And 4, volatility. Combine all of those together along with the topic of risk, which is uncertainty that can affect your project positively or negatively. Then you have a good understanding of the uncertainty performance domain. The summary is, to manage uncertainty, you can break things down into smaller pieces. You can use a more adaptive approach. And you can intentionally manage risks. Intentionally look for how to respond to the world of ambiguity, complexity, and volatility around you. That, my friends, concludes our review of the PMBOK Guide 7th edition. Trust me when I tell you it's as simple as that. If you're looking for training, coaching, and additional help for your exam, going down to the website. It's Praizion.com. It will be a pleasure to see you in our classes one of these days. If you've got any questions, put them in the comments below, and be aware that on Praizion.com we got the full version of this course where my buddy Roy and I go over this content for going to 7 hours. Break it down into 4 sessions for those of you who may be PMPs and you're curious to learn more from a more practitioner lens with an audience of PMPs who were in the class. Go on down to our website, Praizion.com, and look for our training on the PMBOK Guide 7th edition. Thank you very much. You take care, and bye for now. So hello, my friends. We're going to talk really quickly about the confusion going on between the PMBOK Guide 6 and 7. It's very important we take time out to address it, because whenever a new guide comes out, there's always a question of, shouldn't it be the new one I'm reading? But you can see this guy on the screen, he's confused. Why is he confused? Because there's a 6th out and there's a 7th out. Even though the PMI will tell you that the 6th is not the active one, they also tell you that it is still relevant. So if you go to a place on PMI's website called Standards Plus, guess what? You will see the PMBOK Guide 6th edition content, especially page 25. So I just want to make it really clear that the 6th edition has not gone away. Let's just make that very clear. It is still extremely relevant. Now, as far as the 7th edition is concerned, about 7 months ago, my buddy Roy and I put together a training called Serving with the 7th. We covered the entire spectrum of the PMBOK Guide 7th edition. And you know what we found? We found that the 7th edition does not have enough of a base in basic project management to sustain the reading and understanding of a beginner. It does not have the structure that the 6th edition has. Now, what does the 7th edition contain? Let me go over this very quick. The 6th edition contains initiating, planning, executing, monitoring, and controlling and closing as the standard. That's what we call the standard in the 6th edition. Now, in the 7th edition, the PMI have taken away the 5 process groups. They have now introduced some pretty lightweight topics such as an introduction, a system for value delivery, and something they call project management principles, which, to be honest, if you've worked in corporate America, you've probably heard this in one way or another. Maybe not spun in a project management idea, but it's pretty much all of those good ethics, good mindset, good team behavior kind of stuff. So it's not enough to build a base of understanding of project management. To make matters worse, a guide to the project management body of knowledge in the 6th edition, which had all the knowledge areas, has been replaced with something that confuses you because it does not map back apples to apples with either process group or knowledge area. So in the 7th edition, they have decided to demystify project management in a different way. It's unfortunate that they do not use the structure of the process groups or the knowledge areas. So what you have are these things that are domains that kind of look like a cross between process groups and knowledge areas. That's why you're confused, because when you take a look at this, you see stakeholders, then you see teams. Stakeholders is a knowledge area, team is not. Then you see development approach and life cycle, which is not a knowledge area or process group. That's something we talk about under integration and in Agile. Then you see planning. Planning is a process group. Then you see project work. It sounds like direct to manage project work, but when you read it, you see it's not really. Then there's delivery, there's measurement, there's uncertainty. And speaking of uncertainty, you're more uncertain when you finish looking at the 7th edition than ever before. So what is my advice to you? My advice to you is to stick to this model and thinking I'm going to show you. You ready? Every project, I don't care whether it's Agile, whether it's otherwise, it must be initiated, it must be planned, it must be executed, it must be monitored and controlled, and it must be closed. The 6th edition does not tell you this. It's unfortunate. It's a tragedy. Yes, it doesn't teach you this. Instead, they begin teaching you about other things called principles instead of giving you this firm base. Now, in addition to this firm base, which I have called it the process group pentagon, because I believe everything should be built on this pentagon, right? So in this pentagon, we've already gone through this. There we have integration, scope, schedule, cost, quality, resources, communication, procurement, and stakeholder. And I say risk is a bullseye because risk touches everything. But these are your 5 process groups and your 10 knowledge areas. This is what every beginner needs. And this is what the 7th edition doesn't provide. That's why you're confused. So what is my recommendation? Don't go into the 7th. To stay in safe zone, just do what I'm going to show you. Are you ready? Know what these principles are saying at a super high level, super high level. You don't have to go into the dregs, the minutiae in the book. Don't do it. I've already done it. Trust me, I've got 300 slides of 7th edition content. So stewardship, all of that stuff, I've got it. But there's no need for us to go into all of these details. For example, I mean, I could run a course for weeks and months going into all of these details. I have all of the details. I have so much content. Like I told you, Roy and I did a 4-week course with my Project Leadership Institute people who have already graduated, but they wanted to know what was in the 7th edition. So we did a program. We went through all of it. Trust me, you're not missing much. You're not missing much. If you're able to glean these principles, that is about all I would recommend for now. Until we hear more buzz from the street, Hussein, my recommendation will be to stay at this image level. In fact, why don't you take a screenshot if you don't already have one, but take a screenshot of the principles. That's all you need. Don't go into reading the 7th because it will throw you off. It doesn't give a firm enough base. I actually wrote a book about the 7th edition. And to be quite honest with you, the book doesn't have the process groups and the knowledge areas. So there's not enough base for a beginner. For someone who is beyond a beginner in the intermediate level, yeah, you can then go ahead and read the book and you're going to be okay. But if you don't have the base, you're just free falling. Okay. Any other questions, Hussein, based on what I just said? Does it make sense?
Well, I mean, yeah, thank you. Thank you for that. I mean, it make perfect sense. But you know, still, I'm just concerned that might be questions from the exam that related to, should be answered based on the PMBOK Guide 7. I mean, do you think any
Trust me, Hussein. Look, here are questions from the 7th. Here is content from the 7th. Why do you think I'm not teaching it over and over again? Because what we are training you on is not based on a PMBOK guide, okay? I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna stop this recording. I'm gonna take any additional questions you may have. Hello, my friends. In the next 10 minutes, we're gonna go through the entire PMBOK Guide 7th edition, because lots of you have contacted me and said, Phil, I'm frustrated. One instructor says I should read this, another says this, and the PMI says this. Which one? Well, here's the summary. This book is solid and it gives you a very firm foundation. This one may muddy the waters and confuse you. Here is why. 2 ways of looking at project management. The 6th edition has the process groups. The 7th edition has the principles instead of the process groups. The 6th edition has knowledge areas. The 7th edition attempts to replace those knowledge areas with domains. What exactly are the domains? Very quickly, I'm going to take you through these. First domain is stakeholder. This is obvious to anyone who's read the 6th really well. You identify the stakeholders, you prioritize which ones to focus on, you monitor them, you take time to understand them, you engage them, and you analyze them. That's the first domain. That's the summary. Let's not get into the minutiae about the tools and stuff. Second domain is team performance. This is where we focus on project team management and leadership, the project team culture you should be aware of, what makes a high-performing team, and how do we get the team to optimize? You got to be aware of the 5 stages of team development, self-organizing teams, and things like that. Leadership skills are essential for you as a project manager, and you got to tailor your leadership style. You got to think Hersey Blanchard. You can't use the concept of directing all the time. You got to think about the concept of supporting or laissez-faire or coaching. The next domain is development approach and life cycle. Here, we sensitize you to understand development cadence. So there's a rhythm to Scrum. Every so often, we have these events. We have the sprint planning, we have the daily Scrum, we have the sprint review, we have the retrospective. There's a cadence. We also talk about life cycles, iterative, incremental, adaptive, agile, predictive. So the first one is predictive, the next one is iterative, the next one is incremental, the next one is agile. In the Agile Practice Guide, we talk about that here. So there's a delivery cadence, how often you deliver, there are different development approaches. You should consider what your project is about, and that will help you know which model to use, right? What life cycle to use. Should I use iterative or incremental, and so on. Life cycle and phase definitions. You got to know what a phase is. A phase is a segment of the technical work being done. The life cycle is the entire cycle of life, but there are different types of life cycles, like I just said. You got to align the delivery cadence. You got to align the development, and you got to make sure that there is sensibility in what you're doing. The next domain is planning. If you've read the 6th, again, you know this. So planning is everything. It's scope, schedule, cost, quality, resources, communication, risk, procurement, and stakeholder. The different variables when it comes to planning. There's the concept of team composition and structure. I'm sorry you can't see that too well. It's different on this particular machine I'm using. Communication, it's part of planning. The concept of physical resources, procurement, changes, metrics you use on the project, how you align them, all of that stuff is in the planning domain. Then we have the project work domain. So in the project work domain, we talk about project processes, balancing competing constraints, maintaining the project team's focus, project communications and engagement, managing physical resources, working with procurement,
monitoring new work and changes, and learning throughout the project. Each one of these, I don't want to take too much time, but I can marry every single one of these to a process in the 6th edition. So I want to encourage you, if you're worrying, there's absolutely nothing to worry about. All of this stuff is already in your mind. If you've been reading the 6th, it's there. Balancing competing constraints. That's the whole of the monitoring and controlling process group. Maintaining project team focus. That is direct to manage project work. That is acquire, develop, manage team, but really more of the manage team piece. Managing physical resources is more of control resources. I hope you're feeling more comfortable now. Let's move on. Delivery performance domain. What do we do here? We understand the delivery of value. If it's not value, we don't do it. If it's value, we do. We deliver as much as possible in increments. The concept of a deliverable, a product, service, or result. The concept of quality. Fitness for use, conformance to requirements, customer satisfaction. The concept of suboptimal outcomes. What does that mean? Well, if you get an outcome that is less than ideal, it doesn't mean that that is a bad thing all the way. You can learn your lessons from it and you can try again. But suboptimal outcomes happen a lot on projects, and this just sensitizes you to it. Then we have the measurement performance domain. We make measurements all throughout the project. We should make the right measurements. So this says establish effective measures. So we don't just want to measure any old thing. We got to decide what to measure, how to present the information. One of the pitfalls in measurement is measuring garbage. Vanity metrics, metrics that we don't even need, that don't even tell us anything sensible. We should avoid those, right? And then we should grow and improve in this area. The final thing that we're going to take a look at is the uncertainty domain. The uncertainty domain, general uncertainty, ambiguity, complexity, volatility, and risk are all defined in this book. But I want you to focus on understanding the concepts. I'm actually going to read this for you from the book. So let's go to the uncertainty performance domain, and let's break it down before you get off this call. Uncertainty. And this is, tell you the page in a moment. Page 119. So uncertainty is inherent in all projects. For this reason, the effects of any activity cannot be predicted precisely, and a range of outcomes can occur. And it just sensitizes you to how you can respond to uncertainty. You could gather information, you could prepare for multiple outcomes, multiple design alternatives can be investigated, and you can build in resilience. And I dare say you got to be agile. Now, the next one, ambiguity. There are two categories of ambiguity: conceptual ambiguity and situational ambiguity. Conceptual ambiguity, the lack of effective understanding, right? And it says the lack of effective understanding occurs when people use similar terms or arguments in a different way. And then the next one, it says ambiguity, situational ambiguity surfaces when more than one outcome is possible. Having multiple options to solve a problem is a form of situational ambiguity. Moving on to complexity. Complexity is a characteristic of a program, project, or its environment, which is difficult to manage due to human behavior, system behavior, or ambiguity. Still on this slide, we have volatility, the degree of something to change. How volatile is it? How susceptible to change is it? And last but not least, we've got risk. And risk is uncertainty that could impact the project positively or negatively. So my friends, I have covered the entire spectrum of domains, and this should give you more confidence that you actually know a thing or two, right? Actually a lot, some of you. So stop freaking out over the 7th and thinking that you're missing a whole boatload of stuff. It's going to be easy for you to reconcile the 6th and the 7th if you try to do that. All right. And this is the map of the world as far as the 7th edition is concerned. And to round this up, I'm just going to show you really quickly what the 12 principles are. So let's take a look at the 12 principles real quick. Stewardship, be a diligent, respectful, caring steward. 2, collaborate. 3, effectively engage stakeholders. 4, focus on value. 5, think systemically. 6, be a leader. 7, tailor based on context. 8, think about quality, build it in. 9, navigate complexity. 10, optimize risk responses. 11, be adaptable. Being adaptable is going to help you be more resilient. And 12, change, enable change to achieve the envisioned future state. And that's it, my friends. That's the 7th edition in a nutshell. No need for any dog and pony shows. Case closed. All right. I hope this helps you. Hope it gives you some confidence. You take care and make sure you watch any other videos I have of the 7th edition, because there are quite a few of them. It will get your confidence level up. Again, this, not bad. But you know what? I got to show you this. There's a reason why the PMI decided to unleash yet another practice guide on us. There's a reason. I'm going to show you that. The reason is they knew that this did not sustain and support the community enough. So let's go over to PMI's site. Okay. Now, if you look around this website, you're going to see this image down here. Let's take a closer look at it. It says, Process Groups, a practice guide, is our new supplement to the PMBOK Guide 7th edition. Now, if the 7th was all that and a bag of chips, why do you need a supplement? You need a supplement because it is not enough. The 7th is not enough. Think about it. Let's go back to take a look at these domains. Let's do that. Take a look at the domain listing just to give you some really good context here. When you take a look at the 7th edition listing, not of the principles, but of the domains, what you're going to find is that it's missing a lot of the terminologies that would have made you more comfortable. So let me bring that up in a second. Because the terminologies, the bread and butter of project managers are the things on the left. The things on the left: integration, scope, schedule, cost, quality, resources, communication, risk, procurement, stakeholder. That's the language that you want to see. Then you take a look at this, and it's like it's cherry picked. You got stakeholders, you got planning, which is on a whole different macro level, and then you that's it. Seriously? No wonder we have this. It's not enough. The 7th is not enough. In fact, the 7th muddies the waters. If you search the web enough, you'll find that over time, I've always said the 7th is not enough. It's disaster waiting to happen because it's not enough. No wonder we have process groups, a practice guide. It says, need help on how to get work done using traditional projects? Then process groups, a practice guide is the right supplemental guide for you. This companion to a guide project management body of knowledge offers useful and practical guidance. If only in the beginning we had just stuck to a model that was similar to this, we wouldn't be playing hopscotch and frustrating poor students. So I'm sorry if you feel frustrated about having to use so many books, because another complaint I hear is, Phil, why do I have to use this and this and this? We got to do what we got to do, my friends. But I hope this breakdown of domains clears it up for you. If you have any questions, put them in the comments below. Take care. Bye for now. Hello, my friends. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Why is our buddy Phil looking so bewildered and confused? Well, I think the reason why Phil is looking confused is he's trying to get the language that was used to describe the coming of the 7th. Part of the language in the 7th claims to be moving away from a process-oriented view to a principle-oriented view. But I would like to debate that as a good project manager. let's debate all things debatable. And one of the things that I would like to debate is, let's do away with the process of Scrum. You know, Scrum has a very tight ship process. There are 3 and only 3 roles: product owner, Scrum master, and team. There are 5 ceremonies. There's sprint planning, there's the sprint, there's the daily Scrum, there's the retrospective, there's the sprint review, right? Now, imagine if I said, do away with all of this. You know what we should focus on? Let's not focus on the optional backlog refinement or daily. Let's move from that to the values. All right, there you go. There are your values: courage, focus, commitment, respect, openness. There you go. Let's see you make working product with that. Go on. There you go. Courage, focus, commitment, respect, openness. You see, the point I'm trying to make here is it is a senseless and baseless claim to say you're moving away from a process focus to a principle focus, because principles without process is not very effective, is it? And that's why our buddy Phil looks so confused. He's like, where is this talk coming from? You know, the talk in the 7th edition that says moving away from processes to principle. Come on, give me a break. Give me a break. We're project managers. Let's use our common sense. You cannot practice project management with mere principles. You need principles as the base and practices. So let me go over how I see the world of project management. Whether you are in the world of Agile or you're in the world of Predictive, these things are like the laws of physics as set down by the pioneers. I'm talking about the PDCA cycle. Let's go through it very quick. Okay. You initiate whatever you're doing, you plan it, you execute it, you monitor and control it, and you close it. Whether you are in the world of Agile or you're in the world of Predictive, it makes no difference. It makes no difference. You are going to have authorization. You don't just start working on stuff. The business unit will shut you down. So whether you're in Agile or you're in Predictive, you must initiate, you must plan. I mean, we plan more than we ever do in the world of Agile. We plan in an iterative fashion. This doesn't go away. We execute. That's why the sprint is looked at as a container for us to get work done. And monitoring and controlling, are you kidding? That's what we do daily. Agile is founded on inspect, adapt, inspect, adapt, inspect, adapt. We're monitoring and controlling daily. We have our daily Scrum. We have our retrospective. What do you think we do in backlog refinement? It's part of that inspect, adapt. Based on the understanding of value, based on the understanding of risk, we have a risk-adjusted backlog. And of course, we have a potentially shippable increment. But that's not the end of the whole endeavor. It's the end of the sprint, and we continue. But that PDCA cycle is always in the background. You always need to kick things off. You always need a plan. You always need to execute. You need to monitor and control and close. It doesn't go away. Just try working on a project in your firm without authorization. Try working on a project without planning. Planning is important, but in Agile, we do it in iterations. And executing a self-organizing team with T-shaped skills is because we execute to perfection. We need that team with the paint drip in the background, the broken comb, whatever you want to call it. And of course, you already know those burn up charts and burn down charts and CFDs. What do you think those are? That is monitoring and controlling. And the big old closing with the retrospective at the end, that is what we do. It doesn't change. So I really want to change this language of, well, the 7th edition, we're moving away from processes to print. Come on now. Come on. I've already shown you. I've made the argument. The values of Scrum were added as reinforcements after Scrum was already in existence, because they realized, you know what, we need these values. And of course, so I'm not debating the fact that values and principles are important. In fact, in the way I perceive all of this, I go a step further to show you the 5 process groups are not enough. Of course, you know, we've got the knowledge areas, right? Areas of knowledge. This does not harm anything in any way. It is common sense. Project managers need these skills to make it work. How, after myriads and myriads of years, do we finally get to 2021? And some say, you know what, those knowledge areas, they don't do us much good. Come on, use your common sense. These are areas of knowledge. That's all. They aren't harming anyone or anything. And that's why page 25 can still be found in Standards Plus. That's why. Now, let's go a step further and let me show you how I perceive this entire model. I perceive the model as being one that rests on the understanding of the principles. The 12 principles, they're not bad principles at all. You know, now, I will say that the domains are just needless additions. The domains muddy the waters, in my opinion. The domains added, I like the fact that they are concise and they're compact, but for a beginner, they're going to find it hard. They're going to find it hard to understand how everything overlaps. For example, project work in my mind is executing. Measurement in my mind is monitoring and controlling, part of monitoring and controlling. So these domains in my mind, they are not fine additions that we need. They give us more work to do as trainers and coaches and educators, right? And as practitioners, it doesn't help us compartmentalize stuff well. It's all over the place. But the part that I absolutely agree is at the base is the principles. So I absolutely agree. Principles, which by the way, are founded on the values in the PMI Code of Ethics. It makes sense. It makes sense to look at it as the base, okay? But to say we're moving away from a process-based look to principle, give me a break. That makes absolutely no sense. It's like we're moving away from eating to drinking. You need both, all right? So finally, I see the world that has been created in the process groups, the knowledge areas, even these principles. I see this as fitting very nicely into the container from our friends. If you go to the agilemanifesto.org site, you can take a look at the 4 values and the 12 principles. And in my mind, I see those as a bigger container that we can fit all of this other stuff in. All right, that's my perspective. That is how I perceive the world of project management, and that is how I break it down for my students. I thought this might help you think about it in a different way. Challenge the status quo. Don't just accept any old thing you're given, even the stuff I'm telling you. Use your brain and say, okay, Phil, and I agree with this part I don't agree with, and that's okay. We agree to disagree. We agree respectfully, and we get to a better result, a better solution. So for folks who are saying, well, this is what the guide says, come on now. You're a PMP, okay? You are meant to be in the Kaizen mindset, improvement. We cannot stay the way we are. We've got to improve, and we need to challenge each other. All right. So that's my view. I'm curious to know, what's your view? Hey, don't give me the PMBOK guide view. We've already talked about it. I'm curious to know, how do you view the world of project management? All right. Look forward to your comments. Thank you for joining me. Speak to you soon. Hello, my friends. Welcome to the 40 Days to PMP Exam Success, and this is MMA Day, where we focus on models, methods, and artifacts. Now, if you haven't been paying attention to the 7th edition, we have models, methods, and artifacts documented in there. And today, I'm going to take you all the way through them. Now, you might remember this model table in the PMBOK Guide 7th edition. We're going in on this table, and we're going to start off with the situational leadership model. But let's back up a little bit. Let's talk about what exactly a model is. A model is a thinking strategy to explain a process, framework, or phenomenon. So let's start off with the situational leadership models. Situational leadership models are a subset of the vast array of models out there. And the basic concept is you cannot and should not lead 2 people the same way. Everyone needs a unique approach and insight as to how they should be led. Situational leadership models describe ways to tailor one's leadership style to meet the needs of individual and project team members. So let's take a look one by one. We're starting off with one of my favorites. It's the Situational Leadership 2. This is Ken Blanchard's Situational Leadership 2 model. To be quite honest, Paul Hersey and Ken Blanchard worked on this way back. But the PMBOK Guide 7th reads, this measures project team member development using competence and commitment as two main variables. So think about it. If someone is very competent, you don't need to direct them a whole lot. And if someone is committed all in, you don't need to motivate them a whole lot. But if someone is not competent and not committed, then you're going to have to give them a whole lot of inspiration, a whole lot of direction. And that's the basic concept. If you Google it, you'll be able to find imagery on it. There's no imagery in the PMBOK Guide 7th edition, just the blurb there. And let's go to the OSCAR model. The OSCAR model is a coaching and mentoring model, and it has 5 contributing factors: outcome, situation, choices or consequences, actions, and review. It helps individuals adapt their coaching or leadership styles to support individuals who have an action plan for personal development. And those are the 5 contributing factors. An outcome identifies long-term goals of an individual. A situation enables conversation about current skills, abilities, and so on. Choices or consequences identify all the potential avenues for attaining the desired outcome. Actions commits to specific improvements by focusing on immediate and attainable targets. And review, all about holding regular meetings, and that offers support and helps ensure that individuals remain motivated and on track. Let's go to the next one. This is communication models. Very straightforward stuff that honestly, all you would need is a few words. Cross-cultural communication model was developed by Broways and Price, and incorporates the idea that the message itself and how it is transmitted is influenced by the sender's current knowledge, experience, language, thinking, and communication styles, as well as stereotypes. You've already heard a little bit about this in the 6th edition if you've read it. The way we perceive a message is as a result of a variety of variables, such as those mentioned: language, thinking, communication styles, and so on. Let's go to the next one. Next one under communication models is effectiveness of communication channels. Now, Alistair Coburn developed a model that describes the communication channels along with the axes of effectiveness or richness. If you look through my videos, you see where I have actually explained this model. Media richness is a function of various characteristics, including the ability to handle multiple information cues simultaneously, facilitate rapid feedback, establish a personal focus, and utilize natural language. As you move from just having a simple text-based communication approach all the way to add in more and more variables such as voice and video conferencing, the richness just goes up all the way to face-to-face communication. That's the general idea. Let's move to the next one. The next one is gulf of execution and evaluation. Donald Norman described the gulf of execution as the degree to which an item corresponds with what a person expects it to do. Said another way, it is the difference between the intention of a user and what the item allows them to do or supports them in doing. The gulf of evaluation is the degree to which an item supports the user in discovering how to interpret the item and interact with it effectively. Let's take a look at an example. A car that has the ability to parallel park itself would have a gulf of execution if the driver expected to push a button labeled park and have the car park itself, and the car did not park itself. That's a gulf of execution. The same parking example would show a gulf of evaluation if the controls were not designed in such a way that the driver could easily determine how to initiate the self-parking function. So we have the gulf of execution and the gulf of evaluation. Let's move to the next one. Moving on, we have motivation models. Under motivation models, we have the well-known hygiene and motivation factors, Herzberg's hygiene factors. He simply states that these hygiene factors are not the motivators. The motivators are different. He said hygiene factors related to work are company policies, salary, physical environment. If hygiene factors are insufficient, they cause dissatisfaction. And he talked about the real motivators. The real motivators are things that relate to the work, such as success and achievement, growth, advancement, and so on. So there's a difference between the hygiene factors and the real motivators. That was his main point. Next, we have intrinsic versus extrinsic motivation. And the overall idea about this, it dates what is referenced here. People are either motivated from within or without. That's it. Daniel Pink published several books about intrinsic factors that motivate people. He stated, while extrinsic rewards such as salary are motivators to a certain extent, once a person is paid fairly for their work, the motivational power of extrinsic rewards ceases to exist. Goes very much in line with what you heard about hygiene factors. Daniel Pink identifies 3 types of intrinsic motivators: autonomy, mastery, and purpose. Let's move on. Theory of needs. The theory of needs is David McClelland's model, and this has been around for a while and talked about in PMI, PMP space. People are motivated primarily by 3 needs: achievement, power, and affiliation. Achievement, people want to reach a goal. Power, people like to organize, motivate, and lead others. And it's not a bad thing to be motivated by power. It could also be looked at as someone having a propensity to lead others. They are motivated by increased responsibility. It's not a bad thing. And then we have affiliation. People who are motivated by affiliation seek acceptance and belonging. They are motivated by being part of a team. Absolutely nothing wrong in that. And last but not least, we have the famous McGregor's X and Y theories coupled with theory Z. So let's talk about them one by one. The theory X mindset is far-reaching across organizations, and the theory X mindset is one of micromanagement. It's bad. It's a top-down approach. Now, some people say there's a place for it, but when you really boil down theory X, it's so bad on every side that even when you look to reward your people, you're doing so because you believe they cannot be trusted, they cannot manage, they work on their own, and they need supervision, a whole lot of supervision. This management style is often seen in a production or labor-intensive environment, or one with many layers of management. Theory Y, on the flip side, is one in which the individual, or it's a group think, an entire company think. The theory Y mindset is one that looks at you as being able to fulfill the work obligations, one who can work without supervision, one who is able to lead themselves. The theory Y manager encourages creativity and discussion. We could say the theory X manager is an impediment to the employee's morale. The theory Y manager, on the flip side, is a boost to the employee's morale. Then we have theory Z. Theory Z is a transcendent dimension to work where individuals are motivated by self-realization, values, and a higher calling. William Auchi's version of theory Z focuses on motivating employees by creating a job for life, where the focus is on one's well-being. This style of management seeks to promote high productivity, morale, and satisfaction, so it's good. Abraham Maslow saw theory Z as a transcendent dimension to work where individuals are motivated by self-realization. You know, we talk about self-actualization in Maslow's pyramid. That's it. All right, let's move on. We're moving on to our next model, and we're going pretty quick here. Hope you're able to keep up. Let's talk about change models. So change models, we have managing change in organizations by the PMI. I think this is one of PMI's better works. It's called Managing Change in Organizations, brilliant publication. I call it the FEPIMS model that they have here. They talk about formulating the change, planning the change, implementing the change, managing the transition, and sustaining the change. And these are ways you can approach change at a higher level in organizations. Formulating the change is all about building the rationale to help people understand, like sense making. Planning the change is all about identifying activities that help people prepare for the transition from the current state to the future state. Implementing the change is where you focus on demonstrating the future state capabilities, checking to ensure capabilities are having the intended impact. And then we have managed the transition. And this element considers how to address needs related to the change that may surface once the future state is achieved, and sustaining the change. And this element seeks to ensure that the new capabilities continue and previous processes or behavior cease. And that's pretty much what I call the PMPIMS model. PMI calls it managing changes in organizations. It's an entire standard or guide, if you will, to change. Then we have the ADKAR model. The ADKAR model is very human-centric, humanistic. It talks about the awareness, identifying why the change is necessary, create a desire in the individuals, create some fire. There needs to be a desire to be part of supporting that change. And then knowledge, people need to understand how to change. This includes understanding new processes and systems. And then we have ability. In this step, knowledge is supported with hands-on practice and access to exercise and help, expertise and help as needed. And the last one is reinforcement. And reinforcement supports the sustainment of the change. And this can include rewards, recognition, feedback, and measurement. So it's very human-centered. If you take a look, this model created by Jeff Hyatt compared with managing change in organizations is more people-centered. The managing change in organizations is more process-centered, but together they could work really, really well. The next one is John Cotter's model, and this again is another great model. And John Cotter introduced the 8-step process for leading change for transforming organizations. It's a top-down approach, though, where the need for an approach to change originates at the top levels of the organization, and that's okay because the top levels need to understand and buy into that change first, know why we're doing what we're doing, and then it permeates down. So one, create an urgency for the change, form a powerful coalition. You definitely want to have allies. You definitely want to have people that are for the change, create a vision for the change, communicate the vision, remove any obstacles, create short-term wins, build on the change, and anchor the changes in corporate culture. So these are not bad. These are just different from the managing change in organizations and ADKAR slightly. Let's talk about the last one, the Virginia Satter change model. This change model is a model of how people experience and cope with change. If you've taken a look at the J curve, you might appreciate this. It's based on a number of states. So let's read. It says, its purpose is to help project team members understand what they are feeling and enable them to move through change more efficiently. So we have late status quo. This initial stage is when everything feels familiar and can be characterized as business as usual. Then we have the foreign element. Something happens, there's a shift in the status quo. Then this chaos, people are in this crazy, unfamiliar territory. There's a transforming idea. People come to a point where they come up with an idea that helps them make sense of the situation. They begin to see how they can find a way out of the chaos. And then we have practice and integration. People try to implement their new ideas or behaviors. There may be setbacks and a period of trial and error. And then we have new status quo. People get used to their new environment. They're like, oh, I'm here. I can survive. I can actually live in this environment. Eventually, the new status quo becomes the new normal. All right, let's move on to talk about the transition model, which is actually our final one. It seems as though the Virginia Satter change model didn't make its way in here. So I'm going to squeeze it in here real quick. And there we have it now included. So if you take a look at the table in the PMBOK Guide 7th, you'll see that the Virginia Satter model is missing. So it's in there now. Let's talk about the transition model. And this is the William Bridges transition model. The William Bridges transition model is very similar. The model identifies 3 stages of transition associated with change. It's ending, losing, and letting go. Then we have the neutral zone, and then we have the new beginning. So let's back up a little bit. William Bridges' transition model provides an understanding of what occurs to individuals psychologically when an organizational change takes place. This model differentiates between change and transition. Change is situational and happens whether or not people transition through it. Transition is a psychological process where people gradually accept the details of the new transition, the new situation that comes with the transition. The model identifies 3 stages. Like I said, 1, ending, losing, and letting go. 2, the neutral zone, and 3, the new beginning. The ending, losing, and letting go is often associated with fear, anger, upset, uncertainty, and this is where people have some resistance to the change. Then we have the neutral zone. The change is happening in this stage. In some instances, people feel frustration, resentment, confusion, and anxiety. productivity may drop. And then eventually people go through, that valley in the J curve, and there's the new beginning. And at this point, people accept and even embrace the change. They are more adept at the new skills and new ways of working, and people are often open to learning and are energized by the change. All right, and that's it for the change models. That was a bit of a long one. Let's go to complexity models real quick. First complexity model that we have here is a SignFin framework. Now let's take a look at what that looks like. And this is here in the 7th edition, and it was created by David Snowden. It's a conceptual framework used to diagnose cause and effect relationships as a decision-making aid. The framework offers 5 problem and decision-making contexts. We have the following. Where there's obvious cause and effect relationship, best practices are used to make decisions. Complicated relationships exist where there's a set of known unknowns or a range of correct answers. In this situation, it is best to assess the facts, analyze the situation, and apply good practices. We have complex relationships, including unknown unknowns. In chaotic environments, the cause and effects are unclear. There's too much confusion to wait to understand the situation. In these situations, the first step is to take action to try to stabilize the situation, then sense where there is some stability and respond by taking steps to get the chaotic situation to a complex situation. And then we have disordered relationships which lack clarity and may require breaking them into smaller parts whose context links with one of the other 4 contexts. And those are the 5 things. You can take a look at that in the 7th edition. And let's move on to the next one, which is my favorite. And this is the Stacy model, the Stacy matrix. Ralph Stacy developed the Stacy matrix, which is similar to the SignFin framework, but it looks at 2 dimensions. You might have seen this in the Agile Practice Guide on page 14. It looks at the relative uncertainty of the requirements of the deliverable and the relative uncertainty of the technology. And based on what you have in terms of high uncertainty of the technology, high uncertainty of the requirements, then that makes a case for you definitely to move more into some agile practices of iterative and incremental. It's quite a remarkable one that I would advise you to look at. It explains the business case for agile very well. We have different zones in there. We have chaos, we have complex zone, and we have the simple zone. Definitely know those. That could help you on your exam. Let's move into project team development models. The first one is Tuckman's ladder, which many of you know too well. Have the 5 stages of team development: forming, storming, norming, performing, and adjourning. And depending on the team, you could get a team that has moved all the way to performing and a new person joins, and that takes them steps back, could even take them back to the beginning again. And then we have the adjourning stage, which is undesirable because in the world of Agile, we look at our teams as carrying all this equity and all this time and people investment that we don't want to disband the team. So when we adjourn, the work disperses, the team disperses to work on other things. But what a waste of all that relationship investment, because now we have to start all over again from ground zero. So we don't like the adjourning stage in the world of Agile. All right, let's move on to the next one. You might get a longer video of this one on YouTube. Actually, you can find my videos on Tuckman's ladder and the Drexler-Sibet team performance model. So the Drexler-Sibet team performance model consists of these 7 stages, and this is really more about team building and getting the team to develop. So we have the orientation, which is the why stage. Why are we doing what we're doing? We have trust building, where the team gets to know each other. Who are you? Goal clarification. What are we doing? Commitment addresses the question of how we're going to do what we're doing. Implementation is all about high-level plans being decomposed into greater levels of detail. Then we have the high performance stage. This is where we're going to wow everyone with our awesome team performance. After the project team has worked together for some time, project team members reach a high level of performance. They're functioning as a well-oiled unit. And then we have the renewal stage. Renewal is the stage of working through the changes on the project team or the project and asking, should we continue? What is the reasoning? This causes the team to consider if the past behavior and actions are still sufficient, or if the project team needs to go back to a previous stage to reset the expectations. So all throughout, my friends, we've been talking about these buckets, situational all the way to project team development. Finally, the PMI has put an other bucket. So we have other models. So we have conflict model. And the conflict model talked about here is one that we know as a Thomas Kilmann conflict mode instrument. If you've read the 6th edition, you're familiar with force or direct, avoid or withdraw, smooth or accommodate, compromise or reconcile, and stuff like that. Those are the pieces talked about. Now, in the 7th edition, unfortunately, we have a little bit of muddy water here. We have confronting and problem solving, but remember, confronting and problem solving in the business world are known also as collaborating. So we have PMI breaking down these two as separate. Confronting, problem solving, collaborating. Collaborating and problem solving were the same in the 6th edition. So I don't know why they've done this. This is not how it's broken down in the actual Thomas Kilmann website. So I find it a little bit strange. It's broken down this way. We have compromise, smooth or accommodate, force. And here in the 7th edition, they don't give you the breakdown of what the other terms are. So let me go over them really quick, the way I see them. Confront, problem solve, collaborate, all same thing. Compromise or reconcile, same thing. Smooth or accommodate, same thing. Force or direct, same thing. Withdrawal or avoidance, same thing. And those are defined. You just need to make the connections as to what is what. All right, the next one we have here under other models is negotiation. So under negotiation, the models that you typically see are win-win, win-lose or lose-win, and lose-lose. Win-win, this is the optimal outcome that we should be going for. Win-lose or lose-win, this describes one person winning and another losing. Lose-lose, this is when both parties lose. This outcome can occur when win-win outcomes may have been possible, but competition overwhelms collaboration. This scenario, everyone ends up worse off. A win-win perspective is found when the following characteristics are present. People have character, have trust, and as far as approach, each party is willing to look at the situation from the other's point of view. Really good one to know and espouse, especially in the world of Agile, where we always look for everyone to be happy, win-win, consensus, group direction, that kind of thing. All right, let's talk about planning. So here under planning, it says, Barry Boehm developed a model that compares the time and effort invested in developing plans to reduce risk, including the delay and other costs associated with over-planning. By taking more time to plan up front, many projects can reduce uncertainty, oversights, and rework. However, the longer time, the time spent planning, the longer it takes to get a return on investment. Common sense, right? The sweet spot is different for every project. Therefore, there's no correct answer for the right amount of planning overall. This model demonstrates that there's a point where additional planning becomes counterproductive. Pretty much common sense. All right, the one you've all been waiting for, process groups. This is PMI's logical ordering of processes. It's a logical ordering of groupings of processes in big buckets. And the big buckets are initiating, planning, executing, monitoring, and controlling, and closing. The process groups interact within each phase. So you can have development having its own initiating, planning, executing, monitoring, and controlling, and closing. You could have the design having its own 5 process group interactions in there. And honestly, this is so scalable. A lot of people think it has to be big and huge. It doesn't have to be big. You can scale this. Really dependable model that's been around for a while. All right, let's take a look at the next one here. And this is a salience model. The salience model is all about stakeholders. Salience means prominent, noticeable, or perceived as important. This model was proposed by Ronald K. Mitchell, Bradley R. Agile, and Donna J. Wood. The authors denoted a stakeholder identification based on 3 variables. I call it the pull factor, but it's really power to influence, the urgency of the stakeholders' claim on the project for stakeholder engagement, and legitimacy. So power, urgency, and legitimacy is what the salience model is all about. I call it the pull factor, PUL. And that, my friends, concludes our manic review of part 1, just the models. You can see there's a boatload of content here, my friends, and I've helped you go through it pretty quick. We still, in the next video, have to go over the methods. It's a lot of content, but in part 2, we will be covering all the methods, the data and analysis methods, and we'll be covering the data gathering methods. So just stay put. In the next video, we'll begin covering them one by one. I look forward to seeing the next video. If you got any questions about any of this, put it in the comments below, and I look forward to seeing you soon. Remember, the artifacts have already been covered. We have all 76 of them. So if you're looking for that video, just search the channel or look for the link below. I'll do my best to include it. You take care, and bye for now. And of course, don't forget to hit like and share with your buddies. Talk to you soon.
Hello, my most awesome project managers. Welcome to MMA2. We took a look at the models previously. Today, we're taking a look at methods. This is all about PMBOK Guide 7th edition. It's going to go very rapidly. We're going to take a look at all of the methods talked about on page 174 forward. In the last episode, we talked about all of the models. So let's jump into them one by one. The very first one is alternatives analysis, and this is looking for alternatives to tackle a problem or situation. The next one is assumption and constraint analysis, and it's analyzing assumptions and constraints for completeness to better understand them and their effect on the project. The next one is benchmarking. Benchmarking is using a previous project, or it could be an organization or process from a similar company or your company as a basis for improvement or achieving a certain standard. Next one is business justification analysis. These analyses methods are associated with authorizing or justifying a project or a decision. Some of the ones you're more familiar with are payback period, IRR, internal rate of return, return on investment, net present value, and cost-benefit analysis. Now, while these are not explicitly tested on the exam anymore, they used to be. And understanding them at a high level is helpful. So for payback period, the shorter the better. For internal rate of return, the higher the better. For return on investment, the higher the better. Net present value, if it is positive, that shows you could gain something from the investment or the project. If it's negative, that shows you would lose, so don't do it. If it's right on 0.0, then there needs to be a greater reason for pursuing the opportunity. And cost-benefit analysis is the ratio of benefits or revenue to cost. Again, the higher the better. So we've talked about payback period, internal rate of return, return on investment, net present value, benefit cost ratio, also called cost-benefit analysis. Same thing. Now, note of caution, as you read through the table in the PMBOK Guide 6th edition where everything is summarized, you follow me to page 182, you see a tiny little discrepancy in the terms used, but we know that benefit cost ratio, cost benefit ratio, the same thing, right? But page 182 listed as cost benefit ratio. If you take a look at page 175, it's listed as cost-benefit analysis, but same thing. Next one is check sheet. A check sheet is a tally sheet that can be used as a checklist. So it performs two tasks. One, you use the check sheet to check off on what you're inspecting, and two, you use the check sheet to record data. Next one is cost of quality, known as COQ. It's the cost of quality that is incurred throughout the life of the product by investing in prevention costs and appraisal costs. The next one is decision tree analysis. Decision tree analysis is a diagramming technique used to explore and understand options and opportunities. Decision trees use information generated from expected monetary value to populate branches of the decision tree. Used to be big on the exam, not so much anymore. Next one is earned value analysis. Earned value analysis is a method that uses a set of measures associated with scope, schedule, and cost to determine cost and schedule performance. Breaking these down a little bit further, we talk about SPI, Schedule Performance Index, CPI, Cost Performance Index, SV, Schedule Variance, and CV, Cost Variance. These are important for your exam, so do endeavor to know them. Next one is expected monetary value, which I just talked about. EMV has a simple formula. It's probability times impact. probability of occurrence of that risk times its impact, usually in currency form. Next one is forecasting. Forecasting is an estimate or prediction of the project based on current events, based on what is happening now. Next one is influence diagram. This diagram is a graphical representation of situations showing causal influencing, time ordering of events, and other relationships. To get a good idea of what this looks like, I would advise going over to Wikipedia and taking a look at an influence diagram. Otherwise, it just becomes text. So let's take a look at what an influence diagram looks like. And here on the screen, you can see an example of an influence diagram. If you take a closer look, there's one decision node, and that is the vacation activity. There are two uncertainty nodes, as they are referred to here, the weather condition and the weather forecast. And there are two functional arcs ending in satisfaction. That is enough of an example because, to be quite honest, this is not a hot topic on the exam. So let's move on to the next thing on the list. Next on the list, we have life cycle assessment. This assessment is a tool used to evaluate the total environmental impact of a product, process, or system. It includes all aspects of producing a project deliverable, from the origin of materials used in the deliverable to its distribution and ultimate disposal. Next one is a make or buy analysis. It's a simple analysis of whether you can make something yourself as the performing organization or whether you need to buy it. In that case, you become a requesting organization. So it's the process of gathering and organizing data about product requirements, assessing and analyzing if you can make that thing all by yourself or whether you need additional assistance, either services or sub-deliverables. Next one is probability and impact matrix. Probability and impact matrix is a grid for mapping the probability of occurrence of a risk and its impact, and it's often referred to as a P times I matrix. The next one is a process analysis. This is an analysis of a process, looking for steps and procedures that could do with some improvement or not, and just analyzing, is this process working or is it not? The PMI call it a systematic review of steps and procedures to perform an activity. When you carry out a process analysis, most times you're looking to see if there are opportunities for improvement or if the process should remain as is. Next, we have regression analysis. A regression analysis is an analytical technique where a series of input variables are examined in relation to their corresponding outputs in order to develop a mathematical or statistical relationship. Now, the short version of a regression analysis is it's an analysis to better understand why we got the results we did, whether the results are good or bad. Root cause analysis examines a situation or problem looking for the root cause of that problem. Moving on, we have sensitivity analysis. And sensitivity analysis is a technique used to determine which individual project risks or sources of uncertainty have the most potential impact on project outcomes. And we could say which risks are the most sensitive on the project. Moving along, we have one that was omitted from the general table where everything appears on page 182, and I've inserted it after sensitivity analysis. This is reserve analysis. Reserve analysis is looking to understand reserves that have been assigned to a task. It's the analytical technique used to evaluate the amount of risk on the project and the amount of schedule and budget reserve to determine whether the reserve is sufficient for the remaining risk. After reserve analysis, we have simulation. And simulation is an analytical technique that uses models to show the combined effect of uncertainties on the project. It runs several different situations using a computerized algorithm, a computer model, to develop a probability distribution of a range of outcomes. So in other words, through the simulation, you understand what the likelihood
of getting to your budget goal or schedule goal could be. Next one is stakeholder analysis. This technique involves systematically gathering and analyzing quantitative and qualitative information about stakeholders to determine whose interests should be taken into account through the project. One of the ways we do this is by using things such as a power interest grid and influence impact grid and so on. Next, we have SWOT analysis. SWOT stands for strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. A SWOT analysis assesses the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats of an organization, a project, or an option. Next one is trend analysis, and a trend analysis uses mathematical models to forecast future outcomes based on historical results. Next one is value stream mapping. It's a lean enterprise method used to document, analyze, and improve the flow of information or materials required to produce a product, service, or result for a customer. Next one is variance analysis, and this is used to determine the cause and degree of difference between the baseline and actual performance. When we talk about baseline and actual performance, we could look at a scope baseline, a scope baseline, a cost baseline, or a schedule baseline. Next one is what if scenario analysis. This analytical technique evaluates scenarios in order to understand the effect on project objectives. In other words, what if this happens? What will the results be? And that concludes the data and analysis methods. Let's move on to the next set of methods, which is estimating methods. You can find these from page 178. So the very first one here is affinity grouping. Affinity grouping is grouping together things of like nature. It involves classifying items into similar categories or collections based on their likeness. Common affinity groupings include t-shirt sizing and Fibonacci numbers, but that's not the only place you can use the affinity grouping approach. You could use an affinity diagram by looking for areas of improvement and grouping those areas of improvement, or looking for problems and grouping those problems as far as areas are concerned. The next one is analogous estimating. Analogous estimating uses a previous project as an example to estimate a current project. It uses it as a basis, using that historical data from a previous similar project or activity. Now, the only downside with analogous estimating is it is largely inaccurate, and it spans all the way from minus 25 to plus 75% accuracy. So you want to be careful when you use it, because it should be tweaked as you proceed with more information becoming available. So right up front in the very early stages of an endeavor, it is okay to use an analogous estimate, but as time progresses, you should fine-tune that estimate to be more precise. The next one is function point. A function point is an estimate of the amount of business functionality in an information system. Function points are used to calculate a functional size measurement of a software system. The next thing is multi-point estimating. The same way you can estimate using just one reference point, you can estimate using multiple reference points. Multi-point estimating assesses cost or duration by applying an average or weighted average of optimistic, pessimistic, and most likely estimates. So you might have heard of P plus O plus M divided by 3, or P plus 4M plus O divided by 6. The latter is an example of a weighted average, because you're weighting the most likely estimate more than the other points. And that's multi-point estimating. The next one is parametric estimating. It uses an algorithm to calculate cost or duration based on historical data and project parameters. Key thing about parametric estimating is you're using that algorithm or computerized approach to calculate cost or duration. The next one is relative estimating. Relative estimating is used to create estimates that are derived from performing a comparison against a similar body of work, taking effort complexity, and uncertainty into consideration. The next one is single point estimating. Like I said, you can estimate using a single point, or you could estimate using multiple points. The downside about single point estimating is that it is not as reliable. Once it's off, it is entirely off. But if you use multiple points of reference, then you're less likely to go completely off. Story point estimating. Let's go to the next one. Story point estimating involves project team members assigning abstract but relative points of effort required to implement a user story. It tells the project team about the difficulty of the story, considering complexity, risks, and effort involved. Now, you talk about story points, remember not to equate story points to days or hours or things like that. Story points are meant to be an abstract way of measuring by taking away the concept of duration and focusing more on the complexity needed to get the work done and the effort. The next one is wideband Delphi, also known as planning poker. That's really what most people know it as. It's a variation of the Delphi estimating method where subject matter experts complete multiple rounds of producing estimates individually with a project team discussion after each round. When we say Delphi technique, it means anonymous experts, but in many cases, the experts aren't anonymous. They just don't know what the other expert is doing. All right, going into meetings and events, the first thing we talk about here is backlog refinement. Backlog refinement ceremonies are typically held in the middle of a sprint, and they're used to refine the backlog. The backlog should be progressively elaborated and reprioritized all throughout the sprint and beyond. And in the Scrum Guide, this is not a recognized ceremony or event, but a lot of organizations put time aside to do this, and it's just good practice. The Scrum Guide, however, does mention it, just doesn't recognize it as an event. The idea is that the product owner should be carrying out backlog refinement constantly, with or without the team's help. The next thing is bidder conference. The bidder conference is a meeting with prospective sellers prior to the preparation of a bid or proposal to ensure that everyone is on the same page. The next one is a change control board. A change control board includes a group of people who are accountable for reviewing, evaluating, approving, delaying, or rejecting changes to the project. In other words, change request. The decisions made at this meeting are recorded and communicated to the appropriate stakeholders. The next thing is a daily stand-up. You may have heard about this in Scrum, a daily Scrum. Well, a daily stand-up, daily Scrum, whatever you want to call it, it's a collaboration sync-up meeting. The purpose is to sync up, and it reviews progress from the following day, from the previous day, and intentions for the following day or the current day. And it highlights any obstacles encountered or anticipated. Key thing about the daily stand-up is you do not want to use this as a problem-solving meeting. It is used to uncover problems, but the meeting is not for solving the problems. Problems are solved outside of the meeting. Next one is iteration review. Iteration review is just another name for sprint review. In the world of Scrum, we call it a sprint. In the world of Agile, broadly, we call it an iteration. So an iteration review is held at the end of an iteration to demonstrate the work that was accomplished during the iteration. This meeting may also be referred to as a sprint review. You may also hear it being called a demo. We don't want to relegate it just to a display of work. We want to use it productively to collect new data that may be of relevance, to generate and collect new user stories if there's a need to do so as a result of the meeting. Okay, the next thing we have here is iteration planning, also known as sprint planning. An iteration planning meeting is used to clarify the details of the backlog items, acceptance criteria, and work effort required to meet an upcoming iteration commitment. The meeting may also be referred to as a sprint planning meeting. Now, in the world of Scrum, we call it sprint planning, but in the world of Agile, we could call it iteration planning. The next one is kickoff. We all know this one, hopefully. It's a meeting where we gather team members and other key stakeholders at the beginning of a project to formally set expectations. Now, depending on the size of the project, this may take place after initiating, or it may take place after planning. Quoting from the PMBOK Guide 6th edition, the kickoff meeting on small projects occurs shortly after initiating. On large projects, the kickoff meeting takes place after planning within the executing process group processes. Let's move on to the next one. The next one is lessons learned. A lessons learned meeting is used to identify and share the knowledge gained during a project phase or iteration with a focus on improving project team performance. This meeting can address situations that could have been handled better in addition to good practices and situations that produced very favorable outcomes. I often tell people the difference between a lessons learned meeting and a retrospective is that the retrospective actively and intentionally looks for items of improvement to carry out as actionable items in the next sprint, the very next sprint. So doing a lessons learned at the end of the project, while it's not bad, is not as proactive as a retrospective at the end of each sprint. Next, we go into planning. A planning meeting is a meeting used to create, elaborate, or review a plan or plans and secure commitment for the plans. Next one is a project closeout meeting. A project closeout meeting is used to obtain final acceptance of the deliverables, the delivered scope from the sponsor, product owner, or client. This meeting indicates that the product delivery is complete. Next one is a project review. Project review meeting is an event at the end of a phase or project to assess the status, evaluate the value delivered, and determine if the project is ready to move to the next phase. Next thing here is release planning. Release planning meetings identify a high-level plan for releasing a product, deliverable, or incremental value. The next one is a retrospective, which I've talked about previously. It's a regularly occurring meeting in which participants explore their work and their results in order to improve both process and product. Retrospectives are a form of a lessons learned meeting, the PMI say, but it takes it to the next level by getting those actionable items. The next one is a risk review. It's a meeting to analyze the status of existing risks and identify new risks. Status meeting. A status meeting is a regularly scheduled event to exchange and analyze information about the current progress of the project and its performance. Next one is steering committee. It's a meeting where senior stakeholders provide direction and support to the project team and make decisions outside of the project team's authority. So now we're done talking about meetings and events. We're going to the final section. And the final section is called Other Methods. And the first thing we have here is impact mapping. Impact mapping is a strategic planning method that serves as a visual roadmap for the organization during product development. Next one here is modeling. Modeling is a process of creating simplified representations of systems, solutions, or deliverables such as prototypes, diagrams, or storyboards. Modeling can facilitate further analysis by identifying gaps in information, areas of miscommunication, or additional requirements. The next one is a Net Promoter Score. It's an index that measures the willingness of a customer to recommend an organization to others. Next one is prioritization schema. Prioritization schema are methods used to prioritize portfolio, program, or project components, as well as requirements, risks, features, or other product information. Examples include a multi-criteria weighted analysis. In other words, taking a look at multi-criteria and weighting those criteria when trying to make a decision about prioritization. Another one is the Moscow approach: must have, should have, could have, and won't have. Some people substitute that with would like. We also have the Kano approach, which is not talked about here. But those are examples of prioritization schema. Final one is time box. Time box is a short, fixed period of time in which work is to be completed, such as 1 week, 2 weeks, or 1 month. Over the past number of minutes, we've been going over methods. Bear in mind that the PMBOK Guide 7th edition also breaks down these methods across domains. In my mind, the most useful way of applying this information to your exam is to really understand the concepts, what they are, and what you are doing as a project manager when you use these either methods, models, or artifacts. And that's why I call it MMA, models, methods, artifacts. Okay, and today we were focused solely on methods. In the other episodes, we have already covered the models and all of the artifacts, every single one. So this is the third and final in a series of 3, where we have looked at every single model, method, and artifact in the entire PMBOK Guide 7th edition. I hope you found this to be useful. Don't forget, there are other videos where I have covered other information in the PMBOK Guide 7th edition. I hope this better prepares you for your PMP exam. All the very best, and bye for now.
PMBOK Guide 7th edition. Yes, you've all got your 7th editions, but you're looking at those artifacts and probably wondering how much of this stuff is actually new. Today, we're going to dive into PMBOK Guide 7th edition artifacts. We're going to explore what is new, and we're going to be taking a look at the examples in the PMBOK Guide 7th edition. So why don't you follow me on down to where we've got these artifacts in that table. We are going to start from the very beginning, comb through the plans, the reports, and all the other supporting documentation. All right, so right here on page 184 is where we have the entire list begin. And then if you're looking for the summary of everything, that is on page 193 forward. All right, so whether you're on page 184 or 193, you'll be able to follow along. I'm going to give you a very short description of what these artifacts are, and you could take a look at other websites I refer you to get further clarity. All right, are you ready? Well, let's get started. All right, the very first artifacts that we find in the 7th edition are known as strategy artifacts. These are on page 184 forward. So on page 184, we have the business case, the project brief, project charter, project vision statement, and roadmap. So let's examine these one by one. Business case. The business case, as simple as it sounds, makes a case for the project. Here's an example from the Center for Disease Control and Prevention. Their website is at tinyurl.com/Sigma PMO. Let me put it in here just so that you got a good idea of where it's at. tinyurl.com/Sigma PMO. If you go to that website, a lot of the documents that I'm going to be talking about today, you can find them right there. Okay, tinyurl.com/Sigma PMO. So the business case, it makes a case for the project. That's a summary. You can get all the minutiae in the document, but it says business case is a value proposition for a proposed project, which may include financial and non-financial benefits. And you can find some of those financial benefits here in the document as you go through it. A good business case should have not only the alternatives, but also the cost for the alternatives. And which of these do you think will be the most viable option? And there you have some of the costs listed out in that table. And that's the business case. It's very important as far as the holy grail of the PMI and the PMP exam. Very important document. The next one is project brief. Now, in other schools of thought of project management, they call what they may refer to as a charter a brief in some circles. But it says here, a project brief provides a high-level overview of the goals, deliverables, and processes for the project. The next one is the project charter. As you know, it formally authorizes the project, gives the project manager the authority to apply resources to the project. Here's an example of a project charter. And as you can see here, we've got the title, the sponsor, and then we go into the details of project justification, the description, high-level project and product requirements, high-level budget, summary budget, initial risk, summary milestones, and stuff like that. And that's why in some circles, they refer to a project brief as this. Okay. Next one is project vision statement. So a vision statement should have some certain ingredients for it to actually cast a vision. Here's an example from scrum.org. You can see in the crafting a vision for the product, you have who it's for, the statement of need or opportunity, the product, if you want, project, key benefit, primary competitive alternative, and statement of primary differentiation. That is just one example, but the vision as it reads here is a document, high-level description of the project that states the purpose, and it should inspire. That's the key thing about the vision. Inspire the team to contribute to the project. All right. The next thing we're going to talk about here is the roadmap. Now, the PMI have been smart in staying away from the word product, because a lot of times when you hear roadmap, it's really a product roadmap. But not every project produces a product. Some projects produce a service, right? Or some other kind of result. So let's take a look at the roadmap example I have for you here. It's a very simple one that we use in our project management masterclass, and that is a roadmap, product roadmap. So here it says, this document provides a high-level timeline that depicts milestones, significant events, reviews, and decision points. That's it. You can see here where everything is scheduled pretty much for the quarter, for the month. It really depends on your preference, but it shows you at that high level timeline. That's really it. You can also find an example of something similar in the PMBOK Guide 6th edition and the Agile Practice Guide. All right, so that's that. Let's go to logs and registers next. Logs and registers, the very first one here is the assumption log. What is an assumption? Assumption is a factor that is considered to be true, real, or certain without proof. We also have a log of constraints. A constraint is a factor that limits the project team's options. Together, we want to collect all of these, and we want to put these together in what we call an assumption log. Some people say an assumptions log. Some people may say an assumption and constraint log. And right there on the screen, you can see a log of assumptions or constraints, right? But it's referred to in general as an assumption log. All right, let's go to the next one. The next one here, we refer to this as a backlog. A backlog is an ordered list of work to be done. If you've been through our training, we train you about Scrum and we talk about the product backlog. Well, here we just refer to it commonly as the backlog because it's not always a product. Next one here is a change log. The change log is, as it sounds, a log of changes. And a change log is used to log changes that you encounter throughout the project. There's an example of a change log. It says a comprehensive list of changes submitted during the project and their current status. So you could get a change request, but you need to log the changes so you keep track of them. And that's an example of how you would do that. All right, the next one we have here is an issue log. An issue log is a log of issues, exactly as it sounds. Now, the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, they have examples of this. I'll show you again one of PMI's examples, and that's an issue log. You can see the issue ID, the category, the issue, the impact on objectives, so on and so forth. Going back to our list of stuff to talk about, the next thing we have here is called a lessons learned register. Lessons learned registers are used to capture, of course, the knowledge that you gain on the project. And one of the things you need to be careful about with the lessons learned register is that the register is actually used and people refer back to it, because it's easy to dump lessons learned in a document, but will it actually be looked at? Okay, so it reads here, lessons learned register is used to record knowledge gained during a project, phase, or iteration so that it can be used to improve. That's the key thing. You want to use it to improve future performance. All right, let's take a quick look at the lessons learned here. This is a lessons learned document. What went well, what didn't go so well, what can be improved, and all that stuff. That's what you use your lessons learned register to do. The next one here is a risk-adjusted backlog. Now, the risk-adjusted backlog is a concept that we use in the world of Agile. So I'm going to switch gears and move into Agile mode. I'll show you examples of a risk-adjusted backlog. So why don't we start off with the reasoning behind a risk-adjusted backlog. The reasoning is as follows. For every one of those backlog items that you have in a product backlog or some other backlog, there's an element of risk on every one of those items. Risk of perhaps not knowing as much as you thought you would and finding yourself in a bottleneck or tailspin. Maybe having to go off and do a spike before you can actually understand what needs to be done, the full picture of it. And for that reason, we want to take a look at all the items. And if there's a high level of impact in terms of if a risk associated with that backlog item happens, the impact would be high or the probability would be high, then we could score it, for example, as a 9. Now, this is a dumbed down version, simplified version of the typical probability impact matrix. In the world of Agile, we don't go as far in many instances, so this is scaled down. Some matrices go all the way up to 25. This is all the way up to a 9, which is still okay. We can still do what we need to do. So assuming we score certain items, certain backlog items and the risk associated with them, we understand what is risky, what is not as risky, and we can go into our backlog, as you can see on the screen, and we can decide certain risk actions or spikes that are associated with risks that could impact our backlog items. We take the approach of using spikes or elements in our backlog that help us go after those risks to avert disaster on the project or to prevent whatever risk we are observing from happening, to minimize it, to make sure that even if the risk does happen, the effect isn't as much. And that's this risk-adjusted backlog concept, right? We got our backlog, but we need to think about the element of risk based on what is most risky, least risky, what gives the biggest payoff, the least payoff, which ones are we going to do something about, which ones aren't we going to do something about. And based on your understanding of the risk items and the actual backlog items, you can go into your backlog and make adjustments based on the spikes that you need to carry out to minimize risk. That's pretty much the idea. All right. The next one is a risk register. The risk register is a register where you log risks. It's as simple as that. Here's an example. In the risk register, you could have different fields, the risk statement, the probability, the impact, the score. One of the things I like to do with my risk statement is have a cause, risk, and effect breakdown. This doesn't have it, but in your statement, you should mention the cause of the risk itself, and the impact of the risk. So we say cause, risk, and effect. All right, the next one here is a stakeholder register. So who is your stakeholder? Your stakeholder is someone who could impact the project or be impacted by the project. Here's an example of a stakeholder register. You can see it's partially filled, a name, position, role, contact information, requirements, so on and so forth. And it says here, a stakeholder register records information about project stakeholders, which includes an assessment and classification of project stakeholders. So you can see the assessment and so on could be on the right-hand side of the table, and just basic information about them. Contact information is more to the left. All right, let's move on to our next section, and we're going into what we call plan artifacts, okay? Now, the first one is called a change control plan. You see, they are not using the word change management plan. It says a change control plan is a component of the project management plan that establishes the change control board, documents the extent of its authority, so on and so forth. Well, same thing, change management plan is all semantics. I wish they would just stick to certain names and not change them. As you can see in the example from 2010, we got some examples here, and down below you can see we got the change control board, naming of the change control board and stuff like that. So some of the names that are used, such as change control board, they are the same in both documents. They've just renamed it in this edition as a change control plan. All right, so Let's take a look one by one. There's your change control plan, the very first one there. Communications management plan. This one, of course, you know this is a plan for how to communicate. Okay, communications management plan. Here's an example from a previous PMI publication. And you can see we've got the message, the audience, the method, frequency, the sender, so on and so forth. All right. Going down the list, and we can't show every single one, but we have a cost management plan, a plan for managing cost, an iteration plan, and the iteration plan is a detailed plan for the current iteration. The PMI give you an example in the 6th edition. They talk about different plans from the product level, then the release level, then the iteration level, and so on and so forth. You see all those in PMBOK Guide 6th edition. The next one is a procurement management plan. And this is very well covered in the PMBOK Guide 6th edition. But the procurement management plan is a plan for managing procurements. Yeah. So managing your procurements is done with intentionality. And all they're saying in this plan is decide what you're going to buy, if you're going to buy it, why you're going to buy it, and when, right? And then plan the delivery method, plan the kind of documents that you would need, RFPs, RFQs, RFIs, and also just plan the general sequence of the procurements. It says here, this plan is a component of the project or program management plan that describes how a project team will acquire goods and services from outside the performing organization. All right, the next one is like a summary of everything we have been talking about. And the Center for Disease Control and Prevention have a brilliant illustration of this. I'm going to show you the CDC's example right here. If you scroll down into the table of contents, you see how well this has been broken out into the different aspects of project management. We've got scope, we've got compliance, schedule, budget, see that, cost, project organization, risk management, all sorts of great stuff, change management, communications management, pretty much all of the subsidiary plans we talked about, you find them in one singular plan, this project management plan. So going back to the plan to take one more quick look at it, if you go into the meat of this plan, it actually walks you through on how to fill it out. It's a good one I would recommend if you're looking for a light version of a project management plan. So here in the PMBOK Guide, 7th edition, it says, it's a document that describes how the project will be executed, monitored, and controlled and closed. And within the plan, you see the elements that are talked about all throughout this section. For example, a quality management plan. So if you wanted to document your strategy, your approach for quality, you would do it right there, see? And that's what comes next in our table of contents. Quality management plan, a plan for how to manage quality. Release plan. This plan sets expectations for the dates, features, and/or outcomes expected to be delivered over the course of multiple iterations. And we can take a look at an example here from a Lucidchart. Here's their interpretation of a release plan, and you can see the different pieces of work that have to be done at a much higher level. In other words, the releases. That's why it's called a release plan. And it says, this plan sets expectations for the dates, features, and/or outcomes expected to be delivered over the course of multiple iterations. So you can see over the course of different iterations over several years, you can see alpha release, beta release, final release, so on and so forth. All right, let's go back. Next one here after release plan is requirements management plan, a plan for how to manage requirements. Resource management plan, a plan for how to manage your resources. Risk management plan, a plan for how you manage risks, taking into account the thresholds for stakeholder tolerances concerning risk, probability and impact matrix format, how you will score the risks, what probability of high, medium, low, very high would look like. All that stuff is in your risk management plan. And then we have the scope management plan, how you'll manage scope, the schedule management plan, how you're going to manage the schedule, which tools will you use, so on and so forth. We have the stakeholder engagement plan. We're on page 187, by the way. And this is a plan for how to engage stakeholders. There's so many things. I wish I could show you all of them, but we don't have time for that. We do some of this in our project management masterclass, but there's so many things I could show you here potentially. We have a document, just to give you an idea of some of the things that could go into stakeholder management plan. PMI had a document called Stakeholder Management Strategy. It's pretty much very similar to this. What is your strategy for engaging stakeholders? That's pretty much the idea. All right, stakeholder engagement plan. The next one is a test plan. And it says, this document describes deliverables that will be tested, tests that will be conducted, and the processes that will be used. Now let's very quickly go through this next set. Organizational breakdown structure looks like a family tree. It breaks down the organization into layers, into hierarchies. It says it's a hierarchical representation of the project organization. Okay, and let's use a tick to tick off on each one so that you know where I am. All right, the next one is a product breakdown structure. Again, hierarchical structure reflecting a product's components and deliverables. A resource breakdown structure, a hierarchical representation of resources by category and type, and this is human, equipment, material, supplies, and facilities. A risk breakdown structure is a hierarchical representation of potential sources of risk. And a work breakdown structure is a hierarchical decomposition of the total scope of work to be carried out by the project team. All right, let's move on to our final one on this slide. We have budget. A budget is the approved estimate for the project or any work breakdown structure component. So remember, when we say budget, it could be loosely used, but in a more formal setting, when we talk about budget, we're talking about the management reserves, the contingency reserves, and the actual estimates. That's what we're talking about. And PMI have a different breakdown in the 7th edition of how this maps, but we won't go into that now. The next one is a milestone schedule, pretty much a milestone list. It's a schedule with milestones instead of activities. So the milestones capture higher level accomplishments, events. The next one is a performance measurement baseline, also known as PMB. It reads here in the 7th edition on page 188, integrated scope, schedule, and cost baselines are used for comparison to measure, to manage, and control project execution. All right, so we've gone through this, and this, and this. All right, the project schedule, it says it's an output of a schedule model. In other words, all of this scheduled data, we can take that scheduled data and we can come out with an interpretation of all of this data, and that becomes our schedule. At a minimum, a schedule has your planned dates, your durations, it could have milestones. It doesn't have to have resources, but these days a lot of schedules, such as in MS Project and in Smartsheet and PlanView and other places, they could have that feature. Last but not least, we have the scope baseline. The baseline is the approved version of a scope statement, work breakdown structure, and its associated WBS dictionary. In other words, WBS dictionary, and project scope statement. Let's move on to the next one here. This is going to go quick. So, affinity diagram. It's a diagram showing a large number of ideas classified in groups. A burn chart, burn down chart or burn up chart. It's a graphical representation of work remaining or work done. Shows you depending on what you want to see. You can see as the work is being burnt down and used typically in Agile projects. Cause and effect diagrams, a visual tool that helps trace an undesirable effect back to its root cause. And there's a lot of detail regarding the cause and effect diagram in the 7th edition if you want to understand the categories that we break that down into. Next one is cumulative flow diagram, CFD. And it says this chart indicates features completed over time, features in development, and those in the backlog. They've got a great example of that in the Agile Practice Guide. The next one here is cycle time chart. This diagram shows the average cycle time of the work items completed over time. A cycle time chart may be shown as a scatter diagram or a bar chart. So they give you a lot of descriptions. However, there's no example visual for you. Dashboard. This set of charts and graphs shows progress or performance against important measures of the project, and they differ from project to project. A flow chart is a diagram showing inputs, process actions, and outputs. If you really want to optimize a process, make sure you look at the flow chart associated with it. Next one is Gantt chart. This bar chart provides schedule information where activities are listed on the vertical axis, dates are shown on the horizontal axis, and activity durations are shown as horizontal bars. You know, a picture is worth 1,000 words. You've probably seen these kind of horizontally looking bar charts in Microsoft Project or in Smartsheet. That is precisely what this refers to. All right, let's go to the next one, histogram. Histogram is a bar chart showing graphical representation of numerical data. Next one is information radiator. It's an artifact in the world of Agile predominantly. It's visible physical display that provides information down to the minute. Whatever you're looking for, we could put it on an information radiator, and people can just learn status and things like that as they move through the room looking at the board. Next one is lead time chart, and it reads, this diagram shows the trend over time of the average lead time of the items completed. A lead time chart may be shown as a scatter diagram or a bar chart. So my recommendation is to actually understand the difference between lead time and cycle time. Go to the Agile Practice Guide, take a look. There's a difference between the lead time, which is the customer's perspective of when they put the order in, when it's done. And then you have cycle time, the people actually doing the work saying, well, I picked it up at 10:59, but cycle time is just showing you from 10:59. Lead time is showing you from 8 o'clock when that customer put that request in. So there's a difference between the two. Good one for you to understand for your exam. All right. So next here, going down the list, we have some more information, which we do not see apparently on this slide. So I'm going to move to a blank slide, and I'm just going to give you the top of the waves regarding what we've not talked about. And I'll just use some abbreviations for them. So the next one we have here, I'm just going to say PM prioritization matrix. And it says this matrix is a scatter diagram where effort is shown on the horizontal axis and value on the vertical axis. The next one is a project schedule network diagram. It's a bit of a mouthful. Project schedule network diagram. And it reads, this graphical representation shows the logical relationships among the project schedule activities. So if you've seen something that looks like this, where you have boxes joined by arrows, and you have the durations on the boxes, and it shows you a network of activities, that is a project schedule network diagram. All right, next one is requirements traceability matrix. And I do need to show you this one. It is one of the PMI dogma that you definitely should know. There's your RTM. It's a matrix that links requirements to their origin. Okay, there's another one I would have loved to show you. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do that. Responsibility assignment matrix. I'd have to bring up another PowerPoint. Probably not worth the effort, but your requirements traceability matrix, your responsibility assignment matrix is a grid that shows the project resources assigned to each work package. Actually, this is one I absolutely must show you. So let's bring that up. And the RACI chart, oh, it's been around for so long in this world of the PMP exam and the PMI that it will almost be wrong for me not to show it to you. So let me show it to you real quick. All right, so here's the RACI chart. Responsibility assignment matrix is the overall terminology. Then a type of RAM is the RACI chart. So let me show you the RACI chart. That's the RAM. You can see the title of the individual, their role, and their responsibility. Now we can get more specific here in a RACI chart, and we can actually show who is responsible, who is accountable, who is consultative, and who is informative. Okay, and then we can even go into more details, more level of details, and more cross-functionality. All right, so that's your RACI chart. All right, let's go back to our list of what we need to talk about. All right, so back to our list. We've got scatter diagrams. This shows the relationship between two variables. And in a scatter diagram, you've probably seen something like this. You got a y-axis, you got an x-axis, and you've got all of these dots. And from the dots, you can infer if there's a relationship, either direct or indirect. You can see if there's a relationship between just by plotting. So it reads here, this graph shows a relationship between two variables. It doesn't tell you why there's a relationship, but it will show you if there is a relationship between the variables. Okay, it could be inverse, it could be otherwise. Well, let's get rid of that. Next one is an S-curve. This graph displays cumulative cost over a specific period of time. This is really well documented in the 6th edition under the cost management chapter. The next one is the SEAM, the Stakeholder Engagement Assessment Matrix. I will have to show you this one for sure. Let me see if I can bring up the SEAM, Stakeholder Engagement Assessment Matrix, if I've got this to show you. And the Stakeholder Engagement Assessment Matrix is a very visual tool that shows you and the team what you need to do to get a stakeholder engaged. In other words, you can see where the stakeholder currently is, if they are unaware, if they are resistant, if they are in a neutral position, and if they're in a leading position. You know, all that information, you can see it. So let's get that up to show you here. This is well documented again in the 6th edition. This is part of why I gripe a little bit about how the 7th lacks enough depth, because you don't get to see all this good stuff. You just got one line item of something that is so visually compelling and helpful to teams, but you don't have an example, unfortunately. So anyway, this is page 189, and it says, this matrix compares current and desired stakeholder engagement levels. But this is more than, you know, just throwing up information, an entire conversation about how to move a project forward by way of getting stakeholders who are unaware, getting them into a supportive role, or stakeholders who are resistant, getting them into a supportive role, or understanding that stakeholders are exactly where you want them. So C is for current and D is for desired, and great tool for project teams everywhere to be on the same page. All right, going back here, we've got our stakeholder engagement assessment matrix. Turning the page over, we've got story map. I don't have an example of that to show you, but it reads, a story map is a visual model of all the features and functionality desired for a given product. That is a very easy one for you to see, but I don't have a ready example and there's none here. Throughput chart. This chart shows the accepted variables over time. So that's a throughput chart. And then we have use cases. This artifact describes and explores how a user interacts with the system to achieve a specific goal. And then we have value stream map. This is a lean enterprise method used to document, analyze, and improve the flow of information or materials required to produce a product service for a customer. And the last one we have is velocity chart. And I'll show you a quick example of this. Let's go to our velocity chart example. All right, here we go. So a velocity chart could look something like that. And it reads, this chart tracks the rate at which the deliverables are produced, validated, and accepted within a predefined interval. So typically teams, they have wide band of potential outcomes at first, and then as they begin to move through the project, it gets firmer. We call it the cone of uncertainty. But the ultimate goal of this is to understand what you could possibly give to a stakeholder within weeks, or what number of story points you should aim to get done for a stakeholder based on request. So a stakeholder asking for 250 story points worth of work, from this velocity chart, you got an idea of how to bargain with that stakeholder, right, over a period of 4 to 6 weeks. You could tell them, we can't give it to you in 4, but definitely somewhere between 4 and 6, that kind of thing. And then if a stakeholder asks you for, let's say, 150 story points, you've got an idea of the span of time that would take. Or if they ask you for what you can do for them in the next 3 sprints or 3 weeks, you've got an idea that it's going to be anywhere from 125 to 175. That's pretty much the use of our velocity chart, not just to understand how well we're doing, but also to predict what we can do. All right, we've got a little bit left, and we're going to fly through these ones real fast. Okay, let's go back to our list, and let's move on to the next one. All right, so here we have report artifacts, and here we have quality report, a report for quality across the project. Think of this as a State of the Union address for quality. Summary findings, that's it. Risk report, it says this project document is developed progressively through the risk management processes and summarizes information on individual project risk and the level of overall project risk. Again, it's one of those State of the Union addresses for the knowledge area. And last but not least, we have status report. As simple as it sounds, provides current status on the project. Next, we have agreements and contracts. We have different types of contracts in project management. We have fixed price contracts, and we have 3 different ones that are talked about: FFP, FPIF, FP-EPA. Look out for my video where I talk about these. We have cost reimbursable contracts, and this category of contracts involves payments to the seller. We have 3 types: CPAF, CPFF, and CPIF. Again, look for my video on this. And then we have time and material contracts. Just search for contract types, Praizion, you'll find it. All right, so we have time and materials. This contract establishes a fixed rate, but not a precise statement of work. It can be used for staff augmentation. All right, next we have indefinite delivery, indefinite quantity. This contract provides an indefinite quantity of goods or services with stated lower and upper limit and within a fixed time period. This contract can be used for architectural engineering or information technology engagements. And then we have other agreements, things like MOUs, Memorandums of Understanding, MOAs, Memorandums of Agreement, SLA, Service Level Agreements, and Basic Ordering Agreement, BOA, amongst others. Let's go to our next one here. Other artifacts, activity list, a list of activities, bid documents, RFIs, RFQs, RFPs. We have metrics. A metric is an attribute. It's one thing to have a metric. Remember, you need a measurement. So we derive metrics usually from when we're planning quality management. The next one is project calendar. It's a calendar identifying working shifts, working days and shifts that are available or for scheduled activities. Next one is requirements documentation. It's a document which provides requirements and also talks about how the requirements meet the needs of the business. It says here on page 192, information needed to manage the requirements, which includes the associated category, priority, and acceptance criteria. Next one here is project team charter. We often hear the team charter being referred to as a team agreement, social contract, team contract, all the same thing, but it records team values, agreements, operating guidelines, do's and don'ts, acceptable behavior, and so on. And last but not least, we have user story. User story is a brief description of an outcome for a specific user, which is a promise of a conversation to clarify details. So my friends, let's take a look before we jump out of here. Very quickly, a summary about user stories, since it's such a hot topic for your PMP exam. So going to our user story slide, a user story is a brief description of a need or problem. User stories are short, simple descriptions of a feature told from the perspective of the person who desires the new capability, usually a user or customer of the system. The 3 aspects of a user story: a card, written on a card, a conversation, having a conversation about the story to clarify it, and the confirmation criteria that can be used to determine when the story is complete. Now, we often write the story in this format: role, goal, benefit. As your role, I would like, what do you want? benefit, so that, whatever you want to accomplish. In this example, we see a poorly written story on the left. As a customer, I want to create a profile so that I can have an account. On the right-hand side, we see a better written story that actually talks about why you do want that account, right? I want to create a profile so that I don't have to fill in the information again. Oh, you're trying to save time. Well, that's value. You see, so we always write it from the role, goal, benefit perspective and want to understand what it will do for the customer. In closing, at the back of the card, we put in the acceptance criteria, and we can use the Gherkin format, the given, when, then. We could use all sorts of formats. It's not the only one, but the idea is when you get a user story, you want to get to a point where that user story is actually ready to go into the sprint. So we have something called the definition of ready and the definition of done. The definition of ready is pretty much along the lines of the INVEST acronym. I'm just going to write down the INVEST acronym real quick here. INVEST means the story is independent, it's negotiable, it's valuable or vertical in value, it's estimable, it's small enough to fit within a sprint, and it's testable. And I go into this stuff in other videos, but the idea is a user story. When you're going into the sprint, you want it to be ready so that you can begin working on it. And you also want to understand for the increment what makes it done. Not the story in this case, even though we could use the word done to talk about a story is done and so on. But in this case, we're talking about the entire increment, the potentially shippable increment. How do we know that an increment is done? Does it meet all engineering practices? Have you been through peer reviews? Have you been through testing, unit testing, user acceptance testing, and so on? All of that stuff, it should be carried out for us to say it's done. Okay? And with that, my friends, we are at the end of our very ambitious journey to get through every single artifact in the 7th edition. It's quite funny because if this was the 6th edition, my goodness, we'd probably be here all night. We'll be here all night, I can assure you. All right, for those of you who are getting ready for the exam, okay, and you're wondering, how do I get help? Where can I get help? I want to encourage you to go on down to our website. It's called Praizion.com, Praizion.com. When you get to our website, scroll down and look for the plethora of training aids and help that we've got for you. If you've got any questions, feel free to put them right here in the comment below. I'll get back to you as soon as I can. All right, thank you very much for joining me. I wish you all the best on your exam. Remember, the exam is very heavily hybrid and agile, okay? It's not just predictive stuff. Predictive is very small compared to the amount of hybrid and agile stuff you got, okay? For that reason, my advice, parting gift for you. My advice would be speed read this. Pay more focus to the principles, okay? This one right here, spend a lot more time with the Agile Practice Guide. Read through it a couple of times. You'll be glad you did. Understand page 50, forward the practices, everything. Know it well. Good. All right. I believe I've got a video on the summary to that somewhere on YouTube. And then when it comes to this one, my friends, you got to tread carefully because I know some people are telling you to keep pounding on this and ITTOs. No, you need a skilled handler, someone who's able to weed out what is really important to focus on and things that you shouldn't. Because if you're trying to read these 3 books, that's not wise. Not in the least bit. You shouldn't be doing that, my friends. That's why you need an experienced trainer who can tell you, don't focus on this, focus on that, don't focus on that. And I actually have a video that talks about things you shouldn't be reading for your PMP exam in the interest of time. Okay? I would say if you're going to read anything in the 6th edition, speed read, that's for 1. And 2, look for my 1-minute summaries for every knowledge area. There's no need for you to go off on a rabbit trail, burrowing and going so deep. Your exam does not have predictive minutia in it like it used to. It doesn't have all of those formulas and stuff. Don't do it. Is it good for you to know that from a project management perspective? It's good, but it's not going to come out on your exam, all that. In fact, we have so many people saying there was absolutely zero mention of exact process names and ITTOs. I just thought I should let you know that. You take care, my friends, and I'll speak to you soon. If you are taking the PMP exam in 2022 beyond, you want to watch the whole of this video to understand what is in the PMBOK Guide 7th edition. To understand the history, the 6th edition was broken down into process groups over here and knowledge areas over here. But in the 7th edition, a transition was made into principles of project management and domains of project management. Now, there's a whole lot of correlation between these. Project management has not changed, and it's important for you to understand what are the similarities and differences, if any. One of the major things that was added that I believe is a good addition is the concept known as the value delivery system. It's called a system for value delivery. Definitely take a look at that. That is a good one to focus on. The other one that's very important is the principles in and of themselves. Remember, these are PMI's principles. So if you're taking the PMP exam, you definitely want to know about these. I'll cover these in a little bit of detail. Lastly, all of these performance domains are not new to project management. However, there are a couple that I would like to call out. I believe that this is a very good addition. It's the concept of measurement, because measurement cuts across everything. I would also like you to address the concept of uncertainty. Uncertainty also cuts across everything. Now, all of these principles and domains are covered in my very short 130+ page book known as Project Management, a Layman's Guide. You can find that on Amazon if you are interested. But let's go through this presentation and try to understand other important aspects for your exam. Project management in the traditional world has scope as fixed. Schedule and budget are flexible. But in the world of Agile, we flip this triangle on its head and scope becomes flexible. Schedule and budget are fixed. We have a stable team that's fixed budget for the most part, and we have a time box of anywhere from 1 to 4 weeks in the world of Scrum, something around that in the world of Agile in general, even though sprints could be longer. If you have read the Agile Practice Guide, you should be able to answer this question. What is this image known as? 3, 2, 1. The answer can be found on page 14 of the Agile Practice Guide. It is known as the Stacy complexity model, also just called the Stacy model. The Stacy model shows you if you are in a simple type of project, it's okay for you to use simple project management, traditional project management. But as you move towards the area of complex, this is where you need to be more agile. And when you get onto full-blown anarchy, of course, you definitely need agile more than anything else. Let's take a look at the mapping of the PMBOK Guide 6th edition and 7th edition. The 6th edition broke project management down into process groups: initiating, planning, executing, monitoring and controlling, and closing. But there's another layer of understanding here. When we take a look at initiating, it's authorization. Planning is planning everything. Executing is doing the work. Monitoring and controlling is checking to make sure the work is going according to plan. And closing is closing out the project or phase in a project. So all of these domains, you could call them process groups, are important for your exam. I call this the process group pentagon. Now, on top of the process group pentagon, right there at the base, you need a good understanding of the principles of project management. Very quickly, stewardship, being a respectful, caring steward, collaborating. Number 2, collaborate with the team. Teamwork makes the dream work. Number 3, stakeholders, engage with your stakeholders. 4, focus on value. Don't do what is not needed, offer value. Number 5, systems, see the big picture. Number 6, leadership, demonstrate leadership behaviors. Be courageous, have empathy. Number 7, tailor based on context. Number 8, quality, build quality in. Remember, technical excellence and good design enhances your agility. Number 9, complexity, navigate complexity. How do you do that? Breaking it down into smaller chunks. Being agile helps you navigate complexity. Also, being attuned to the concept of change
helps you navigate complexity. After all, Agile is called change-driven. Number 10, risk. Optimize risk responses. Number 11, adaptability. Embrace adaptability and resiliency. And 12, change. Enable change to achieve the envisioned future state. Now, going back to the Pentagon, the process group Pentagon on top of this has a layer, like I said, of the PMBOK Guide 7th edition. But on top of this, we could also impose the knowledge areas of integration, scope, managing the schedule, managing the cost, quality, resources, communications, risk, procurement, and stakeholder. But I have put risk in the middle for a very important reason. Every one of these areas could be viewed from a risk perspective. You could view the aspect of scope from a risk lens. You could view the aspect of schedule from a risk lens because you could have scope risk, schedule risk, cost risk. You could have quality-related risks, resource-related risk, communication-related risk, procurement-related risk, and even stakeholder-related risks. Putting everything together through configuration management, change management, and the project management plan could end up being a risk itself. And that's why risk is in the middle as the bullseye. Now, in addition to all of these areas, it is very important for you to understand what is at the base. At the base is the 12 principles in the 7th edition. This has to do more with your mindset going in for project management as a PMP. On top of this, also understand that the 7th edition presents domains. There's a lot of overlap between the stakeholder domain and stakeholder management, the team domain and resource management, the development approach and lifecycle domain with integration, the planning domain is all across the board with planning. Project work also maps back to integration and also maps back to executing as a whole. The project work domain also maps to resources. The delivery domain maps to scope and quality. The uncertainty domain, of course, maps to risk. The measurement domain sits very squarely on a number of areas, but when we talk about earned value, we got to talk about cost, and we got to talk about monitoring and controlling as a whole. Going into the individual domains, stakeholder, as I said, is just that. It's all about engaging the stakeholder, planning how to engage them at first, identifying them even before that, and making sure that everything regarding stakeholder management is covered. Identify, prioritize, monitor them, monitor the engagement, understand them, engage them, and analyze. The team performance domain is all about forming the team, understanding the project team culture that you would like to see, building a high-performing team, employing great leadership skills, and being able to tailor that to the team. The development approach and life cycle domain is all about structuring out the project cadence, life cycle relationship. The delivery cadence needs to be decided upon. What are the development approaches we're going to use? Iterative, incremental, adaptive or agile, and predictive. So make considerations for what to do on the project. Life cycles, phase definitions at the early stage are important. Then you have the huge task as a PMP of aligning delivery cadence, development approach, and life cycle. Next one is the planning domain. This is all about planning. There are many planning variables that cut across the knowledge areas I showed you. We talk about the project team composition and structure, communication, physical resources, procurement, changes, metrics, alignment. These are various aspects that we plan. Going into the project work performance domain, this is where we carry out the work. We are balancing competing constraints, maintaining project team focus, big on communications. Remember, the project manager does this 70 to 90% of the time. We're managing physical resources, working with procurements, monitoring new work and changes, and learning throughout the project. In the delivery performance domain, we're very focused on the delivery of value. If it's not value, we don't do it. Remember the value delivery system. It's all about delivering value and benefits, and that leads us to the outcome we're looking to achieve. Along the way, we talk about deliverables, we talk about outcomes, quality, suboptimal outcomes, not ideal outcomes, but what can we do with that? We can learn and we can do better next time. Next, we get into the measurement performance domain.
And this is all about establishing effective measures. First of all, deciding on what to measure, presenting the information to management or stakeholders, taking a look at pitfalls. Sometimes we could be measuring the wrong thing. That is one of the pitfalls. Going over the top with our measurements, not being focused. We also have troubleshooting performance and growing and improving in our measurements, how we measure on projects. Next one is uncertainty. And this is all about general uncertainty, as well as ambiguity, complexity, volatility, and of course, risk. And with that, my friends, we are at the end of our very, very rapid review of the PMBOK Guide 7th edition. Remember that a lot of what you've learned in the 6th edition is not wasted. In fact, it is still very relevant. It's just a different configuration, scrambled differently. If you do a search in the 7th edition and you look for the word Agile or Scrum, you'll barely find 3 instances of that. Therefore, you still need a very solid base in Agile. You also need a very solid base in traditional basics. And that cannot be found, unfortunately, in the 7th edition. Now, if you are getting ready for the PMP exam in 2022, I highly advise you come in for one of our courses. They are low risk, low cost, high value. Go on down to the website. It's Praizion.com, Praizion. On Praizion.com, you'll see a couple of courses. One is called the PMP Exam Immersion. You can see it right over here. Get immersed in 4 hours of solid training for the PMP. We usually have these on Sundays, so everyone is able to attend for the most part. Take a look at the schedule. And we also have the Project Management Masterclass, and this holds typically on Saturdays. If you're keen on either one of these, highly advise you visit the site, sign up. If you're looking for one-on-one coaching, we also have a one-on-one coaching segment there. Just click on that and book some time. Thank you very much for joining me. I wish you all the very best. Put some questions in the comments and let's keep the conversation going. Bye for now. The 12 principles are straightforward. 1, take care of what is entrusted to you. Be a diligent, respectful, and caring steward. 2, think of we versus me. Create a collaborative project team environment. This is what servant leaders do. 3, effectively engage with stakeholders. In other words, collaborate with them and bring them into the project as needed. 4, focus on value. What is a true measure of progress? It's all about that working product. Working products deliver value when done the right way. It's not enough to say we delivered a working product. That product should give benefits back to the customer. And the things that we do need to be value-driven. If it's not value-driven, don't do it. Recognize, evaluate, and respond to systems interactions. See the big picture view. 6, demonstrate leadership behaviors. 7, tailor the processes based on context. Whatever method or framework you're using, be sure to tailor it based on the project context. 8, build quality into processes and deliverables. Fitness for use, conformance to requirements, and customer satisfaction, and that's quality. 9, navigate complexity, be it system behavior, human behavior, or ambiguity. Navigate complexity with intentionality. 10, optimize risk responses. Be sure that you are responding the best way possible to positive risks and negative risks. 11, embrace adaptability and resiliency, the ability to bounce back from change, from difficulty. And number 12, enable change to achieve the envisioned future state. So if you are taking PMI's exam, understand this lens of the 12 project management principles, because this is what everything else could be based on. Now, these 12 principles are based on the PMI Code of Ethics and Professional Conduct. If you haven't already read that and you're not aware of the 4 values talked about in the PMI Code of Ethics, I would advise you to read that document. Now, when you understand these 12 principles, then we can build what we do, the actions, the things that we carry out. We call these
groups of processes. We have the initiating process group, authorizing the project, planning process group, planning out what needs to be done, the executing process group, executing the plan, the monitoring and controlling process group, checking the work to make sure it's going according to plan, and lastly, the closing process group, closing out a project or a phase in the project. Now, when you have this understanding of groups of things you do, we then begin to build an understanding of knowledge needed to act accordingly on the project to carry out all of those tasks on the project. Also think about these as skills. They are as follows: integration, being able to integrate the entire project; scope, being able to scope out the project; schedule, developing a timeline and managing it; cost, developing a budget and managing it; quality, understanding those quality targets, those goals, and making sure that they are met; resource management, human, equipment, material, supplies, and facilities, all categories of resources we manage here. When we talk about the human resources, we use the word lead. When we talk about the physical resources, we use the word control. Communications, what are we going to communicate, why and when? Risk, how do we manage uncertainty that can impact the project? Procurement, what are we going to buy from outside the firm to get this project done? And lastly, stakeholder, people that the project could affect and people who are affected by the project. Now, if we take every single one of these, we could blow them up even further. Let's do that one by one. Now, let's take a look at just integration. When you take a look at integration and how it relates to the big picture, as you are studying for your exam, I want you to go to the next level and understand what exactly is in integration. So think about it like this. You're going to zero into integration as you study, and you're going to begin to go through at a mid-level what happens in integration. We develop the project charter, we develop the project management plan, we direct and manage the project work, we manage project knowledge, we monitor and control the project work, we perform integrated change control by taking these change requests and analyzing them and going through a change process to either approve or reject them. We close the project or phase. Now, as you study, be sure to identify what you get out of each process. From develop project charter, you get a project charter and assumption log. From develop project management plan, the project management plan. From direct and manage project work, deliverables, issue log, and work performance data. From manage project knowledge, the lessons learned register. From monitor and control project work performance report. From perform integrated change control, we get the change log and approved change requests. And from close project or phase, we get final product, service, or result transition. So what we did was we took one knowledge area and we zeroed into it to understand what exactly is done at a mid-level in that knowledge area. For your exam, I would advise you to understand the knowledge area and going into the lower levels. Also understand what the process does. Also be sure to understand what you get from each process, because this is only going to solidify your understanding. Now, for example, as you go through certain processes, such as performing integrated change control, you need to understand the intricacies of what happens here, because you could be asked questions about change requests and the change process on a project. So if I were you, I would seek to understand what happens in a change request sequence. For example, a stakeholder asks for a request. You ask for it to be put into formal writing, or you might even help them put it in formal writing. You log the change request in the change log, you analyze it. The project manager sends the change request to the change control board. Change control board review the change request and the analysis sent in. The change control board decides the outcome. The project manager or a CCB member documents the outcome in a change log. The change log is shared with stakeholders, and the project manager and the team carry out the next steps if the change request was approved. But bear in mind, you could also have a diversion at point 6 here. The change control board could ask for more information. They could negotiate with a requester for something similar, but not exactly what they asked for in the beginning. Also bear in mind that the customer and the sponsor may not be part of the change control board, and therefore you need to get them involved. And when that's done, you anchor back into the main flow and you decide what is the outcome: approve, reject, put on hold, or pending status. So as you go through every one of these knowledge areas, understand at a high level first how everything interrelates, initiating, planning all the way, and all of the knowledge areas, how the principles map, and then begin tunneling deeper into each one. If you haven't watched each one of my 1-minute summary videos, I'm going to put a link below so that you can watch all of these videos and rapidly identify what happens in every process by virtue of the outputs. What do you get out? What is the high-level gist of this knowledge area? This will save you a ton of time, because on the exam, my friends, what you are going to see is not parrot fashion. What comes out of here? What goes into there? No. Could that help you in understanding the lingo? Yes. But I guarantee you the questions will not be input-output questions on the PMP exam. Instead, you will have situational type of questions. And these questions will get into the logic. Do you really know what is happening here? Do you really understand the intricacies of the process? And if the answer is yes, then of course you'll do well. But if you don't know the intricacies of the process, it could be very hard. So I'm going to ask you some very basic questions. I just want to illustrate to you the nature of questions. Sometimes they could actually look like common sense questions, but they're not common sense questions. They are truly situational questions based on your understanding of the PMP exam content. So let's take a look right now at some very straightforward questions. You're working on a project as a team facilitator. You have identified that there's conflict among 4 team members who have formed factions. What is the best course of action for this situation? So I'll let you read the question, but I want to point out to you how this question has no process language. None. Instead, the question will test your cognition. Do you understand the problem? And are you able to choose the best solution? That is a lot of what you'll find on the exam. So, without getting into too much detail about the answer is not solving the problem for the team. Instead, it is being as much a facilitator as possible, not solving the conflict. At the same time, not getting involved is not helping matters. You need to get involved to the degree that is appropriate. It's not about finding who is in the wrong. That is not in the spirit of conflict resolution from the lens of the PMI. We want to solve the problem, move it forward, get people on common ground. So the best answer is B. And this is a direct cutout from the PMP exam content outline. Evaluate, recommend, and reconcile the appropriate resolution solution. Direct cutout of the content outline. Here's another question. A new team member just joined the project with very little experience. However, she's very confident in herself and her abilities to learn. She's very eager to take on work. Which leadership approach should you use with her? Again, this is one where there's no mention of process, no mention of knowledge area. And I'm telling you, over half of your questions will have very vanilla flavored agnostic type language, where it could be, oh, this is not necessarily predictive. This is not necessarily agile. It's in the middle of the road. And that's why people say, oh, my exam was hybrid. Here's another one. The answer to this, by the way, is C, directing. This is based on the Hersey-Blanchard model, which is also mentioned implicitly in the PMP exam content outline. As a servant leader on an Agile project, one of your key responsibilities is to, again, no mention of process. No mention of process. I'll show you a few more and we'll be done for the day. The product owner often works with the team to prepare some stories for the upcoming iteration during one or more sessions in the middle of the iteration. The purpose of these meetings is to refine enough stories so the team understands what the stories are and how large the stories are in relation to each other. What does this describe? So this one, again, not explicit, none in your PMBOK guide, more agile oriented. Let's take a look at one more. The answer to this, by the way, is backlog refinement. Here's one more question. So take a look at the length of the question, take a look at the language and how it's posed. And then take a look at the options. Okay, and based on what you know about the PMP exam content outline, you should be able to select the correct option, which is B. Okay, so my friends, I hope with all that we've covered today, you understand why I am telling you, beyond going into the deep dregs and trying to dump page 25, okay, beyond all of this, there's a higher level of understanding in all ramifications, higher level in terms of importance, higher level in terms of overview. You really need an overview of, okay, what is happening where, what is being done where, what is being done on the project, high level, okay? Then when you understand at this high enough level, you also need to complement this with a good understanding of the world of Agile. And in order to do this, you should have a high level understanding of predictive versus iterative versus incremental versus Agile. Page 18 in the Agile Practice Guide. You should understand this page before you exam, because you need to be able to sniff out iterative versus incremental, incremental versus predictive, predictive versus Agile. If you don't have this understanding, you will struggle on the exam. Okay. Another set of concepts that I highly espouse that you understand way beyond page 25 is the key things on page 25 that make the project tick. Because you could get questions on what I call the PMBOK guide mainline. It's not everything, but there's a mainline that goes through 11 major processes. And these 11 major processes give you the deliverable in a way that it is checked, it is verified through the right channels, and you get the output. So you see all these ones in orange, those are all from integration. And now you know why I focused on integration in the beginning, because if you understand integration, you understand how a lot of other things revolve around it. There are two very important ones in the PMBOK Guide 6th edition: integration. Everything else could be coordinated through integration, but we also have risk, and everything has some risk component, even integration. And that's why in the image I showed you, you saw risk in the middle. But going beyond this, you need to master, in my mind, if anything, the PMBOK guide mainline. And you can find a video where I walk through this entire map, but this will really enrich your understanding of how project management works through PMI's lens so that you'll do awesome on your exam without going into so much minutia. The minutia is good, but it will not help you very much on the exam because PMI's focus has shifted. So courses where you have an unending amount of predictive, it's not bad, but it needs to be balanced up a whole lot more with Agile. So if you're learning all of this stuff, my friends, you also need to remember the Agile lens. And the Agile lens means you are focusing on understanding the Agile Manifesto. AgileManifesto.org is where you can get the Agile Manifesto. And my advice to you is really understand what it means. Understand the nuts and bolts of the manifesto, understand the values, and understand the 12 principles really well. Internalize them. And this is another piece that will help you on the exam. If you haven't watched my Agile Manifesto explanations, I would advise you to look at the PMP journey on our channel. Those videos, they'll really help you. And they help you balance this stuff up because there are two perspectives, okay? It's not just predictive. You also need to know Agile very, very well. In fact, really well. You do know that many of the teams that use Agile use Scrum. So if you haven't paid attention to the 3-5-3 configuration for Scrum, 3 roles, 5 ceremonies, and 3 artifacts, this is something you also need to focus on. If you have not mastered the flow of Scrum and really understood the intricacies of each of these ceremonies at a deeper level to understand what the 3-5-3 means, look for my videos on Scrum and you'll see how this is broken down in a very straightforward and pragmatic fashion. This could also help you on your test. So there are lots of videos on this channel. There are tons of videos. And if you just look at PMP Journey, you can start with that playlist and then you can navigate through, and this will help you better understand the values, the principles, and there's so much stuff we have on this channel that cuts across not just PMP, but also project management, all right? So search for those videos. You got any questions, you let me know. All the very best, and bye for now.
Oh my goodness, I can't believe what I'm reading in this book. Oh, hi. I'm wondering if you've taken a look at this book, the PMBOK Guide, 7th edition. If you take a close look at it and you read through the summary, you realize that there's nothing entirely new, but if you're getting ready for the PMP exam, maybe you don't really believe me. So what we're going to do in the next few minutes, we're going to open the book. We're going to take a look at what exactly is, to borrow a phrase, under the hood. Let's take a look at the 7th edition and see what exactly you need to know as someone getting ready for the PMP exam. Really quick. This will not take more than 15 minutes. So if you've got the time, put it aside and let's dig into this book. All right. So the major things you need to know are not centered around the changes. I'm not going to bog you down with the changes. I'm just going to go straight into what exactly is new and of relevance. All right. So part 1, if you're taking the exam, you need to be aware of the breakdown of the book, just to know that you've covered your bases. All right. So we have an introduction and then we talk about a system for value delivery. That's all about projects, programs, and portfolios. If you know that mantra, you are good. Don't sweat it. Don't fret it. So we talk about creating value, organizational governance systems. Think about it. What is a system? A system is a collection of processes, procedures, and methods put in place to deliver something. At the end of the day, an organizational governance system is a system that is used for governance. What is governance? Governance is the framework within which authority is exercised. So we're talking about systems for exercising processes, procedures, rules, and guidelines in a firm. That's it. Functions associated with projects. Why don't we take a look at that really quick? So if you've got your book to hand, why don't we journey down there and take a look? So this is going into 2.3. At a really high level, 1, providing oversight and coordination. You know that role. That's what project managers do, right? Number 2, presenting objectives and feedback. That's a no-brainer, okay? And then number 3, facilitating and support on the project. Number 4, performing project work and contributing insights. Number 5, applying expertise. Number 6, providing business direction and insight. Number 7, providing resources and direction. And number 8, maintaining governance. People who fill a governance function approve and support recommendations made by the project team and monitor project progress in achieving desired outcomes. It's that simple. That's what it is. So chapter 2, as you're beginning to see, is not so scary after all. Now, 2.4 goes into what we call the project environment. This is a no-brainer. If you've read, its predecessor, this one right here, you know this mantra already. So taking a look at the 7th, taking a look at the 6th, they pretty much have the same dialogue going on as far as the environment in which projects operate. And that is what 2.4 is about. All right. So again, why don't you open it up? Let's go to 2.4 and talk about the environment. It's really the environment in which projects operate. So to understand this, just remember enterprise environmental factors. Now, it's not explicitly mentioned like that. In fact, here, if we open the relevant page, what it reads is factors internal to the organization can arise from the organization itself, a portfolio, a program, another project, or a combination of these. These include artifacts, practices, or internal knowledge. So what they've done here, they pretty much bundle the discussion about OPAs and EEFs into one header. Internal environment. Process assets are looked at as part of the internal environment. Governance, documentation, data assets, knowledge assets, security and safety, organizational culture, many things. Just think about it like this. We have the internal environment, things that could affect the project from internal, and we have the external environment. Now, for those of you used to the 6th edition, okay, what you need to remember is that the 7th is different. The 7th edition breaks down EEFs and OPAs into 2 broader buckets: internal factors, right? The internal environment and the external environment. So let's finish talking about the internal environment. We have infrastructure, information technology software, resource availability, employee capability. All those things could affect the project, right? But then we go into external environment. This is on page 18. And it says factors external to the organization can enhance, constrain, or have a neutral influence on project outcomes. Marketplace conditions, social and cultural influences, regulatory environment, commercial databases like standard cost estimating data, academic research, industry standards, financial considerations, and physical environment. So what they've done in the 7th edition, they've just taken EEFs, internal and external, and OPAs. They've bunched all of those together, and they're referring to these as the project environment. And under project environment, you've got internal environment and external environment. I really wish they had kept them as EEFs and OPAs, but just be prepared to find a change in that lingo eventually. It will get phased out. You won't really hear much talk about that, except from oldies who took the old PMP exams and so on. All right, so that's 2.4. 2.5, product management considerations. Not only are projects undertaken to deliver services and results, but they're also undertaken to deliver products. And this talk about products is very important because majority of the projects that you see around you, they have something tangible associated with them. A product, like a deliverable, we could be referring to a set of documents. We could be referring to something that is not necessarily a vehicle or software or hardware, but it's a product of some sort. Okay, so when we talk about product, a product is an artifact that is produced, is quantifiable, and can be either an end item itself or a component system. And they've got a product life cycle. And what you need to know about this product life cycle, I'd like to break it down for you really quick, just in case you get questions about this. And to be quite honest, this is not new. Like I always say, this has been around for a long time. In fact, back in 2010, when I started training for the 4th edition, this was something I trained all the time. The difference between a product life cycle and a project life cycle. So when you talk about a product life cycle, you need to think about a product as being across a large expanse. Let's do that again like that. A large expanse of time. And if this is a product life cycle, what you need to remember is that a product life cycle consists or could consist of several projects. You could have project 1. Let's say this was the very first project that authorized the product. And then you have a project to improve on that product and maybe ultimate releases and revamps and so on. And whether you're looking at a building or you're looking at hardware or software, this is what happens. You go through different projects for the sustenance of the product. And ultimately, let's say you get to PN, where N is the final number of projects you did for the product. You get to the end, it says, product management may initiate programs or projects at any point in the product lifecycle to create or enhance specific components. So that's the idea, okay? Let's say we created a deliverable and it's gone through different projects. It's going to get to the ultimate one. And that at that point could lead to folding up the entire product like a building. We talk about demolishing a building. So imagine a building. P1 is the initial construction. P2 is you do some refurbishments. P3, more refurbishments and technology updates. P4, maybe building another wing. And then PN, after so many years, it's going to get to the end of its life, right? That's the idea. Okay. And then we show that we could either bucketize these at a higher level as a program. So you could have programs at this higher level. Let's say that's all. Let's say all that's program 1 and all this stuff here is program 2. And the idea is we could authorize programs and projects for a product. And then it says, in some instances, a program can encompass the full life cycle of a product or service to manage the benefits and create value for the organization more directly. So again, that keyword is value, 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 value. All right. And that's one new thing that people taking the exam, just be aware of it. I'm not even asking you to open up your PMBOK Guide 7th edition. Just know, your buddy Phil told you the stuff that is in this document, know it at a high level. Okay. Don't go scrambling for the book just yet. Eventually do that when those who are taking the exam much further down. But for those folks taking the exam like 2021 mid to end, I don't really suggest it because PMI just changed the exam. They're not going to other changes anymore. So the things that you find in the 7th edition, they're not groundbreaking. And I don't say that to diminish them. I'm just saying that to get you comfortable to understand that a lot of project management that you read about, that you hear about, it's not breaking news. It's not new. It's not like, oh, Scrum, never heard that before. You see what I'm saying? It's not that. And by the way, Scrum is only mentioned once or twice in this. So don't start sweating. Be cool, be calm. Watch this again and again. I'm just going to make you comfortable. All right. So that's that. All right. The next thing that we talk about here is the project management principles. All right. And the project management principles are founded on the PMI Code of Ethics and Professional Conduct, first and foremost. It says principles can, but do not necessarily reflect morals. A code of ethics is related to morals. A code of ethics for a profession can be adopted by an individual or profession to establish expectations for moral conduct. And they tell you, go check out the PMI Code of Ethics. This has the responsibility, respect, fairness, and honesty configuration. And then it reads, the 12 principles of project management are aligned with the values identified in the PMI Code of Ethics. So you get the idea. All right, so we have project management principles, we have general management principles, and there's overlap of these, okay? Now, it reads, the principle labels are listed here without any specific weighting or order. So as we go through them, just know they don't have any weighting or order. Number one, be a diligent, respectful, and caring steward. That speaks for itself. What is stewardship? Stewardship is all about acting responsibly and being a custodian of what is entrusted to you. So if various resources have been entrusted to you, the idea is for you to take care of those resources, okay? Those people who are stewards demonstrate a broad commitment to financial, social, and environmental impacts of the projects they support. A holistic view of stewardship considers financial, social, technical, and sustainable environmental awareness. Now, you know, we talk about servant leadership in the Agile Practice Guide. Well, stewardship is one component of servant leadership, okay? One component of it. Let's go to the next one. The next one is create a collaborative project team environment. So just think about the Agile manifesto that says business people and developers must work together daily, okay? But how can they work together daily if there is not a good environment? And it says, give the team the support they need. Create that environment, give them the support they need. This is echoing that, okay? So project teams are made of individuals with diverse skills, T-shaped skills. Project teams that work collaboratively can accomplish a shared objective more effectively. So when we talk about the team environment, big one here overall is the environment of trust and a safe space. And that permeates Agile, Predictive, whatever the project you're working on. It reads, project teams work within organizational and professional cultures and guidelines, often establishing their own local culture. A collaborative project team environment facilitates alignment with other organizational cultures and guidelines, individual and team learning, and optimal contributions to deliver desired outcomes. So you get the idea. One of the big things talked about here is team agreements. You've already read this, page 50 in the Agile Practice Guide. Just understand that what they're talking about on page 29, it has a number of alternate names. You can call it team contract, social contract, team agreements, ground rules, and so on. So you got to understand that. And it says team agreements represent a set of behavioral parameters and working norms established by the project team and upheld through individual and project team commitment. Then it talks about organizational structures. Project teams use, tailor, and implement structures that help coordinate the individual effort associated with project work. Now, when we talk about these structures, got to understand roles and responsibilities, allocation of employees, formal committees, and standing meetings. All of that, we talk about organizational structures. But one thing I want you to remember in the world of Agile, which you'll be hearing a lot more frequently, you got to remember that in Agile world, it's a self-organizing team. It's not a team that is managed by centralized leadership. It has decentralized decision-making and management overall, okay? Still here in teams, there are many other things we talk about, how the team works, authority, accountability, and responsibility. And it says clarity on roles and responsibilities can improve team cultures. So a lot of what I'm reading here, honestly, it's not new. This has been in various publications from the PMI, all right? Let's go to the next one, stakeholders. Effectively engage with stakeholders. Again, it goes back to that business people and developers working together daily. It goes back to collaborating versus negotiating, right? Customer collaboration versus stakeholder or negotiation. You don't want to think about negotiating. You want to think about working with them and collaborating. And that takes you into the topic of engaging stakeholders. Why do we engage them? Because we're a team. They're part of the wider team. That's the idea. So it reads, stakeholders influence projects, performance, and outcomes. Project teams serve other stakeholders. You see how it said other stakeholders? Because the team members are stakeholders in and of themselves. So project teams serve other stakeholders by engaging with them. Stakeholder engagement proactively advances value delivery. That's the whole idea. The more we collaborate, the better it's going to be. So there are many things here that we could talk on and on about, but you kind of get the idea. I'll just mention a few. Outcomes, that's important. Not the output, but the outcomes. That's important. So it reads, stakeholders can affect many aspects of a project, including but not limited to outcomes, by enabling or blocking work required for the desired outcomes. So they could stand in your way, right? Culture, by establishing or influencing or even defining the level of character or engagement of the project team. Stakeholders are really powerful, and this is just calling your attention to that and saying, get them engaged, do what you need to do. Manage stakeholder engagement. That's really what this is. Moving on, we've got focus on value. I could talk about this, no joke, for the next 1 hour nonstop, because when you talk about how PMI has evolved, going from this to this, when you talk about how they have evolved, you see that the language that PMI is using these days, before it used to be very, very deliverable, product focused. And I'm not saying the entire 6th was like that, because there's some nuggets in the 6th you need to be aware of on pages 30 and 33. But when you take a look at the 7th versus the 6th, what you're going to see is the language about benefits and value is a lot more accentuated, okay? So when we talk about focusing on value, we're focusing on what we call net quantifiable benefits. That's value. Value is a net quantifiable amount of benefits that your customer, your stakeholder experiences. And it's important that we not only realize the project charter, but we need to, even before the project charter, ask the question, what are the benefits? What is the real value? Let me remind you about this again. This one, page 7 in the PMBOK Guide 6th edition, you need to really understand tangible versus intangible value. That is talked about a lot here as well. So in going through all of this, my friends, because I've taught this now for going to 10 hours, this new edition, what I can tell you is that a lot of what is in there is like them bringing to the surface what was in other publications, okay? The publications that came before this, they had a lot of this same dialogue, but it was hidden. It was buried. For example, I don't know if you've looked at page 7 in the 6th, page 30 and 33 in the 6th. There's so much stuff in there. All right. So when we talk about value, value is the ultimate indicator of project success. Value can be realized throughout the project or at the end. Value and benefits that contribute to value can be defined in quantitative or qualitative terms. We could talk about tangible value and intangible value. A focus on outcomes instead of output allows project teams support the intended benefits that lead to value creation. Project teams evaluate progress and adapt to maximize the expected value. All right, let's go to our next one. Next one here. This is recognize, evaluate, and respond to systems interactions. This is about systems thinking. This is, again, something talked about in the 6th edition in chapter 2. And what it reads is recognize, evaluate, and respond to dynamic circumstances within the surrounding project in a holistic way to positively affect project performance. In other words, don't think about the individual items, think about the whole. You want to think about the entire thing, the whole thing, not just tiny little disjointed pieces, but think about the whole. That's what they're saying here. Think about everything together and how the project is affected by the system that it's in and how the project is a system in and of itself. That is what this is saying. All right. So some big takeaways just to help. The following skills support a systems view of the project: empathy with a business area, critical thinking with a big picture focus, challenging of assumptions and mental modes, seeking external review and advice, use of integrated methods, artifacts, and practices. So there's common understanding, use of modeling and scenarios to envision how systems dynamics may interact, and proactive management of the integration to help achieve business outcomes. So you're seeing that a lot of this stuff is just complementary. It's not like groundbreaking news new, but it's stuff you definitely want to pay attention to. All right, so that was on page 39. It then reads, recognizing, evaluating, and responding to systems interaction can lead to the following outcomes: early consideration of uncertainty and risk, ability to adjust assumptions, provision of ongoing information and insights that inform planning and delivery, clear communication of plans, decisions that benefit the organization as a whole, and more comprehensive and informed identification of risk. So, my friends, I know this whole topic of systems thinking, I know for some people it's new. They've never really heard about it before. But what I want to encourage you to do is just go through the bullets on page 39, if you must, at a high level, so that you can understand the benefits of systems thinking. When you're thinking in a systemic way, you are looking for opportunities that are beyond what would be right in front of you. You're looking for risk that you typically would not think of if you're just in tunnel vision. Think big picture, think wider, think interactivity. That is what they're saying here, okay? So that's number 5. All right, we still got a little ways to go. I'm going to go a little bit quicker, pick up the pace here. All right, next one is demonstrate leadership behaviors. And by demonstrating leadership behaviors, what they mean is be a leader through and through. It reads here, effective leadership draws from or combines elements of various styles of leadership. Documented styles range from autocratic, democratic, laissez-faire, directive, participative, assertive, supportive, and autocratic to consensus. Of all these, no single leadership style has proven to be the universally best or recommended approach. Instead, effective leadership is shown when it best fits a given situation. For example, in moments of chaos, directive action creates more clarity and momentum than collaborative problem solving. Think about it. And you see this same trend even when it comes to conflict resolution. Not every conflict resolution approach is the best. The best one is the one needed for the moment. That's really what this is. So leadership has a lot in common in that regard. Okay. There are a lot of examples. There's a lot of text on the pages that follow. But the bottom line is blend styles. I'm going to read the end. It says, by blending styles, continuing skill growth, and leveraging motivators, any project team member or stakeholder can motivate, influence, coach, and grow the project team, regardless of role or position. So, you know, the really funny thing, I was training my students and I asked them the question, which leadership approach is the best leadership approach to use? Is it coaching? Is it autocratic? And questions like that. And at the end of the day, what folks chose was not the right answer. The right answer was the best leadership approach is the one that best fits the team for that project or best fits the individual. So just be aware of things like that. All right, let's move on to the next one. This is tailoring. Tailor based on context, understand the context of the project based on the tools, the methods, the techniques that you have. Take a look at the project and say, what do we need for the project? Out of all these things we've got, do we have to use everything? No, we're going to tailor sensibly and professionally. So I'll just read it for you. It says, each project is unique. Project success is based on adapting to the unique context of the project to determine the most appropriate methods of producing the desired outcomes. So tailoring is something that you should do. So if you get questions about tailoring, you come into a project newly as a project manager, there's no method or framework being used. What should you do? Well, of course, one of the things to do after deciding on the framework is to tailor it. All right, next one here is quality. Build quality into processes and deliverables. What is quality? Fitness for use, conformance to requirements, customer satisfaction. That whole mantra about quality has definitely not changed from here to here. It's the same mantra. Quality is important. So just reading here on page 47, it says project quality entails satisfying stakeholder expectations and fulfilling project and product requirements. Quality focuses on meeting acceptance criteria for deliverables. It says quality may have different dimensions, and some of these dimensions: performance, conformity, reliability, resilience, satisfaction, uniformity, efficiency, sustainability. Many project teams measure quality using metrics and acceptance criteria based on requirements. So when you think about quality, fitness for use, conformance to requirements, customer satisfaction, those three things, let them be in the back of your mind. All right, number 9, navigate complexity. Complexity is at the heart of using an agile or change-driven approach. So here it says continually evaluate and navigate project complexity so that approaches and plans enable the project team to successfully navigate the project lifecycle. Complexity is the result of human behavior, systems interactions, uncertainty, and ambiguity. Complexity can emerge at any point during the project, and it can be introduced by events or conditions that affect value, scope, communication, stakeholder risk, and technological innovation. Project teams can stay vigilant in identifying elements of complexity and use a variety of methods to reduce the amount of impact of complexity. So the bottom line is this: have you taken a look at the Stacy model? I mean, it's mentioned in the 7th edition, but if you haven't, take a look at page 14 in the Agile Practice Guide. I want to call your attention to this. Okay, the Stacy complexity model, something like this. And in the model, you've got these zones. Okay, you've got getting into complicated, somewhere around here. You've got the predictive zone, and this is where you start getting into complex, and ultimately you're going to hit chaos or anarchy if you wish. And the idea is talking about technical approach to the project and talking about requirements on the y-axis. Are you far from certainty or close to certainty? If you are close to certainty, then the overarching idea is use a predictive approach. Okay, so if you're close to certainty in the requirements, close to certainty in technical direction, use predictive approach. If you are far from certainty, you're going to have to start thinking about using more agile. Okay, and that means instead of you just being here, so this is complicated. And there's a difference between complicated and complex. Okay, actually, if I was going to show you complicated versus complex, I would have to keep complicated all the way down here. So just know comp means complicated. But there's a difference between complicated and complex. What is the difference? Complicated means there's very high degrees of intricacies among the elements of the project. For example, if you're building a watch, that could be looked at as complicated. But when you talk about complex, complex means we cannot follow a set of instructions or a predictive approach. It means it's going to be more experimental. For example, driving from here to Kamloops, British Columbia. Do you even know where that is? Now talk about driving there with a map. It's complex because the outcome and how you're going to do it, you don't know. The roads, you got no idea. And even if you have, things change on journeys such as that. And when we talk about going into chaos mode, well, an example is a project I worked on with 12 different systems, accounting systems, business rule systems, and they were trying to put all these systems into one. Now imagine some of these systems, they had outputs of paper that had to be used to input to another system. Very, very complex. So when you talk about a complicated project, complicated, yeah, we can follow the rules. We're pretty close to understanding the requirements. We're pretty close still to understanding the technical detail. But when you talk about complex, it trumps complicated. And that's the idea. So if you go to the Agile Practice Guide, again, page 14, this is a concept that you really want to understand. It's called the Stacy. They call it the Stacy diagram, or Stacy complexity model. Okay. Stacy diagram, Stacy complexity model. And you actually see this in the PMBOK guide, 7th edition as well. Unfortunately, you do not have an image of the Stacy diagram in the 7th edition, to my knowledge, but on page 14 of the Agile Practice Guide, this is very, very well done. Okay, it's called the Stacy Matrix. In the 7th edition, you want to look at page 270, I believe, 165, I beg your pardon, 165. So look at page 165 in the 7th edition, but look at page 14 in the Agile Practice Guide. Stacy diagram is a really good one to understand complexity, complicated, chaos, all that stuff, okay? All right, let's move back to our slide. So you kind of get the idea about the importance of navigating complexity. As a project manager, that's your job. Your job is to ask the question, how are we going to navigate this thing? All right, let's go ahead. Let's introduce some infusion of Agile. What makes things complicated? Again, human behavior, system behavior, uncertainty and ambiguity, technological innovation. Let's move on to the next one, risk. Optimize risk responses. Remember, risk could be positive. We call those opportunities, or risk could be negative. We call those threats. So the idea is risk responses should be appropriate, cost-effective, realistic as far as the project context, agreed to by stakeholders, and owned by a responsible person. That's the general idea. Project teams should also monitor not just individual project risk, but overall project risk. An overall project risk is the effect of uncertainty on the entire project as a whole. Overall risk arises from all sources of uncertainty, including individual risks, and represents the exposure of the stakeholders to the implications of variations in project outcome, both positive and negative. So the bottom line is this: don't just think about risks that can affect the task Bobby is doing tomorrow. Think about risks that can affect the entire project, that can bring the entire project to its knees. If you see a collection of individual project risks that could be such a monumental threat, we want to label those as an overall risk. So you want to think much higher level. You want to think aggregate in terms of those individual risks. So it says project team members engage with relevant stakeholders to understand their risk appetite and risk threshold. Risk appetite describes the degree of uncertainty an organization or individual is willing to accept in anticipation of a reward. So when we talk about risk appetite, a lot of times people get this mixed up. People think risk appetite means how big the risk that you want to take on is. No, that's not it. When you think about risk appetite, you have to think about opportunity. So you think about the opportunity that you're pursuing, but you think about the risk you're willing to take to pursue that opportunity. That is how we talk about appetite. How do you measure appetite in the general sense? It's how much food you're willing to eat, that you're looking to eat, right? To be full. Well, what opportunity is at stake and how much risk are you willing to take to pursue that particular opportunity? It has to be relative to something, all right? So if you put an opportunity on the table and there's no appetite to go after it, people are not really interested, then of course the risk appetite is low. But if there's an opportunity of a particular nature and people are really, really desperate to get that, then their appetite goes up. That's the overall idea. All right, let's talk about number 11, embrace adaptability and resiliency. Adaptability is all about change, right? Adaptability is the ability to respond to changing conditions. Resiliency is the ability to absorb impacts and to recover quickly from a setback or failure. A focus on outcomes rather than outputs facilitates adaptability. It says most projects encounter challenges or obstacles at some stage. The combined attributes of adaptability and resiliency in the project team's approach to a project help the team accommodate impacts and thrive. In other words, the ability to bounce back. A project rarely performs exactly as planned. Projects are influenced by internal and external factors that I read to you previously. New requirements, issues, stakeholder influences, among other factors which exist in a system of interactions. Some elements within a project may fail or fall short of expectations, requiring the project team to regroup, rethink, and plan. So the question is, how quickly can you regroup, rethink, and plan? And is the outcome going to be helpful to the company absorbing whatever shock could have been experienced? That is the question. So how do we get better when it comes to adaptability and resiliency? Short feedback loops. That's 1, 2, continuous learning. 3, T-shaped skills. 4, regular inspect adapt mechanisms. 5, diverse project teams to capture a broad range of experiences. 6, open and transparent planning. 7, small scale prototyping for feedback, of course. 8, ability to leverage new ways of thinking and working. 9, process design that balances velocity of work and stability of requirements. Just remember, when it comes to velocity, we also think about capacity, right? 10, open organizational conversations. 11, diverse project teams with broad sets of skills, cultures, experience, coupled with SMEs, subject matter expertise in that required area. And 12, understanding from past learning of the same or similar endeavors. These are things that help you become more resilient and to be adaptable. In other words, to be agile. This is really the agile principle, because when you talk about adaptability and resiliency, that is the business case for agile. All right. Number 13, the ability and willingness to anticipate multiple potential scenarios and prepare for multiple eventualities. So the idea is to be risk aware, risk conscious. Okay. Deferring decision making. Number 14, to the last possible moment. 15, management support. And 16, open-ended designs that balance speed and stability. So I know some folks will see, why do you want to defer decision making to the last possible moment? That's part of being agile, so that you understand all the chips on the table and you're able to respond with the best response based on all the information available to you at that particular time. That's the idea behind number 11. And number 12, enable change to achieve the envisioned future state. Again, you can say this is an agile-oriented principle. So it reads, prepare those impacted for the adoption and sustainment of new and different behaviors and processes required for the transition from the current state to the intended future state. Everything in this book is about going from the current state to the future state, whatever that might look like. The future state is where the future is, right? The benefits you're looking for, the advantages you're looking for, the revenues you're looking for, all that is in the future state. So this is enable change to get to that state. In other words, be agile so you can get to that state. That's what this is saying. Okay. Change in an organization can originate from internal sources, such as the need for new capability or in response to a performance gap. Change can also originate from external sources, such as technological advances, demographic changes, socioeconomic pressures. So what they're saying is a project can be authorized due to internal needs or external needs. That's really the summary of what they're saying. Overall, the dialogue goes into project team members and project managers can work with relevant stakeholders to address resistance, fatigue, and change absorption to increase the probability that the change will be adopted. It is also important to adapt the speed of change to the change appetite, cost, and ability of the stakeholders and the environment to assimilate change. Attempting to create too many changes in too short a time can lead to resistance because of change saturation, which is an interesting word for you to take note of. Recognizing and addressing the needs of stakeholders to embrace change throughout the project lifecycle helps to integrate the resulting change in the project work, making a successful outcome more likely. And you see a reference made to a really brilliant publication I would recommend. It's Managing Change in Organizations, a Practice Guide. It's one that I would recommend as well. And that was just the very first part, okay? This is going into the second part. And for those of you that have not even touched the book, this is enough. Trust me, this is enough. For 2021, this training is going to help you augment what you have here, okay? I still highly recommend that you don't confuse yourself. Some people are going to confuse themselves by wanting to read both. Don't do that. let your trainer do the heavy lifting for you as far as the 7th edition is concerned, or you're just going to be going crazy round and round. Think about it. You've got the PMBOK guide, you've got the Agile practice guide, now you have the 7th edition. I mean, isn't that enough? That's 370 pages plus 756 pages. And you take a look at all of this information and you realize, oh my goodness, there is so much stuff to study. So you got to streamline it, okay? So don't get bent out of shape going to spend another, I don't know, however many more weeks you're going to spend reading this book. Don't do it. Don't do it. Watch this video. It's going to help you. All right. Now we're going into part 2. When I tell you I've got you covered, I've got you covered, because I know many of you didn't listen. I told you, don't open the book. People are beginning to open it and they're getting confused. So stick to this video. All right. If you must watch any other video, watch some of the other videos I have about the principles and some of the goals from here, but don't open the book. All right, let's go to part 2. All right, so in part 2, we've got an introduction, and this talks about the structure of the 7th edition, the relationship of PMBOK guide and the standard for project management. So this is really the standard for project management that we just covered. Going into the PMBOK guide itself, this is the guide now, okay? So the first part where we talk about the structure, we talk about performance domains, tailoring, models, methods, and artifacts, and then we go into the other pieces, all right? So what I would like to address first is really more of the performance domains, the models, methods, and artifacts. And of course, be aware that Standards Plus is an electronic repository of a lot more content, okay? A lot more content for you to go through in there. But what I would like to do now is, first of all, focus on the domains. Get the domains over and done with quick, because I want to give you a very high level breakdown of these domains, okay? So here we go. First domain is stakeholder. What do we mean by stakeholder? Everything to do with stakeholders. Understanding the identification of stakeholders, who they could be, understanding the importance of engaging them. So we talk about identify, understand them, analyze them, prioritize them, engage them, and monitor the stakeholder engagement. That's really it in a nutshell. And if you've read the 6th edition, there's no need to flog a dead horse. You get the idea. All right, let's move on to page 16. This talks about the team performance domain. Key things in the team performance domain is understanding that the following outcomes are what you desire: shared ownership, high-performing team, applicable leadership, and other interpersonal skills demonstrated by all team members. In other words, you want your team to be at its optimum. So understand the concept of centralized management and leadership, distributed management and leadership. There's nothing wrong in that, okay? When it comes to distributed management and leadership, you also want to be thinking about impediment removal, diversion shield, being a servant leader and shielding the team from diversions, and encouraging development opportunities so the team can develop. In other words, it's code for people in the team all being servant leaders, at whatever level they're at, okay? Common aspects of team development talked about in this one: the vision and objectives are very important, roles and responsibilities, project team operations, and this says facilitating project team communication, problem solving, the process of coming to consensus, all the things the team does in the inner core. All of this is important. Guidance of the team and growth. Guidance can be directed to the overall project team to keep everyone headed in the right direction. This is really language for servant leadership. All right, let's move on to the next one, because we're moving from here to development approach and life cycle. And there are a few things that I would say read up. Actually, let me focus before we jump into development approach. Let's solidify team, okay? I want to do it quick, but I also want to do it thorough. So let me just break this down for you real quick. If you have your books to hand, follow me real quick to page 20, okay? Just want to show you the high level bullets. And that's one of the tricks you use for your 7th edition. All right. Don't start reading the entire laundry list. Don't do that. If you must look at it, like just glance at it, high level bullets, those are some of the things I'm looking at here. Okay. Just really, really super high level bullets. So if you look at page 20, it reads project team culture. When we talk about culture, we talk about keywords like transparency, integrity, page 21, respect, positive dialogue, positive discourse. You discuss with the team, have that positive dialogue. Don't get into rabbit holes of negativity and, not negative debate. Instead, positive dialogue, right? And discourse. That's what they're talking about. Support, courage, celebrating success. And then on page 22, we talk about high-performing teams. What do? They openly communicate. They have a shared understanding, shared ownership, trust, collaboration. They are adaptable. They're resilient. The team is empowered, and recognition. Project teams who are recognized for the work they put in and the performance they achieve are more likely to continue to perform well. Okay, get the idea. Then you have another section on leadership skills. So this is going really into the nitty-gritty of people, even a little bit beyond what is in the Agile Practice Guide. There's a lot of the touchy-feely, squishy stuff. And I often say the soft stuff is the tough stuff. So this is the tough stuff that, if people can really get this well, their projects will be good. So leadership skills, establishing and maintaining vision, critical thinking, motivation, interpersonal skills, and under this we have emotional intelligence, EI and stuff. And we have components of emotional intelligence. So we have self-management, think before you act, build trust. I'm just going to show you this up here. So this has become a little bit longer than I intended, but I think it's going to add value to you nonetheless to understand the breakdown. Okay, so when you take a look at page 27, what you have here, a few components. So what is emotional intelligence? Bridling your emotions. So we have self-management, and under self-management, we have think before you act. Let's do that again. Think before you act. Self-management. Think before you act. And then we have build trust. It's the first one. The next one down here is social skills. And we have a couple of things. We have establish rapport, build effective teams, and manage attitude. Okay, and then we have self-awareness. How do you affect the team? How does the team affect you? And last but not least, down here in this quadrant, we have social awareness. So you can see the breakdown of the matrix, self at the top and social at the bottom. And here we have be empathetic, employ, active listening. All right, I really wanted you to get this piece because it's new. You don't, whenever you see a matrix in this publications by PMI, it's important that you have a double take and say, have I seen this before? All right, so this is called components of EI, components of emotional intelligence. And they keep talking about EI throughout the, that whole dialogue in Agile and Predictive in PMI world. And that's why I decided to draw this out so that you really know what they're talking about. All right, so we've got EI really emphasized. And then the next thing they emphasize is decision making. Let's go back here. Next thing they emphasize is decision making, and then conflict management. look out for in the models, we have the Thomas Kilmann mode instrument. Look for my video on managing conflict. I go through the entire thing there. It's about a year or so old. All right. And then we go into tailoring leadership styles. So this is a huge, huge section. It's not as small as the first section, going to tailoring leadership styles and talk about interaction with other performance domains. All right. So now we can move on to 2.3. I was trying to get to 2.3 quick. 2.3 is development approach and life cycle performance domain. So here, this is where you need to understand a number of things. We have development, cadence, and life cycle relationship. So what is the delivery cadence? That is the first question. Is it going to be single delivery, multiple deliveries, periodic deliveries? And then the development approach. Is the development approach going to be predictive, hybrid, or adaptive? And if you take a look at one of the videos I recently shared, I actually shared a breakdown of page 35. There's a particular image on page 35. Again, when I see these images, I jump at them because you haven't seen this before in previous editions of the PMBOK guide, so it's good to pay attention to it. It's called development approaches. Okay, so again, I'll just do a very quick sketch for you to show you what this is. So if you're looking at page 35, you've got those double arrows that go like that. You've got predictive, you've got hybrid, and you've got adaptive. Let's just say agile. Okay, you've got that, and it's showing you that the degree of iterative and incremental is increasing. That's the idea. So the more to the right you go in that direction, you're adding more iterative and incremental thoughts and ideas. That's really what that is saying. And it goes into the hybrid approach, the adaptive approach. But if you've read the Agile Practice Guide, again, it's not something that you really need to, spend hours and hours and hours going over, which is why you're watching this video anyway, instead. All right, so you want to consider various things when you're selecting a development approach: the degree of innovation, requirement certainty, scope stability, ease of change, delivery options, risk, safety requirements, and regulations. These are all things you could consider. And then as far as the project is concerned, stakeholders, schedule constraints, funding availability, things like that. As far as the organization is concerned, organizational structure, culture, organizational capability, and project team size and location. All right. So those are just a few of the things that are under 2.3, and then they continue the discussion about life cycle and phase definitions. So we've got feasibility, design, build, test, deploy, close as examples of these. Okay, great. So my friends, you get the idea of what I was talking about. Taking a look at the graphic on the screen, I decided I would just share the coherent graphics. You can take a look at your 7th edition, but predictive, hybrid, and adaptive in that degree of scale, that's pretty much what I was talking about. So you got a question here. You're working on a project with low requirement uncertainty and a low technical uncertainty. Due to these low levels of uncertainty, which model should you select? What do you think? Low uncertainty. What is uncertainty? I'm going to help you out with this one. Uncertainty is really more about risk. All right. So the answer to this, the best answer to this is predictive, because uncertainty is low. Okay. We got good level understanding of the technicalities and also the risk, right? Good ideas about the technical aspects, good ideas about the requirements is what I meant to say. Requirements and technicality. In other words, the Stacy complexity model, that's what this is talking about. Okay. And then going a step further, what I just mentioned in terms of factors influencing selection of development approaches, I talked about product, service, or result, nature of the deliverable. So this kind of goes into that, the degree of innovation. Okay, if you're following along, this is on page 39, degree of innovation, requirement certainty, scope stability, ease of change, delivery options, risk, and safety requirements. Okay, so I had another question as a follow-on from here. So the question is, which of the following factors typically does not influence the nature of project delivery method selected? So is it people and machines, is it deliverable, is it organization, is it project? Because PMI mentioned those three overarching buckets. All right, if you need more time, take your time, hit the pause button if you're watching this after the fact, okay? And the answer to this is people and machines. The ones PMI gives in the 7th edition is deliverable, organization, and project. All right, here's another section that is something we just covered. So when you're selecting the life cycle, take a look at the project. Stakeholders, schedule constraints, and funding availability, that could also influence. Okay, so projects that use adaptive methods require significant stakeholder involvement throughout the process. If there's need to deliver something even early, if it's not a finished product or iterative or adaptive approach is beneficial. So understanding the schedule constraints, sometimes that will dictate whether to use an incremental approach. And last one that we talked about is the organizational structure, culture, organizational capability, project team size and location. These are all factors that could affect the choice of method. And I'm really stressing this because, again, it's something that is new. So for those of you that said, well, but I really feel nervous. PMI said the moment this book comes about, they're going to change the exam. I know. Trust me, I know. So the 7th is here. These are just things that you need to be familiar about. That's all. Here's another question for you. People are generally motivated by 3 factors. Which one is not a factor described by McClellan? So this has been on the exam for eons, but you should know this, all right? What do you think the answer is? 3, 2, and 1. Well, if you've not read McClellan's work, you probably don't know the answer is rewards, but rewards is the one that typically people are not motivated by. So that was just some trivia from the 7th to keep you going. Okay, I hope you enjoyed that. So when we talk about McClellan's, we've talked about team quite a lot. So this kind of thing is used for teams, all right? So achievement, affiliation, and power, that's McClellan's theory in a nutshell, okay? People who have a need for achievement, they prefer to work on tasks of moderate difficulty in which results are based on their efforts. When we talk about affiliation, people that have a need for affiliation prefer to spend time creating and maintaining social relationships. They enjoy being part of a group, just like many of us enjoy being part of PMI chapters. And we have the need for power. People who have a need for power prefer to work and place a high value on discipline. The downside to this motivational type is that group goals can become zero-sum in nature. That is, for one person to win, another must lose. However, this can be positively applied to help accomplish group goals and to help others in the group feel competent about their work. All right, so it's a little bit of a diversion there, but it was good stuff to talk about when it comes to understanding the team and so on. Now, to bring it back to what we're just talking about, when we talk about life cycle and phase definitions, because we're really on page 42, these are the ones that were talked about in the 7th edition and identified: feasibility, design, build, test, deploy, close. And if you watch my video where I talked about things that are already on the PMP exam, this was one of them. And understanding this lingo and what each of these means can help you, right? Feasibility, this phase determines if the business case is valid and if the organization has the capability to deliver the intended outcome. Design, planning, and analysis lead to the design of the project deliverable that will be developed. Build, that's construction of the deliverable with integrated quality assurance activities. Test, this is all about testing the deliverable, right? Final test, final quality review and inspection, that's what this is about. Next one is deploy project deliverables. This means put that deliverable into daily activities required for sustainment, benefit realization, and organizational change management. And lastly, closing out the project, that knowledge that you needed to harness, making sure you got that, archiving documents, document closure, administrative closure, things like that. So you get the idea. Okay, so before I took you into these finer focus slides, we're talking about development approach and life cycle. And all I was talking about here is that when we use the word life cycles, some of those terms that we just took a look at, they come into play. All right, so we talked about quite a lot. We pretty much talked about everything page by page under adaptive, hybrid, going into factors that affect your choice of life cycle on page 39, or your development approach, I should say, because life cycles are different. So factors that govern your development approach. And they got a sample of these life cycles, predictive and incremental. So those are there as well. But again, I don't believe you need to open up your book. This video should be enough for you. All right, then we go into the planning domain. And this is going to go really quick, because when you talk about the planning domain, you folks that have read the 6th edition, you already know about the 25. Is it 25? 225, 10, 12, 1, isn't that it? Yeah. So you already know about the 25. You know about, I'm going to go over them very quick. You understand about selecting a development approach. You understand about thinking really critically about the delivery, how we're going to deliver whatever we're building, estimating, cost estimates, schedule estimates. They've got an image that I actually want to show you. It's something that is kind of new, and that is understanding the difference between precision and accuracy. So when we talk about accuracy, it means close to the intended target. If the intended target is the bullseye, then this first one, we can see it is right on the bullseye. That is accurate. But it's also precise. Why do we say it's precise? Because the values are all close together. You can see it's all close together, okay? Now, if you take a look at this next one, you can see the values are all close together. It's precise, highly precise, but in terms of accuracy, it did not hit the bullseye. So it's low accuracy, high precision, okay? If you take a look at the next one, it is closer to the bullseye. So we can say high accuracy, but in terms of the values being clustered together and close, it's low precision. And then the final one is just all over the place, low accuracy, low precision. So that is a new concept talked about in planning. And the idea is that when you're creating these estimates in your planning, you want to make sure that the estimates are high precision, high accuracy as much as possible, okay? As you plan in an iterative fashion, your estimates are going to become more precise, more accurate, and that's what we're talking about. Okay, next here we talk about scheduling, mandatory dependencies, discretionary dependencies. This is something that you're bound to see throughout project management. Mandatory, discretionary, internal, external, this whole dialogue, it's a good one for you to know as someone getting ready for the exam. Also, there's an image that has come up again. So I should probably call your attention to it. It's on page 61 of the PMBOK Guide 7th edition. I want to show it to you just so that it sticks really well. It's called Release and Iteration Plan. So let me just show you what it looks like at a high level, okay? So at a high level, you've got the product vision, and the product vision is all about understanding the release. Release 1, release 2, release 3, how are you going to release this product in chunks? Now, in every release, you have iterations. In the world of Scrum, we might just call those sprints. So you got various iterations, but in each iteration, what do you have? Each iteration consists of you working features, and inside those features are stories. And ultimately, when you break down a story, you could break it down into tasks, even though not every Agile team likes to do that. But the bottom line is this: when you're working in Agile, you got to understand everything from here, feature level, story level, iteration level, release level, all that stuff, like from there up, from the user story level up, that's value. All that stuff is value. Now, when you take a look at what is under that, these tasks, this is not value. This is really just talking about hours. Hours is not value. So what are we saying? You can use the term story points to address how you do everything from the user story up. Story points. You could quantify features in story points if you wanted to. You could talk about story points delivered in a sprint and stuff like that. But when you talk about the task level, that is not value to the customer, okay? And that is one point that you should understand. We don't estimate stories in hours. We estimate stories and everything up in story points. Tasks, those are hours, okay? So you get the idea. It says, adaptive approaches often use time boxes. The work in each time box is based on a prioritized backlog. So I'll just say, read up about Scrum, and you'll do well with this section. All right, still in planning, we talk about budgeting. There's a different interpretation of that image in the PMBOK guide, where we see the budget and how the budget consists of the baseline and work package cost estimates, all that stuff. It's changed a little bit, but I don't want to inundate you with that. Not important for now. In planning, you got to communicate, you got to plan communications management, you got to plan procurement, you got to plan resources, you got to plan change, you got to plan which metrics to use, you got to plan alignment, you got to plan everything. And it talks about interactions with other performance domains, but that's that. The next one goes into project work domain. So here's some of the major things we talk about are balancing constraints, maintaining project team focus, project communications and engagement, managing physical resources, working with procurement. And that goes into the bid process and contracting. That's all under project work. Learning, like manage project knowledge, tacit knowledge, explicit knowledge. That's where all this stuff is talked about. Then we go into the delivery performance domain. The delivery performance domain, we talk about delivery of value. We talk about here scope, so requirements, WBS, definition of done, a little bit about the cost of quality and things like that. So to be quite honest, there is nothing that you are missing if you don't open it up, because a lot of this stuff we've talked about. We talk about the cost of quality, internal failure cost, external failure cost, cost of changes. A lot of dialogue here that I don't want to go any further into for now.